Chapter 101. Time does change a person. Albert's eyes became deep. After the Queen volunteered to be arrested, he went to Rosser to know Rosser's attitude. As long as Rosser is willing, the entire Stuart family can face the war again, even if it is the Golden Church. They are never afraid. But Rosser refused, saying that he could not abandon the faith in gold. Between family and faith, Rosser chose the latter. Brayfield used to be a believer in war, but since he converted to gold, he became cowardly. People can have faith, but not only faith. Late at night, after Albert left, Lear transformed into the appearance of a blood apostle again. Following the blood mark hanging on Li Huanhuan and others, he came to a wasteland. Late at night, Li Huanhuan and the other two did not log off, but continued to explore in the royal city. After experiencing the underground cemetery of the Lord Cemetery, they always felt that there might be some secrets under these ancient buildings, and they began to be keen on digging people's ancestral graves at night. Not to mention, they really gained a lot, and found a lot of coins in some tombs. "Come on! Look what I found!" Li Huanhuan suddenly said excitedly. She was standing under a pit, next to an open coffin. Yao Yao and Dahe on the other side heard the sound, put down the hoe and shovel in their hands, and ran over quickly. Li Huanhuan was holding a pin in her hand, with some dirt on it, and a long-tailed cat decoration. Name: Long-tailed cat pin. Category: Legal relics. Introduction: a pin made in the image of the long-tailed cat Legima. It is said that this is a fairy cat that appears in fairy tales, and will play on the Big Bell Tower. Effect: wearing the pin will completely protect you from damage when falling from a height. Law relic? Yao Yao and Dahe both widened their eyes. I've seen it on the forum. This kind of law relic is a very rare item, but the effects are also very strange. Yao Yao recalled the information she saw on the forum. Li Huanhuan was secretly delighted. Does this count as a treasure? From the rarity point of view, it should be, but the effect. Dahe nodded, then shook his head. The effect of this law relic is a bit too strange. It is immune to damage from falling from a height. Is it to prevent people from jumping off the building and falling to death? All he could think of was that it would be useful in some critical moments, when people had to jump off the building. It's okay if it's rare. Li Huanhuan didn't care. She looked at the fairy cat on the pin whose tail was so long that it wrapped around its body. The more she looked at it, the cuter it felt. Dahe curled his lips, still a little jealous. For rare things like the law relic, even if the effect is not great, there must be a plot and story behind it, which is exactly what a plot-conscious person like him needs. He turned around and encouraged himself. Since Li Huanhuan could dig up treasures, why couldn't he? So he planned to continue digging graves, but a voice broke the silence of the night. Digging graves late at night is not a good hobby. The voice was full of strange flavor, and the three were startled. Li Huanhuan shivered and almost threw away the long-tailed cat pin in his hand. Who? Dahe turned around quickly. In the darkness ahead, there was a pair of scarlet eyes, and the blood apostle slowly walked out of the darkness. Li Huanhuan and the other two were stunned when they saw the appearance of the person coming. After several seconds of silence, Li Huanhuan rushed to the side of the blood apostle. Mr. Munger, why did you come to me just now? Li Huanhuan's face was full of resentment. Lier was stunned for a moment. Are we familiar with each other? Do you know how hard it is for me to wait for you? Since you awakened my blood law last time, I have always wanted to become a believer of blood and contribute to the development of the blood law. Li Huanhuan chattered. Dahe was shocked by Li Huanhuan's words. Do you have to be so shameless? Where is your dignity as a Valkyrie? Although the power of the blood apostle has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people after the events in the slums and the Lord Cemetery, but Lord Blood Apostle, Li Huanhuan and I are good friends. After witnessing your powerful strength, I am also deeply attracted by the power of the blood law. I hope you can let me become an apostle of blood. Dahe also stepped forward and said with a pious face. Lier was somewhat amused by the way Li Huanhuan and Dahe sang the same tune, but this was also in line with the style of his previous life as a player. He coughed lightly and said, I am very happy that you can recognize the power of the blood law. If you are willing to join the blood sect, I welcome you. But I still have to say that if you join the blood sect, the Golden Church will regard you as heretics. Are you really ready? The tone of the blood apostle became serious. I am ready. Li Huanhuan nodded immediately. Me too, I have long been dissatisfied with the Golden Church. It claims to be sacred, but it does hypocritical things. Dahe also expressed his loyalty. Lier looked at the exaggerated appearance of the two people, but didn't care. He just nodded. In that case, I welcome you to join the blood cult. You have joined the heretical cult, the blood cult. Your current reputation is friendly. Your reputation in the Golden Church is forced to become hostile. The moment Li Er finished speaking, Li Huanhuan and Dahe got the prompt. The two looked happy, only Yao Yao on the side had a complicated expression. She still wanted to follow Li Er. The Blood Apostle nodded. Since they have joined the blood cult, it is time to transfer the players' jobs. After the job transfer, let them go to work. Since you have joined the blood cult, I will give you the power of blood, but before that, I need you to help me do something. Lord Blood Apostle, no matter what it is, just give me your orders. Since we have become believers of blood, we have the awareness of dying for blood. Dahe immediately said loudly with great righteousness. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao, who were watching from the side, felt that it was shameless. I am very satisfied that you have such awareness. I really need you to die for me. The Blood Apostle chuckled. Dahe was stunned. He was just talking nonsense. Do you really want me to die? I have been observing you these days, and saw that you have the power of resurrection. You are very strange. It took me a long time to confirm that this power of resurrection does not come from other law gods, but from you yourself. Li Er revealed the secret of the player. The three of them were a little shocked. The NPCs in this game are too smart. Li Er got the oracle before, and knew the situation of the player, and now the Blood Apostle also knows it. Li Er ignored the player's shock, and said to himself, you should have heard about the queen. She is also a believer of the heretic law. She saved the royal city, but was captured by the Golden Church. As a heretic, I feel very sad. The queen is obviously a hero who saved the royal city, but she is going to be tried and executed because of the Golden Church. I plan to rescue the queen. I hope you can cooperate with me. You triggered the task. Assist the Blood Apostle Munder to rescue the queen D-level. The queen saved the royal city, but was captured by the Golden Church because of her identity as a heretic. The Blood Apostle Munder denounced the hypocrisy of the Golden Church and planned to rescue the queen. Task target: assist the Blood Apostle Munder's actions. Task reward: 10,000 experience points. Transfer to the Blood Law Profession Blood Hunter / Blood Knight. The transfer task came, and Li Huanhuan and Dahe's eyes lit up. Players are never afraid of difficult tasks. As long as they are rewarded, they can do anything. While secretly editing the task, Li Er looked at the excited Li Huanhuan and Dahe, and a sly smile appeared on his face under the blood prisoner mask. Since the players are not afraid of death, they must make good use of this feature. The next day, in front of the Golden Cathedral. The Queen's arrest has been a hot topic, but the Golden Church still has not announced how to deal with the Queen, a pagan. So every day there are many reporters from newspapers waiting here, waiting for the first-hand news. When a group of reporters were bored, two figures appeared at the gate of the Golden Church. It was Li Huanhuan and Dahe. Li Huanhuan and Dahe carried two large buckets of feces, with a look of resistance. The reporters around looked at the two curiously, and they were shocked when they saw the manure they carried. Are we really going to do this? Li Huanhuan said tangledly. What are you afraid of? We can be resurrected. Besides, don't you want to change your job to the blood law profession? Dahe answered while enduring the stench. Li Huanhuan took a deep breath. She fought hard to change her job. The two stood at the door of the Golden Cathedral. When the door of the Golden Cathedral opened and the golden believers inside came out, the two saw the opportunity and directly scooped up a spoonful of manure with a manure shovel and threw it at the believers. The believers who just came out were drenched in manure before they could react. Who am I? Where am I? How can there be feces? The golden believers who went out were all crazy, and among them was the golden Bishop Gas. The reporters around were also crazy, and they frantically took pictures of this scene. Hypocritical Golden Church. What right do you have to arrest Her Majesty the Queen? Her Majesty the Queen obviously saved the entire royal city. You are actually trying to judge Her Majesty the Queen? Dahe and Li Huanhuan sang the same tune, throwing feces and shouting. The reporters nearby keenly heard the secret in their words. One reporter ignored the stench and came up. Madam, what do you mean Her Majesty the Queen saved the entire royal city? When these words came out, these reporters pricked up their ears. They only knew that the Queen and the Blood Apostles cleared the corrupt believers, but they didn't know the specific situation. The secrets in this are only known to those who participated in the battle and survived. They also interviewed those who survived, but everyone kept silent. There is a secret in this. Chapter 102. Li Huanhuan listened to the reporters around her, and was filled with disgust for the Golden Church again. She only learned about the Queen from the Blood Apostle. Although she and Dahe witnessed the whole process, they were too far away to hear the conversation, and did not know some of the details. At first, she only thought that the Queen and the Blood Apostle defeated the corrupt monster, but in fact, without the Queen, the entire royal city would be destroyed. The Golden Church concealed the truth. At that time, it was the corrupt true spirit that planned to self-destruct and completely release the corrupt law. At that time, the entire royal city would become hell. It was the queen who stood up and sealed the corrupt law with the power of the Qingqing law. The queen is the hero who saved the entire royal city. Li Huanhuan shouted the truth, and the reporters around were excited. This is big news. No wonder the Golden Church has not announced the trial of the queen for a long time. So this is the reason? However, after a brief excitement, these reporters became embarrassed. This involves the affairs of the Golden Church. If they report it casually, it may cause the Golden Church to settle accounts. Some reporters wrote and underlined in their notebooks, while others had flickering eyes. Some citizens near the Golden Cathedral also gathered around, and were shocked when they heard Li Huanhuan's words. In the shadows not far away, Li Er looked at the indecisive reporters and the onlookers, and smiled. When these reporters go back, there will always be those who are not afraid of death, who will report what happened today, and these onlookers will also spread the news. Albert said that the Golden Church intends to judge the Queen, so let everyone know the truth, using public opinion to coerce the Golden Church. Is it a tough trial of the Queen regardless of public opinion, or a compromise? In the crowd, Bishop Gas was stunned in place, holding the notice he had just received in his hand, and the Queen would be tried in the afternoon, but now... Did the Queen save us? Really? Isn't the Queen a heretic? You idiot! What's wrong with heresy? The blood apostle saved me twice. The crowd began to discuss, and the noise attracted the attention of the Golden Cathedral. Mori walked out of the Golden Cathedral in confusion, and smelled a foul smell in front of him, and also felt a trace of warm things splashed on his face. He touched his cheek, and looked down to see a feces yellow. He was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, when he realized what was on his face turned red, and he bent down and vomited. After a burst of vomiting, he raised his head angrily, and saw two people who kept throwing feces at the Golden Church. When he saw Li Huanhuan, his eyes widened. "It's you?" Mori roared. "You damn heretic! How dare you come to me?" Mori recognized Li Huanhuan. Wasn't he the immortal heretic? He was hanging out with the blood apostle, and finally stripped him naked and dropped him on a street lamp. Li Huanhuan also saw Mori and was shocked. She almost forgot that she had a grudge against the Golden Church. She glanced at Mori, who was rushing towards her angrily, and felt the stench on his body. She dug it out of the cesspool early in the morning, and it was still warm. She didn't want to touch such a disgusting thing, and Mori was probably trying to catch her. Li Huanhuan immediately raised the dung bucket and threw it directly at Mori, then pulled it out and stabbed it into her heart. Before she died, she shouted, "If the Queen must be judged, then I am willing to follow the Queen to death." This shout shocked everyone. Why did she commit suicide? Was she indignant about the Queen's experience, so she expressed her dissatisfaction with the Golden Church by suicide? This is too extreme. However, this scene also made the eyes of the reporters around red. Go to his Golden Church. If you don't report this news, are you still a reporter? Dahe on the side was stunned by the scene. There is no such setting in the plot. Mori looked at Li Huanhuan himself, and was so angry that he was fuming. He knew that the other party could be resurrected, so he committed suicide so decisively. What a damn heretic, humiliating him again and again. He looked at Dahe on the other side. Catch this heretic, Mori roared. The two of them came together. They must be accomplices. Dahe reacted, raised the dung bucket, and smashed it towards the surrounding Golden Church members. The foul-smelling substance splashed, and the Golden Church members avoided it. Dahe said with disdain, "Do you think you can kill me? Hypocritical Golden Church. Even if you kill me, I will definitely come out of hell. Don't kill him." Mori interrupted Dahe with an angry roar before Dahe finished speaking. He and the woman just now are in the same group. They are all heretics and can be resurrected from the dead. Catch him. I want him alive. I will torture you severely, Mori said with a distorted expression. Dahe was dumbfounded. How did this NPC know that he could be resurrected? And he wanted to capture him again? Dahe didn't understand. When he reacted, the golden cultists had surrounded him. Dahe was shocked. When he was about to draw his sword to stab himself, the long sword in his hand was knocked away. Do you think I will give you a chance to commit suicide? Mori walked up with a ferocious expression. You damn heretics. You have repeatedly challenged the golden law. I will let you know what cruelty is. The golden cultists rushed up and tied Dahe up directly. The thing that exuded a foul smell also stained Dahe's body. How could this happen? Dahe's cheeks flushed red, thinking of Li Huanhuan, who had just committed suicide decisively. I was tricked. This damn woman knew that there was something wrong with this NPC a long time ago, but she didn't tell him. He wanted to curse, but when he opened his mouth, the foul smell made him vomit. What happened? A cold voice came from not far away. The commotion in front of the Golden Cathedral finally caught Sylvia's attention. She walked out and saw the mess on the ground, and her expression became gloomy. The sacred Golden Cathedral was actually covered with such filth. Who dared to provoke the Golden Church like this? When Mori saw Sylvia appear, he quickly showed a respectful expression. Archpriest Sylvia, it's like this. He walked towards Sylvia, but before he took a few steps, a holy light repelled him. You don't have to come over. Sylvia looked at Mori, who was covered in filth, with some disdain, waved her hand, and then looked at the golden Bishop Gas on the side. Gas, you tell me. Mori took several steps back, and almost slipped on the slippery dirt on the ground. Bishop Gas on the side couldn't bear to watch, and then explained to Sylvia, it's like this, Your Excellency the High Priest. 2 minutes later, the bishop told everything that happened. You mean someone told the queen about it? Sylvia frowned. Yes. Bishop Gas nodded. Sylvia took a deep breath. This would be troublesome. After the queen surrendered, considering her pagan identity, were proposed to conceal the queen's contribution. Sylvia knew that if she exposed what the queen had done, she would definitely be praised and supported in the royal city. But the queen was a heretic. Would the Golden Church go against the will of the people in the royal city and judge a hero? So she acquiesced to worse behavior, but now the queen's affairs were exposed. Who did it? Sylvia bit her lip. Only those who had participated in the elimination of corrupt true spirits knew the truth. Your Excellency the High Priest, what should we do now? Should we post the notice? Bishop Gas asked carefully. Wait a minute. Sylvia sighed helplessly, and she looked at the tied-up Dahe on the other side. Is it the news you spread? She asked. Dahe glared at her. It was me. Hypocritical Golden Church, don't try to hide the truth. Who sent you? Sylvia asked, ignoring Dahe's trash talk. You won't know. There will always be righteous people who will expose the evil of the Golden Sea. Dahe still shouted in a pretentious manner. The onlookers around were much quieter when Sylvia appeared, but they didn't leave. Sylvia became irritable. Things always go beyond her expectations. Take him away and lock him up for interrogation. Then she looked at the crowd outside again, let the people outside disperse, and then clean up all the things on the ground. Sylvia gave the order, and at this moment, a low voice sounded, I really can't stand it. Has the Golden Church become so corrupt now? On the roof, a figure appeared there at some point, and no one even noticed it. That person, wearing a luxurious robe, had a hideous face, and a bright red light flashing in his eyes. It was Lear, who pretended to be the Blood Apostle. The appearance of the Blood Apostle immediately caused a commotion. Some of the onlookers showed horror, and some even crawled down directly, like a devout believer. The reporters at the scene were even more crazy. What good day is today? Big news comes one after another, and there is no way to record them all. Blood Apostle, is it you? Sylvia seemed to understand who arranged everything today, but why? Although the Blood Apostle and the Queen are both heretics, the laws they believe in are completely different. Why did the Blood Apostle do this? The Queen and I fought side by side, and tried our best to defeat the true spirit of the corrupted law. But you, the Golden Church, actually planned to judge the Queen? There was a hint of anger in the Blood Apostle's voice. We are heretics, but heretics do not mean evil. If it weren't for the Queen banning the true spirit of the corrupted law, the entire royal city would have fallen. Are you going to judge a hero? Chapter 103. The voice of the Blood Apostle spread far and wide, and everyone at the scene heard it. Compared with the two unknown people, Dahe and Li Huanhuan, the name of the Blood Apostle can be said to be known to everyone. There are even many believers of the Blood Apostle among the onlookers. The crowd was noisy again, and under the blood prisoner, Li Er smiled. Let Li Huanhuan and Dahe talk about the Queen just to start a discussion, and finally let the Blood Apostle say it. Even if the Golden Church wants to deny it, the truth has been imprinted in everyone's hearts. What do you want to do? Sylvia took a deep breath. Hand over the Queen, the Blood Apostle said in a deep voice. Impossible. Sylvia immediately refused. The Golden Church tried heretics. This was a matter of faith, and had nothing to do with anything else. Really? The Blood Apostle laughed and suddenly said, then let's make a deal. Deal? Sylvia was stunned. The Blood Apostle did not say much, and directly took out a scepter from under his robe. This is a pure white scepter with golden lines, exuding a sacred breath. When she saw the scepter in Liar's hand, Sylvia was stunned. She stared at the scepter. It was the scepter she gave to her daughter personally, And it was also the weapon she used when she was a saint. The Holy Spirit Scepter, an extraordinary weapon. You should know what this is? The blood apostle whispered softly. You kidnapped Ophelia. Sylvia's emotions became a little excited, and the other golden cultists beside her were also stunned. The long-lost saint was kidnapped by the blood apostle? It seems that you know this scepter. The blood apostle said lightly, you are right. This is taken from Ophelina. I took out this scepter because I want to tell you that your daughter is in my hands, so let's make a deal. You hand over the queen to me, and I will return your daughter to you. How about it? When this was said, everyone was stunned. The blood apostle actually made such a request. Exchange the queen for the saint? The scene became a little quiet, and Lear quietly waited for Sylvia to choose. If Sylvia agreed to exchange the queen for the saint, then he could rescue the queen. As for whether he would really return Ophelina to the other party after rescuing the queen, that was naturally impossible. Ophelina knew his secret. Unless one day he took the initiative to expose the relationship between Lear and the blood apostle, Ophelina would always be imprisoned at home by him. So this transaction was just a scam. But then again, whether Sylvia agreed to the deal or not, Lear didn't care. He asked Li Huanhuan and Dahe to come to the Golden Cathedral to cause trouble today just to delay the Golden Church's trial of the Queen, so that he would have enough time to prepare to rescue the Queen from prison. If the Queen's trial came too soon, I'm afraid his cheap father would really be bold enough to rob the execution ground. According to the original plot of the game, Albert was liquidated by the Golden Church for protecting him, who communicated with the blood law, and finally the entire Stuart family was destroyed. This means that although the Stuart family is powerful, it still cannot compete with the Golden Church. If Albert really impulsively rescues the Queen, then the original plot of the game will probably be replayed. It's just that the object of protection has changed from him to the Queen. Lear will not let this happen, so he must delay time and prevent Albert from getting carried away. If possible, Lear even plans to rescue the Queen without letting Albert intervene, which will completely avoid the possibility of the Stuart family being liquidated by the Golden Church. He has already made up his mind, and now it only takes a little time. I don't have time for you to think so long. Seeing that Sylvia was silent, Lear continued to put pressure on the other party. I will only give you 3 days. If you want, you can publish the news in the newspaper. We will trade in the Lord's cemetery. If you refuse, if the Queen dies, your daughter will not survive. The blood apostle made the last threat, and then his body turned into a ball of blood mist and disappeared. Sylvia looked at the disappearing blood apostle. She still didn't speak. On one side was the belief in gold, and on the other side was her own daughter. She had never felt such pain. Great goddess of golden law, didn't you say that Ophelina was not in danger of life? Other golden believers were a little confused. The matter was a little complicated, but now that the blood apostle had left, they were relieved. But there was still one person who was desperate. Dahe looked at the place where the blood apostle disappeared. No, I haven't been saved yet. Am I not a believer in blood? Why don't you save me before leaving? If it doesn't work, you can stab me to death with a sword. In just 30 days of internal testing, he has been arrested for the second time. Will he have to spend the rest of the internal testing in prison? Just when Dahe looked like he had lost all hope, a deep voice sounded in his heart. You stay in the prison of the Golden Church and find out about the Queen. I know that you and your companions can communicate remotely. If there is any situation, notify her and tell me. It was the voice of the blood apostle. Dahe was stunned for a moment. The other party could actually convey messages in his mind? And how did the blood apostle know that he and Li Huanhuan could convey messages remotely? He felt that the NPCs in this game were a little mysterious. The farce of the Golden Cathedral soon spread in the royal city, and the matter about the Queen was also rampant. Queen Philia has always had a positive image in the royal city. She often walks around to care about the citizens. Therefore, after learning that the Queen is a heretic, many people in the royal city still have goodwill towards the Queen. Now what happened in the Lord's cemetery is completely exposed to everyone, and the discussion about the Queen has become more complicated. At the Stuart mansion, Lear was very satisfied with the farce he had just caused in the Golden Cathedral. Next, it depends on Sylvia's choice. If the other party agrees to the deal, it will naturally be a good thing. If the other party does not agree, Lear must also be prepared to forcibly take the Queen away from the prison. In the next few days, he needs to figure out the layout of the prison where the Queen is imprisoned, so as to avoid mistakes. When he visited the Queen before, he did not think too much, and Lear did not pay attention to the situation in the prison. He also needs to be on guard if Sylvia agrees to the deal, but just pretends to agree like him. In short, we must be cautious. In the afternoon, just when Lear was about to visit the Queen again in the name of Stuart, The Golden Church actually took the initiative to send someone. It was Golden Bishop Gas. At this time, the filth on the Golden Bishop's body had been washed away, but Lear could still smell some faint odor. Your Excellency, I wonder what you want to see me about. Lear kept himself away from the Golden Bishop without leaving a trace. Lear's little action did not escape the eyes of Bishop Gas. The corners of Bishop Gas's mouth twitched slightly, but he was not angry. Thinking of the scene of being splashed with feces in the morning, he felt disgusted. He had washed 3 or 4 times, but he could still feel the faint smell. What a damn heretic! It was Archpriest Sylvia who asked me to come. He took a deep breath and said, Archpriest Sylvia? Lear was stunned. How could Sylvia have time to ask Gas to find him if he didn't consider Alfanina's affairs at this time? It's like this, Master Lear. Bishop Gas took out a badge from his arms. Because of your previous inference, we found the traces of corrupt believers. The Golden Church promised to reward those who found the traces of corrupt believers. This is the honorary badge of our Golden Church. With this badge, you can freely enter and exit the Golden Cathedrals in various places. At the same time, you can also use the badge to go to the Golden Church headquarters in the Rhodes Empire and get the qualification to meet His Holiness the Pope. You have completed the mission goal, one of the traces of corrupt believers and saints. You have gained 300,000 experience points, 10% affinity with the Golden Law, and the Golden Tree badge. Your affinity with the Golden Law has reached 30%, and you have gained Strength +2, Constitution +2, Dexterity +2, Intelligence +2, and Mystery +2. Looking at the system panel that popped up in front of him, Lear was stunned for a while, and it took a few seconds to react. He almost forgot that there was this task, the affinity of the Golden Law that was deducted by the Golden Law Goddess before his return. Silently closing the panel, Lear took the Golden Tree badge from Bishop Gas. The engraved on it is the typical Golden Tree symbol of the Golden Church. It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. He originally planned to visit the Queen in the name of Stuart. With this, can't he enter and exit the Golden Cathedral at will, but he still has to hide from Sylvia and Uar. It will be very suspicious if he is seen. As for the qualification to meet the Pope mentioned in the Golden Tree badge, Lear didn't care much. With his identity, going to the headquarters of the Golden Church to meet the Pope would probably be like throwing meat buns at dogs, and there would be no return. Please thank Archpriest Sylvia for me. Lear smiled, and put away the Golden Tree badge, smiling at Bishop Gas. I will. Bishop Gas nodded. By the way, I heard that something big happened in the Golden Cathedral this morning? Lear suddenly asked. The smile on Bishop Gas's face froze for a moment. He was really talking about something else. He said uncomfortably, yes, the Blood Apostle appeared in the Golden Cathedral and said that he kidnapped the saint. Oh! The Blood Apostle kidnapped the saint? Lear asked in surprise. Yes, Archpriest Sylvia is very distressed now. I'm afraid the Golden Church will not be stable recently. Gas nodded and answered helplessly. Chapter 104. The Blood Apostle proposed to exchange the saint for the Queen, and I don't know what Archpriest Sylvia will choose. Bishop Gas added to himself. Is the Queen still in prison? Lear asked. Yes, Master Lear. Gas nodded, and then suddenly said as if he thought of something, by the way, since the Blood Apostle has admitted that he kidnapped the saint, maybe the princess is also in the hands of the Blood Apostle. If Archpriest Sylvia is willing to exchange the Queen for the saint, maybe he can also ask about the whereabouts of the princess. Bishop Gas made a reasonable guess. Lear was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little weird. Master Lear, you can look forward to it. I have given you the things, and I should go back to the church. Bishop Gas said, and said goodbye to Lear and left. Looking at Gas's back as he left, Lear shook his head. He turned around and walked towards the study. As soon as he walked out of the living room, he saw Milia coming out from the corner. The girl looked at Lear with a trace of grievance and confusion in her eyes. Lear was stunned. Milia usually stayed in the bedroom at this time. Why did she come here? His heart jumped for no reason, thinking that his conversation with Bishop Gas just now might have been heard by Milia. The Queen Mother was arrested by the Golden Church? As soon as Milia opened her mouth, Lear's heart sank. He was silent for a long time, and smiled helplessly. You heard everything? Milia bit her lip, and after getting Lear's answer, she became even more angry. Why did you hide it from me? You clearly know that I dreamed that the Queen Mother was arrested. Milia. Lear stretched out his hand, trying to hold Milia in his arms. Milia took a step back and avoided Lear. You haven't told me why you hid it from me. Lear's outstretched hand stopped in the air. He could see that Milia was really angry, but this was also normal. After all, her mother was caught by the Golden Church. According to the original plot development, the queen would be tried by the Golden Church. I just don't want you to worry. Lyr explained. Don't let me worry. You lied to me like this? Last time you said that the Queen Mother was not in danger. Are you going to keep it from me until the Queen Mother is tried? Milia shouted with some tears in her eyes. Just when the girl's emotions were a little out of control, Lyr stretched out his hand and held Milia in his arms forcefully. Okay, he said, with a hint of severity in his tone. Why do you think so? Lyr held up Miria's head and looked at him. You are my fiancé. Although there was a gap between us at the beginning, you and I have been together for a while, right? Do you think I will hide it from you until Her Majesty the Queen is tried? I love you and really treat you as my wife. The Queen is your mother and my mother. How can I watch the Queen being tried? Lyr's voice was sonorous and powerful. Miria looked at Lyr blankly, and the irritation in her heart gradually subsided. I am already preparing a plan to rescue the Queen. I didn't tell you just to prevent you from worrying. Looking at the calm girl, Lyr's tone also softened. Feeling the temperature of Lyr's body, Miria's mood slowly calmed down. She bit her lip and said with some self-blame, I'm sorry, I'm just very scared. Those dreams have become reality. I'm afraid that my mother will really. I promise you, I will bring Her Majesty back intact, Lyr said firmly. Milia looked at Lyr's serious expression, her cheeks slightly red. She tiptoed carefully and kissed Lyr on the lips. Thank you. This is what I should do. Lyr smiled. Milia also smiled, rubbed in Lyr's arms, and after a few seconds, a trace of loss suddenly flashed in her eyes. Do you think I am too useless? Lyr frowned, not understanding what Milia meant. My mother said that I was chosen by the law of the Morning Star, and I cannot be discovered by the Golden Church. I can only hide here with you, but I have no ability. I need you to protect me, and my mother is caught and can't do anything. Milia continued to speak. She was really disappointed. She hoped that she could have power, instead of just staying by Lyr's side and being a vase. The Queen Mother said that she would have power when her star law awakened, but how long would she have to wait? Lyr listened to Miria's words, and he understood her distress. In the game plot, when Miria awakens, she will become very powerful, there is no doubt about that. He wanted to comfort Miria, but at this moment, his storage ring emitted a faint blue light. The star scepter appeared in the room out of thin air, and slowly floated in front of Miria. Miria was stunned for a moment, looking at the star scepter in front of her, and the same intimacy as before surged into her heart. She reached out and touched the gem on the star scepter, and Miria's shadow appeared in the gem mirror, but her pupils were black and her hair was also black. The figure disappeared in a flash, and then Milia felt that she had a deeper connection with the star scepter. Milia. Lyr was a little nervous when he saw this scene. He still remembered that the Queen got the oracle from this scepter, and then lost consciousness. Lyr, I seem to be able to use the power of this scepter. Milia stayed for a few seconds, feeling the information in her mind, and suddenly said in surprise. She held the star scepter, and the light of the stars gradually shone, and then sank into Lyr's body. You are blessed by the skill illusory stars and enter an unselectable state for 30 seconds. The system prompt appeared in Lyr's eyes, and Lyr became illusory, and a layer of light star light enveloped him. Illusory stars. This is the special skill of the star scepter that Lyr has seen, a very powerful skill. He looked at Milia in disbelief. He did not feel any breath of law from the other party, but Milia activated the power of the star scepter just like that. Looking at the light on Lyr, Milia was very excited. Lyr, I can also use the power of the Morning Star Law. Well, congratulations. It should be that your Morning Star Law has gradually awakened. Lyr echoed. He looked at Milia. His expression was a little serious. Milia, do you feel uncomfortable or something? Or are there any changes in your body? No, I feel good. These lights are also very comfortable. Milia looked at Lyr a little strangely, not understanding why Lyr asked this. What's wrong? It's okay. I'm just worried that your power will cause harm to your body. Lyr was silent for a few seconds, and finally shook his head. Then, can I help you in the future? Miria said excitedly, according to the information I got, this scepter has two skills. One is the Morning Star sealing technique, and the other is the illusionary star. Well, of course, these two skills are powerful skills, but don't expose them easily. Lyr nodded. Although he thought it was strange that Miria suddenly gained the ability to control the Morning Star scepter, it was not good to spoil Miria's interest. Then, when you want to save your mother, can you take me with you? Miria looked at Lyr with hope. I also want to help you. Lyr looked at Miria and had a headache. Although Miria could use the Morning Star scepter, she was still a weak girl, and Miria's current situation was a bit complicated. Miria was missing now, and it would be strange if she appeared rashly. Milia, you are missing now, and you can use the Star Scepter. If you go out, you will be regarded as a heretic by the Golden Church. Lear tried to make Milia give up the dangerous idea of going out. I can disguise myself. I just need to avoid being seen. Milia pouted and retorted. Lear was silent for a long time, and then said helplessly, Okay, I will inform you when I rescue the Queen, but you must listen to me completely. I will definitely be obedient. Milia nodded and answered seriously. Late at night, the Golden Cathedral was brightly lit at this moment. Sylvia and other Golden cultists gathered around the table, discussing what happened to the Blood Apostle during the day. This incident has a great impact on the church. The news that the Queen sealed the corrupted true spirit to save the royal city has spread. If we continue to judge the Queen, I am afraid it will cause unrest among the residents of the royal city of Briefville. Someone said worriedly. And Her Royal Highness the Saint. I didn't expect that we have been fooled by the Blood Apostles. The one who kidnapped the Saint was not a corrupt believer at all. Some people were angry. Sylvia pondered. She had been thinking about it for an afternoon, but still hadn't made a decision. All and Mori on the side looked at each other, coughed lightly and said, I think Her Royal Highness the Saint is more important than the Queen. The Queen is just an ordinary heretic, but everyone should know what Her Royal Highness the Saint means to the Church. If Her Royal Highness the Saint makes a mistake and angers the Golden Law Goddess, it will be our fault. All said righteously, and Mori on the side nodded in agreement. They didn't care about the Queen at all, as long as the Saint could come back, it was enough. After all, the Saint's disappearance was Mori's fault, and Wu was still helping to conceal it, which was an even greater crime. As long as the Saint came back, the punishment for them would definitely be lighter. Sylvia was also moved by Wu's words. Given the importance of the Saint to the Church, the Queen could indeed be exchanged, and Ophelia was her daughter. She should accept the deal of the Blood Apostle in terms of emotion and reason. However, this feeling of being coerced and played with made Sylvia very angry. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Chapter 105. Seeing Sylvia remain silent, Yor thought she was still hesitating. He rolled his eyes and said, I know that agreeing to the deal with the Blood Apostle is a shame for the Church, but as long as Her Royal Highness the Saint can come back alive, it's all worth it. Besides, we don't have to really hand over the Queen. Yuar's voice suddenly became deep. Everyone looked at Yuar, including Sylvia. The Blood Apostle threatened us with the Saint. Why can't we play along? Yule said seriously, why don't we pretend to hand over the Queen, but just to lure the Blood Apostle to appear, ambush the people, and rescue the Saint during the transaction. This way, we can not only rescue the Saint, but also don't have to let the Queen go, and there is even a chance to catch the Blood Apostle. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent, and the Golden cultists around thought, this seems to be a good decision? Yule looked at the people who were lost in thought, and was also excited about his idea. This is really a two-way. The best way, although a little immoral, but talking about morality with heretics? There is no need at all. But before he could be happy for too long, Sylvia frowned and said, the method you mentioned is indeed possible, but are you sure we can ambush the Blood Apostle? Everyone has seen the power of the Blood Apostle, mysterious and elusive. You have also seen it when fighting against the corrupted true spirit before. How do you want to rescue Ophelia from him? Or do you think you have the confidence to defeat the Blood Apostle? Sylvia pointed out the loopholes in Yuar's plan. What kind of strength does the Blood Apostle have? The speed of his sudden appearance and strange abilities are hard to guard against. Sylvia has no confidence in fighting the Blood Apostle, let alone Yuar, who is a tank guard knight. She is like Ophanina, the previous saint, and has the abilities of both a praying and a judge. Yor was speechless by what Sylvia said. He had never thought of this problem. Thinking of the powerful fighting power of the Blood Apostle, his expression became a little ugly. I can unite with other strong men in the royal city. Yuar said unwillingly, for example, the War Knight of the Stuart family, and Roser. I heard that the Dean of the Arcane Academy is also a super-level mage. Sylvia listened to Yuar's words, and still shook her head. Albert is a believer in war, and he was once a close friend of the Queen. If the Blood Apostle rescues the Queen, he will be too happy to help us. Rosser is also the biggest concession. The Queen is his wife. It is the biggest concession for him to give up his wife. Do you still want him to send the Queen to the trial in person? And the princess may also be in the hands of the Blood Apostle. What about the Dean of the Arcane Academy? I also know the super-level mage you mentioned. He is a believer in the arcane law, and may not help the Golden Church. Moreover, he seems to be very close to the Stuart family. Sylvia broke Yuar's fantasy without any hesitation. The atmosphere became somewhat dull. Wu took a deep breath. He thought his proposal was very good, but he didn't expect it to be rejected so quickly. However, he still did not give up. Even if Albert and Rosser won't help us, that extraordinary wizard may not. As long as I can offer enough benefits, I believe I can get him to lend a hand. Hee hee. Sylvia smiled. Okay, since you said so, then you go and invite the mage. If you can invite the mage, then act according to your plan. Of course, the Golden Church will not reimburse the reward for you to invite the mage. If we successfully rescue Ophelia, you and Maury's faults can be written off, Sylvia added. Sylvia is not a fool. How could she not see Wuer's plan? Wuer is eager to rescue the saint, so that he and Maury can reduce the punishment. If the Blood Apostle is also captured by the way, it will be a great achievement. Not to mention that the punishment will be removed, you could even get a reward. But the plan is good, but it is not easy to implement. The meeting ended. Only Wuer and Maury were left. Father, are we going to invite the Dean of the Arcane Academy? Maury asked. Go! Wuer gritted his teeth. If the plan can really succeed, then he will be a hero. His reputation and status in the church will be improved. It's just a matter of paying a little money to invite a great wizard, and the benefits are far greater than the cost. In the dark dungeon, DeHay was in tattered clothes, and was tortured beyond recognition. Although he himself didn't feel anything. After being captured, he adjusted his touch to the lowest level. Maury's torture was like tickling, but it looked a little creepy. He turned his head boredly, and looked to the other side, where the queen was imprisoned. Unlike him, the queen was still bright and beautiful. Although she didn't have that luxurious dress, she was at least clean and tidy, which was a bit out of place in this dungeon. Are you also a believer in the heretical law? The queen not far away suddenly said to Dahe. Dahe was stunned for a moment. Through the weak light, she could see the queen's appearance. She had silver hair and blue eyes, and was extremely beautiful. She was no less beautiful than the white-haired little Lolita she had seen in the Lord's cemetery before, and she had added a mature charm. Dahe was a little embarrassed, and then nodded, Yes, your majesty. What law do you believe in? The queen asked again. The blood law. Dahe answered obediently. Blood? The queen was obviously stunned for a moment. She looked at the young man in front of her. The blood law was the heretical law that Lear believed in. The young man in front of her believed in blood, so it must be related to Lear. Do you know Lee? The blood apostle? The queen asked again. Of course, it was the blood apostle who let me in. Your majesty, don't worry, Lord Mung is already preparing to rescue you. Dahe nodded. Is that so? The queen muttered to herself. When Lear visited her before, he said he would save her. She didn't expect it to be so quick. But soon she became confused. She could feel that the young man in front of her was just an ordinary person. What could Lear let him in for? To die? You should be just an ordinary person. What can the blood apostle let you in for? The queen asked her own doubts. Dahe smiled. The NPC in front of him didn't seem as mysterious as the blood apostle and Lear. He didn't know the situation of their players. He immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, I am not a human from this world. I am an alien from another world. My companions, and I will not die in this world. Even if we are killed, we will be resurrected. Moreover, we have the ability to communicate over long distances, so Lord Munger let me sneak in to find out your news. The queen widened her eyes when she heard Dahe's words. Aliens from another world? Resurrection? Long-distance communication? She couldn't believe what the other party said, but Dahe's tone didn't sound like nonsense. Seeing the queen's shocked look, Dahe felt inexplicably refreshed. Whether it was Lear or the blood apostle, they acted normal after knowing that they could be resurrected. This is resurrection. Just when he was still trying to show off in front of the beautiful queen, there was a conversation not far away. Do you think High Priest Uar can invite Dean Erwin to deal with the blood apostle together? I think it's a bit difficult. You haven't been to the Lord's cemetery, and haven't seen the blood apostle. I feel that even with Mr. Erwin's participation, it will be difficult to defeat the blood apostle. Two golden cultists came over, and Dahe immediately shut his mouth. Hearing the conversation between the two, he frowned. If you ask me, wouldn't it be better to just use Her Majesty the Queen to exchange for the saint? You have to invite Dean Erwin to ambush the blood apostle, and try to get the saint back. If it succeeds, it's fine. If it fails. The golden cultist continued to speak, Dahe's eyes widened, and the queen also raised her head. In the Arcane Academy, Li Huanhuan, who was studying with Yao Yao in the library, suddenly received a message, and the message bar vibrated. She opened it immediately, and saw the message said by Dahe. The Golden Church intends to invite the Dean of the Arcane Academy to ambush Munger, and get the saint back. As soon as she saw the content of the message, Li Huanhuan stood up from her chair. Yao Yao, who was reading the historical biography with relish, was startled. What's wrong? Dahe has sent a message. Li Huanhuan showed the message to Yao Yao directly. The Golden Church is too shameless. How can they do this? Yao Yao saw the content and felt disgusted with the Golden Church again. Don't talk about this. Let's tell Mr. Munger the news as soon as possible, Li Huanhuan said immediately. As she said this, she left the library with Yao Yao. The place where they agreed to meet with the Blood Apostle was a dilapidated house. When they walked in, they saw the Blood Apostle sitting quietly on the chair with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. The two looked at the Blood Apostle in front of them with some strangeness, and for a long time, the Blood Apostle did not move. Li Huanhuan walked up, hesitated for a moment, and touched the horns on the head of the Blood Apostle with some excitement. Suddenly, a trace of red light flashed in the eyes of the Blood Apostle, and his eyes became lively. The Blood Apostle looked at the two people in front of him, and was silent for a long time before asking, "What do you want?" Li Huanhuan was startled by the sudden movement of the Blood Apostle, and her cheeks were slightly rosy. It's like this, Mr. Munger, Dahe has sent a message about the Golden Church. Oh! What is the news? The Blood Apostle asked in a deep voice. The Golden Church intends to pretend to accept your deal, and then invite the Dean of the Arcane Academy to ambush together and take back the Saint, Li Huanhuan said in a low voice. Chapter 106. Lear, who was far away in Stuart's mansion, also got the information through the blood incarnation. He could guess that the Golden Church might make some tricks, but he didn't expect that they actually planned to invite Elvin to deal with him together. Lear's expression was a little heavy. When he was in the Lord's cemetery before, he was able to briefly gain the power of the extraordinary class because of the protection of the Lord of Blood Source, but now he is just a high-level professional. If it were Sylvia and UR, he would still have the confidence to use the blood incarnation to lead Sylvia away, and then save the queen with the main body, but now there is an additional Elvin. It's different. The abilities of a super-level mage are all kinds of strange. A mage has almost no other shortcomings except being weak in close combat and fragile. The means are much more comprehensive than other professionals. If he wants to save the queen, he must stop Elvin from helping the Golden Church. Lear looked up at the night outside the window. The next day, Lear left the mansion early in the morning. It was late at night when he got the news yesterday. He couldn't disturb Elvin. Now he had to visit him, before Elvin agreed to the Golden Church. When he arrived at the Arcane Academy, a carriage with the emblem of the Golden Tree was parked at the door. Lear's expression was a little bad. He had been out very early, but it seemed that he was still beaten by the Golden Church. He walked into the Arcane Academy, causing a commotion. Many students were excited when they saw Lear. Lear now is not the same Lear as before. The name of the dual law professional has long been spread. Not long after he entered the academy, he saw Divine. Divine also saw Lear, and was stunned for a moment, then showed a happy expression. She ran to Lear. Lear, long time no see. How come you have time to come to the academy today? Are you going to learn new spells? Lear stopped, feeling a little anxious, but still smiled and said, I have something to find Uncle Irwin. Looking for my father? Divine was stunned for a moment. Yes, I wonder where Uncle Irwin is now. Lear asked. My father was meeting with the people of the Golden Church just now, and it seems to be the high priest of UR. Divine replied. Can you take me to see it? Lear smiled slightly. Divine blushed a little when she saw Lear's smile, and then nodded, okay, come with me. Dean's office. Irwin frowned as he listened to the words of the Golden High Priest in front of him. You want me to help you capture the Blood Apostle? Yes, Mr. Irwin, I heard that you are the only extraordinary wizard in the royal city. With your help, I think we can definitely capture the Blood Apostle. Wooer smiled and nodded. But I heard that the Blood Apostle intends to exchange the saint with you for the queen. Don't you plan to agree? Irwin asked again. That is the Blood Apostle's request. How can we agree to the request of a heretic? Wooer immediately denied. The Blood Apostle kidnapped the saint, which is a provocation to the Golden Church. We plan to pretend to agree to the Blood Apostle's request, and then unite to capture the Blood Apostle, so we need your help. UR told his plan, and Irwin showed a thoughtful expression. Although he did not participate in the action of eliminating corrupt believers, he had heard of the power of the Blood Apostle. It was reasonable for the Golden Church to invite him to capture the Blood Apostle together. But he actually admired the Blood Apostle, a heretic believer. The Blood Apostle was not as evil as other heretics. Instead, he did a lot of good things. Irwin also felt that he was a pity for the queen. Looking at Irwin's silence, UR was a little anxious. The more silent he was, the more likely he would be rejected. He gritted his teeth and took out a necklace from the storage item. Sir Erwin, if you are willing to help us, this relic of law is the reward. The name of this necklace is the Chain of Holy Glory. It has the ability to accelerate magic cultivation. At the same time, it can also resist a fatal attack for the wearer. It can be triggered once every 3 days. You are placed the necklace on the table. Any relic of the law is precious, even if the effect is not strong, but it also represents the relic of the gods. And the necklace in front of him is obviously powerful. It can accelerate the cultivation of magic power, and at the same time it can save life, which is even more precious to the mage. The mage is fragile. Although there is a spell shield, it is impossible to keep the shield all the time, so the mage is very afraid of being assassinated by a powerful assassin. With this relic of the law that can withstand a fatal blow, there is a chance to counterattack. Erwin was moved. Sir Erwin, you should know the preciousness of this necklace. This is the greatest sincerity I can show. Yuar said seriously. Listening to Yuar's words, Erwin nodded. Since the High Priest has invited me so kindly, I will naturally help the Golden Church. I will accept this necklace. You can contact me when you want to start. Excuse me, is Uncle Erwin here? Just when Erwin was about to accept the necklace, a voice came from outside the dean's office. Erwin and Yuar in the room were stunned for a moment. Erwin recognized that it was Lear's voice. He put away the necklace, glanced at Yuar, and then said, "Please come in." The door was opened, and Lear and Tiffany walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Lear felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, and his heart sank. Yuar also saw Lear. He did not have a good impression of Lear, and immediately stood up. "Mr. Erwin, since our business has been agreed, I will not disturb you." He glanced at Lear, then said goodbye to Erwin and left. Only Lear and 3 others were left in the dean's office. "Uncle Erwin, does High Priest Yuar want to see you for something?" Lear asked. Hearing this, Erwin immediately said, "You asked just the right question. I also want to talk to you. You should have heard about the Blood Apostle." Lear nodded. The Blood Apostle kidnapped the Saint, and planned to exchange her for the Queen. I think, since the Saint was kidnapped by the Blood Apostle, the princess is likely in the hands of the Blood Apostle. Erwin deduced, "Just now the Golden Church invited me to capture the Blood Apostle together, and I agreed. I think as long as the Blood Apostle is captured, we should be able to find the whereabouts of the princess. You help me rescue Divine, and I will help you find the princess," Erwin said sincerely, and Lear opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. "You said this, how can he ask Erwin not to help the Golden Church? The princess may be in the hands of the Blood Apostle. Don't you want to find the princess?" Lear has never felt so uncomfortable. Chapter 107. When he came back from the Arcane Academy, Lear was somewhat helpless. He finally failed to stop Erwin from interfering in the Queen's affairs. Erwin wanted to help him find the princess, which was no problem at all. Lear didn't even know how to refute. Although he failed to stop Erwin from cooperating with the Golden Church, Lear was not too distressed. The Golden Church planned to pretend to agree to the transaction, and then attack him during the transaction, but Lear had no intention of keeping the appointment at all. He just wanted to divert the attention of the Golden Church. Before the agreed transaction, he would take action directly after he figured out the layout of the Golden Cathedral. In the afternoon, Lear came to the Golden Cathedral. At this time, there were still many reporters in front of the Golden Cathedral. Wu looked at the reporters with a serious face, and read out the notice in his hand. The Golden Church is willing to agree to the Blood Apostle's request. The day after tomorrow, we will exchange the Queen for the Saint in the Lord's Cemetery. Yuar said seriously on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. Sylvia had accepted his plan. If he successfully rescued the Saint and captured the Blood Apostle, it would be a great achievement for him. The reporters around looked at each other. The Golden Church actually compromised? Please publish this news in the newspaper. Make sure the Blood Apostle can see it. Wu said again, and urged the reporters around. The reporters nodded one after another. Even if Wu didn't say it, they would not let go of such news. Now the most concerned thing in the whole royal city is the Queen and the Blood Apostle. This will affect their performance. Lyre watched from a distance. After getting satisfactory news, the reporters dispersed one after another, and Wu also returned to the Golden Cathedral. After waiting for half an hour, Lear also walked towards the Golden Cathedral. He walked in directly. The Golden Cultist who was guarding the door saw Lear coming. "Mr. Lear?" The cultist recognized Lear's identity, and said respectfully, "Is the High Priest Sylvia here?" Lear asked. "Are you looking for the High Priest?" The cultist was stunned for a moment, and then said with some embarrassment, "The High Priest is not in the church now. If you are looking for the High Priest, You may have to wait for a while. Not here? Yes. Lear glanced at the interior of the church without leaving a trace, and then said, Then can I enter the church to visit and wait by the way? The golden cultist was a little hesitant when he heard this. Seeing the golden cultist's hesitation, Lear took out the golden tree badge that Gas had given him. This should allow me to enter. Looking at the badge in Lear's hand, the golden cultist widened his eyes, and then his attitude changed. Of course, Mr. Lear, with the badge you can stay freely in the golden churches everywhere. Lear nodded when he heard this. In his previous life, someone had obtained the golden tree badge. This badge simply means that you can stay freely in the golden church, and the golden church will meet your living and food needs within normal limits. It's almost a permanent meal ticket for the golden church. With this, Lear can cross Sylvia and directly enter the golden cathedral. After all, the golden cathedral is generally not open to outsiders. At most, only the prayer room outside allows ordinary believers to pray. The interior of the church is the real golden cathedral. Generally, only the internal staff of the golden church and the legal professionals are allowed to enter, or when the princes and nobles who believe in the golden law hold weddings, they can apply to borrow the cathedral. Lear smiled, put away the golden tree emblem, and walked past the believers into the cathedral. When he arrived at the hall, Lear didn't see anyone. He felt a little strange. It should be prayer time in the afternoon. But the absence of people made it convenient for him to plan his route. Lear walked all the way and came to the entrance of the underground prison. There was a guard at the entrance. Lear stood far away. When the guard turned his back, he quickly walked forward and knocked the guard unconscious with a knife, and then walked in. Lear soon came to the position of the queen that the guard had brought him to before, but the prison was empty. The queen was gone. Across the prison, the Thai Dahe saw Lear and was stunned for a moment. Mr. Lear. Lear reacted from the doubts about the disappearance of the queen and saw Dahe, who was imprisoned opposite. Where is the queen? Lear asked. The queen was taken away by the people of the church. Dahe answered subconsciously. Where did you go? I didn't hear that. Dahe smiled awkwardly. Lear frowned, and things were beyond his control again. It was bad enough that the golden church invited Erwin, and now even the queen disappeared. Did the golden church move the queen? Was it afraid that he would break out of prison in advance? Where would it be moved? Lear took a deep breath and regretted why he didn't put a blood mark on the queen when he saw her before. Lear walked around the prison without giving up, and there was indeed no sign of the queen. After more than 10 minutes, he returned to the place where the queen was supposed to be with a somewhat ugly face, and was silent for a few seconds, and finally turned around and left. Dahe looked at this scene in a strange way, and watched Lear's back disappear into the prison. The queen disappeared, which was unexpected. When Lear returned to the mansion, he also received news from the blood incarnation. Dahe passed the information to Li Huanhuan and then to him. What's wrong? Seeing Lear's absent-minded look, Milia asked with concern. It's okay, I'm just thinking about how to rescue the queen. Lear smiled nonchalantly. I heard that the Golden Church has agreed to exchange the mother for the saint. Are you really going to release the saint? Milia asked. She already knew what Lear had done, but if the saint was released, her and Lear's affairs would be exposed. Even if the mother was exchanged, they would be in danger. The Golden Church didn't really agree. They just pretended to agree to my request, and then wanted to lure me out and arrest me. Lear shook his head. Milia's eyes widened, and after a while she said angrily, How can the Golden Church do this? Don't worry, I will rescue Her Majesty the Queen, and the saint will not be returned to them, and our secret will not be exposed. Lear stroked Milia's hair. His tone was relaxed, but his heart was a little heavy. By the way, how familiar are you with the Morning Star Scepter? Lear suddenly asked. I have completed the proficiency. Hearing Lear mention the Morning Star Scepter, Milia laughed. She directly picked up the scepter on the bedside, and the scepter emitted a faint blue light. I have mastered the two characteristics of the scepter. I can see anything that happens within a 10-kilometer range through the gemstone mirror, Milia said proudly, and the sapphire mirror of the Morning Star Scepter showed the outside scene. It was already dark outside, and the environment was a bit dark, but the image in the mirror of the Morning Star Scepter was very clear, and even in places without light, it could be seen clearly. Looking at the image in the mirror, Lear had a flash of inspiration and said to Milia, Can you adjust the image to the location of the Golden Cathedral? Of course. Milia nodded, slid on the scepter a few times, and the Golden Cathedral appeared in the mirror. Milia continued to click, and the image in the mirror continued to enlarge, and finally passed through the stained glass on the dome of the cathedral and entered the interior of the church. In the hall, Sylvia was talking with a group of golden cultists. Lear was shocked by the function of the Morningstar scepter. Does the mirror of the scepter also have a perspective function? As long as the starlight can shine in, you can see it. Milia nodded. Lear didn't know what to say. This function was really a bit against the sky. If you get closer, you can hear the sound of their conversation, Milia added. Her hand slid across the mirror, and soon Sylvia's voice came from the mirror. To be on the safe side, I have moved the queen. When we trade with the Blood Apostle, Gas will lead the other golden cultists to guard her. You and I will take the dummy to the Lord's cemetery to lure out the Blood Apostle. You have to let Archmage Elvin hide in the dark and don't alert the enemy. In the cathedral, Sylvia was making preparations for the trade, completely unaware that two pairs of eyes were watching them. Lear stared at Sylvia, hoping that the other party could tell him some information about where the queen was moved. But he was disappointed. Sylvia said nothing. How is it? Is this information helpful to you? Miria looked at Lear carefully. She really hoped that she could help Lear. Lear came back to his senses and smiled. Of course, it helps a lot. He patted Miria's little head, which was not to comfort her. Although Sylvia did not directly say where the queen was transferred to, she said that Bishop Gas would be guarding her, which means that Bishop Gas knew the whereabouts of the queen. Lear's eyes became gloomy. In this case, he could find out the whereabouts of the queen through Gas. Sylvia and the two strongest fighters of the Golden Church, planned to capture him together with Elvin, and only sent Gas to guard the queen. This was a good plan. If the Blood Apostle came to fulfill the deal, they could do their best to capture the Blood Apostle. If the Blood Apostle's deal was a scam, it was a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and they were going to the Golden Cathedral to snatch people, but the queen had been transferred. It can be said that Sylvia was very thoughtful and anticipated that the Blood Apostle might be deceiving them. Lear smiled. Sylvia was very powerful, but he had a cheat, long-range monitoring and perspective to find out. He pondered for a while, and made a plan in his mind. Since Sylvia was going to deceive him, he would play along. The Blood Apostle went to the appointment, and his real body rescued the queen. Sylvia thought he had attracted the Blood Apostle, but it was just an incarnation of Lear. Chapter 108. The news that the Golden Church was going to trade with the Blood Apostle quickly spread throughout the entire city. The reporters in the city were very hardworking, and a large number of residents in the city were looking forward to it. After many appearances, the Blood Apostle already had many believers in the city. Although they did not have the affinity for the blood law, they also regarded the Blood Apostle as the angel of the gods. Lear came to the Golden Cathedral again. This time he was looking for Bishop Gas. With the golden tree emblem, he easily entered the Golden Cathedral, and happened to meet Bishop Gas in the church. Bishop Gas. Lear walked up and greeted him. Master Lear. Bishop Gas was stunned for a moment. I heard that the Golden Church was going to trade with the Blood Apostle. Is this true? Lear asked, pretending to be melancholy. It's true, Master Lear. What do you want? Bishop Gas nodded. The melancholy expression on Lear's face became much calmer because of Bishop Gas's answer. He said with some expectation, Bishop Gas, the Milia you mentioned before might also be kidnapped by the Blood Apostle. Can you ask Archpriest Sylvia to tell us when trading with the Blood Apostle that our Stewart family is also willing to trade with the Blood Apostle? As long as the Blood Apostle is willing to release Milia, the Stewart family is willing to pay any price. Lear's tone was full of emotion, and Bishop Gas was slightly moved. He pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Don't worry, Master Lear, I will definitely explain it to Archpriest Sylvia, and I will definitely help you find out the whereabouts of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Then I leave it to you, Lear said gratefully, and couldn't help but give Bishop Gas a hug. Bishop Gas didn't refuse, but felt that Lear's feelings for the princess were sincere. He didn't notice that when Lear hugged him, a barely visible red light sank into his body. The hug lasted only a few seconds, and Lear let go of Bishop Gas. After chatting with him for a few words, Lear left. He had already put a blood mark on Bishop Gas, and as long as Bishop Gas went to find the queen, he could follow and find the queen's location. Now we just have to wait for the day when the transaction begins. Lear smiled with satisfaction when he walked out of the Golden Cathedral. When he returned to Stewart's mansion, Lear met Albert. Albert seemed to have been here for a while, and when he saw Lear appear, he stood up. Do you know that the Blood Apostle plans to exchange the saint for the queen? I know. What are your plans? Albert asked again. Lear knew that Albert was asking about Milia and the queen. If the Blood Apostle replaced the queen, how would he explain it to Milia? Albert didn't know that he was the Blood Apostle, and Lear didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being. He pondered for a moment and said, Father, can you trust me? What? Albert was a little puzzled. Don't do anything, and don't interfere in the affairs of the Golden Church. Leave everything to me, and I will bring the queen back, Lear said seriously. Albert looked at Lear, his eyes became deep, and at this moment he thought a lot about the relationship between the Blood Apostle and Lear. Before Lear woke up, he communicated with the Blood Law. He knew it. Maybe Lear and the Blood Apostle knew each other. After a long silence he said, I can trust you, but if you fail to bring the queen back, I will do it myself. Lear smiled, I won't bother you to do it. Time soon came to the day of the transaction. In a dilapidated house somewhere in the royal city, the Blood Apostle stood in front of Li Huanhuan and tied Li Huanhuan up with life-binding shackles. I don't know if he was used to tying up Ophelia at home, but when Lear tied Li Huanhuan up, he also tied her up in an extremely shameful way. Li Huanhuan's graceful figure was fully reflected. Ya widened her eyes at the side. Can this be watched casually? Li Huanhuan's live broadcast room was also boiling. Damn! Why did this NPC save the Valkyrie? It seems that he had bad intentions towards her. Is this game so exciting? Can this be broadcast? Where is the super administrator? You know what, the Valkyrie has a pretty good figure. Li Huanhuan blushed as she looked at the Blood Apostle who had tied her up. The other party's ferocious face did not change at all, but he just tied her up seriously. Mr. Ming, what are you going to do? Li Huanhuan asked tremblingly. Use you to pretend to be a saint. Lear explained casually. Huh? Li Huanhuan was stunned, and Yao Yao beside him was also stunned for a moment. What's wrong? The Blood Apostle raised his head strangely. The Golden Church is ambushing me, and wants to arrest me. Of course, I can't really take the saint there, so I just use you as a disguise. You are about the same size as the saint, but you can't tell if you cover your face. Lyre said, as a matter of course, and took out the scepter of Ophanina from the storage ring. Put this scepter on you too, the aura of the Golden Law, and it will make you closer to the saint. He tied the scepter directly to Li Huanhuan. Li Huanhuan looked at the scepter. Name, Holy Spirit Scepter. Category, Scepter. Grade, Extraordinary. Attributes, Spell Strength plus 90, Spell Chanting Speed plus 20%. Features, Holy Blessing. The Holy Spirit Scepter emits a gentle and powerful holy light, providing continuous healing effects for the holder. At the same time, the Holy Blessing can also be automatically triggered when the holder's health value is below a certain threshold, instantly restoring a large amount of health value and protecting the holder from fatal damage. Special Skill, Holy Judgment. The Holy Spirit Scepter gathers the energy of holy light, imposes holy judgment on the designated target or area, causing a large amount of holy damage, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Requirements, Golden Law Affinity 30%. This is a supernatural weapon, with powerful attributes, characteristics and special skills. Li Huanhuan has not changed her job yet, so where has she seen such advanced equipment? But even such a powerful equipment, Lear tied it to her body casually. Okay, you just need to be obedient, you can be resurrected, there will be no danger. After this matter is completed, I will reward you with a task and let you change your job to the blood law profession. Lear said like coaxing a child. Li Huanhuan's face flushed red, and the words of the Blood Apostle made her feel like a little girl. But who is she? The Valkyrie in the live broadcast industry. The barrage in the live broadcast room rolled wildly, all of which were teasing words. Li Huanhuan could already foresee that her appearance today would be uploaded to the video website for people to admire soon, and everyone would see her shameful side. Lyre didn't know what Li Huanhuan was thinking, so he picked up Li Huanhuan by the waist and carried her on his shoulders, and walked out of the door in a swagger. Chapter 109. The Lord Cemetery has not been fully restored since the last battle with the corrupted True Spirit. Many tombstones have fallen to the ground, and the fence of the cemetery is also in tatters. At this time, many people surrounded the Lord Cemetery. Fearless reporters flocked to it, and there were also many nobles and citizens. Didn't I say that nobles and citizens are prohibited from watching? Sylvia frowned and looked at the increasing number of people around him. His face was a little ugly. There is a tough battle to fight next. What if the Blood Apostles go crazy and slaughter so many people? Wu Er stood up when he heard this. It was his decision to let these people enter. Sylvia, we are about to capture a powerful heretic. How can there be no one to witness this great battle? Yuar said in a high voice, and with so many people, it is also convenient for Lord Elvin to hide inside and ambush the Blood Apostle. Sylvia listened to Yuar's explanation and felt that he was too stupid. She said coldly, "You better pray that nothing goes wrong." "Don't worry, Sylvia, we have 3 extraordinary professionals. No matter how powerful the Blood Apostle is, he is only one person, and our professional combination is strong enough. You are answered confidently. The Royal Guard Knight plus the Mage, and a Saint who can be both a prayer and a judge. Warrior, Mage and Priest, a classic combination. Just as Sylvia and you were talking, there was a commotion in the crowd not far away. The crowd that had originally surrounded them slowly dispersed, leaving a road. A hideous figure appeared at the end of the road. It was the Blood Apostle. Many people in the crowd knelt down immediately, and reporters were desperately taking pictures. Lier carried the masked Li Huanhuan and walked straight to the door of the Lord Cemetery, facing Sylvia. The two sides looked at each other, neither of them spoke, and a tense atmosphere spread. Lier saw Wu Er's hostile eyes, and did not hide it. Your Golden Church clearly published in the newspaper that you want to trade with me, but I don't see sincerity in the eyes of this high priest, the Blood Apostle said slowly. Sylvia glanced at Wu Er on the side. Wu Er's hostility was too obvious. At least, he had to wait until the Blood Apostle entered the Lord's Cemetery. They had already arranged the magic circle. What a waste! Who is more likely to cause trouble than to achieve success? Sylvia cursed in his heart, but smiled on the surface. She said to the Blood Apostle, "How could it be? We have brought the Queen." Sylvia motioned to the golden cultist to push up a wheelchair, and a woman wearing a veil was pushed up, and the woman's beautiful silver hair could be seen. "We brought the Queen. You should also bring the Saint, right?" Sylvia looked at the girl carried on Lier's shoulders. The Blood Apostle chuckled, of course. He reached out and patted Li Huanhuan's buttocks, and a crisp sound spread in the cemetery. "Woo!" Li Huanhuan exclaimed, her face flushed under the veil. She didn't say there would be such a plot when she came. While the Blood Apostle and the Golden Church were trading, Lier was also preparing to leave the Steward Mansion. "Milia, why don't you stay at home? I will rescue the Queen," Lier suggested to Milia helplessly. It was too dangerous to let Milia go out with him. Now that Ul and Sylvia were in the Lord's Cemetery, he was confident that he could rescue the Queen alone. And the Queen's position was not suitable for Milia to go there now. Hearing Lier's words, Milia pouted immediately. "You said you would take me with you." Lier sighed. "Okay, then, put on the mask." He took out a light blue mask from the storage ring and handed it to Milia. Milia took the mask, put it on obediently, and then put on a black robe. Lier also put on the bloody prisoner mask, and the two walked towards the Queen one after the other. According to the blood mark hanging on Bishop Gas, the Queen's position is in the palace. The Queen was imprisoned in the palace, and this was also the reason why Lier didn't want to take Milia with him. Imprisoning the Queen in the palace must have been agreed by King Rosser. Rosser agreed to imprison the Queen in the palace, agreed to the request of the Golden Church, and gave up the plan to let the Blood Apostle rescue the Queen. The King gave up the Queen and Milia's mother. If Milia knew, what would she think? In the prison of the palace, Rosser stood outside the prison door, and his wife was inside. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. "I'm sorry, Philia, you are willing to sacrifice yourself for me, but I can't betray the golden law," Rosser said with a bitter expression. Philia remained silent. Although she had no memory of her behavior in the Lord's Cemetery, she had heard others describe it roughly. It seemed very touching to surrender for Rose, but if it was really her, she thought she would not do it. It would be better to say that she would not be so stupid as to deliver herself to the Golden Church. She should leave quietly, and try to distance herself from Rose. The two have been husband and wife for so many years, and they have also considered what would happen if they were discovered by the Golden Church. It would probably be a parting of ways. But the current situation makes it very difficult for both her and Rose. When Philia thought of the scene of herself surrendering after being controlled by something, she could not help but feel a little resentful. "Philia, leave now," Rose suddenly said in a deep voice. Philia looked up and asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid that if you let me go, you will be punished by the Golden Church? I am a super professional. The Church can only punish me at most. Besides, I am the King of Brayful. They have to consider the impact on the kingdom, and won't do anything to me." Rosser smiled and said it easily. But Philia knew that this matter was not so simple. The Golden Church would definitely put pressure on Rosser to hand over some of his rights. The reason why the Brayful Kingdom changed from a believer of the War Law to a believer of the Golden Law was because the Golden Church caught him. When the War Church reacted, the king had become a believer of gold. The most powerful law sect was War, and gold and arcane came later. Unfortunately, the War Church has declined and only controls the Nox Empire and Stewart. Just as the two were talking, the guards outside suddenly ran in a panic. "Your Majesty, the Blood Apostle has broken in." "What?" Rosser was stunned for a moment. "Blood Apostle? Shouldn't the other party be in the Lord's Cemetery?" The Queen in the prison had her eyes lit up when she heard this. At this time, outside the palace hall, a group of royal knights looked at the two figures in front of them with vigilance, one of whom was the blood apostle. Lear stood in front of the hall. His blood incarnation could share the effect of the blood law's law relics under the blessing of the blood king's long robe. As long as he wanted, two blood apostles could appear, but there was only one knight rose. He did not give the blood incarnation to the Lord's cemetery, but kept it in the hands of the main body. Milia stood behind Lear, holding the Morningstar scepter in her hand, and didn't understand why Lear brought her to the palace. When the two sides confronted each other, Bishop Gass, who was arranged to guard the queen, rushed over, accompanied by Mori and other golden cultists. Seeing the blood apostle, both of them were stunned. Why did the blood apostle appear here? Didn't he go to the Lord's cemetery to keep the appointment? Blood apostle, you. Don't say any more nonsense, just leave the queen to me, Lier said in a deep voice. The blood incarnation and Li Huanhuan pretending to be the saint in the Lord's cemetery might not be able to deceive for long before they would be exposed. He must rescue the queen as soon as possible. Bishop Gass and Mori's faces were a little ugly. How could the blood apostle know that the queen was here? Who leaked the secret? I don't want to say it a second time. Lier's tone was cold, and the next second he came to Mori's side. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and directly hung Mori up with the life-binding shackles. You, what are you doing? Let me go! Mori shouted in panic. He was a mid-level professional, but he was completely unable to break free from Lier's life-binding shackles, and could only struggle in the air. On the other side, King Rosser also rushed over and frowned when he saw this scene. Blood apostle. Your Majesty, I know the queen is now imprisoned in the palace. Hand the queen to me, otherwise, I will not guarantee the life and death of this waste. The blood-red rose in Lier's hand was pressed against Mori's eyes. When he saw Mori, he thought of a way. Mori was the son of the high priest of Yuar, and Mori was used to threaten Rosser to hand over the queen. If Rosser didn't want to see the son of the high priest of Yuar die, he could only exchange the queen. Unexpectedly, a waste like Mori could still be used one day. Under the blood prisoner's face, Lear smiled. Before coming to the palace, he had thought about whether he would fight with Rosser. Now it seems that if everything goes well, he can easily take the queen away. Rosser listened to the words of the blood apostle, and was silent for a long time. Finally, his eyes became sharp. Philia is my wife. I will not hand over Philia to a heretic like you who has an unknown identity. Rosser's tone was very firm. The reason why he agreed to let the Golden Church lock Philia in the palace was because he didn't want the blood apostle to take Philia away. In any case, Philia was his wife. Even if he himself accepted the punishment of the Golden Church and let Philia go, he was unwilling to hand Philia over to a man of unknown origin. Wife. When the Golden Church wanted to judge the queen, did you ever think that she was your wife? Lier said coldly, and he was a little disdainful of Rosser's words. Milia, who was standing aside, was a little stunned when she heard the conversation between the two. What happened between her father and mother? She had never thought about such a question. Chapter 110. Lord Cemetery. The transaction between the Golden Church and the Blood Apostle is still going on. At this time, Sylvia was looking at the Blood Apostle opposite with an extremely dangerous look. This damn heretic actually flirted with her daughter in front of her mother. Seeing her daughter struggling, Sylvia wanted to rush up and cut the Blood Apostle into pieces. Can you put the saint down? She gritted her teeth, and the anger in her tone was hard to conceal. The Blood Apostle heard this, but did not move. He could sense the current situation of the main body, and he needed to delay time as much as possible. After a while of silence, when Sylvia seemed a little impatient, the Blood Apostle finally spoke. Don't worry, beautiful high priest, before the transaction, it is natural to confirm it. So, can you lift the queen's veil, and let me see it? He said, his eyes on the queen who had not moved. Sylvia's heart sank when she heard this. Originally, their plan was to lead the Blood Apostle to the cemetery where the magic circle had been set up, and then join forces with Eldon to capture the Blood Apostle and save Ophelia. But the Blood Apostle was too cautious. Sylvia came to the queen with an expressionless face, and then carefully took off the queen's veil, revealing the queen's appearance. It was indeed the queen's appearance, exactly the same as Lear's cognition, but the subtle tension in the other party's expression still made Lear feel abnormal. There was also a world of difference in temperament, and the real queen had long been transferred to the palace. The Blood Apostle chuckled. He didn't expect Sylvia to be able to come up with an almost identical counterfeit. Is it okay? Sylvia looked at the Blood Apostle, calm on the surface, but a little nervous inside. Haha, Miss Sylvia, if you are not sincere, this deal can be cancelled. The Blood Apostle smiled. What do you mean? The blood apostle's words made Sylvia's heart tighten. Do you think you can deceive me with a fake with an illusion spell? The blood apostle shook his head slightly. Sylvia's expression became ugly. The blood apostle actually saw through that the queen here was a fake? Was it a test, or did he really see through it? This is an illusion spell set by the extraordinary wizard Elvin. It should not be so easily seen through, and it is still at such a long distance. What are you talking about? What illusion spell? Do you want to break the contract? Sylvia pretended to be stupid, with a very tough attitude, as if the blood apostle was talking nonsense and wanted to break the agreement. You know whether it's true or not. I don't want to waste my words with you. The blood apostle shook his head. Under Sylvia's angry eyes, he moved the hanging saint in front of him, and sniffed the fragrance of the other person with infatuation. To be honest, I'm actually reluctant to return the saint to you. She tastes very good. Both her body and her blood are very delicious, he said, like a connoisseur tasting delicious food. The blood apostle's tone was very calm, and the crowds around looked at each other in bewilderment. The Golden Church actually used fakes to deceive the blood apostle? Is this still the sacred and solemn Golden Church in my impression? And what did the blood apostle say? The saint tastes good? Sylvia was completely stunned, and after a short silence, her body trembled. What did you do to Ophelia? She stared at the blood apostle in front of her, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The blood apostle looked at Sylvia fearlessly. I've already said that your daughter tastes very good. I like it very much. You deserve to die. Sylvia couldn't bear it anymore, and the scepter in his hand lit up with a sacred light. In front of the palace hall, the blood apostle and King Rosser were fighting fiercely. There is still some pressure for the high level to the extraordinary, but compared to the judge of the golden law, Lear's blood apostle is obviously more weird. A light red ripple swept across the whole scene, and almost all the golden cultists and royal knights fell to the ground with red faces. Having reached a high level, Lear's blood resonance became more domineering, controlling the target's blood to stop it from flowing, and finally making the target fall to the ground and faint. These operations were already very simple. Only Bishop Gas, a high-level prayer, survived. Lear looked at Bishop Gas, who was still standing. The auxiliary ability of a high-level prayer was very strong. He couldn't keep Gas to assist Rosser. Immediately, he raised the blood rose, and the heavy thorn sword in his hand turned into a blood spear, shooting at Bishop Gas. Bishop Gas, who was originally dizzy due to the blood resonance, saw this, and suddenly smoked in his 7 orifices. Just when he wanted to defend, the blood rose had already pierced in front of his eyes. The blood rose pierced Bishop Gas's shoulder, and directly pierced the man and the spear into a large tree in the distance. The powerful impact made Bishop Gas faint. Then the blood rose turned into a stream of light, and returned to Lear. At this time, King Rosser's attack also arrived, and the long sword in his hand was carrying a sacred brilliance. The holy pursuit of the extraordinary judge, Lear was not in a hurry. The next second, his figure turned into a ball of blood mist and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come to a golden believer who was bleeding from all 7 orifices. High-level blood apostle skill, blood echo. In addition to the previous blood bloom, this is another skill obtained after advancing to a high-level blood apostle. The blood apostle can travel through space through blood. As long as there is blood, he can move. It is similar to the flash of the mage, but blood is needed as a medium. Damn heretic. Can you only hide? Rosser roared. The blood apostle in front of him was too sensitive, not as strong as him in strength, and not as good in magic level, but he could do nothing to him. Damned heretic? Her Majesty the Queen is also a heretic. Should she die too? Lear responded coldly. Philia is different from heretics like you. Rosser took a deep breath. I don't know who you are, nor do I know your relationship with Philia, but Philia is my wife. I will not watch her being tried by the Golden Church. I will let her leave safely, instead of handing Philia over to someone like you. Lear was stunned for a moment. What does Rose mean? The other party was going to let the Queen go. For a moment, he was a little confused. He thought that the king agreed to imprison the Queen in the palace, which was a complete loyalty to the Golden Church and a signal of completely abandoning the Queen, but now it seems to be different from what he imagined. Not far away, Milia watched Lear and his father fighting, feeling a little overwhelmed. On one side was her fiancé, and on the other was her father. Who should she help? Why did they fight? Just when Milia was struggling, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. She patted Milia on the shoulder. Milia, why are you here? Milia was startled and quickly raised the star scepter. She turned around and just wanted to say something when she saw her mother looking at her, with a smile on her face. Queen Mother? Milia showed a happy expression. Queen Philia stood in front of Milia and looked at her daughter. Why are you here? Didn't I ask Lear to hide you? I asked Lear to bring me here. Milia was a little embarrassed, and then raised the Morning Star scepter in her hand. Mother, I can use the Morning Star scepter now. I can also help Lear. Oh, is that so? Philia was a little surprised. She stroked Milia's head. It seems that your Morning Star law is about to awaken. As she said, she turned her head, and looked at the Blood Apostle and Rose who were fighting not far away. Philia shook her head helplessly. Milia, give me the Morning Star scepter. Milia did not hesitate, and handed the Morning Star scepter in her hand to Philia. After taking the Morning Star scepter, Philia directly stimulated the power of the Morning Star scepter, and a magic circle emitting mysterious light instantly appeared at the feet of Lear and Rose. Lear and Rosser, who were still fighting fiercely, suddenly felt that they had lost their strength. They both staggered and almost fell. Enough. How long do you want to fight? Philia scolded with a bad smile. Lear and Rose were both stunned when they heard this. They looked to the side, and saw Philia looking at them. The queen was released. Lear was a little surprised, and Rose's expression was a little gloomy. When he came to see the Blood Apostle, he opened the prison where the queen was imprisoned and asked Philia to escape quickly. Letting Philia leave freely would just let the Blood Apostle take the blame, so that Philia would not fall into the hands of the Blood Apostle, and would not be tried by the Golden Church. Philia, didn't I let you escape? Rose said in a deep voice with some dissatisfaction. So I came out, didn't I? The queen smiled. You should understand what I mean. I want you to avoid the Blood Apostle and leave. Rose was still a little dissatisfied. Are you jealous, dear? Philia walked to Rose and kissed Rose gently on the face. Rose's old face blushed, but he didn't say anything. Philia smiled and stopped teasing her husband. Instead, she said to Lear, Thank you very much for coming to save me. No need. Lear shrugged and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Rosser. Philia, do you know the Blood Apostle? Rosser asked with some disapproval, looking at the Blood Apostle with hostility. When he learned that the Blood Apostle was going to exchange Philia with the Saint and the Golden Church, he felt very uncomfortable. He could not disobey the Golden Church, but a heretic was going to save his wife. This made him feel like he was replaced. And he had no idea who the Blood Apostle was, and what his relationship with Philia was. This is the jealousy that any man would have. His beautiful wife knows an equally powerful man, but as a husband, he doesn't know. Every man will have a sense of crisis. Chapter 111. Rosser, the Blood Apostle is the descendant of a friend of mine, don't think too much. Philia shook her head helplessly. She and Rose have been married for so many years. How could she not know what the other party is thinking? Descendant? Rose was stunned for a moment, looking at the Blood Apostle in front of him suspiciously. Since he is the descendant of a friend of Philia, he must know him, but he can't tell who he is. The other party's face is hideous, like a real demon, and Rose is a little confused. Your Majesty, are you going to let the queen go? Lear suddenly asked Rose. What's the problem? Rose snorted coldly. Do you think I will really watch Philia being killed by the Golden Church? Lear was silent after hearing this. Why did he come here if he had said this earlier? Seeing that the Blood Apostle stopped talking, Rose didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he asked Philia, Philia, I can't betray the Golden Law, so I can only let you leave the royal city temporarily. It doesn't matter, I understand your difficulties. Since I was discovered by the Golden Church, I have been prepared and have thought about what to do next. Queen Philia smiled gently. Have you planned what to do next? Rose asked in surprise, and glanced at the Blood Apostle while speaking. As long as Philia doesn't leave with the Blood Apostle, he can accept it wherever he goes. Yes. Queen Philia nodded. I plan to follow Albert to the Pharaoh Fortress. That is Stuart's territory, and the scope of the War Church. Without the Golden Church, I will not be in danger. Hearing Philia's words, Rosser thought for a few seconds and nodded. It's indeed a good choice. It's just right to take Milia with you. Milia doesn't have to hide in Stuart House. If she goes to Pharaoh Fortress, she won't have to worry about being discovered by the Golden Church. Philia added, and glanced at Milia beside Lear while speaking. Milia was wearing a light blue mask at this time, wrapped in a black robe, and her hair was covered. Rosser didn't recognize her yet. Lear was holding Milia's hand, and didn't let Milia and Rosser recognize each other. Philia could understand that Lear didn't want Rosser, a believer of the Golden Law, to know his identity. If Rosser knew that Stuart's heir was the Apostle of Blood, it would increase the risk of Lear being exposed as the Apostle of Blood. It would have an impact on the Stuart family. In this case, I will explain to Albert and ask him to take Lear and Milia to the Pharaoh Fortress. Rosser sighed helplessly. If Philia and Milia left, he would be the only one left in the palace. He did have a son, who was Milia's brother, but he was currently studying at the Imperial Law Academy of the Rhodes Empire, and would not be able to return until his studies were completed. Rosser felt a little resentful. Why was the doctrine of the Golden Law to eliminate all heretics? Filia had never done anything evil, and for the first time, he had doubts about the Golden Law. On the other side, in the Lord's Cemetery, the incarnation of blood was suffering from Sylvia's crazy attack. It has been proven that you should never provoke a crazy woman. After being enraged, Lier felt that it would be difficult for him to resist with only Sylvia. After confession, his overall attributes dropped a lot. If it weren't for the Blood Echo and Aslan royal swordsmanship, he would have been caught, and there were two extraordinary professionals, Uar and Erwin, beside him. Uar can be ignored, but Erwin is in trouble. The mage's frost spell restrictions, arcane spell attacks, if there were not too many people around, limiting Erwin's use of large-scale spells, Lier's situation would be even more difficult. While dodging, sensing that the main body was done, the Blood Apostle directly threw EP101 out. Before throwing it out, Lier also pulled out the Holy Spirit scepter that was tied to EP101. EP101's mouth was stuffed with cloth and could not speak, and could only make a terrified whimper. Sylvia was shocked to see her daughter thrown back, and quickly hugged her daughter. At this time, the life-binding shackles tied to EP101 also disappeared. Sylvia lifted the veil, but saw a strange face. EP101 looked at the woman in front of her with an embarrassed look, very beautiful, but also very deadly. She made a prompt decision, took out her long sword again, stabbed it into her chest, and performed a clean and neat suicide on the spot. Sylvia stared blankly at the strange girl, who committed suicide, and then a voice came from her ear. "You don't really think I would be stupid enough to bring the saint here? I will take good care of Ophelia for you." The Blood Apostle whispered softly in Sylvia's ear. Sylvia raised her head suddenly, and the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Just when she wanted to catch the Blood Apostle no matter what. The Blood Apostle in the air turned into a blood mist and disappeared. "Blood Apostle!" Sylvia roared. She was fooled again, and she was on the verge of exploding. Erwin fell from the air, and looked at the place where the Blood Apostle disappeared. He could feel that the Blood Apostle had not reached the extraordinary level, but he could hold on for so long in the hands of the three extraordinary professionals, and finally escaped. It was really amazing. He shook his head. Anyway, he had tried his best, and the final result was not something he could control. Yule also came over, and the face of the high priest was also a little ugly at this time. He recognized the person who had just committed suicide. It was the person who committed suicide at the door of the Golden Cathedral before, not the saint. The Blood Apostle did not bring the saint here from the beginning, but brought a fake like them. Now his perfect plan has completely gone to waste. Not only did he fail to rescue the saint, but he also failed to capture the Blood Apostle. Fortunately, they moved the queen, and she is still there. Uar took a deep breath. "Don't you think it's strange?" Erwin on the side suddenly spoke. "What?" Uar looked at Erwin. "Don't you think it's a bit strange that the Blood Apostle brought a fake to deal with us?" Erwin continued. "He knew that he was bringing a fake, and we didn't bring the queen, but he didn't run away immediately, but delayed with us for so long." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. At this moment, a golden cultist with blood on his face ran over from a distance, saw Sylvia and Uar, and said in panic, "The queen was taken away by the Blood Apostle." "What did you say?" Uar's expression changed completely, and he was a little bit unbelievable. The Blood Apostle was clearly fighting with them here just now, and rescued the queen in a blink of an eye. Even teleportation is not so exaggerated, right? And how did the Blood Apostle know where the queen was hidden? 2 days later, Stewart Mansion. Lear sat on a chair, opposite Queen Filia and Princess Milia, and sitting next to him was Albert. 2 days have passed since the Golden Church and the Blood Apostle traded, and the matter has almost spread. The queen was rescued, but the Golden Church failed to exchange for the saint. It is rumored that the Blood Apostle has the ability to clone himself, and he used his clone to fool the Golden Church, then went to the palace to injure King Rosser, and finally took the queen away. The Golden Church planned to steal the saint and capture the Blood Apostle, but in the end it became a laughing stock. Albert had a strange feeling when he saw the Queen Filia and Milia getting along well. Lear said he could bring the queen back, and he really brought the queen back. Albert also went to the scene to see the transaction between the Blood Apostle and the Golden Church, but he didn't expect that both parties had their own ulterior motives. "Lear, do you know the Blood Apostle?" Albert suddenly asked Lear. "I know him." Lear smiled. "The other party just sent the queen to you?" Albert still felt a little incredible. "Yeah, almost. Lear nodded. Albert looked at Lear deeply. His son was indeed connected to the Blood Apostle, and it seemed to be related to the original Lear's communication with the Blood Law before he woke up. He shook his head. He was not very opposed to this. He had a good impression of the Blood Apostle. At least, he was not the evil heretic law believer. Philia, do you really want to go to the Pharaoh fortress with us? Albert asked. Of course, Rose should have told you. Don't you welcome me? Queen Philia blinked. Albert smiled when he heard it, feeling like he had returned to the scene when Rose had not yet become king, and the three of them were adventuring. Of course not. I am very glad that Rose can make such a decision. Then let's set off in 3 days. It will be safer to leave earlier. Albert thought for a while and said, Now the Golden Church is searching for the Blood Apostle like crazy. You must take the Queen and Milia away as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Father, take Her Majesty the Queen away first. Lear suddenly said. Albert looked at Lear and frowned. Aren't you going with me? I still have some things to deal with. Lear smiled. Ophanina is still imprisoned in the basement. If you want to take the saint away, you can't take Albert with you. I go with Lear too. Milia walked to Lear and hugged Lear's arm. She also guessed why Lear left later. The Queen and Albert looked at the two people's postures and felt a little strange. Albert pondered for a moment, then said, Well, I don't know what you have to do, but I hope you can know the limit. Don't worry, Father, I know the limit. Lear nodded. Chapter 112. 3 days later. In front of the Stuart mansion, a carriage was ready to go. King Rosser, who had disguised his identity, looked at Queen Philia in the carriage with a somewhat lonely expression. Aren't you going with Albert? Rosser glanced at Lear, who was silent on the side. After a while, Lear smiled and didn't explain anything. The maids at home packed their luggage and got on the carriage one by one. These maids have awakened the affinity of the blood law. Lear was worried about sending them away, but fortunately he let Albert take them to the Pharaoh fortress. And these maids also know everything about them. When they arrive at the Pharaoh fortress, he doesn't need to find other servants. Stinky brother. Are you really not going with us? Avian in the carriage looked at Lear reluctantly. Sister, you guys go first, I catch up soon. Lear nodded to Avian. I wait for you at Pharaoh fortress, don't make me wait too long, you are my son after all, Pharaoh fortress will be handed over to you in the future. Albert also glanced at Lear. Lear nodded, and then the carriage slowly drove away from Stuart Mansion, leaving only Lear and Rosser. When you and Miria are going to leave, let me know. Rosser told Lear and left. The entire Stuart Mansion was empty, leaving only Lear and Miria, as well as Eno and Adele, and Ophanina in the basement. Master, when are we leaving? Back in the mansion, Eno walked to Lear. Miria also came out of the bedroom, looking at Lear with hope. As long as she left the royal city, and went to the Pharaoh fortress, she could go out openly, no one would know her. There would be no Golden Church either. Wait a week. Lear thought for a moment. It would take about half a month to get to the Pharaoh fortress by carriage. They would set off in a week. By the time they arrived at the fortress, the Queen should have been settled. Lear had to find a place to settle Ophalina down with Ophalina first, and it would depend on Albert's arrangement for him. It would be best if there was a separate mansion so that he could continue to keep Ophalina under house arrest. And he hadn't been back to the Pharaoh fortress for more than 10 years, so he didn't know much about the situation in the fortress. Lear shook his head. He always had a hunch that this trip to the Pharaoh fortress would not be too peaceful. Time passed slowly, and the royal city gradually calmed down. But it was only the lives of the citizens of the royal city that calmed down, but the Golden Church could not calm down. Sylvia began to search the whereabouts of the Blood Apostle in the royal city. Lear stayed indoors. The upper echelons of the kingdom knew that the Stuart family would leave the royal city and return to the Pharaoh fortress. Albert had already gone ahead, and Lear would leave soon. On the third day, Lear met the player again. This was the last day of the internal test. In the living room, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao handed over all the props and items on their bodies to Lear. Mr. Lear, Yao Yao, and I are about to return to the original world. Can you help us keep these things? Li Huanhuan said, and he and Yao Yao took out all the valuable things on their bodies. Li Er took a look and found that most of them were coins and some rags, but he also saw a rare item. The long-tailed cat pin was actually a relic of the law. Looking at the effect of the long-tailed cat pin, Li Er's expression was a little strange. It had only been a few days since the internal test, and Li Huanhuan had already obtained a relic of the law. Her luck was a little too good. I can keep it for you, but I need to remind you that I will leave the royal city in a few days and go to the Pharaoh fortress on the border. If you come back, you have to go there to find me to get these things back. Li Er smiled. The two women were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Li Huanhuan asked, Mr. Li Er, what kind of place is the Pharaoh Fortress? It is the base camp of our Stuart family, a place that believes in the law of war. Li Er explained. Believe in the law of war? Li Huanhuan's eyes lit up. She always liked tough battles. The law of war, as soon as she heard it, meant that she was good at fighting. Yes, there is only the Church of War in the Fortress of Pharaoh. There is no other orthodox sect. Does that mean that even the Golden Church is gone? No, Li Er replied. Li Huanhuan nodded. She was just thinking about staying away from the Golden Church. Her impression of the Golden Church has dropped to the freezing point in this internal test. It is a good decision to go to the Fortress of Pharaoh after the public test, but she thought of the Blood Apostle again. Since the last time the Blood Apostle threw her to Sylvia, the Blood Apostle disappeared, and even the blood law profession that was the reward for the task was not given to her. The task has been shown to be completed, and it is prompted to find the Blood Apostle to receive the reward, but the person is gone. Li Huanhuan showed a slightly resentful expression. What's wrong? Li Er noticed Li Huanhuan's mood change and asked. Nothing, just thought of someone. Li Huanhuan forced a smile. When we come back, we will go to the Pharaoh Fortress to find you. Li Er nodded, without saying anything more, and watched Li Huanhuan and the other girl leave. After the two left, he put away the items on the table, and took a look at the long-tailed cat pin. Maybe it would be useful, he thought, took a sip of the tea on the table, and always felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head, and he finally remembered. He hadn't transferred Li Huanhuan to the blood law profession yet. In the dead of night, Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao stood on the roof of the bell tower, looking at the night of the royal city below. In 3 hours, their internal test would be over. After a month, I still feel a little reluctant. This game is a little too real. And those NPCs are also very stupid. Yao Yao, are you sure you want to go to the Fortress of Pharaoh when the public beta is launched? You have changed your job to a mage, and there is no arcane academy there. Li Huanhuan looked at Yao Yao and said, It's okay, I will go wherever Mr. Li Er is. And Mr. Li Er is also a mage. I can learn from him. Yao Yao answered nonchalantly. The two women chatted casually, and behind them, a black shadow slowly emerged. So you are here. The Blood Apostle walked out of the shadows. Li Huanhuan and Yao Yao turned their heads reflexively, and seeing the Blood Apostle, Li Huanhuan was a little excited. It seems that the Blood Apostle is not a liar. She almost thought that the Blood Apostle ran away after using her. According to the agreement, I will let you switch to the blood law profession. Are you ready? The Blood Apostle said in a deep voice. I'm ready. Li Huanhuan raised his hand immediately. Li Er didn't say much nonsense. A bright red light flashed in his eyes, and a strange magic circle appeared under Li Huanhuan's feet. There are two professions in the blood law, namely Blood Knight and Blood Hunter. The former is more warrior-oriented, and the latter is more agile. I choose Blood Knight. Li Huanhuan made a decision without thinking too long. She liked frontal and large-scale battles. Li Er didn't say anything after hearing this. The power of blood law directly merged into Li Huanhuan's body. You switch to the blood law profession, Blood Knight. You gain Mystic +5, Physical +5. You gain Blood Knight Apprentice skills, Blood Contract, Blood-sucking / Li Huanhuan felt a lot of information appeared in her mind, and the skills of Blood Knight were engraved in the depths of her soul. She suddenly opened her eyes, grasped the long sword at her waist, and swung it forward. The long sword wrapped in bright red sword energy directly hit the wall of the bell tower, breaking the thick bricks. Li Huanhuan showed an excited expression. Li Er looked at this scene. Since she changed her job to Blood Knight, Li Huanhuan basically couldn't escape. It was extremely difficult for players to change their jobs in the game, and they needed to use extremely precious and rare props. Okay, since you have completed the job change, I should leave too. The Blood Apostle said in a deep voice. Mr. Munder, I am now a professional of the blood law. If I want to upgrade my rank in the future, where should I go to find you? Seeing that the Blood Apostle was about to disappear again, Li Huanhuan asked hurriedly. I show up when you need me. Li Er answered ambiguously. He was about to go to the Pharaoh Fortress. Since Li Huanhuan and others' things were also in his hands, he would naturally come during the public beta test. He could just look for them then. After Li Er finished speaking, he disappeared into the night without waiting for Li Huanhuan to speak again. Looking at the disappearing figure of the Blood Apostle, Li Huanhuan sighed helplessly. The Blood Apostle was good in every way, but he was too elusive. Li Er did not go home directly after leaving. In addition to Li Huanhuan, there was another person. The Golden Cathedral, the underground prison. Dahe felt that he had been forgotten. He had been imprisoned here for 5 or 6 days. Someone had come to torture and interrogate him before, but now, no one was left. It was said that all the believers of the Golden Cathedral were out, frantically searching for the whereabouts of the Blood Apostle in the royal city, and even the guards of the prison were transferred away. He had not eaten for 2 days, and the character panel was also warning him that he was about to die. Dahe was somewhat helpless, but it didn't matter now. Anyway, the internal test was about to end, but the Blood Apostle's mission reward had not yet been collected, and Dahe was a little itchy. Just as he was waiting for the internal test countdown, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the cell. Dahe was stunned for a moment, looked up at the suddenly appeared figure, and looked at the hideous face, and he suddenly felt like tears welling up in his eyes. Time passed in a flash, and the 1-week plan of Lear passed. He came to the basement, and he had not yet told the other party that he was going to take Ophelia away. Ophelia also knew nothing about the outside world. The door of the secret room was pushed open, and Lear saw the saint, who seemed to have gotten used to imprisonment. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ophelia turned her head. Lear would come to suck her blood every morning, and she was used to it. Even when Lear came in, she didn't move, still lying lazily on the bed. During the days of imprisonment, someone would bring her food every day, and she would sleep after eating. She had never experienced such a feeling. Like being treated as a pet by others, Ophelia began to think that there was nothing wrong with this, but Lear didn't come to whip her again, which made her a little disappointed. "Hey, my dear saint, we should leave here." Lear looked at the saint, who had gradually become a useless wood, and said with some amusement. Ophelia blinked her eyes, and looked at Lear, and it took a while for her to react. "Leave here? Where to go? Is this bastard going to let her go out of mercy?" Seeing that Ophelia didn't move, Lear walked up helplessly, pulled Ophelia up, and whispered in the saint's ear, "We are leaving the royal city, you have to go with me." "Leave the royal city?" Ophelia was stunned. Lear didn't answer, but leaned down and bit Ophelia's neck, tasting the blood of the pure saint. When Ophelia's magic power was sucked out by him, he let go. Ophelia's face became a little flushed. When Lear sucked her blood, her body always had some special reactions, making her feel weak and hot. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ophelia felt that she might really become a perverted woman. "Your mother is so angry with me. Now the whole city knows that the saint is possessed by the Blood Apostle. We must leave, and go to a safer place." Lear looked at Ophelina jokingly. "Mother? What did you do to my mother?" Hearing Lear mention her mother, Ophelina finally had some reaction. "Nothing, just let your mother think that the Blood Apostle possessed you." Lear smiled slightly. "How can you do this?" Ophelina said with a ruddy face. Her mother knew about her affairs. How could she see her mother in the future? "You can only stay with me for the rest of your life. Even if your mother knows, what does it matter?" Lear kissed the wound on Ophelina's neck. "Okay, don't say anything extra. Now you just need to follow me." Letting go of Ophelina, Lear took out a sack from the storage ring. "In order to prevent you from being discovered, I can only let you suffer a little. You want to put me in the bag?" Ophelina couldn't believe it. "The gate is being searched, and your portrait has been posted all over the royal city. For safety, this is the only way." Lear shrugged. He originally planned to tie Ophelia up and put her in the carriage to leave, but Sylvia set up a search at the gate, so he had no choice but to do this. "I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm just notifying you." As he said this, the life-binding shackles appeared out of thin air. Controlling the life-binding shackles, Lear directly tied up Ophelia's hands and feet, like a mummy. After doing all this, he also took out the drug that had knocked Ophelia unconscious before, and covered her mouth and nose. Just like that, Ophelia fell asleep with a face full of resentment. Lear put Ophelia in a sack, and carried her out of the secret room. Chapter 113. As soon as he walked out of the secret room, Lear saw Milia coming towards him. Milia had changed into a maid outfit, and her beautiful silver hair had turned into short black hair, and her blue eyes had turned black. If you were not very familiar with Milia, you would not be able to tell that the girl in front of you was the princess. "How is it?" Milia held up her skirt and turned around. "Very beautiful." Lear smiled. Milia blushed and said unhappily, "I'm asking you, how is my disguise?" "Very suitable. I think even His Majesty the King would not recognize you if he didn't look carefully." Lear touched his chin. Milia nodded, looked down at herself, and approved of Lear's words. "Where is the saint?" Milia suddenly asked. "Here." Lear pointed to the sack on his shoulder. "You put the saint in the bag?" Milia covered her mouth, a little surprised. "Won't it be dangerous?" It's okay, a high-level professional won't be so easily injured. Lear shrugged. As he said that, he walked to the carriage parked in the garden, opened the door, and in front of Milia, he directly put Ophelia in the space under the cushion of the carriage. Then he covered the cushion again, as if there was nothing. Milia was stunned. Watching Lear's skillful movements, she suddenly felt fortunate that she was Lear's fiancée. Otherwise, she might have to accompany the saint now. Milia's body trembled slightly, and her expression became a little complicated. After settling Ophelia, Lear and Miria came to the living room. The king had been waiting for a long time. Standing next to them were Eno and Adele. Since he advanced to a high level, Lear could feel that his control over the blood law professional had become more comprehensive. Now Adele already knew Lear's identity, and was almost completely loyal to him, both physically and mentally. Seeing Lear and a strange maid appear, Rose was stunned for a moment, looked at the maid carefully, and then said strangely, "You are Miria?" "Yes, father." Miria gave Rose a hug. "How can you let Miria wear a maid's clothes?" Rose looked at Lear with some dissatisfaction. "It has nothing to do with Lear," Milia said immediately. "I borrowed it from Eno, and I took the initiative to dress like this." Rosser looked at his daughter helplessly, and it had only been a short while since she turned her elbow outward. "Okay, Milia, you must be careful when you follow Lear to the Pharaoh fortress, and write to me if you have any problems." "I know, father." Milia nodded. After everyone chatted for a while, Lear, Milia, and Eno got on the carriage. Lear drove, and Milia and Eno sat in the carriage. Sylvia now searches the city gate every day. "Are you sure there is no problem?" Rosser looked at Lear, who was about to drive away, and asked in a deep voice. "Don't worry, there will be no problem." Lear smiled, pulled the reins, and the horse started to move. Watching Lear and others leave, Rosser also left with some melancholy. A carriage with the Stuart lion emblem engraved on it drove along, and many nobles stopped to watch. The news that the Stuart family was planning to leave the royal city had already spread. Duke Norton stood on the street, watching the slowly approaching carriage, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Albert had accepted his compensation before, the Stuart family was still a huge stone weighing on his heart. Now that Stuart had left, he could temporarily put his mind at ease. When the carriage passed in front of him, Duke Norton saw Adele sitting in the carriage. Adele also saw her father, but her eyes did not fluctuate at all. She was Lear's now, and everything she had belonged to Lear. Lear drove the carriage and arrived at the city gate in about half an hour. Sylvia also stood at the entrance and exit of the city gate, watching the flow of people. The former saint looked a little tired, and it seemed that the matter of the blood apostle really troubled her. The carriage stopped in front of Sylvia. "Your Excellency the High Priest," Lear greeted with a smile. Sylvia glanced at Lear, then glanced at the inside of the carriage, where three beautiful maids were sitting side by side. She had also heard that the Stuart family was planning to move out of the royal city, so she didn't say much. "Let them pass," Sylvia said to the golden believers beside her. The blockade was lifted, and Lear smiled. When he was about to leave, he said to Sylvia, "Archpriest Sylvia, I believe that Her Highness the Saint must still be alive. May the law of war bless you." Sylvia was stunned for a moment, and the golden church around him looked at each other. Lear chuckled, stopped talking, and drove the carriage out of the city gate. It was not until Lear walked away that Sylvia reacted, and her eyes looking at Lear became a little complicated. After walking far away, and no longer seeing the walls of the royal city, Lear stopped. He heard a series of humming sounds coming from the carriage. Milia and the other two girls also felt that something was vibrating under the cushion. "Let Ophelia out." Lear nodded to Milia. Milia stood up, and Eno and Adele also stood up and sat on the cushion on the other side. Milia opened the cushion and saw a sack inside that was constantly squirming. After taking out the sack, Milia untied the rope. Ophelia poked her head out with messy hair and a face full of anger, but her mouth was stuffed with a towel, and she couldn't speak. Until Milia took out the towel, she glared at Lear, who was driving. "Lear, how can you do this to me? Your Highness, please watch your words. You are my prisoner now. No matter what I do to you, you can't resist." Lear continued to drive the car and said lightly. Ophelina paused, gritted her teeth, but didn't say anything else. After spending so much time with Lear, she almost understood Lear. If you talk to the other party nicely, the other party will not embarrass you. But if you want to go against Lear, the end will definitely not be too good. Ophelina snorted coldly and looked out the window. "Since you have left the royal city now, can you untie me?" "No, you can only stay like this until we arrive at the Pharaoh fortress to settle you down." Lear ruthlessly denied Ophelina's request. The carriage was driving on the main road. The main road of the kingdom was not as flat as Lear's previous life. It was just an ordinary sandy road, but the ground was still flat. In the carriage, Ophelina looked at the scenery outside boredly. She was not tied up now. In the end, Lear untied her. After all, the journey to Fort Pharaoh was long. As a woman, Ophelina always had some needs, so Lear untied some of the life-binding shackles so that Ophelina could deal with her physiological needs. Of course, it would only be untied during the day and tied again at night. Lear didn't want to pay attention to whether the saint would escape when he rested at night. Milia glanced at Ophelina sitting opposite. She had tried to talk to the saint along the way, but Ophelina was always indifferent. The sky gradually darkened. They had been driving for a week and had gone halfway. They would reach Fort Pharaoh in another week. Lear stopped the carriage and fed some hay to the horses. Then he took out some food from the storage ring and everyone started eating. After eating and drinking, everyone found a sheltered place to rest. Milia and the other two girls got off the carriage and set up the tent, while Lear slept in the carriage with Ophelina. Soon everyone fell asleep. In the dark corner, 3 shadows were slowly approaching the carriage where Lear and others were. When they saw the lion logo on the carriage, the shadows paused. It should be this. This is the family emblem. The leading man in black said in a deep voice. Get ready, move quickly, and make sure to kill everyone in the carriage and the tent. Mr. Roberto, just a mid-level wizard, and 3 maids, they can't survive. Another man in black said disdainfully. Can we keep the 3 maids? I saw them during the day, and they are so beautiful. Damn nobles, such beautiful women are just maids. The remaining bloated man suddenly said. He looked at the tent not far away with a lustful look. Whatever you want, Habib, as long as you can kill Lear, you can do whatever you want with the remaining women. The black-clothed man named Roberto nodded. I want the maid with long black hair. Ha ha, Gio, it seems you are greedy too. Habib laughed. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they walked towards the carriage carefully one by one. Under the cover of the night, they could not see their figures, as if they had disappeared. Just when the 3 of them came to the carriage and were about to open the window of the carriage, the blood apostle with a hideous face was watching them from the big tree above their heads. When the 3 of them were about to take action, he jumped down from the sky. The 3 cautious people were startled, and they suddenly burst into rapidity and retreated violently. They stared at the demon who suddenly appeared, with bright red pupils emitting strange red light, and the horns on the forehead were also terrifying and hideous. What? Roberto, the leader, whispered. The blood apostle did not answer, but just looked at the 3 people in front. In the carriage, Lear, who was originally sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the abnormal movement of the blood apostle. Before going to bed, he gave the blood incarnation a simple night watch order. Now the blood incarnation moved, indicating that something abnormal had occurred. When Lear woke up, the red light in the eyes of the blood apostle outside flashed and became more agile. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. Based on Lear's gaming experience in his previous life, he recognized the 3 people's professions at a glance. Spy, under the law of war, there is another profession besides the war knight and the berserker, famous for its powerful concealment, tracking and assassination abilities. Why would there be a spy here? And the level is not low. Lear looked through the window in the carriage. There was 1 high level and 2 mid-level ones. This is already a powerful force. In the dark night, neither side spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. Lear got off the carriage carefully. Seeing the 3 spies, he thought a lot. In Brayfield, almost all the professionals of the law of war stayed in Stuart's territory, not to mention the high-level spies. The other parties seemed to be coming for him. Why would the spies in Stuart's territory come to him? It was still late at night, obviously plotting something bad, or assassination. Lear walked out of the darkness, and appeared in front of everyone. Are you here to kill me? He asked directly. The 3 spies were stunned when they saw Lear, and then their eyes became gloomy. The young man in front of them was their target, and they had seen the portrait. Roberto, the leader, looked gloomy. He originally planned to assassinate Lear without anyone noticing, but now he was discovered. But it doesn't matter. A mid-level mage can't make any waves. The only thing that makes him feel a little afraid now is the devil standing not far away. My friend, our target is Lear. This is an internal affair of the Stuart family. If you don't want to provoke Stuart, don't interfere. Roberto threatened. The blood apostle still didn't speak, but Lear raised his eyebrows. These 3 spies are indeed from the Stuart family, but are they here to assassinate him? Lear raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the Stuart family is not as simple as he imagined. He has been away for so long, Not everyone wants him, the heir, to go back. Is there anyone who wants to compete with him for the position of Stuart's heir? Lear thought to himself. But soon, he shook his head. Avian returns to the Pharaoh fortress once a year. He has never heard that Albert has other heirs, and he has never heard that Albert has other sons in the game plot of the previous life. Who wants to kill him? Lear fell into deep thought. My friend. Do you want to provoke the Stuart family? Seeing that the blood apostle was motionless, Roberto threatened again. This time, the blood apostle raised his head, and red light flashed in his eyes. Lear also raised his head, and looked at the 3 spies in front of him. He waved his hand, and the blood apostle came to him. Are you going to threaten my incarnation? He showed a funny smile. Incarnation? Roberto was stunned for a moment, then understood. The demon in front of him, who gave him a strong sense of oppression, was actually the incarnation of the assassination target? You are Stuart professionals, but you come to assassinate me, the heir of Stuart. Lear interrupted Roberto directly. I'm curious, who wants me dead? He looked at Roberto, with a gentle smile on his face. That smile did not carry the slightest malice, but it made Roberto's hair stand on end. Can you please tell me, please? Lear took out the night rose. Chapter 114. You triggered the mission assassination from the shadow, sea level. You were assassinated by unknown spies. They came from your hometown, Stuart. These spies were instructed by someone, and seemed to have some secrets behind them. Mission target: kill these spies. Mission reward: 50,000 experience points, 10 gold coins. The mission panel popped up in front of Lear. Lear just took a look and closed it. He was used to it. Roberto's expression became gloomy. Things were beyond his expectations. The information clearly showed that the heir of Stuart was only a mid-level mage, but whose mage had such a terrifying incarnation, and the opponent's own magic fluctuations were obviously not at the mid-level level, and there was also the black and purple rapier. Even at such a distance, he still felt a sharp breath. Roberto took a deep breath, was silent for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and said to his companions around him, "Go!" Hearing the order, the other 2 spies rushed up without hesitation. Lear did not move, and the blood incarnation beside him rushed up. The bright red life-binding shackles appeared in the dark night, and wrapped around the 2 people. The 2 spies were very agile and knowledgeable. The sudden appearance of the chain startled them, but they quickly reacted. The power of the law of war on their bodies fluctuated, and their speed suddenly increased, quickly bypassing the blood incarnation. Lear looked at the other party's actions. He was a very experienced spy, not like Mori, who had professional skills, but very low combat effectiveness. They were professionals, who had truly experienced fighting. However, the mid-level professionals are still mid-level, not worth mentioning at all. A faint blood color flashed in the eyes of the blood incarnation, and the blood resonance was activated. The 2 spies who rushed over the blood incarnation and rushed towards Lear felt a sense of suffocation in an instant, and the blood in their bodies seemed to stop flowing. This feeling did not last long, but it was enough to stop the 2 people's actions. Then the life-binding shackles wrapped around them again. This time, the 2 people had no ability to resist at all, and were directly entangled by the life-binding shackles into a dumpling. When the 2 people recovered from the feeling of suffocation and wanted to struggle, they found that their physical strength was rapidly fading. Not far away, Roberto looked at the 2 people who were bound at a glance, and his expression became even uglier. Just an incarnation easily solved 2 mid-level spies, and didn't even make a big move, and even the main body didn't move. As an excellent spy, when you judge that you can't fight, you will evacuate immediately. A spy is responsible for investigation and assassination, so there is no need to fight like a berserker. Roberto turned around after just a moment of thinking, and burst out with terrifying speed. He actually ran away directly. Seeing Roberto running away, Lear was a little amused. He narrowed his eyes, and the blood swirled in his hands, and then wrapped the night rose. The terrifying and hideous blood rose appeared in his hand. He raised the blood rose, and the bright red light turned the heavy thorn sword into a spear, and then Lear threw it out with force. Roberto ran desperately. The intelligence was wrong, and the Stuart heir in front of him was not a mid-level mage at all, he thought to himself, but the next moment, a buzzing sound came from behind, and Roberto's hair stood on end. He looked back and saw a stream of bright red light rushing towards him like red lightning, carrying the breath of death. Roberto instinctively used his strongest means of life-saving and forced to escape. High-level spy skill: remove the control effect of oneself, force oneself into an unselectable escape state, lasting for 1 second, and move 100 meters in the selected direction. At the moment Roberto activated the skill, the blood spear pierced his body. Feeling the violent power, Roberto was scared for a while, and the next second his body appeared 100 meters in front of the right. Roberto breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to speed up his escape, but before he could rest assured for a while, the bright red spear 100 meters away turned and stabbed at him again. Death thorn piercing has the attribute of a sure hit, so such an escape is meaningless. This time, Roberto didn't have time to react. The spear pierced Roberto's shoulder straight, carrying Roberto all the way, crashing into several large trees, and finally piercing the tree trunk. Roberto's face was pale, and the blood bar above his head dropped a lot. Lear smiled at this scene, and then instructed the blood incarnation beside him to bring Roberto back. The 3 spies were caught by Lear without any resistance. The blood incarnation tied Roberto with life-binding shackles, and the blood rose was back in Lear's hands. The hideous hole on Roberto's shoulder showed how terrible the previous blow was. Blood continued to flow from Roberto's body. If he didn't have the physique of a high-level professional, he would have died long ago. What happened? The 3 girls, Milia, who were resting in the tent, were also awakened by the sound of fighting. Nothing, just 3 assassins. Lear smiled. Assassins? Milia's eyes widened. Lear nodded, without explaining, but looked at Roberto. Can you tell me now who sent you? Roberto was silent. He had been a spy for so many years, and he knew better than anyone what would happen to people like them if they were caught. Even if the truth was told to Lear, the other party would never let them go. Who would let go of an assassin who wanted to kill him? You will never know. How can you, a person who has betrayed the laws of war, return to Fort Pharaoh and inherit the glory of Stuart? Roberto said sarcastically with a miserable smile. As he said this, he suddenly chewed in his mouth. After about 3 seconds, his body trembled, and dark blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Without giving Lear a chance to interrogate him, his health bar began to drop madly, and finally completely emptied. Roberto actually committed suicide. Lear frowned slightly. The other party committed suicide too decisively. He didn't even have time to stop it. He looked at the other 2 spies again. Their bodies trembled like Roberto, and in a very short time, the health bars on their heads were emptied, turning into 2 dead bodies. This is a high-level spy plus 2 mid-level spies, not just cats and dogs. There is only one extraordinary level war knight, Albert, in the entire Stuart. Apart from Albert, high-level professionals are the strongest, but now the other party committed suicide without hesitation. Who could make a high-level professional willing to commit suicide for him? Lear was silent. You completed the task of assassination from the shadow, sea level. You gained 50,000 experience points, and 10 gold coins. The 3 girls of Milia on the side also showed a frightened expression when they saw this scene. The appearance of the 3 people committing suicide was still a bit creepy. Lear. Milia grabbed Lear's sleeve. It's okay, they just committed suicide. Lear came back to his senses and smiled indifferently. You go and rest, it's okay now. He said that he took Milia and the 3 girls back to the tent. After comforting the 3 girls, Lear returned to the bodies of the 3 people and searched their belongings. He didn't find anything useful, only some coins. He cut off the heads of the 3 people with a night rose, took out a wooden box from the storage ring, froze the heads of the 3 people with frost spells, and put the heads into the wooden box. Since the 3 people came from Stuart, Lear was ready to wait until he arrived at the Pharaoh fortress to investigate the details of the 3 people. High-level professionals must not be unknown in the Pharaoh fortress. After settling everything, Lear also returned to the carriage. Ophelina also woke up, looked at Lear and asked, "What happened?" "It has nothing to do with you." Lear shook his head. Ophelina gritted her teeth, snorted coldly, and turned her head. There was no conversation that night, and the second half of the night was calm. When the sun shone from outside the carriage, Lear and others packed their luggage and set off again. What happened last night was just a small episode. Although Lear felt a little strange, he didn't care much. This was the confidence brought to him by his own strength. In the next few days, the group did not encounter any more dangers. After walking and stopping, they finally arrived at the Pharaoh fortress a week later. Pharaoh Fortress. Located in the southwest of the Kingdom of Brayful, it borders the Kingdom of Nox in the south and a series of continuous decision mountains in the west, which are home to a large number of magical beasts and monsters. This is the largest city in the southwest of the kingdom. Its area and prosperity are not much less than that of the royal city of Brayful. Here, the law of war is believed in, the folk customs are simple, and the fighting power of the residents is very strong. Because they have to resist the beast tide of the decision mountains every year, the war church awakens the law of war for the residents for free every year, so that there are also many professionals here. When the carriage gradually approached the Pharaoh fortress, The towering walls were completely different from those of the royal city, and they looked more magnificent and more solid. Lear recalled the memory of his previous life. He had been here before. When he first came here in his previous life, he was shocked. The atmosphere here is completely different from that of Brayful. There is no deep-rooted class distinction between nobles and commoners. There is only one noble family, the Stuart family, and although there are many knights under the family, but most of them are commoners, and then they are granted knighthood by Stuart. They manage the public security of the fortress, and there is rarely any bullying. Because the war church helps civilians awaken the affinity of war laws for free, people here will go to the fortress arena to resolve their grievances and use duels to resolve conflicts. But this does not mean that there is no darkness here. It is just much better than other cities. In short, the Pharaoh Fortress and the Brayful Royal City are two completely different places. In the previous life, there were players who joked that the Stuart territory was another kingdom with complete autonomy and self-control, and it was a country within a country. Chapter 115. The carriage arrived at the city gate. Before arriving at the Pharaoh Fortress, Lear wiped off the lion emblem of the Stuart family on the carriage to avoid attracting attention. The reason why he separated from Albert was to have time to settle Ophelia. "Are we there yet?" Milia looked out the window through the curtains curiously. It was also her first time to come to the Pharaoh Fortress. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was also a little shocked. "We are here, but we have to wait a while before we can take you to see Her Majesty the Queen." Lear nodded, and then glanced at Ophelia. In order to prevent Ophelia from making a fuss, he handed a handkerchief to Milia. "This is the drug I prepared. Let's knock Ophelia unconscious temporarily," Lear said lightly. Ophanina, who was indifferent at first, sat up straight when she heard Lear's words. "What are you going to do now?" Ophanina was very angry. "Are there any human rights?" He knocked her out at any time. Milia was also a little hesitant. "Let's do it. Ophanina's affairs cannot be discovered. We must be cautious before we settle down in the Pharaoh Fortress." Lear's attitude was firm. Although it was unlikely that others would recognize Ophanina, it was better to be on guard. At Lear's urging, Milia finally took action and stretched out her handkerchief to cover Ophanina's mouth and nose. Ophanina looked unwilling, but she had no choice and soon fell asleep. Lear waved his hand and removed the life-binding shackles on Ophanina's body, and then took out a woman's lace hat from the storage ring, cover Ophanina. "We will find a hotel to settle Ophanina there first." Milia did as she was told, and put the lace hat on Ophanina's head, making her look like she was asleep. At this time, the carriage also drove to the guard at the city gate. The guard walked up and was slightly stunned when he saw Lear's appearance, but he returned to normal in an instant. He said, "The fee to enter the city is 10 copper coins." Lear took out 10 copper coins from his arms, and handed them directly to the guard. The guard didn't say much, and then waved to let him go. Passing through the deep city gate passage, the lively noise came from all around. Pedestrians and carriages were flowing, all kinds of strange stalls were dazzling, and there were little book boys shouting to sell newspapers. Most of the pedestrians around were wearing armor, with weapons on their waists or backs. Most of these were adventurers from the Fortress Adventurer Association. As soon as Lear entered the fortress, he could feel the eyes cast from all around. His appearance was too outstanding, and with his golden hair, he looked particularly noble and elegant. Lear sighed slightly. Even though he had erased the Stuart family crest on the carriage, that damn charm could not be erased. "Look at that man, he looks even more handsome than Knight Yazan. Oh my God, who is that gentleman? He's so handsome, do any of you know him?" There was a burst of discussion from all around, and Milia in the carriage couldn't help pouting when she saw these women staring at Lear. These women really don't know how to be reserved. Why do they stare at a man like this? So rude. Lear turned a blind eye to these discussions. He was looking for a more upscale hotel to settle Ophelia down, but he couldn't remember the layout of the Pharaoh Fortress very clearly. Just when he was a little distressed, a hot lady came in front of him. The woman was wearing armor. Although it was winter, there was still a large area of skin exposed outside. This was a professional of the law of war, and she seemed to be quite strong. "Handsome man, do you seem to need help?" The woman stared at Lear intently, licking her rosy lips, as if she was looking at some delicious food. "My name is Hannah, a gold-level mercenary, and I am quite famous in the fortress of Pharaoh. You seem to have just arrived. Do you need me as a guide?" Lear smiled and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. "My name is Lear, beautiful lady. As you can see, we have indeed just arrived at the fortress of Pharaoh. Now we plan to find a better hotel to stay in. Do you have any good recommendations? If you can take me there, I can pay you." Listening to Lear's words, the woman named Hannah's eyes lit up slightly. Sure enough, a man who looks like a gentleman is also very comfortable when he speaks. Although many people had flattered her and praised her beauty before, it felt completely different when it came from Lear's mouth and from other people's mouths. Hannah's eyes became a little hot, and she smiled like a flower. Handsome Lear, I'm just looking for a hotel. What kind of hotel do you want to find? I hope it can be a hotel with better public security and privacy, and money is not a problem. Lear also smiled. Is that so? Hannah blinked, and she learned another piece of news from Lear's words, that this is a man who is not short of money. He was handsome and rich. She hadn't tasted such a high-quality man for a long time. Just as she was thinking about how to trick Lear, Millia in the carriage couldn't help it. We don't need your guide. The girl opened the curtain and looked at Hannah angrily. She really couldn't stand it anymore. The woman in front of her was openly seducing her man. Although the other party hadn't shown it too directly, how could Millia, who was also a woman, not understand that kind of hot eyes? The sudden appearance of the girl made Hannah stunned for a moment. She looked at Millia with a flash of surprise in her eyes. The soft silver hair and the blue pupils made her feel ashamed. For the first time, she felt a little unconfident about her appearance. Millia. Lear also turned his head and saw Millia's determined eyes. He shook his head with a bit of a smile, then looked at Hannah on the side. I'm sorry, ma'am, my fiancé is a bit shy, so can you show me the way? We can just go by ourselves. Fiancé? Hannah came to her senses, looking at Lear and Miria, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. She seemed to be a bit redundant. She was a bit disappointed. Since the other party had a wife, she didn't want to destroy the relationship between a couple. Well, the hotel you want to find is. Hannah gestured to Lear for a while. The route was quite complicated. Lear listened carefully and nodded in the end. Did you really remember it? Do you need me to draw a map? Hannah asked. No, ma'am. I have already written it down. Thank you for your help. Lear smiled. Hannah was a little surprised. She remembered it in such a short time. The place was not far away. Lear gestured to Hannah without explaining. Then we will meet again if we are destined to meet again. Lear said goodbye, pulled the reins, and drove the carriage away. Hannah stood there with a little pity after watching the carriage leave. She shook her head and left. When the two of them walked away, the guard in front of the city gate came out and looked at the direction where Lear left with some doubts. Then he handed the task of guarding the city gate to other guards and hurried away. In an ordinary room, a handsome young man paced back and forth in the room. His expression was a little worried. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. When the young man heard the sound, his expression changed and became expectant. He opened the door and saw the person coming. He was a little disappointed that it was not the person he was waiting for, and then asked, "What's the matter with you running here in such a hurry?" "Sir, I saw the person in the portrait you gave me at the city gate," the guard said hurriedly. "What did you say?" The young man was startled. His expression became gloomy, and then he seemed to think of something. "Then did you see Mr. Roberto?" "Mr. Roberto? No, did Mr. Robert go out?" The guard was a little confused. The young man's expression became even gloomier. He was silent for a long time before asking, "Did you see where the person in the portrait went?" The guard was stunned for a moment, and then remembered the conversation in front of the city gate just now. "I remember that he seemed to have gone to the Kent Hotel." "Kent Hotel?" The young man heard this, and his originally gloomy expression eased slightly. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to have thought a lot at this moment, and finally his eyes became gloomy. "Okay, I know you go down. Don't let anyone know what I asked you to do." He waved his hand, signaling the guard to leave. The guard nodded, turned around and wanted to leave. But just as he turned around, the young man behind him drew out the long sword from his waist and stabbed the guard's chest fiercely. The guard's body stagnated for a moment, and he subconsciously touched the long sword that pierced his chest. "You?" He turned his head, with an incredible expression on his face. "Don't blame me for being cruel. You know something you shouldn't know. I will take good care of your wife," the young man said grimly. The guard's expression gradually became ferocious. He stretched out his hand to grab the young man in front of him, but soon his eyes lost their luster. The young man curled his lips in disdain, then drew out his long sword and let the body fall to the ground. He took out a sack from the side, put the body on the ground into it, and then threw it aside skillfully. After doing all this, he looked at the wall beside him. On the wall hung a portrait of a man with blonde hair and handsome appearance. "Lear, you didn't go to Stuart's mansion. Are you giving me a chance?" he muttered to himself. "What qualifications do you have to come back as a wizard who has left Stuart for more than 10 years? And you are so shameless that you want to be Stuart's heir? I will let you know that only a true war knight is qualified to be Stuart's heir. And you should stay in the royal city honestly. Chapter 116. The carriage slowly moved forward on the street, following the route Hannah had just pointed out. Along the way, many girls and ladies showed interest in seeing Lear driving. Although he refused Hannah's request to go with him, Lear's charm would not disappear. As they got closer to the bustling area, more people were watching Lear. Milia pouted in the carriage. What's wrong with the women in this city? Why are they so unrestrained? She was a little annoyed, and at the same time she had a sense of crisis. She knocked on the partition of the carriage. Lear turned his head when he heard the voice. What's wrong? Stop, Milia said softly with a blush on her cheeks. Lear was a little confused, but he still pulled the reins to stop the carriage. When the carriage stopped, Milia opened the door of the carriage and got off the carriage. She closed the door, came to Lear, and sat on the front seat. Milia acted as if nothing had happened. She carefully held Lear's arm and whispered, "Let's go." Lear raised his eyebrows and thought Milia was cute. "Hold on tight, don't fall off." He smiled and started the carriage again. Milia sitting next to Lear seemed to be claiming sovereignty, but it did not reduce the attention. Instead, more people cast their eyes on him. Lear did not care. Soon, the carriage drove to the hotel Hannah mentioned. Kent Hotel. The style of the hotel is quite simple. There is a garden at the door, and a fountain sculpture. It is more like a manor than a hotel. Lear drove the carriage to the door and stopped. Everyone got off the carriage. He glanced at the unconscious Ophelia in the carriage, thought for a moment, and then carried Ophelia on his back. Milia looked at the scene and pouted, but didn't say anything. Everyone entered the hotel. "Welcome." The hotel maid looked at the man and 4 women who came in, smiled and nodded, and when she saw the faces of everyone, she was a little surprised. The 5 people's appearances were extremely outstanding. Although they were wearing ordinary clothes, their temperaments could not deceive people. Could it be that the descendants of a big family came out to experience? The maid thought. "Excuse me, are there any rooms here?" Lear asked, carrying Ophelia on his back. "Yes, sir. How many rooms do you want?" "1," Lear said with a smile. One. The maid's expression became a little strange. She looked at Lear's handsome and burly figure, and then looked at the 4 beautiful girls behind Lear. "Yes, I hope it can be bigger enough for us to stay." Lear ignored the maid's weird expression and added, "Yes, our luxury suite is fully equipped with various facilities, and there are 2 large beds, enough for 5 people to rest." The maid smiled and said, "But the price is a bit. Book me a room." Lear didn't care about the price at all. The 500,000 gold coins compensated by Duke Norton were still with him, and Albert didn't want them at all. "Okay, sir, the luxury suite costs 10 silver coins a day. How many days do you plan to stay?" The maid said excitedly. The luxury suite is the most luxurious room in their hotel. The cost of 1 day can be equivalent to more than 1 month's income of ordinary civilians. Generally, only powerful professionals will live there. If Lear stayed, she could get a lot of bonus commission. Lear glanced at Ophelia on his back, thought for a few seconds and said, "Then let's open it for a month first." 1 month? The maid widened her eyes. "Yes, 1 month." Lear smiled and took out 3 gold coins from his arms and handed them to the maid. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 30 days is 300 silver coins, which is 3 gold coins. The maid still felt a little dreamy after taking Lear's gold coins. She immediately said with an excited smile, "Okay, sir. I will do it for you immediately." The maid happily went to handle the room entry procedures. Soon, Lear received a bunch of keys. "Sir, this is the key to the luxurious suite on the 4th floor. Please follow me." The maid greeted enthusiastically. Everyone followed behind, walked through the long corridor, and came to a tall building at the back. Then they went up the stairs to the 4th floor and led Lear and others to the door. The maid left tactfully, saying that if they needed her, they could go to the front desk to find her. Everyone entered the room, and Lear closed the door. There were 2 large beds in the room, and Lear put Ophelina on one of them. He used his mental power to sense the room and found nothing unusual, so he said to Adele, "Adele, you and Ophelina stay in the hotel for the time being. When Milia and I settle down in the Pharaoh fortress, I will come to pick you and Ophelina up." "What are you going to do next?" Milia sat on the bed and asked. "Of course, I'm going home to see my father." "Milia, you should miss Her Majesty the Queen very much." Walking to Milia, Lear gently stroked the girl's long hair. "No one here knows your identity. When you go to the Stuart mansion, you can live like a normal person. But if you want to go out, You'd better tell me, after all, we just arrived here. Lear added. He remembered the assassin he encountered when he came to the Pharaoh fortress. The Stewart family now is not as simple as he thought. Miria nodded. Soon it was evening, the maid brought the meal, and Ophelia woke up. She was very angry about what Lear did to her, but she could do nothing about it. After everyone finished dinner, Lear bit Ophelia's neck in front of everyone. Before, it was in the secret room. Although Ophelia was a little ashamed, she was used to it, but now the three girls next to her were staring at her. Her shame reached its peak in an instant, and at the same time, an inexplicable excitement rose in her heart. Golden Law Source Material Carrier Shame, Grief, Excitement Emotional Fluctuation Value reaches 98%. You gain 3% Golden Law Affinity. The long-lost Law Affinity improvement tip appeared in front of Lear. He looked at Ophelia under him with a playful expression. What are you looking at? Ophelia asked with shame and anger. Nothing. Lear smiled. We have done this many times. I thought you were used to it. And you seemed excited just now? Who is excited? Ophelia's cheeks were as red as a red apple. She struggled to break free from Lear's hand, retreated to the bed, and wrapped herself in a quilt. Looking at Ophelia's embarrassed look, Lear did not continue to tease. He said, I will come here to suck once a day, and I will leave the blood incarnation here. If you want to escape, you can try, but if you are caught by me, there will be punishment. He seemed to have found another characteristic of Ophelia. Milia and the other two girls looked at the interaction between Lear and Ophelia, and their expressions were a little strange. It was completely dark outside. Lear planned to take Milia and Eno home tomorrow, and everyone went to bed to rest. Lear and Milia were together, and the other three shared a bed. There was no conversation all night. The next morning, after breakfast, Lear took Milia and Eno away. He held the map prepared by the hotel maid in his hand. The Pharaoh fortress was very large, and the Stewart family's mansion also occupied a large area, which was at the innermost part of the fortress. After looking at the route, Lear put away the map, and Milia still sat with him at the head of the carriage. Eno stayed in the carriage alone, which made Eno, as a maid, feel very strange. The carriage started moving, and there were still many pedestrians and carriages on the road. After about 10 minutes, the carriage turned around an intersection. Quick, stop! On the other side of the lane, another carriage was galloping, and the driver tried his best to control the horse, but to no avail. The horse seemed to be frightened, with red eyes, running like crazy, and had no intention of stopping when seeing Lear's carriage. The vendors on the roadside were also startled and retreated to both sides, and the pedestrians around them also scattered, leaving only Lear in the middle of the road, who could not escape. Milia showed a panic expression and grabbed Lear's sleeve, while Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. When the carriage was about to come in front of him, a bone-chilling chill instantly swept over. The ground was covered with cold frost, extending all the way to the carriage that was rushing over. The next second, the carriage that had collided was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and under the effect of inertia, it just stopped in front of Lear's carriage. This scene stunned the pedestrians around, and they looked at Lear, who was sitting motionless in the carriage. Mage? Someone said in astonishment. In the Pharaoh fortress, almost all the professionals of the law of war, and it has been many years since a professional of other laws appeared. A mage, a bit strange. Just as everyone was looking at Lear curiously, the carriage frozen by the ice suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. The fragments of ice and the fragments of the carriage were scattered, and the onlookers who were close were hit one after another. Many people were injured. Lear did not expect the carriage to explode, but he reacted quickly, and a magic shield appeared in front of him, barely blocking the impact of the explosion. The flames burned on the broken carriage, the ice that sealed the carriage melted, and the driver's already broken body fell out. Oh, war law, how could this happen? A vendor on the side said in disbelief. Other onlookers also reacted, looking at Lear and the driver's body in the middle of the road, and talked about it for a while. Lear also looked at the driver's body, and he felt a hint of conspiracy. The explosion just now was quite powerful. If he hadn't frozen the carriage in advance and set up a spell shield, he would probably have become embarrassed. If it was an ordinary mid-level professional, he would be seriously injured if he was hit by the carriage, and then caught off guard by the explosion. He glanced at the flames burning on the carriage, which smelled of gunpowder. There was gunpowder on the carriage, and the horses were out of control, so it was hard to believe that this was an accident. It seemed that the person who sent someone to kill him had done it again. Lear shook his head, somewhat disdainful of the people behind the scenes. This idiotic assassination method was too low level, and could not pose a threat to him at all. And after he had arrived at the fortress of Pharaoh, he was still assassinated so blatantly, which had to be said to be very bold. What happened? A stern voice suddenly came from not far away. A stern young man in armor came over with a team of guards. Looking at the mess on the scene and the corpses on the ground, his expression became serious. It's Knight Finn. Someone called out the name of the leading knight. The knight named Finn walked to the wreckage of the carriage, checked the situation of the carriage, then looked up and looked at Lear not far away. Sir, can you please tell me what happened? This man's carriage lost control, was frozen by me, and then exploded. Lear briefly described the situation. Knight Finn frowned. You said it exploded? Yes, if you don't believe it, you can ask the merchants next to you, they also saw it. Lear shrugged. Knight Finn pondered for a moment, and walked to the vendors nearby to understand the situation. About 5 or 6 minutes later, he came back. Sir, I have understood the situation. Now can you please come with me? What? Lear was stunned. According to the situation at the scene, the carriage was indeed out of control. But it suddenly exploded after being frozen by you, which is very suspicious. Do you suspect that I caused the carriage to explode? Lear narrowed his eyes, and looked up and down at the knight in front of him. This needs to be confirmed, sir. Knight Finn replied in a deep voice. Looking at the attitude of the knight in front of him, Lear obviously felt targeted. He was silent for a few seconds and laughed. I won't go with you. You want to violate the public security regulations of the Pharaoh Fortress? Knight Finn's attitude cooled down. I don't know what public security regulations you are talking about, but a carriage full of explosives is running rampant on the street, and the guards of your fortress are completely unaware of it. Lear chuckled and said, The carriage exploded. You don't confirm the identity of the deceased first, but want to arrest me? We will confirm the identity of the deceased, sir, but you are indeed suspected of killing the other party. Knight Finn was relentless. Lear laughed. He looked at the knight in front of him, and the other party's unreasonable attitude made him feel a little ridiculous. You can try to catch me. He didn't want to waste time talking to the knight in front of him. He was just sent by the people who wanted to kill him. Since you are stubborn, don't blame me for taking action. Knight Finn's eyes became sharp, and he raised the long sword in his hand, and was about to take action. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from not far away. What are you doing? Not far away, 2 beautiful girls slowly walked over. Lear looked back and saw that they were Avian and Greta, who came to the Pharaoh Fortress in advance. Lear? Avian saw Lear on the carriage and made a surprised sound. Chapter 117. Sister. Seeing Avian coming over, Lear was also very happy. Sister? This time it was Finn's turn to be confused. He looked at Avian, then at Lear, and was stunned for a few seconds, then his eyes widened. You are Master Lear, Finn exclaimed. Seeing Finn's attitude, Lear raised his eyebrows. The other party didn't know him, and it didn't seem to be pretending. Lear thought that this knight, who was looking for trouble, was ordered to arrest him, but the other party didn't know him. Did the person behind the scenes not tell Finn his identity, or was Finn just a fool? He thought for a few seconds and smiled at Finn. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lear Stewart. Do you still want to arrest me now? Arrest? What's going on? Avian frowned. It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding. Finn shook his head quickly, looking at Avian with a bad look, and his whole body trembled. But Avian didn't intend to let Finn go. She looked at the body on the ground and kept asking questions. After listening to Finn's story, Avian was angry. How could such a thing happen when you patrol the fort every day? What if the explosion hurt someone? She asked Finn. Finn could only smile awkwardly, and didn't dare to talk back. Seeing that Finn was so afraid of Avian, Lear showed a strange expression on his face. His sister seemed to be different in the Pharaoh Fortress than in the royal city? Avian glared at Finn, and then looked at Lear. This matter must have nothing to do with Lear. He just returned to the fort. Anyway, you'd better find out what happened as soon as possible. Liar, you too. Why didn't you tell the guards at the gate when you got to the fortress? Come home with me now. My father and mother have been waiting for you for a long time. She complained again. Liar nodded. Let's go, sister, you and Greta come up. Avian didn't hesitate, pulled Greta up to the carriage. Liar glanced at Finn, and drove the carriage away. Finn stood there, watching the back of the carriage leaving, and breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head helplessly, and could only call the guards on the side to take the body away, and clean up the scene. Many vendors on the side looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing what Avian had just said. What did Miss Avian say just now? That Mr. Lear is Miss Avian's brother? Why haven't I heard that Lord Albert has a son? You don't know this, I still remember Master Lear, but it was more than 10 years ago. An elderly man stood up, Master Lear went to the royal city more than 10 years ago, and has not returned since then. It seems that he has been called back by Lord Albert now. What did Master Lear do in the royal city? Someone asked. I heard that he was learning magic. The old man answered uncertainly. Magic? Everyone was stunned, and their faces showed strange expressions. Lear didn't know about the discussion behind the scenes. He had already arrived at the Stuart mansion in a carriage. Compared to the Stuart mansion in the royal city, the mansion in the Pharaoh fortress is obviously more magnificent, comparable to the royal palace in the royal city. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Lear couldn't help but sigh again. It was no wonder that the players in his previous life said that Stuart's territory was a country within a country. This building is comparable to the palace. Lear shook his head and stopped the carriage at the door. The guards at the door were stunned when they saw the strange carriage, but they became respectful when they saw Avian getting off the carriage. Miss. Avian nodded, ignored the guards, and took Lear into the building. Lear, do you still remember our home? Avian asked. Of course. Lear answered shamelessly. Oh, really? Then do you know where your previous room was? Avian continued to ask. Lear was silent, a little embarrassed. He knew nothing. Seeing that Lear didn't speak, Avian smiled, stopped teasing Lear, and took Lear to the living room. Albert was drinking morning tea leisurely, and there was a very beautiful woman sitting next to him. Lear looked at it carefully and felt very intimate. Father! Look who's here! Avian said loudly. Albert and the woman turned their heads and saw Lear, Miria, and Eno coming. Albert raised his eyebrows. You're back. I'm back, father. Lear nodded, then looked at the woman beside him. The woman stood up when she saw Lear, and walked to Lear before stopping. You're finally willing to come back, brat. The woman scolded with a smile, but her eyes gradually turned red. Lear took a deep breath. This feeling of blood thicker than blood made him a little overwhelmed. After a while he said, I'm sorry, mother, I should have come back earlier. Hearing Lear address her, the woman's body trembled slightly, and finally couldn't help shedding tears. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, she said, reaching out and holding Lear in her arms. The hall became quiet, and no one disturbed the mother and son meeting, but not long after, a voice came from the back. I heard that Lear's brother is back. A young man in knight armor walked in, handsome, and looked much older than Lear. Everyone was disturbed by the young man, who suddenly broke in. When Avian heard what the young man said, her eyebrows immediately stood up. Yazan, what are you talking about? What's wrong? The young man called Yazan shrugged innocently. I just want to see my brother Lear. Lear turned his head, and felt a strange breath. He glanced at the young man behind him, and then at Albert beside him. I haven't heard that I have a brother. Oh, you don't know yet? My father is Uncle Albert's comrade-in-arms. After my father died, Uncle Albert adopted me. I have always regarded Uncle Albert as my godfather, so I said you are. Yazan explained with a smile, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Albert. Enough. Albert said in a deep voice, Arson, you are the son of Cage, and Cage died because of me, so I adopted you. But whether you or Cage, you are both Stuart's retainers. Lear is my son, and will be the future Duke of Stuart, and you will become Lear's Knight Squire. Arson, I allow you to call me uncle when no one is around, but you should also understand the difference between the superior and the inferior. Albert said a lot in a row, and his tone was very stern. It was obvious that Arson's impolite words made him angry. The atmosphere in the hall became a little heavy. Lear looked at his brother, with a gloomy expression, and felt a little ridiculous. Was it this kind of person who set people to assassinate him twice before? He thought at first that it was some powerful elder knights in the family, but just such a knight, who didn't know the importance of the matter. An adopted child wanted to kill him, the orthodox Stuart heir, and then become the new Stuart heir. If this is really the case, Lear has to admire the brain circuit of this brother. The world of law is similar to the Middle Ages in the West. The nobles pay attention to blood inheritance, and an outsider can never inherit the title. Even if he rebels and occupies the Pharaoh fortress, he will never be recognized by the kingdom. He will only become a bandit who occupies the mountain and is attacked by all the nobles. Okay, Arson, you should be more careful in the future. You should leave first, and don't come in and out of Stuart House casually in the future. Albert issued an order to expel the guest. I understand, Uncle Albert. Arson smiled absent-mindedly, and then turned and left. Waiting for Arson to leave, Avian pouted and said, What an arrogant guy. Albert also sat down, just thinking it was a small episode. Lear's mother Sophia looked at the two people behind Lear. When she saw Miria's iconic silver hair, her eyes lit up. Are you Philia's daughter? Yes, Auntie, I'm Milia. Milia nodded a little stiffly. I knew that Albert had made an engagement with Lear before. Come and let me see it. Sophia walked to Milia. Lear looked at this scene, smiled, and came to Albert. Do you want to ask about Yasin? Albert seemed to know Lear's thoughts, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Lear nodded. Come out with me. Albert sighed, then stood up and walked outside. Lear followed behind, and the two left the hall together. Sophia looked at the backs of the two people leaving, without saying anything, turned her head and said to Milia, Milia, you should miss Philia too. I take you to see your mother. Then she took Milia and walked in another direction. Only Eno and Avian were left in the hall. Seeing Eno being somewhat neglected, Avian smiled and said, Eno, let me take you for a walk. As she said that, she took Eno's hand and left the hall. Outside the hall, Albert brought Lear to the study, and they sat down. Albert was silent for a while, as if recalling the past. Yazin is Kag's son. I have said it before. Kag was my former guard. During a beast tide, he died because he resisted the attack of the monster for me. His last wish was that I could raise his child. I agreed. At that time, Yazin was already more than 10 years old, and you also left the Pharaoh fortress and went to the royal city, so you didn't know. I started educating Yazin, hoping to train Yazin to be an excellent knight like his father. Yazin lived up to expectations, and performed well in the knights, and is now close to a high rank. But I don't know when Yazin started to declare that he was my adopted son. I knew all this, but I didn't care. After all, his father died because of me. Yazin seems unwilling to be just an adopted son. Lear smiled and said bluntly. Albert was silent. Of course, he knew about Yazin's little thoughts, but he just regarded it as an ignorant delusion of a younger generation. Father, do you know that I was assassinated on the way to Fort Pharaoh? Lear suddenly said. What? Albert was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became a little serious. What happened? Lear took out the frozen heads of the 3 people who assassinated him from the storage space. These are the 3 men, Father. Do you know them? Albert looked at the faces in the ice, and suddenly widened his eyes. Roberto. Father, do you know him? Of course I know him. He is Kag's brother, and he died several years ago. Albert looked unbelievable. Is he Kag's brother, that is, Arsen's uncle? Lear raised his eyebrows, and found it a little interesting. Albert said that this person had died several years ago, but why is he alive and well now, and he was assassinated? Do you think Arsen arranged Roberto to assassinate you? After a brief shock, Albert suddenly understood what Lear meant. Obviously. Lear nodded. Albert's eyes became sharp. He could tolerate Arsen's little thoughts and tricks, but assassinating his son? This was intolerable anyway. Just like an emperor, I can tolerate your corruption and bribery, tolerate your ganging, but if you dare to do something to the prince, there is only one way to go. I will ask Arsen clearly, Albert said in a deep voice. Arsen's actions have touched his bottom line. No need, Father. Lear shook his head. Let me investigate this kind of trivial matter myself. You do it yourself? Yes. Lear smiled indifferently. When he came into contact with Arsen just now, he felt a strange breath, which did not belong to the law of war, nor to gold and arcane. That was heresy. As an apostle of the law of blood, he easily smelled the breath of heresy law on Arsen, and heresy law intervened. As the public beta of the game approaches, various heretical laws have begun to surface. I wonder what heretical laws Yazin has come into contact with. Lear has become interested. He shook his head. No matter what it is, if Yazin wants to do something to him, he will be exposed one day. He is more interested in the task given to him by the Lord of Blood. After completing the 4th ring of the Revival of Blood, he got the 5th ring task. Follow the guidance of Blood to find the Blood dynasty in the old dream. The guidance was still there when he was in the royal city. The vague direction it pointed to was the direction of the Pharaoh fortress. But when Lear came to the Pharaoh fortress yesterday, the guidance of Blood suddenly disappeared. Will it be related to the heretical law on Yazin? Lear fell into deep thought. Chapter 118. West City District. Triumphal Square. This is located on the edge of the Pharaoh fortress, close to the Decision Mountains. Every time there is a beast tide, the soldiers and adventurers of the Pharaoh fortress will gather here and wait for mobilization. The square is connected to a huge arch, known as the Arc de Triomphe. It is rumored that the first Duke of Stuart walked through this door and established the Pharaoh fortress here, thus taking on the heavy responsibility of resisting the beast tide of the Decision Mountains. The Arc de Triomphe was originally a natural stone arch, and was later made into its current appearance by craftsmen. In the center of the triumphal square stands a statue, which is also the sculpture of the first Duke of Stuart. Yazan walked to the triumphal square with a gloomy face, and came to the war tiger knights he led. Many members of the knights were respectful when they saw Yazan. This duke's adopted son is quite prestigious in the knights, both in terms of strength and character. There are even rumors that Yazan will become the next Duke of Stuart. Although they didn't know where the rumor came from, it was enough for them to take it seriously. Yazan calmed down, smiled, nodded as a gesture, and then walked into a room next to him. Entering the lounge next to him, he closed the door, and his expression became ferocious. He had regarded Albert as his idol since he was a child. Even though his father died because of Albert, he did not have any resentment. After he learned that he would be adopted by Albert, he became even more excited. After being adopted, he served diligently in the Knights of the Pharaoh Fortress for more than 10 years, and finally became the leader of one of the 3 major knights. He renamed the original knights to the War Tiger Knights, corresponding to the Mad Lion Knights directly led by the Stuart family. Albert had always admired him, and even did not deny it when he spread the news that he was the other party's adopted son. He once thought that Albert also regarded him as his son. Under this special care, Yazan had the idea that the other party wanted him to be the heir for the first time. He was ecstatic and spread rumors that he would become the next Duke of Stuart. Although he knew that Albert had a son in the royal city, that son abandoned war and chose Arcane. How could such a person be qualified to inherit the glory of Stuart? Until not long ago, Albert went to the royal city to meet his real son. Then Albert came back and said that the son would return to the Pharaoh Fortress. What does this mean? Is he going to abandon him? He remembered what Albert had said just now. The reason why he said that to Lear was to test Albert's thoughts, but the result made him feel desperate. Just as Albert said, whether he or his father, they were just Stuart's retainers, and his previous fantasies were as ridiculous as a clown. It seems that you have understood what reality is. Just as Arsene was resentful, a female voice came from the side. This was a tall woman, wearing tight women's clothes and holding a pipe in her mouth. She looked about 30 years old, but still had charm and beautiful appearance. Listening to the woman's words, Arsene turned his head and said angrily, "I don't understand. Just because there is no blood relationship? How can Lear, that useless wizard, be qualified to inherit the title of Stuart? Ha, Lear is not the waste you said." The woman suddenly laughed, and she took out a document and put it on the table. "This is some information I found about Lear." The woman knocked on the table. "If you say that Lear was a waste before, then I might agree with you, but it's different now." "What?" Yazan said, a little irritated. "You will know after you take a look." The woman pushed the document to Yazan. Taking the document, Yazan browsed it, and his expression gradually became astonished when he looked at the content on the document. "Dual law professional?" he said in disbelief. "That's right." The woman smiled. Lear regained the favor of the law of war, and became a dual law professional, so Albert recalled Lear to the Pharaoh Fortress. The current Lear is not a waste, a dual law professional. I have never heard of it. How could this be? Yazan's eyes became dull, and he was a little lost. Seeing Yazan's desolate look, the woman's eyes flashed with contempt. "You don't have to be so depressed. Whether Lear is a dual law professional or not, it's actually the same. I've said it before. No noble will choose an outsider as an heir. The nobles attach much more importance to blood than you think, and Albert is an extraordinary professional, still in his prime. Even if you abandon the previous son, you can still have another one. From the beginning, your fantasies were just fantasies, daydreams." "Enough. Sheila!" Yazan roared angrily. "It's useless for you to be angry. I'm telling the truth." The woman named Sheila exhaled a puff of smoke and continued to speak carelessly. Yazan clenched his fists tightly. When he really faced the reality, the feeling of loss made his heart swallowed by anger. The room fell into a brief silence. Looking at the silent Yazan, Sheila said in a tempting tone, "How about it? Do you want to consider my previous proposal? Kill Lear and bring the body back. You are not Albert's son, but I can let you replace Lear and become Albert's son. Anyway, you have already assassinated Lear twice, and you don't mind assassinating a few more times, but this time, I need Lear's well-preserved body." Yazan lowered his head and listened to Sheila's words for a long time without speaking. In the evening, Lear took Milia for a walk in the mansion. Although he wanted to move out as soon as possible, find a place with a private door and yard to live, and imprison Affinina again, he had just returned to his hometown to meet his mother, so he had to stay for a while. "How do you feel?" Lear asked Milia beside him. "I feel very happy." Milia jumped up and down, like an elf in the night. She used to hide in the bedroom, but now she is free. "Master, Dinner is ready. Not far away, Ino came trotting over, and the little maid had changed into her old maid outfit. I know. Lear nodded, and took Milia to the restaurant. There were already quite a few people when they arrived at the restaurant. Milia trotted to Philia and hugged her mother's arm. Everyone, please take a seat, Albert said casually. Everyone sat down, and while waiting for the chef to serve the dishes, Albert looked at Lear. Lear, since you are back, you should also be ready to participate in the governance of the Stewart territory. Of course, father. Lear nodded. With such a large territory as a backing, it would be a waste. Hearing Lear nod, Albert breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lear, the reincarnated person, would not be interested in the territory. After all, some strong people care more about their own strength. If Lear was such a person before reincarnation, he would be a little distressed. It would be a waste if no one inherited such a large territory. Well, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the affairs of the fortress during this period. Albert smiled. Albert, what are you talking about? You let Lear work as soon as he came back? I haven't taken a good look at him yet. Sophia on the side stared and said dissatisfiedly. Albert was a little embarrassed. He didn't consider his wife's thoughts. It's okay, mother. I will come to see you often. Lear hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Hearing Lear's words, Sophia smiled. The chef began to serve the dishes, and delicious dishes were served one after another. Everyone ate happily. Putting a piece of chicken into her mouth, Greta looked at Lear and asked, Lear, when will you come back to Nox with me? Lear raised his head and was stunned for a moment. Back to Nox? Yes. Don't you want to become my Lionheart Knight? Only in Nox can the contract ceremony of the Lionheart Knight be performed. Greta was a little unhappy. She saw that Lear didn't take this matter to heart at all. Greta, do you want Lear to be your Lionheart Knight? Sophia was a little surprised. She knew what the Lionheart Knight represented. She glanced at Milia beside her and her expression became a little strange. Yes, Aunt Sophia, I think Lear is very suitable. Greta nodded immediately. Lear was silent when he heard this. He was originally very interested in the Lionheart Knight, but after feeling the power of the extraordinary blood apostle, he didn't care much about the Lionheart Knight. To become a Lionheart Knight, you have to go to the kingdom of Nox and bind with Greta. If you have this time, you might as well complete the task of the Lord of Blood Source and follow the gods. It is worse than Greta. Okay, Greta, let's talk about the Lionheart Knight later. You have to get your father's approval, Albert said, and Lear has just returned to the Pharaoh fortress. He needs to inherit the affairs of the fortress, and will not leave in a short time. Hearing Albert's words, Greta was a little unwilling, but she had nothing to say. The dinner ended peacefully. Milia walked to Avian and asked carefully, What is a Lionheart Knight? Avian smiled and explained. After about 5 minutes, Milia understood. Avian looked at Milia's frowning face, rolled her eyes, and said, I heard from my father that Lionheart Knights of the opposite sex usually become close partners with the contractor. Milia was stunned for a moment. When she heard this, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She said goodbye to Avian and ran to Lear's direction. Looking at Milia's back as she left, Avian showed a playful smile. Chapter 119. The next day, Lear woke up from his sleep, and beside him was a disheveled Milia. For some reason, Milia took the initiative to make him feel good last night. Although she only used her mouth and other parts of her body, it also made Lear feel very comfortable. His slowly growing affinity with the law of the Morning Star also reached 20%, gaining 3 intelligence and 7 mystery. After getting dressed, seeing that Milia was obviously awake but still pretending to sleep, Lear smiled and went out without exposing the little princess. Eno had prepared breakfast, and after breakfast, Lear went to see Albert. Arriving at Albert's study, Albert was standing in front of the window, watching the soldiers doing morning exercises outside the window. A day's plan begins in the morning. Since you are back and are ready to inherit Stewart's territory, I hope you won't be too lazy. Albert glanced at Lear, who pushed the door in. I won't fall behind in my practice. Lear nodded. It's good that you know. Albert nodded, and then he said, From now on, I plan to officially integrate you into the Pharaoh fortress. I have notified the lords and knights of other territories. They will gather in the Pharaoh fortress in a few days. I will arrange for you to meet them then. They will all be your knight attendants in the future. You need to establish prestige and manage them well. At the same time, I hope you can establish a new knight order in the Pharaoh fortress. Knight order? Lear asked in surprise. Yes. Albert nodded. At present, there are 5 major professional knight orders in the Pharaoh fortress. In addition to the Mad Lion Knight Order directly under Stewart, there are 4 small knight orders. Their leaders are all excellent young generations. Yazan, whom you met before, is the leader of the Tiger Knights, who are responsible for the daily security of the Pharaoh Fortress. You are my son, and the future Lord Stewart. I hope you can raise a new Knight's Order, and become the leader of the younger generation. At this point, Albert paused, and then said helplessly, You know, when you were young, you abandoned the law of war, and chose the law of arcane. Many people know about this. Although you have awakened your memory, and regained the power of the law of war, they will still be prejudiced against you. If you can establish a strong Knight's Order, you can re-establish your prestige. Listening to Albert's words, Lear raised his eyebrows. He understood what Albert meant. Although he was the legitimate heir of Stewart, being an heir did not mean that he could be recognized. A lord who inherited a territory, but was not recognized by the people would be meaningless. I understand, father. Lear nodded. It's good that you understand. I take you to the place where the knights train today. There are many reserve knights there. You can recruit them there, or recruit them in the fortress. Albert smiled. He believed that Lear could do this well. The two of them didn't talk nonsense anymore. Under Albert's leadership, they went to the place where the knights trained. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the triumphal square. Lear took a look at the tall statue standing in the triumphal square. That is the statue of our ancestor, the first Duke of Stewart. Albert's eyes were full of reverence. The carriage stopped steadily. At this moment, there was already a group of knights training in the square. They were all women. They wore black armor with red patterns on it. It formed a beautiful landscape. The leader was a red-haired female knight, holding a long sword, and looking heroic. That is the Red Eagle Knights, one of the 4 major knight orders I told you about. It is composed of all women, and the leader is Leisha Harvey, a mid-level war knight. Albert explained, Don't underestimate these girls. Except for Yazan's War Tiger Knights, the Red Eagle Knights are ranked second among the 4 major knight orders. Be serious. We must beat Yazan in the next knight order confrontation. The red-haired female knight not far away said loudly. She watched the training postures of these female knights with a serious expression, and suddenly she heard the sound of a carriage. She turned her head, and saw a carriage with the Stewart Lion family emblem slowly driving over. She was startled and immediately asked her knights to stop. Stand still. Albert and Lear had already gotten off the carriage and walked towards the female knight. Letitia, you and your knights are always so diligent. Albert praised. You are too kind, Lord Albert. Letitia blushed and looked at Albert with admiration, like a little girl looking at her idol. She looked at the young man who suddenly noticed Albert standing next to her. Seeing his handsome appearance, Letitia was stunned for a moment. The young man in front of him was more handsome than Arsene, and he had a naturally noble temperament. Let me introduce you. He is Lear, my son. Albert smiled slightly. Son? Letitia was completely stunned. When did Lord Albert have a son? As she thought about it, she suddenly remembered what her father had told her. More than 10 years ago, Lord Albert's son left the Pharaoh Fortress and went to the royal city to become a mage. Could it be that the young man in front of him was the son who left the Pharaoh Fortress more than 10 years ago? Letitia guessed. Lear stepped forward and stretched out his hand. I am Lear. Nice to meet you. Letitia. Letitia looked at the handsome Lear in front of her, her cheeks slightly red, and she also stretched out her hand. At this time, people came one after another outside the cane square, and when they saw Albert, they became respectful. Lear turned around and saw knights wearing 3 other types of armor. They should be the other 3 knight orders that Albert mentioned. In the crowd, Lear also saw 2 familiar faces, Yazan and Finn, who had blocked his way and tried to arrest him. The members of many knights lined up one by one and divided into 4 groups. Yazan glanced at Lear, his expression calm, without saying much, and stood in front of his War Tiger Knights. Hundreds of knights stood in the triumphal square. These were not ordinary knights. Each of them was a professional of the law of war. The sun shone on the armor of these knights, reflecting a dazzling light. Lear looked at the people in front of him. The Red Eagle Knights, composed of women, had the least number of people, less than 100. Arsene's Tiger Knights had the largest number of people, about 150. These knights looked at Lear next to Albert with curiosity or doubt. Who was qualified to stand next to the Lord of Stewart? Among the crowd, only Arsene and Finn knew Lear's identity. The former had no expression on his face, while the latter was slightly embarrassed. Albert stood in front of the crowd, his eyes swept over the neatly arranged knights, and his voice was loud and majestic. My brave knights, I haven't come here to review you for a long time, but now I am very satisfied to see that you are in order. You are the knights of the Pharaoh Fortress, in charge of the order of the fortress, and this is how it should be. Yes. the knights shouted, with a hint of heat in their eyes. Albert nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Lear on the side. Today I brought a special guest, Lear, to introduce him to them. Lear stepped forward and smiled at everyone. I am Lear, Lear Stewart. When the word Stewart came out, all the knights were surprised, especially the members of the Tiger Knights. They looked at Lear, and then at their leader, feeling a little weird. Yes, he is Lear Stewart, my son. Albert said Lear's identity openly. He is my future successor, and will fight with you to protect our homeland. I brought Lear here today to announce that Lear will establish a new knight group, join your 4 major knight groups, and will also participate in the subsequent knight group confrontation. Albert spoke slowly, and the 4 knights looked at each other. Lear was also a little stunned. It was fine to establish a knight group, but what was this knight group confrontation? Lord Albert, Lear, is Master Lear going to draw people from among us to establish a knight group? Leisha asked as she stepped forward. Of course not. Lear will select people from the reserve knights, and will also recruit people from the adventurers in the fortress. Albert explained. The leaders of the 4 knight groups breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't take people from their own knight groups, the members of these groups were all brought up by them with great effort. Lord Albert, I have heard of Master Lear. I remember that Master Lear went to the royal city more than 10 years ago and changed his job to a mage. A leader of a knight group came out from the crowd and looked at Lear with some doubts. He is the leader of the Ice Crusher Knights, Carlton Ginus. Lear did go to the royal city more than 10 years ago, and he is indeed a wizard. Albert nodded. Lord Albert, please forgive my disrespect. Master Lear is a wizard. Can he lead a knight group? Carlton said uncertainly. As Carlton spoke, everyone also showed doubts. They didn't know Lear's situation before, but now they know. A wizard wants to form a knight group. Listening to Carlton's words, Albert was not angry, but looked at Lear. Some people think you can't lead a knight group. What do you think? Lear smiled. He understood what Albert meant. Now is the time to establish his authority. He stepped forward and scanned the people present. Whether you can lead a knight group is not based on words. Since you don't believe it, then any of you can come up and challenge me. I don't use magic. I only compete in swordsmanship. Chapter 120. He had said this to another person. A wizard asking for a duel without using magic sounds like a humiliation or self-humiliation. The knights present looked at each other. They didn't know what the young master wanted to do. The 4 leaders of the knights standing in the front also looked at each other. Yasin looked at Lear with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Albert personally admitted that Lear was the heir, which also made the rumors he had spread before self-defeating. Feeling the strange eyes from the knights, Yasin clenched his fists. Suddenly, when everyone was hesitant, he stood up and looked at Lear. Since Master Lear is so confident, let me try. Yasin took out a giant sword out of thin air. It was more than 1 person tall. The sword body was dark and full of heaviness and power. Since he was adopted by Albert, he has been learning Albert's style, and his weapon is also a giant sword that advocates power. This is a high-level giant sword. Being able to pick up a high-level weapon as a mid-level war knight shows that Arsen's talent in war law is indeed not weak. The other 3 knights' teams on the side looked at Arsen in astonishment. Although Lear said that they could accept the challenge, they were Stuart's retainers after all, and it was an act of insubordination. And Arsen actually took out his own high-level weapon. Is it necessary to be so serious? Arsen no longer cares about other people's thoughts. He just wants to see how strong the heir who can be recalled by Albert is. How is he stronger than him? Lear and Albert also looked at Arsen who came out. The former's expression did not change, while the latter sighed. If Arsen did not have such unrealistic ideas, Albert could guarantee that he would live a wealthy life, which would be an explanation to his father. But Lear would naturally not refuse Arsen's challenge. He just smiled, and the 2 walked to the center of the square. The knights made way for a space, leaving only Lear and Arsen standing in the center. Lear took out the knight rose from the storage ring. The dark rapier was exposed in the sun, full of mystery and luxury, but also with a deadly edge. As soon as this weapon appeared, it attracted the attention of the knights around. Judging from the aura emitted by the knight rose, it was far superior to the giant sword in Arsen's hand. This was an extraordinary weapon. Extraordinary weapons are so rare, but I didn't expect that Lear had a sword in his hand. Albert also looked at the rapier in Lear's hand. He had seen it many times, but he didn't know where Lear got this weapon from. A hint of jealousy flashed in Yazin's eyes. He naturally regarded the rapier in Lear's hand as Albert's sponsorship. For the sake of fairness, I will not use the special skill of Knight Rose. Lear held the rapier upright in front of his chest. Yazin snorted coldly, without saying a word, and rushed directly towards Lear. while emitting a white light of the law of war. The charge of the War Knight, the simple displacement skill, and the apprentice-level status skill Knights both slightly increased their own damage and defense. Facing Yazin's attack, Lear remained calm. When Yazin rushed in front of him, Knight Rose passed by the sword of the giant sword, and the blade sparked on the giant sword. Lear just turned his body slightly, to avoid Yazin's powerful attack. The giant sword hit the ground, leaving a slight dent, but it recovered quickly. The ground of the triumphal square was blessed by a special magic circle, and could be repaired by magic. After avoiding Yazin's attack, Lear dodged to the other side, looking calm from beginning to end. Enraged by Lear's calm appearance, Yazin roared and rushed towards Lear again, with a hum of storm around his body. War Knight skill, Storm Assault. With a heavy giant sword, Yazin's speed increased to an extremely high level, like a locomotive rushing in, but Lear just shook his head. The speed was very fast, but there were too many flaws. He didn't even need to activate Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. Lear chose another extraordinary swordsmanship, Nightingale Swordsmanship. This was also a very famous swordsmanship in the previous life, and it is almost a must-learn swordsmanship for professionals who prefer to use swords skillfully. The effect of swordsmanship is very simple, which is to increase movement speed and attack speed. There is no bonus to attack strength, only extreme speed. Lear's figure became slightly darker, and the Knight Rose in his hand became darker, like a nightingale at night, drawing a graceful arc, and avoiding Yazin's attack again. Then the Knight Rose in his hand touched the armor on Yazin's back. The corrosive characteristics of the Knight Rose directly pierced the armor, leaving a blood mark. Yazin was hit by the impact from behind, and was so unstable that he had to force the giant sword in his hand into the ground to avoid falling. The many knights watching the scene just now widened their eyes. Fast, too fast. They only saw that Lear dodged Yazin's storm attack in the blink of an eye like a nightingale, and then pierced Yazin's armor with a sword. Albert also narrowed his eyes slightly. With his vision, he naturally saw that Lear used a powerful swordsmanship, which might be high-level or even extraordinary. Is this the power of the reincarnated? He was a little jealous, but this swordsmanship was prepared for those agile law professionals, and it was completely incompatible with power professionals like him. The square fell into a brief silence. Lear did not take advantage of Yazin's disadvantage to pursue the victory. He shook his head. Before he obtained the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship, the Nightingale Swordsmanship was the swordsmanship he used most. It's a pity that different swordsmanship in the setting of law cannot be performed at the same time, otherwise his various swordsmanship can enhance his strength to a heaven-defying level. After stabilizing his body, Yazin turned around suddenly. The pain in his back did not make him panic, but became more angry. In the War Tiger Knights, Sheila, who was wearing tight clothes, narrowed her eyes at Lear. The man in front of her exuded a very strong breath of war law. She could even feel that it was stronger than Duke Stewart and Albert. But how is this possible? Even if he was favored by war, it was too much favoritism. I think there should be no need to compete. After all, swords have no eyes. I just want to prove that although I am a mage, I am enough to lead a knight group. That's all. Lear raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a strange gaze. Turning his head, he saw a woman in the War Tiger Knights. This was the only woman among the other knights except the Red Eagle Knights. Compared to the other knights, the woman in front of him was obviously much older. Noticing Lear's gaze, the woman in the night smiled beautifully and blinked at Lear. Discovered the carrier of the blasphemous law source. Cause the law source carrier to produce a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations, and obtain the corresponding law affinity. A system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him, and Lear was stunned. Blasphemy law? Roar! Before Lear could think about it, a roar resounded through the sky. You are affected by the skill of the War Knight skill War Roar. Your movement speed decreases by 20%, and your attack speed decreases by 20%. Lear felt his body become heavy in an instant, and Yazin stared at him intently, and a storm had already appeared around him. War Knight intermediate skill, Summon the Storm. As the strongest attack skill before the mid-level War Knight, the Storm summoning not only has a large attack range, but also has a certain control effect. The knights around looked at Yazin in disbelief. It was just an ordinary sparring match, but he actually used such a powerful skill. Albert's eyes were also a little deep, but he did not stop it. The wind was howling, and even the knights watching the battle were affected. They had to use their strength to stabilize their bodies. The longer the storm was charged, the greater the power, and the storm gathered around, so there was no need to worry about being attacked. If someone wants to attack, they have to break through the storm vortex around the user, which is equivalent to automatically confronting the storm head-on. Lear came back to his senses, and his expression did not change. In his previous life, he was a war knight and understood the power of this skill, but no matter how powerful it was only a mid-level skill. The storm vortex is not really airtight. The long sword in his hand emitted a roar of war, and a barely visible light golden light lit up. The next moment, Lier's figure turned into a barely visible light and shadow, and instantly disappeared from the spot. When the speed was increased to the extreme, Lier easily passed through the gap of the storm vortex, and came to Yazan. The knight rose in his hand emitted a light golden light, and the dexterity instantly transformed into power, hitting the sword body of Yazan's giant sword. Boom! A loud noise came, and Yazan looked at Lier, who appeared in front of him in astonishment. The next second, he felt an incomparable force coming from the giant sword in his hand. His wrist was shaken and hurt, and the giant sword slipped out of his hand. Under the powerful impact, Yazan flew backwards and hit the storm vortex. He was washed by the storm vortex he had cast. The armor on his body fell apart in the storm, revealing his naked body. Outside the storm, before everyone could react, they heard a loud noise, and then a figure was blasted out of the storm, hit the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Yazan had fainted at this time, his armor was completely broken, and he was only wearing a lining that had become a strip of cloth. A large part of his body was exposed, including the small male symbol. Many female knights of the Red Eagle Knights blushed and turned their eyes away when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Yazan, who was usually handsome and majestic, would be so small there. Chapter 121. Although being small can be cute sometimes, this is usually only for petite women. Seeing this scene on Yazan's body, many female knights were disillusioned with Yazan. At this moment, in the sky, Yazan's giant sword also fell down suddenly and stuck in the ground, making a fierce buzzing sound, like a whale. In the center of the square, the storm gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Lier, holding the knight rose, without a single scar on his body, and even his clothes were not too messy. The eyes of the other three major knights and many knights looking at Lier have changed. Lier has won respect with his strength. As for Yazan, who fell to the ground not far away, he was almost forgotten. After a long time, the people of the War Tiger Knights reacted and hurried to Yazan's side, helped Yazan up, and felt that Yazan was just unconscious and did not suffer too much physical damage before they breathed a sigh of relief. "Take Yazan down to rest," Albert said to the knight. The knight nodded respectfully, carried Yazan up, and walked towards the lounge. Now, no one should have doubts about Lier's establishment of the knights. Albert walked in front of the knights. "No." Carlton, the leader of the Ice Crusher Knights, nodded awkwardly. "In that case, let's arrange it this way." Albert nodded with a smile, and left first. After Albert left, the knights looked straight at Lier. Leisha walked in front of Lier with an excited look on her face. "Master Lier, are you really a mage, not a war knight?" "Of course I'm a mage, but I can use the power of the law of war." Lier nodded with a smile, and then an ice appeared in his hand. Finn and Carlton, the other two leaders of the knights, also came over and were surprised when they saw the ice in Lier's hand. "Master Lier, do you mean that you can use the power of both the arcane law and the law of war?" Carlton asked. "Yes," Lier replied. Carlton and Finn looked at each other, and there was a flash of shock in their eyes. They had never heard of dual law professionals. After a moment of silence, Carlton said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master Lier, I questioned you without knowing you." Finn, who was standing by, also stood up and said quickly, "I'm sorry too, Master Lier, I didn't know your identity yesterday and I contradicted you." Looking at the sudden change in the attitudes of the two, Lier laughed in his heart. It seems that he has established his authority. After showing his strength, he, the heir of Stuart, has been recognized. Contradicted Master Lier? Finn, what did you do? Letitia looked at Finn with some doubts, and Carlton also cast a look. Facing the gazes of the two, Finn was a little embarrassed. Seeing that Lier didn't say anything, he could only repeat what happened yesterday. "Are you saying that someone was running rampant on the street with a carriage full of explosives and almost hit Master Lier?" Letitia said with a frown. "Yes." Finn spread his hands. He almost arrested Lier as a murderer. He didn't think too much. His intelligence attribute was not high, so he didn't think often. Carlton also frowned and asked, "Have you found out the identity of the coachman?" "No, the coachman's body was burned beyond recognition, and it was impossible to find out." Finn shook his head. Carlton didn't say anything after hearing this. He felt a little strange. How could a carriage full of explosives hit Lier? He carefully glanced at Lier, but Lier had a blank expression, as if he didn't care at all. "Master Lier, did you use some kind of swordsmanship just now?" Letitia on the side had already thrown the coachman's matter into her mind. Thinking of Lear's elegant fighting appearance just now, she was a little envious. But Lear didn't have the heart to chat with the female knight. He looked in the direction of the War Tiger Knights, and the woman just now had disappeared. Blasphemy law source carrier. The last person he met was Greta, but because she was a carrier of the law of war, he didn't have too many ideas. He just wanted to wait for some time to increase the war law affinity to 90%. He didn't have a strong desire to capture Greta. But the carrier of the law of blasphemy. He was very interested in this, a new heretic law, and he didn't know what kind of ability it would have. It seems that the person behind Yazan is the carrier of the law of blasphemy. Sorry, I have something else to do. Let's talk later. Lier said with a smile, and walked towards the outside of the triumphal square under the gaze of the three people. In the lounge, Shira looked at Yazan, who was lying on the bed in ragged clothes, with a flash of contempt in her eyes. Yazan's injuries were not serious, and he could recover by drinking a bottle of healing potion. In the Pharaoh Fortress, because there were no prayers from the Golden Church, the injured legal professionals usually relied on potions. Shira was an experienced pharmacist. She took out the healing potion she had made from her storage items and poured it into Yazan. What a useless waste. She shook her head, no longer caring about Yazan's injuries, and turned away. When she walked out of the lounge, she saw Lier walking out of the triumphal square. Lier also saw Shira, and the two of them stared at each other. Lier was a little surprised. He originally wanted to test the carrier of the blasphemous law source, but he didn't see anyone after searching for a long time. He didn't expect to meet him like this. Beautiful lady, how is Yazan's injury? It shouldn't be too serious. Lier asked, pretending to blame himself. Sheila was stunned for a moment, looking at Lear in front of her, feeling a little strange. Master Lear, Arson is fine. I have given him a healing potion. He will be well soon. That's good. Knight Arson is also an important retainer of the Stewart family. It would be bad if he was seriously injured because of me. Lear said pretentiously, and then suddenly changed the subject. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Sheila felt a little uncomfortable when Lear looked at her. She was almost 30 years old. As a believer of blasphemy, she had been working hard for the revival of blasphemy, and had never considered being too intimate with a man. Lear's current look is like he is chatting her up, showing that he is very interested in her. Does this Stewart air like a mature woman like me? Sheila thought to herself, and smiled on the surface. My name is Sheila, Master Lear. I am the pharmacist of the War Tiger Knights. If you need any medicine, you can come to me. Pharmacist? Lear pretended to be surprised. Yes, Master Lear, the medicines used in the training of the 4 major knights are all provided by me, and your 5th knight group can also purchase medicines from me in the future, and I will give you a discount. Sheila blinked and said charmingly, Thank you very much, Miss Sheila. Lear smiled and stretched out his hand to Sheila. Sheila was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted, and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Lear. Just as the two shook hands, the door of the lounge was opened, and Yazan changed into a spare set of clothes. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Lear and Sheila holding hands, looking intimate. Looking at the two people's posture, he didn't react for a while, and was stunned for several seconds before roaring, What are you doing? This roar attracted the attention of other knights, who were still training not far away, and everyone looked over. Lier and Shira were also disturbed by Yazan's roar, and they both looked at Yazan at the same time. Knight Yazan. Lier chuckled and called out Yazan's name. Looking at Lier's smile, and then looking at Lier and Shira's hands holding together, Yazan felt anger rising. Lier! What are you doing with Shira? Yazan said angrily. You mean Miss Sheila? Lear glanced at Sheila, who wanted to pull his hand away, but Lear did not let go. He smiled and said, I heard that Miss Sheila is an excellent pharmacist who provides medicines for the 4 major knights. I am about to establish the 5th knights, so I want to get to know Miss Sheila. While he was talking, he pulled Sheila towards him, and could feel the charm of a mature woman. Sheila did not resist Lear's little move. The young master of the Stewart family seemed to really like mature women, which was just what she wanted. Rather than waiting for Yazan, the waste, to kill Lear and bring Lear's body back, it would be better to do it yourself. Blasphemy needs to devour a professional with a strong affinity for the law to recover. Although Lear in front of him is not as strong as Albert, the law aura on his body is more than a little stronger than Albert. Sheila even rubbed against Lear's arms as Lear meant. Seeing this scene, Yazan felt a green glow on his head, and he couldn't stand it. He knew Sheila in his early years. Because she was pretty and a pharmacist, he kept her in the Tiger Knights. Yazan always regarded Sheila as his woman. Although he never really expressed it, Almost all the members of the Tiger Knights understood his thoughts. But now, Sheila was actually flirting with Lear, the steward heir whom he hated, looking at Yazin's gradually ferocious face, and then looking at Sheila beside him. Lear seemed to understand the relationship between the two. He showed a strange smile on his face. Ahem, well that's it. I hope Miss Sheila can take care of the knights I am about to establish in the future. Lear smiled with a gentlemanly manner, took Sheila's hand, and kissed the back of her hand. This scene made Yazin's anger burst out completely, and Sheila's cheeks were slightly red. No one had ever done this to her since she was a child. Just when Arsene was about to fight with Lear, Lear turned and left without giving Arsene a chance to speak. Chapter 122. Looking at Lear, who was gradually going away, and didn't take him seriously at all, Yazin was full of anger, and had nowhere to vent. Sheila, why do you want to get so close to Lear? Yazin said angrily. Master Lear just wanted to communicate with me. I am a pharmacist. Isn't it normal to cooperate with the knights he is about to establish? Sheila answered nonchalantly. You know I'm not talking about that. Yazin was furious. Sheila's attitude made him extremely dissatisfied. Seeing Yazin's angry look, Sheila's expression became indifferent. She walked up to Yazin and said in a low voice in his ear, You have to understand that no matter what I want to do, it has nothing to do with you. I am not your subordinate. Instead, I helped you become the leader of the Tiger Knights step by step. If you still want to replace Lear and become Stuart's heir, just do what you need to do. There was a hint of contempt in Sheila's tone. She knew what Yazin thought of her, but it was just a stupid and boring fantasy, just like Yazin fantasized that Albert would give up Lear and let him become Stuart's heir. Looking at Yazin, whose expression gradually solidified, Sheila didn't say anything more and left directly. After leaving the triumphal square, Lear first went to the Kent Hotel and sucked away all the magic power that Orpheusina had accumulated with great difficulty. Then he left in Orpheusina's resentful eyes. When he returned to Stuart's mansion, it was already afternoon. There was a carriage parked at the door, with the sword blade symbol of the Church of War engraved on it. Avian and Greta stood together, with some people wearing the robes of the War Church sect next to them. Lear raised his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the old man in the red and gold robe at the head. The red and gold color combination is the clothing of the bishop of the War Church. Greta, are you really going back to Nox? Avian asked reluctantly. Yes, Avian, since Lear can't go back to Nox with me for the Lionheart Night ceremony for the time being, he has to go back too. Greta nodded. She seemed calm on the surface, but she was still a little unwilling in her heart. Lear, a believer in the law of war, had never taken the initiative to find her since the two met. She showed that she was willing to let Lear become her Lionheart Knight, which was a great honor for any believer of the law of war in the War Church, but Lear didn't seem to care much. Greta took a deep breath and suppressed the irritability in her heart. In any case, Lear is the person with the strongest breath of war law she has ever seen, and she will not let Lear go. This time when she returns to Nox, she will definitely report to her father, and let her father come to Pharaoh Fortress with her. Since Lear is unwilling to leave, let her father bring the ritual materials to Pharaoh Fortress to conclude a contract. The person she likes will not let go no matter what. Greta thought of the taste of war law in Lear that made her unable to stop. This is the Lionheart Knight who belongs to her, and no one is more suitable than Lear. Miss Greta is leaving? At this time, Lear came over and greeted with a smile. Seeing Lear, Greta was stunned, and then her eyes became a little complicated. Yes, I am ready to return to Nox. Lear nodded. It was okay to go back, but before that he needed to do one thing. Miss Greta, although we haven't been together for a long time, your courage and fighting spirit have always impressed me. Lear praised with a sunny smile. Greta was stunned for a moment, and Avian beside her also looked at Lear with surprise. So Lear still values her very much? Greta was slightly happy. No girl doesn't like others' praise, especially when this person is handsome and full of grace. Greta smiled, but before she could be happy for long, Lear walked in front of her and hugged Greta in his arms in the astonished eyes of everyone. I will miss you, Miss Greta, and Stuart's door will always be open to you. Lear said gently in Greta's ear, and the hot air he exhaled blew on Greta's sensitive cat ears, and the girl's body trembled as if she was electrocuted. Feeling Greta's soft body, Lear was very comfortable, but only stayed for a few seconds before letting go. The system panel popped up in front of his eyes. The shyness emotional fluctuation value of the War Law source carrier reached 98%, and you gained 1% of the War Law affinity. Since you do not have the War Law source, your War Law affinity is increased to the upper limit of 90%. Your War Law affinity reaches 90%, you gain Strength plus 4, Constitution plus 3, and dexterity +3 just a glance at the panel. Lear turned it off. This is the last value before Greta left. His original War Law affinity was already 89.9%, and he only needed a final push to reach 90%. He would naturally not miss these 10 attribute points. But without the source of War Law, the affinity of War Law can only be increased to 90%. Lear didn't know this. After a short silence, Greta reacted. Feeling the numbness that just spread from her ears to her whole body, her face flushed instantly. Lear, what are you doing? Avian also reacted. Just a farewell between friends? Lear shrugged. Avian opened her mouth. There is nothing wrong with a goodbye hug between friends, but you don't seem to be very familiar with Greta, right? This seems to be deliberately taking advantage of the girl, but looking at Lear's sunny face, Avian didn't know what to say. You said it? Just when the atmosphere was a little weird, Greta said aloud. The girl's cheeks were still a little rosy, her eyes trembled slightly, and she looked at Lear with a hint of meaning. You said that Stuart's door will always be open to me. I will come to you again. Greta said seriously, when I come next time, you will have no chance to refuse me again. I will definitely make you my Lionheart Knight. Greta said it firmly. Lear was a little surprised, but he just smiled slightly. After saying this, Greta looked at Lear for the last time and got on the carriage. The War Church members around also followed. The War Bishop stayed at the end. Before leaving, he looked at Lear and said, Master Lear, you can come to the War Church when you have time. The War Church will bless you. After saying this, the War Bishop smiled at Lear and got on the carriage. Brother, you don't have any idea about Greta, do you? After the carriage left, Avian looked at Lear with a strange face. How could it be? I already have Milia. Lear spread his hands. His expression was very sincere, without any abnormality. Seeing Lear's gentlemanly appearance, Avian reluctantly believed Lear's words, and she asked again, I heard that my father wants you to establish a new knight group. Yes, sister, do you want to join me? Lear nodded and asked casually. Okay, since it's your knight group, I join. Avian nodded immediately. Have you thought of the name of the knight group? Name? Lear fell into thought, and after a long time, he said carefully, how about calling it the Blood Alliance Knights? He is an apostle of blood, and it should be reasonable to call it the Blood Alliance Knights. Blood Alliance Knights? Avian thought about it, but she didn't think anything, but this blood made her think of the blood apostles in the royal city. The next day, Lear got up early. He and Milia had just arrived at the Pharaoh Fortress, so they couldn't stay at home all the time, so he took Milia out. They took a walk and went to the Adventurers Guild to post a task to recruit members of the Knights. Ordinary members of the Knights can be selected from the reserve Knights in the fortress, but a Knights cannot be led by Lear alone. There must be a deputy leader and a team leader, as well as logistics. It's not just a matter of picking 100 Knights from the reserve Knights. Where are we going? Milia followed Lear and walked on the wide street. The little princess looked around and felt that everything was new. I take you for a walk and visit the Adventurers Guild. Lear held Milia's hand and answered with a smile. Adventurers Guild? Yes, you should have heard that I need to establish a knight group and plan to recruit some people from the Adventurers Guild. Lear nodded. Is it okay? I heard that the knight group you established belongs to the Stuart family. Are the people in the Adventurers Guild trustworthy? Milia asked with some doubt. Whether to trust or not does not depend on me, but on those who want to become Stuart's retainers. Lear said lightly, the Stuart family is the real emperor in Pharaoh Fortress. Even if your father comes, he will not be more majestic than my father. The prestige of the Stuart family has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the territory. I want to establish a knight order, which is a glorious thing for many people. So, it's not that I should consider whether I can trust them, but that they should let me trust them, let me understand their loyalty and their value. Lear's words were very domineering. Although he had not been in Pharaoh Fortress for long, he almost understood the status of the Stuart family in Pharaoh Fortress. It is absolute authority. Milia seemed to understand what she heard. When she was in the royal city before, the royal family wanted to recruit knights and needed to distinguish loyalty, but it seemed to be different in Pharaoh Fortress. Looking at Milia's thinking, Lear naturally knew what the little princess was thinking. The fortress of Pharaoh is different from the royal city. Lear explained, the royal city has many nobles, the Golden Church, and the Arcane Academy. Although the royal family is the royal family, they do not have absolute control over the royal city. And the Pharaoh Fortress is completely controlled by the Stuart family. Even the War Church does not have Stuart's prestige. For the people here, Stuart is the only leader. Don't forget one thing. Stuart's Mad Lion Knights are stationed in the Pharaoh Fortress. Lear continued, That is the real foundation of the Stuart family. All of them are professionals. Unlike the youth knights who maintain the order of the fortress, the weakest of the Mad Lion Knights are the primary war law professionals. There are also a large number of mid-level law professionals and many high-level law professionals. Even if the 4 major youth knights of the fortress jointly rebel, they will only be directly suppressed by the Mad Lion Knights. Why can the Stuart family's status in the Pharaoh fortress be as stable as Mount Tai? It depends on the Mad Lion Knights. Lear still remembers the scene of the Golden Church besieging the Stuart family in the previous life. The Mad Lion Knights had nearly 10,000 people. The lowest level knights are close to the middle level, which is a force that can overthrow the entire Brayful kingdom. As long as Albert wants, he can lead the Mad Lion Knights to sweep Brayful royal city and ascend the throne. In the original game plot, if it weren't for the immortal players, the outcome of the battle with the Golden Church would still be unknown. It is precisely because of the Mad Lion Knights that Stuart can defend the Decision Mountains and resist the terrifying Beast Tide. Milia listened to Lear's words. Although she had never seen the Mad Lion Knights, she could still feel the power of the Mad Lion Knights. In comparison, the Brayful royal family is much weaker. I don't know why, although they are from the royal family, they are not as good as Stuart, a duke and nobleman in every aspect. The two walked and talked, and stopped when passing by some stalls. Lear followed Milia's temperament, and treated it as shopping with her. After about an hour of shopping, the two came to the door of the Adventurers Guild. This is a tall stone building with a large area. There are many people wearing armor, and holding weapons coming and going around. The sign of the guild is a golden shield with a pattern of cross swords on it. The guild has 2 entrances, and armored guards observe the order. Lear took Milia into the hall. The spacious hall was brightly lit, with a huge stove in the center, and the firelight reflected the murals on the surrounding walls and ceiling. As soon as the two entered the door, they attracted the attention of many adventurers. Lear and Milia's appearance and temperament were too outstanding, and they looked completely different from the generally rough adventurers here. Feeling the gazes from all around, the classic scene of being attracted by Miria's beauty, and then having a conflict did not happen as imagined. Lear raised his eyebrows, and walked to the reception desk. In front of the reception desk was a beautiful lady, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw Lear and Miria. A talented man and a beautiful woman, but that's all. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The receptionist asked with a smile. Although Lear and Miria were not ordinary people, they must have such appearance and temperament. Lear listened to the receptionist's words, and glanced at the large wooden board hanging on the wall. It was covered with various mission notices, ranging from simple material delivery to dangerous monster clearing missions. After browsing the contents on the board, Lear said to the receptionist, "I want to post a mission." "Sir, please tell me." "No matter what kind of mission you want to post, there will be adventurers to help you complete it." The receptionist smiled professionally. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lear Stuart. I am recently establishing a night group and need some elite adventurers to join," Lear said lightly. The originally noisy hall around him became silent with Lear's words, and even the bard next to him stopped playing. "First, sir, you said your last name is Stuart?" the receptionist asked in disbelief. "Yes." Lear nodded. "Albert is my father." "Are you the son of the Lord?" The receptionist covered her mouth. "The Lord's son? Doesn't Lord Albert have only one daughter? I heard that Lord Albert did have a son, but he went to the royal city more than 10 years ago. There are rumors outside that Lord Albert's son has returned. Lord Albert's son plans to establish a new knight order? Do we have a chance to become Stuart's retainers?" As Lear answered, many adventurers in the hall became agitated. Lear was not surprised by the reactions of the adventurers around him. It is very difficult to become a retainer of Stuart. Generally speaking, the Stuart family will not absorb new people from the Adventurers Guild. Even the Knights of Arson and his group select people from the preparatory knights that the Stuart family has cultivated since childhood. Those people were orphans adopted by Stuart, or some residents of the royal city sent their children to the reserve knight camp and stayed after passing the assessment. The quality of the children staying in the reserve knight camp is recognized, and they are naturally more advantageous than the adventurers of mixed quality. Lear did not come to the Adventurers Guild to recruit those ordinary adventurers, but to recruit some elite adventurers. In addition to a large number of apprentice-level professionals, the other 4 major knight groups also have many junior professional captains, and even mid-level professional captains. Lear now has only himself as the leader in Avian, a mid-level professional. According to his understanding, in the reserve knight camp, almost all of them are apprentice-level war law professionals who have been picked out. Once there are professionals who break through to the junior level, they will be immediately absorbed by the 4 major knight groups. Now Lier can only pick up some apprentices left by others when he goes to the reserve night camp. So he came to the Adventurers Guild to recruit some junior and mid-level personnel as a slightly higher-end force for the night group. Just as the hall was in an uproar because of Lier's words, a charming voice suddenly sounded outside the guild. "Little handsome Lier?" Lier turned his head and saw the beautiful woman named Hannah whom he had met when he first came to the Pharaoh fortress. Hannah still looked the same as when they first met, and her armor perfectly showed off her hot body. As soon as Hannah appeared, she attracted the attention of many adventurers in the hall. It can be seen that Hannah has a good reputation among adventurers. "Little handsome Lier, are you here to see me?" Hannah looked at Lier, not hiding her admiration for Lier. Milia, who was standing by, pouted her lips when she saw this scene. Chapter 123. "Hannah, do you know this?" Young master?" A rough-looking man came up from behind Hannah. The man had a thick beard and carried a huge axe on his shoulder. Next to him was a petite girl with a pure and lovely look. "Walton, didn't I mention it before? The handsome boy I met at the city gate," Hannah said casually. The adventurers around looked at each other in surprise. Lier was the son of the Lord, and Hannah dared to call Lier like that, which was a bit disrespectful. The receptionist at the front desk was also a little at a loss, and hurriedly reminded, "Miss Hannah, this is young Master Lier, the son of the Lord." Hannah was stunned for a moment, silent for a few seconds, and then looked at Lier fiercely. You. "I am Lier Stewart." Lier smiled at Hannah. "Stewart is the Lord's surname." "Ah?" Hannah's eyes widened, as did the big man next to her, and the petite girl covered her mouth. Master Lier, I'm sorry, I apologize for Hannah's rudeness. Hannah just likes." The big man named Walton hurriedly stepped forward and explained. "It's okay." Lier smiled, and found the reactions of the two people funny. "Those cumbersome etiquette don't need to be used on me. I think Miss Hannah is very straightforward." As soon as these words came out, the originally somewhat dull atmosphere dissipated. In this world where the nobles rule everything, the difference between the noble and the humble is very huge. Some adventurers have been to other cities, and some civilians will be beaten if they slightly contradict the nobles. Lier could say such words, which really made many adventurers present look at him with new eyes. Hannah's cheeks also blushed. After knowing Lier's identity, her eyes looked at Lier more and more scorching. No woman would not be interested in a handsome, powerful, and noble man. Milia, who was standing by, saw Hannah's eyes and got angry again. She stretched out her hand and gently twisted Lier's waist. Feeling the slight pain in his waist, Lier turned his head and saw Milia staring at him with her eyes and pouting. Seeing the little princess's jealous look, Lier thought it was a little cute. Why didn't he find Milia so jealous before? He reached out and hugged Milia into his arms. Hannah saw this scene and calmed down a lot. "I came here to post a recruitment task." Lier smiled and looked at the receptionist on the side. "Master Lier, please go on." The receptionist respectfully took out a pen and paper. "I will recruit members of the Knights in a week at the Fortress Arena. All professionals above the entry level can sign up." Lier said, sweeping his eyes over all the adventurers present. "I will select the 5 best adventurers from the applicants to join my knights and become Stewart's retainers. They will also receive a mid-level weapon or equipment." Mid-level weapons and equipment. This is too precious. You are too superficial. The most important thing is to join Master Lier's knights and become Stewart's retainer. This is the real honor. There are only 5 places, so I have no chance, right? As soon as Lier finished speaking, there was a commotion in the hall. Some were excited, some were frustrated, and almost everyone was eager to become a vassal of Stewart. Lier could understand that this was just like the civil servants in his previous life. He had an official background, and was directly under Lier, the future heir of Stewart. Maybe he could become a knight of the Lord in the future. Hannah, and the other 2 on the side, were also a little excited after a brief shock. "So that's it. Please help me publish this task," Lier said to the receptionist who was standing there. "Yes." The receptionist was startled and nodded and started writing. She had foreseen how crazy these adventurers would be next. This was the first time that the Stewart family recruited talents in the Adventurers Guild, right? In the past, only when there was a beast tide would the adventurers of the Adventurers Guild be entrusted to resist the beast tied together. I wonder if those high-level professionals in the guild would be tempted? The receptionist was thinking wildly. Lier didn't know what the receptionist was thinking. He just hoped to recruit some mid-level or entry-level professionals. High-level professionals are strong in any place. If there is no extraordinary person, high-level professionals are the strongest. In the whole kingdom, there are not many high-level professionals. For example, in the royal city before, Bishop Gold and Duke Norton were high-level professionals with noble status. Such a strong person would not lower himself to become a member of his knights. Looking at the adventurers who were talking around, Lier shook his head. Most of them were just apprentice-level professionals. There were very few entry-level professionals. Mid-level professionals. Lier looked at Hannah and Walton. These two were mid-level professionals. Feeling Lear's gaze, Hannah said excitedly, "Master Lier, we will go to sign up. I wait for you at the fortress arena." Lier nodded, and without saying anything else, he turned around and left the Adventurers Guild. Just as he was about to leave, a guard in armor walked up to Lier. "Master Lier, our president wants to see you," the guard said respectfully. "President? The president of the Adventurers Guild?" Lier was stunned for a moment. "Yes." The guard nodded. Lier pondered for a moment and said, "Lead the way. Please follow me." The guard led the way, and Lier followed with Miria's hand. Following the guard all the way, they walked up to the third floor of the Adventurers Guild. The guard stopped in front of a room and opened the door. Lier walked in with Miria, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on a chair. When he saw Lier, he stood up quickly. The middle-aged man glanced at the guard and signaled him to leave. The door was closed, and until the guard's footsteps went away, the middle-aged man put on a respectful expression, "Meet Master Lier." Lier was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" "Farouk Gifford, the leader of the 4th Legion of the Mad Lion Knights." The middle-aged man introduced himself. Lier was a little surprised that the president of the Adventurers Guild was a member of the Mad Lion Knights. He could feel that the man in front of him was very powerful and a high-level professional. "You are a member of the Mad Lion Knights. Why did you become the president of the Adventurers Guild?" Lier asked with some doubts. "Master Lier, the Adventurers Guild was originally established by Lord Albert." The man named Farouk replied. "Did my father establish it?" Lier was even more surprised. "Yes, the Adventurers Guild was established to coordinate the ordinary professionals in the fortress. Although the quality of these adventurers varies, they are also a powerful force when integrated together." Farouk nodded. Lier listened to Farouk's words, and soon understood the reason. The Pharaoh Fortress was different from the Brayful Royal City. The War Church would awaken the war law for free, resulting in a large number of professionals here. Steward would select excellent people to become reserve knights, and the rest of the people naturally could not be allowed to wander around. "I understand. Knight Farouk, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lier nodded and asked. Hearing Lier's words, Farouk smiled. "I heard that Master Lier plans to establish a knight group. If you need elite candidates, I can recommend them to you." Lier's face became a little weird. Farouk's words gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, as if someone in his previous life had asked him for help. "Do you have anyone to recommend?" Lier asked calmly. The other party was a high-level professional after all, and the commander of the Wild Lion Knights, so he had to give him some face. "My daughter, Charlene, just turned 20 this year, and is already a mid-level war knight. I think she should be able to help you, Master Lier," Farouk said with a smile. Sure enough, he wanted to take the back door. Lier felt a little funny in his heart, but a 20-year-old mid-level war knight has good talent, and it is not impossible for her to join his knights. "Your daughter?" Lier pretended to be surprised. Since she is already a mid-level war knight, didn't the 4 major knights invite her? Farouk showed an awkward expression when he heard this. Thinking of his daughter gave him a headache. He had been troubled by his daughter's special hobby for a long time. As a woman, she doesn't like men. She only wants to be with other girls all day long. Of the 4 major knight orders, Charlene only accepted the invitation of the Red Eagle Knights, which was composed entirely of female knights, but was driven out after the Red Eagle Knights harmed her for a while. It was the leader of the Red Eagle Knights who came to him in person to take Charlene away. Farouk hesitated for a while, and finally made a decision that he couldn't let Lier know about Charlene's hobby, otherwise if he was rejected, no one would want his daughter. All 4 major knight orders have invited, but Charlene was a little unwell at that time, so she refused them all, Farouk said calmly. Lier raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was a lie. He looked at Farouk, and the knight was hiding something. After a few seconds of silence, Lier said, "I'm sorry, Knight Farouk, I have issued a task to select 5 outstanding adventurers to join my knights in the fortress arena in a week." Selection? Farouk was stunned. He only knew from Albert that Lier would recruit people in the Adventurers Guild, but he didn't know about the selection. "Yes, if Knight Farouk wants your daughter to join my knights, she can go to the fortress arena in a week." Lier nodded and said. A mid-level war knight came to him. How could Lier refuse? No matter what Farouk hid, as long as he could pass his selection, It meant that he met his requirements. Chapter 124. Do you really want to let the daughter of the president of the Adventurers Guild join your knights? Leaving Farouk's office, Milia said somewhat unhappily. She had no objection to Lear's establishment of the knights, but she would be reluctant if there were many beautiful women in the knights. In the Pharaoh fortress, Lear's status was extremely noble, his appearance was extremely handsome, and he had strong strength, so it was difficult not to attract those women. Milia thought that she was just a weak and pitiful little princess, who could use the Morning Star Scepter, but could not use it openly, so she was just a beautiful vase in the Pharaoh fortress. Although it was better than being in the royal city and becoming free, she could not help Lear. She felt a sense of crisis from Greta. Although Greta had left, this feeling did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger. Whether to let her join depends on whether Charlene can pass my selection. Lear smiled and replied. She looked at Milia's absent-minded look and patted her head. The two left the Adventurers Guild, and the news that Lear was going to recruit members of the Knights gradually spread in the Pharaoh fortress. Many people didn't know that Albert had a son, and the name Lear officially appeared in the eyes of the residents of the fortress. After sending Milia home, Lear went to the Kent Hotel, and today's blood-sucking had not yet begun. Going to the hotel every day, sucking off Anina's blood once, was also a very annoying thing, but Lear had no choice. If he didn't suck off Anina's magic power clean, it would be a big deal if Anina ran away. Milia watched Lear leave, and she was still a little irritated. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Milia looked at herself in the mirror. Her mother had always said that she would become very powerful when she awakened the law of the Morning Star, but there had been no movement for such a long time. She picked up the Morning Star Scepter beside her. The light emitted by the Morning Star Scepter before gave her some power. Could it be that her awakening was related to the Morning Star Scepter? Milia looked at the sapphire mirror of the Morning Star Scepter, and her appearance was also reflected in it. It was just that the person in the mirror had dark eyes and dark hair. I didn't expect you to lose your memory. A low voice suddenly sounded from the room. Milia was stunned for a moment, silent for a few seconds, and suddenly startled. She quickly stood up and looked around the room. The door was closed, the windows were closed, and there was nothing. Was it hallucination? Milia blinked. Are you looking for me? The voice sounded in Milia's ears again, and Milia was sure that she had heard it correctly. She turned her head in panic, and saw a girl leaning against her ear, looking at her with a smile. The girl looked almost the same as her, except for her black eyes and long black hair. At this moment, black-haired Milia had half of her body hanging in the air, and the other half of her body fell on the gem of the Morning Star Scepter like smoke, like a ghost in the story. Ah! Milia screamed, but the sound seemed to be eliminated by some force, and only the girl's mouth could be seen. You? Who are you? Milia hurriedly ran away. Is this an evil spirit? She had seen in some storybooks that the dead souls lingered and finally turned into evil spirits. But how come this evil spirit looks like me? Me? I am Melis. The girl in the air said with a faint smile. I am your sister. When destruction came, you sealed me in the Star Scepter and reincarnated into a god alone. Let me wait for endless years in the cold and dark silence. Melis whispered in her heart. She didn't say these words to Milia or her sister. Milia no longer remembered her. The sister who abandoned her was reincarnated, but all her powers were sealed, and she forgot everything and became an ordinary person. She would be jealous of a man and lose her soul. She no longer had the majesty of the star goddess. Maybe this is retribution? Milis? Milia looked carefully at the girl in the air, who looked almost the same as herself. She felt a sense of familiarity from her. Yes, I am Milia, the spirit of the Morning Star Scepter. Milia smiled and lied. At first, she bewitched the queen to surrender in order to let Milia feel the pain of losing her mother. She would occupy Milia's body and seal Milia in her body, so that Milia would watch the queen being executed with her own eyes. But then Lear appeared, and Milia felt a dangerous breath from Lear, so she temporarily gave up the idea of occupying Milia. She stayed in the Morning Star Scepter, looking at this familiar yet strange sister. Milia became weak and allowed the man named Lear to bully her. She forgot everything, and put all her thoughts on Lear. The goddess of the Morning Star became a little woman. Melis thought it was a little ridiculous. The spirit of the Morning Star Scepter? Facing Melis's gentle voice, Milia gradually let down her guard. The Morning Star Scepter was given to her by her mother. Since it is the spirit of the Morning Star Scepter, it should not be a bad thing, right? Yes, I have been sleeping in the Morning Star Scepter for endless years. My mission is to awaken the laws of the Morning Star. Melis still smiled and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. Can you awaken my morning star law? Milia was delighted when she heard Mealy's words. Of course, that's my mission. Then how do I awaken my morning star law? Milia asked hurriedly. As long as her morning star law awakens, she will definitely have powerful power, and she can also give herself completely to Lear. Listening to Milia's question, Mealy smiled. It is not difficult to awaken Milia. The law of the morning star is sealed. When the emotions are extremely unstable, the seal will loosen. There is a saying that she did not deceive Queen Philia. If the queen was really purified by the golden church in front of Milia, Milia would have a chance to awaken in extreme sadness, but something happened. But it doesn't matter. Mealy's thought of another way. Since Milia is now wholeheartedly devoted to the man named Lear, then kill Lear in front of Milia. Let Milia do it herself. When Milia wakes up, she wants to see what kind of expression her sister will show. Mealy's heart is extremely resentful. Death is just a relief. She wants Milia to feel pain, just like the lonely and helpless pain when she was sealed in the Morning Star Scepter. Your magic power is too meager. If you want to awaken the Morning Star Law, you must absorb magic power. Mealy said nonsense seriously. What do I need to do? Milia still didn't quite understand. Your man has powerful magic power. If he is willing to help you, I think your awakening speed will be much faster. Mealy's lowered her head and pretended to think. Milia didn't see the meaningful color in Mealy's eyes when she lowered her head. It was already evening when Lear came back from the Kent Hotel. He had a good time with Adele in the hotel. Since he brought Adele to Pharaoh Fortress, he really ignored Adele, and just let Adele stay in the hotel with Afanina. This is indeed a bit unreasonable, just like a prisoner. When entering the Steward mansion, Lear was still thinking that it was time to find a house in the fortress. It was not safe to let Afanina and Adele live in the hotel all the time. After all, there were too many people and eyes. Moreover, he was about to establish a night order. Before, the residents of the fortress didn't know much about him, the heir of Steward, but once his night order was established, it would be different. The night order maintained the order of the fortress. What would it look like if others knew that he, the heir of Steward, ran to the hotel every day? It's a bit of a discredit to Steward. It was soon time for dinner, and everyone was eating happily. Albert asked Lear while eating steak, "How is your knight's order preparing?" "I have posted a task in the Adventurers Guild, and will select 5 elite adventurers in the fortress arena in a week to join my knight's order," Lear replied. Albert nodded. "Selection? This is also a good way. I will let the butler talk to the arena." "Did you meet Farouk in the Adventurers Guild?" Albert asked again. "I did." Lear nodded, but his expression was a little strange. "What's wrong?" Albert noticed Lear's strangeness. "Knight Farouk hopes to let his daughter join my knight's order as well." "Let Charlene join?" Albert was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. "Any questions?" Lear asked. "Nothing. Charlene is not so easy to get along with." Albert shook his head, but didn't say much. Lear felt even more strange. Knight Farouk was hiding something, and his father seemed to know something. Could it be that Charlene was a tigress with a bad temper? He forked a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. He felt a little interested, but he didn't care too much. No matter how bad-tempered a woman was, he was confident that he could make her calm and stable. Dinner ended with laughter and joy. Lear and Miria went upstairs in a crowd of ambiguous eyes. Back in the bedroom, Lear saw Miria staring at him. "What's wrong?" Lear asked with some confusion. "I have something to do. Can you leave for a while?" Miria said nervously. Lear stared at the girl in front of him. He felt a strange breath, but he didn't refuse the girl's request. "How long will it take?" "Just wait outside. I call you in," Miria replied. Chapter 125. "Do you really want to do this?" Milia said to herself after Lear left and closed the door. "Don't worry, just leave everything to me, I will help you awaken." Millis floated out from the Morning Star scepter beside her. "Well, come up." Milia hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. When Millis in the air heard this, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and then she reached out and held Milia in her arms. The originally illusory body slowly merged into Milia's body, and Milia's blue eyes and long silver hair gradually turned dark. Milia only felt that endless darkness enveloped all her perceptions, and the feeling of dead silence and despair made her a little unbearable in just a short while. Millis, who had mastered Milia's body, felt the state of Milia in her body, and a trace of contempt appeared in her eyes, but she couldn't stand it for just a moment, and she had endured this cold darkness for many years. Just when Miria was panicking and unable to control herself, the feeling of dead silence and despair disappeared. Although it was still dark around her, she could sense the situation outside. "Leave it to me next." A low hum sounded in the darkness. It was Miri's voice. "Lear, come in." Miri shouted outside the house. Lear, who was outside the door, also heard the voice. He immediately opened the door and saw Miria standing in front of him. Miria with black hair. "Miria, you?" Lear was a little surprised. Miria's temperament had completely changed. She became cold and no longer had the feeling of weakness before. Just when Lear wanted to ask what was going on, the system panel popped up in front of him. Discover the Dark Star Law Source Material Carrier. Make the Law Source Material Carrier produce a certain degree of negative emotional fluctuations, and obtain the corresponding law affinity. The words Lear was about to say were stuck in his throat. Dark Star Law? Shouldn't Milia be the Star Law? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly thought of something, and glanced at the star scepter that Milia placed on the bedside. "Lear, come in quickly." Millis, who occupied Milia's body, ran to Lear, pulled Lear directly into the room, and then closed the door. She looked at the man in front of her, who was indeed handsome, but no matter how handsome he was still a mortal. Her sister actually fell in love with such a person. Millis complained in her heart, and she pulled Lear to sit on the bed. She lied to Milia that she needed magic power to speed up the awakening of the Star Law, so that she could absorb Lear's magic power legitimately. The magic power in Lear is very strong, much stronger than that of ordinary high-level professionals. She uses Lear as a power bank to absorb magic power, restore her own strength, and finally kill Lear. This is Millis's plan. The plan is perfect. As long as she doesn't behave too weirdly, ordinary people won't notice that Lear is cheating. "What's wrong with your hair?" Lear asked. Hearing Lear's question, Millis replied perfunctorily, "My Chinching Law may be about to awaken, so my body has changed." "Oh, don't worry about it." "Lear, do you love me?" Milia said like a spoiled child. Lear couldn't hold back after hearing this. With a shy personality like Milia, it's impossible for her to say such a thing. Milia, who was trapped in the darkness, blushed instantly when she heard this. Although Lear complained in his heart, he still smiled on the surface. "Of course, Milia, I love you," he said, reaching out and gently stroking Milia's cheek. Feeling Lear's touch, Milia's body stiffened. Before, she only watched Lear and Milia being intimate in the Morning Star Scepter, and now she was personally on the battlefield, and she had never experienced such a feeling. Milia's physical abnormality naturally did not escape Lear's perception, but Lear did not expose the other party. This so-called Dark Star Law Source Material Carrier occupied Milia's body. He didn't know how Milia was now. Before figuring out the situation, he should try not to let this guy who occupied the magpie's nest have any doubts. Millis resisted the psychological discomfort and pretended to be happy and said, "Then Lear, are you willing to help me awaken the law of the Morning Star?" Lear raised his eyebrows and said in coordination with Millis, "Of course, if you can awaken the law of the Morning Star, I will certainly help you. Have you figured out how to awaken the law of the Morning Star?" Seeing that Lear did not doubt herself, Millis was secretly delighted and said, "Yes, I got the Oracle of the Morning Star, and need to absorb magic power to awaken the law of the Morning Star." "You want to absorb my magic power?" Lear understood what Millis meant. "Are you willing? I know this is a bit too much. If you don't want to, I can practice slowly by myself." Millis looked at Lear pitifully, and Lear's eyes twitched as she looked at him with lust. This feeling made Lear feel like he had met a green tea bitch in his previous life. Although they were the same skin, Lear still liked the previous Milia more. He smiled, and there was no resistance on the surface. "Of course I am willing, as long as I can help you, Milia, I can do it." "How do you want to absorb my magic power?" Lear asked. "Just give me your hand." Seeing Lear agree directly, Millis was overjoyed, but she was not too excited in her confession, and said gratefully. Lear stretched out his hand without hesitation. Millis took Lear's hand and whispered, "Then I'm going to start." As she said that, a dark purple light emanated from Milia's body, and Lear immediately felt that his magic power was being attracted and poured into Millis' body. But the speed was not fast. Millis was like a novice, absorbing the magic power in Lear's body bit by bit. Milia, who was sealed in her body, also felt that the dark space around her seemed to have been reinforced and became more solid. Milia's continued to absorb the magic power in Lear's body, carefully. She needed to act a little unfamiliar, because the original Milia was an ordinary person, and it was impossible for her to be so skilled in absorbing magic power for the first time. She hoped to absorb Lear's magic power for a long time, and then increase the strength of absorbing magic power little by little. Milis thought so, but Lear didn't want to do this. He looked at Milis, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You absorb too slowly like this," Lear suddenly said. "Ah?" Mealy's was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lear wanted to say, but the next second, Lear threw her whole person on the bed. If you want magic power, I can give it all to you. Lear grabbed Milia's hands and pressed Milia under him. In the astonished eyes of Mealy's, he kissed Milia's lips directly, and the magic power of his body was continuously injected into Milia's body with the kiss. Lear greedily tasted the taste of the little princess, just like usual. Mealy's was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. The touch on Milia's body reached her soul without reservation, just like she was kissed by someone. After a short daze, Mealy's reacted and began to struggle. Lear, you let me go. She struggled, but Lear lay on her, making her unable to move. Milia's body is still just an ordinary person after all. How can she break free from Lear's hands? Mealy's was about to cry, when had she, the dignified Dark Star goddess, ever suffered such humiliation? Although this was not her body, the feeling was real. The emotional fluctuation value of shame, anger, and humiliation of the Dark Star Law Source Carrier reaches 98%, and you have gained 3% of the Dark Star Law Affinity. The system panel popped up in front of Lear, with a new Law Affinity. He raised his eyebrows, and continued his actions. Milia, who was trapped in the dark space, looked at this scene and was a little dazed. Lear kissed her body, but it was Milis who felt it all. Suddenly Milia felt that her man was robbed. She wanted to tell Lear that it was not her. Lear obviously loved her, but now, he was kissing another soul. Milia clenched her palms, and her mood became flustered and irritable under Lear's constant kisses, and a faint blue light emanated from her body. Milia's endured Lear's invasion. She could no longer bear it. This damn mortal dared to blaspheme her. Immediately, she released the control of Milia's body, turned into a dark purple light, and sank into the morning star scepter beside her. Milia felt dizzy, and regained control of her body. Her eyes turned back to the original azure blue, and her hair turned back to beautiful silver. Feeling that she had regained control of her body, Milia had a trace of tears in her eyes. The two looked at each other, and Lear understood that the real Milia was back. Kiss me. Milia's tone was a little tearful. Lear raised his eyebrows, spoke with actions, and kissed directly. The two bodies rolled on the bed for a long time before stopping. Milia gasped for air. When Milia and Lear kissed just now, she felt a panic she had never felt before. She was afraid that Mealy's would occupy her body like this, imprison her forever in that dark space, take away her body, take away Lear, and take away everything from her. Lear. After a short silence, Milia raised her head and looked at Lear, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Do you want to go out for a walk? We came to the Pharaoh Fortress, and it's not night yet. Lear suddenly said. Milia was stunned for a moment, glanced at the Morning Star Scepter, and finally nodded. The two packed their clothes, and went out hand in hand. Mealy's hid in the Morning Star Scepter, still recalling the feeling just now. Her cheeks were as red as a red apple. I was actually desecrated by a mortal. But why does it feel good? Chapter 126. Milia followed Lear all the way until they came to the garden behind the mansion and stopped. Lear. Milia called Lear's name in a low voice. Don't you have anything to tell me? Lear turned his head and stared at Milia, which made the girl feel guilty. Milia bit her lip. Milis had told her not to tell Lear about the matter, so she hesitated. It shouldn't be you just now. Seeing that Milia didn't speak, Lear sighed. Milia was stunned for a moment, you know? Of course I know. Lear flicked Milia's forehead unhappily. With your temper, you won't say such direct words to me. Milia held her forehead, feeling a little painful, but she felt very happy in her heart. Even though Milis occupied his body, Lear still recognized that it was not her. Tell me, what happened just now? Lear pulled Milia into his arms, and asked again. He pinched Miria's face in a domineering manner, and said seriously, Don't hide it. Looking at Lear's tough look, Miria stuck out her tongue and slowly began to tell the story. 5 minutes later. Are you saying that it is the spirit of the Morning Star Scepter? It's called Miri's? Lear narrowed his eyes. Of course, he would not believe such nonsense. If he didn't have the golden finger, he might still believe it if it was the spirit, but his golden finger clearly said that it was the source of the Dark Star Law. Dark Star and Morning Star, it sounds like there is some connection or opposition. The Queen was also bewitched before. She said she can help you awaken the Morning Star Law? Do you need to absorb my magic power? Yes. Milia nodded obediently. You believe it? Lear looked at the silly girl in front of him helplessly. This seems like a conspiracy. I'm afraid only a naive little girl like Milia would believe it. Shouldn't I believe it? Milia blinked, and then seemed to understand something. Is Mili's lying to me? Lier sighed. Meles is definitely not the spirit of the Star Scepter, but it's hard to say whether Meles can help Milia awaken the Star Law. Just now, was it that Meles who controlled your body? Lier asked again. Yes. Aren't you afraid that she will occupy your body, and not give it back to you? Lier rubbed Milia's little head. The little princess has no sense of crisis. Letting an unknown thing occupy her body is completely putting her life in the hands of others. Milia's eyes flashed with fear when she heard this. When she saw Lier kissing Meles just now, she felt very flustered. If Meles had been sealing her and Lier didn't notice it, that feeling would be too terrifying. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Milia apologized pitifully. Looking at Milia's appearance, Lier shook his head helplessly. Then the Star Scepter will be with me from now on. He couldn't give the Star Scepter to Milia after knowing that there was a problem with the Star Scepter. Although Milia could use the power of the Star Scepter, there was no danger in the Pharaoh Fortress, and Milia had no place to use those powers. By the way, since that artifact spirit said that you need magic power to awaken, I will input some magic power into you every day to see if there is any effect. Lier said again. Milia nodded and hugged Lier tightly. She looked into Lier's eyes, and suddenly said with some jealousy, Lier, since you know that the one just now was not me, you still kissed her. Lier was stunned for a moment. Isn't that your body? It's mine. But I can't feel it. Milia pouted. You can feel it now. Lier hugged Milia and kissed Milia on her lips. It's really cute to be jealous like this. Under the moonlight, men and women hugged and kissed each other, and they couldn't help themselves. What are you doing? Just as Lier greedily tasted Milia's taste, a teasing voice came from behind. Lier and Milia were both startled and looked at the place where the voice came from. Queen Philia was looking at Lier and Milia with a smile on her face. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and Milia's cheeks instantly blushed. Mother. She broke away from Lier's arms, and ran into Philia's arms. Milia, you are not young anymore, it's better to go back to the room to continue this kind of thing. Philia patted her daughter's back. Milia remained silent, and she felt a little socially dead. Before, when she was in Stuart's mansion, Lier forced her, and was caught by her mother, and now she was caught by her mother again. The shy emotion fluctuation value of the Chinching Law source material carrier reached 97%, and you gained 1% of the Chinching Law affinity. The long-lost Law affinity improvement tip appeared in front of him, and Lier looked at the queen without changing his expression. Lier, I know you young people are energetic, but you can't take Milia to such a place. Philia said with some blame. Lier showed a slightly embarrassed expression. Sorry, your majesty, I just brought Milia to see the moonlight, and I couldn't help myself. By the way, your majesty, have you heard of the Dark Star Law? Lier suddenly asked. Dark Star Law? Philia frowned and looked at Lier strangely. Don't you know? The queen shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Do you ask this for something? Nothing, I just said it casually. Lier smiled. Then I take Milia back to the room. Good night, your majesty. As he said, he walked to Milia's side, and the little princess also raised her head from the queen's arms, holding Lier's hand, and left. Taking Milia back to the bedroom, both of them looked at the Morning Star Scepter on the bedside. This is a dangerous relic of the law, which houses a device spirit. If it is placed casually, it is hard not to worry. Lier pondered for a moment, picked up the scepter, and put it into the storage ring first. After putting away the scepter, Lier pulled Milia back to bed. The two hugged each other. When Milia fell asleep, Lier got up carefully. The Star Scepter could not be placed in Milia's hand, but he was a little worried about putting it in his storage ring. He took out the scepter again, looked at the deep and beautiful gem on the scepter, and after a moment, he left the bedroom alone again. Facing the night, Lier left the Stuart mansion directly, and came to an empty grove. He stuck the scepter on the ground beside him, and said, Are you coming out by yourself, or waiting for me to destroy you? Lier's voice was very cold. The Star Scepter was a powerful relic of the law. For professionals of the Star Law, its preciousness was comparable to a legendary weapon. But he would not keep an item with hidden dangers, no matter how strong it is. Milia is his wife. He will not allow anything that may hurt Milia to exist. He does not need Milia to become so powerful. He can protect Milia. Even if Milia never awakens the law of the Morning Star in her life, and is just a vase, he does not mind. The grove was silent, and Meles in the Morning Star Scepter completely ignored Lier's threats. It seems that Milia still told Lier about her, but what can be done? She is just a high-level professional. If the Morning Star Scepter can be destroyed so easily, she would not be sealed in the Morning Star Scepter for so long. Looking at the Morning Star Scepter that has not changed much, Lier's eyes became sharp. He took out the Night Rose, and the blood swirl blessed it, turning it into a bloody rose. The heavy stabbing sword pierced the gem on the star scepter without hesitation. Ding! A buzzing sound rang out in the grove, and the star scepter emitted a faint blue light. The blade of the blood rose stopped only a few centimeters away from the gem, unable to move forward. Lear's eyes focused, and continued to exert force. Aslan's royal swordsmanship was activated, and all attribute points were transformed into power, but the layer of faint blue light did not change at all, and it was as solid as a rock. Millis and the gem looked at this scene, and showed a contemptuous expression. Lear continued to attack in disbelief, stabbing the gem with one sword after another, but it had no effect. He took a deep breath, and his heart was ruthless. The blood rose was gradually wrapped in blood light, and turned into a spear. Holding the spear, just as he was about to stab, a voice suddenly sounded. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice made Lear tremble, and the blood-colored spear in his hand also dissipated under this voice. Lear turned his head, and saw the Lord of Blood with white hair and red eyes floating beside him. "Lord of Blood?" Lear said in astonishment. "My dear king, what are you doing? Playing with a stick in the middle of the night?" The Lord of Blood floated in front of Lear, and reached out to touch Lear's cheek. "Stick?" Lear's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at the star scepter. "It's not impossible to say it's a stick. Why haven't you found the old dream I guided you to after so long?" The Lord of Blood became aggressive, and glared at Lear in the next second after teasing Lear just now, with a bad look. Lear was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. "Lord Blood Source, it's not that I don't want to find it, but your guidance has disappeared." "What?" The Blood Source Lord was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly and sensed it. After more than 10 seconds, her expression became a little serious. "Someone actually blocked my old dream." Lyre looked at the Blood Source Lord with an uncertain expression. What old dream? He didn't want to care about it now, he just wanted to deal with the Star Scepter. Since he couldn't destroy the Star Scepter, could the Blood Source Lord do it? After pondering for a moment, he patted the Blood Source Lord on the shoulder, pointed to the Star Scepter beside him, and said, "Can you destroy this stick?" Chapter 127. What? The Lord of Blood Origin frowned and looked at the stick in front of Li'er. "There is a source carrier of the Dark Star Law in this stick." Li'er said lightly, "I don't like her very much. Didn't you swallow the true spirit of the corrupted law before? Can this source carrier of the Dark Star Law be swallowed? If you can swallow it, and retain the original power of this stick, that would be the best. Since the Lord of Blood Origin can swallow the corrupted true spirit before, if you can swallow this source carrier of the Dark Star Law and retain the original power of the Star Scepter, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" The Lord of Blood Origin listened to Li'er's words, and his eyes fell on the Star Scepter emitting a faint blue light. I didn't pay too much attention to it before, but after she observed it carefully, she discovered the secret hidden in it. There is a law true spirit in this scepter? The Lord of Blood Origin opened his eyes wide, and then showed a greedy expression. After experiencing destruction again and again, her power was extremely weakened. The last time she swallowed the corrupt spirit, she had just digested it, which restored a lot of her power. If she could swallow the lost spirit in the scepter in front of her, her power would definitely be restored more. In the Star Scepter, Miri's looked at the white-haired girl, who suddenly appeared, and felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She felt that the girl was the same kind of creature as herself, a god. And she was much stronger than she was now. After hearing what Li'er said, she was even more frightened. This damn mortal, not only did he blaspheme himself, but now he actually wanted another god to swallow him. Millis panicked. In the originally dark space, blood-colored chains appeared out of thin air. The Lord of Blood Source looked at the Star Scepter like a cat looking at a mouse. The bright red shackles directly caught Milia hidden in the gem. A dark purple light flashed, and a figure was tied and dragged out. Lear and the Lord of Blood Source both looked over. Seeing the figure, Lear was stunned. Except for the long black hair and black eyes, it was almost the same as Milia. "You can't do this to me. How can you let her devour me?" Milia struggled in panic, a little incoherent. She originally wanted to kill Lear and let Milia feel the pain, but the plan had just begun, and now she was going to die in the womb. Not only that, she was going to fall into it. What a rich source breath. Compared with the waste of the corrupted true spirit, your power is more delicious. The Lord of Blood Source licked his lips and stared at the bound girl intently. Just as she was about to devour the lost spirit in front of her, with a fierce look in her eyes, Li'er spoke. "Wait a moment." Li'er stopped the Lord of Blood Source from doing this. The girl in front of her looked too much like Milia, and it was hard not for Li'er to think that the true spirit of the Dark Star Law had some connection with Milia. "What for?" The Lord of Blood Source was somewhat dissatisfied. This person cannot be eaten now, and I don't know her identity yet. Lier shrugged. You can't let her eat me. I'm Milia's sister. If you let her eat me, when Milia's Morningstar Law awakens, she will definitely not forgive you. Mealy shouted in horror. The only way she could think of was to use her relationship with Milia. She was Milia's sister, and that was a fact. If Lier really cared about Milia, he would not kill her, Milia's sister. Although she hated Milia, Milia had lost her memory now, and Lier did not know the grudge between her and Milia. Sister? Lier raised his eyebrows, which coincided with his guess. You said you were Milia's sister. Do you have any evidence? Lier continued to ask. How do you want me to prove it? I look the same as Milia. Isn't that enough to prove it? Mealy said anxiously. Appearance can be disguised, but it is not enough as evidence, and Milia is the law of the morning star, you are the law of the dark star, and your laws are different. Lier tried to induce Mealy's words. So what? Milia is the law of the morning star, I am the law of the dark star, we are sisters, I am the dark side of the morning star. Mealy's tried to explain desperately. Is Milia the reincarnation of the true spirit of the morning star law? Lier asked again. You already know everything, why are you still asking me? Does Milia's morning star law really need to absorb magic power to awaken? No, it will only awaken when the spirit is greatly stimulated. If you hadn't saved Philia, Milia's morning star law might have awakened. In order to survive, Mealy's told everything she knew. At this point, Lier didn't ask any more questions. Are you done asking? Can I eat her? The Lord of Blood licked his lips, already impatient. I have told you everything I know. You can't let her eat me. Milia's panicked. Don't eat her. Lier finally chose to stop the Lord of Blood. She is Milia's sister. So what? You are my Blood King. The Lord of Blood stared at Lier, and said with great dissatisfaction. Lier sighed helplessly. Even if I owe you, I will try my best to help you find your old dream. Milis is Milia's sister, and the other party should not lie, although Lier thinks that the relationship between the two sisters may not be harmonious. If the awakening method of the Morning Star Law is really what Milis said now, it means that Milis deceived Milia before. Why did Milis deceive Milia? There are secrets between the sisters that he doesn't know, but anyway, Milis is Milia's sister. The matter between the two sisters, let Milia deal with it herself after she awakens. Now just need to keep an eye on Milis. Can you help me seal Mealy's? Let her stay in the Star Scepter, and not interfere with the outside world. Lier continued to say to the Lord of Blood. Listening to Lier's words, the Lord of Blood was angry and annoyed. Lier was his king, but now, he was turning his elbow outward. Whether it was Milia or Mealy's, neither of them had a substantial contract with Lier. It was obvious that she was the god who had a contract with Lier. Mealy's also widened her eyes when she heard Lier's words. I said I am Milia's sister, you still want to seal me? Lier glanced at Mealy's and ignored her. The most important thing now was to appease the Lord of Blood. I will make it up to you. Lier took the Blood Lord's hand. He thought, and suddenly realized that he didn't know the Blood Lord's name. By the way, I don't know your name yet. The Blood Lord was silent for a long time, and finally said viciously, You'd better make it up to me. My name is Lillian, I will keep a close eye on you. I promise, I will try my best to complete any task you have in the future. Lier bowed slightly, took Lillian's hand, and kissed the back of her hand. Seeing this scene, Lillian blushed, but did not struggle. She snorted and looked at Milis on the side, with a strong red light gathering in her eyes. A series of bright red chains wrapped around Milis, and then dragged her into the Star Scepter. Finally, the chains wrapped around the scepter, turned into blood-red lines, and were engraved on the gem. I have sealed her. She can only stay in the gem now, and can't come out, but the power of this scepter has also been sealed a little. Lillian said. That's enough. Lier nodded, as long as Miris would not pose a threat again. I have done your job, you'd better help me find my old dream as soon as possible. Lillian said unhappily. Of course no problem, you just said that your old dream was isolated. Where is your old dream now? Lier asked. Over there? Lillian pointed to the Decision Mountains west of the fortress. I can feel that my old dream is in that mountain range. Lier looked at the Decision Mountains, which is a very dangerous place in the game, and also a border. On the other side of the mountain, there is a wider land, and the real strong ones also gather on the other side of the mountain. The Decision Mountains are a barrier that blocks the player's initial map and advanced map. Whether it is the Kingdom of Briefhill or the Rhodes Empire, they are all the player's initial map. The level cap here is only the peak of the extraordinary. There is not even a saint. At most it is only a half saint. When the later version, the constantly resurrected heretic law survives and forms its own power under the siege of the Golden Church, the barrier of the Decision Mountains will be opened, and more advanced maps will also be open to players. Lier remembered that there are a large number of high-level, and even extraordinary-level monsters in the Decision Mountains. These are the touchstones of the players. Only players who pass the Decision Mountains with their strength are qualified to go to more advanced maps. The monsters there can be constantly refreshed. It is a very special place in the game, but it does not add experience points, it is just a pure trial. I know, I will go to the Decision Mountains as soon as possible to find your old dream. After recalling the memories in his mind, Lier nodded. It's better this way. Lillian snorted. She didn't say anything more and merged into Lier's bloody king robe again. After Lillian left, Lier picked up the Morning Star Scepter, and instantly he heard the angry voice of Millis. Why did you seal me? I was sealed in the Morning Star Scepter by my sister for so many years. I finally broke free, and you still want to seal me? Millis roared, and her anger reached its peak, just like when Milia sealed her at the beginning. You really don't have a good relationship with Milia. Listening to Millis's words, Lier chuckled. Millis paused for a moment, realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag. She stared at Lier through the gemstone mirror, and the resentment in her eyes seemed to want to devour Lier. I don't know what happened between you and Milia. If you want to figure it out, you'd better wait until Milia wakes up. Lier shook his head, and threw the scepter into the storage ring, without waiting for Millis to speak again. Chapter 128. The next day, Milia woke up from her sleep, feeling the temperature of Lier's body. She felt relieved. Milia did not notice that Lier went out again after she fell asleep last night. Looking at Milia's delicate face, Lier recalled what Mealy said. Milia's Morning Star Law will only awaken when the spirit is extremely stimulated. Such conditions are not difficult, but it may be a torture for Milia. Lier sighed in his heart, and decided to conceal the news for the time being. It's time to get up, my princess. Lier rubbed Milia's smooth face. The two got up, and after breakfast, Lier went out and thought about the next plan. 1 week later, the members of the Knights will be selected, and 100 Knight apprentices will be selected from the preparatory Knight training camp. The task of Lillian, the Lord of Blood, is to decide the old dream in the mountains, and to buy a house in the fortress to settle Ophelia and Adele. There was still a lot to do. Lier walked on the street, and thought for a moment before deciding to solve the placement problem of Ophelia and Adele first. Although this kind of small matter could be easily solved by talking to the housekeeper of the Stewart mansion, Ophelia's matter could not be known to others, so Lier could only find a house himself. He came to the newsstand and bought a newspaper. People who were in a hurry to sell their houses would place advertisements in the newspapers. Lier had seen it in the newspapers of the royal city of Brayfield. And the owners of newsstands are generally well informed. Lier took the newspaper, and sat on a bench in the square. Some citizens were discussing enthusiastically. Have you heard? The Lord's son is about to establish a new knight order, and plans to select candidates in a week. Of course I heard, but I'm just an apprentice-level spy, and my level is only level 3. How can I be selected? Lier listened calmly, while looking at the content in the newspaper. The headline was the news that he was about to establish a knight order. The group of newspaper reporters were really fast, and they were comparable to the reporters in the royal city of Brayfield. By the way, this is the first time I heard that the Lord has a son. I heard that he is a mage who believes in arcane law. You don't know this, my friend in the Knight Order told me that the Lord's son is a dual law professional who can use the power of both arcane law and war law. I heard that he and Knight Commander Yazan had a duel in the Triumph Square, and easily defeated Knight Commander Yazan. The citizen who spoke had a hint of pride in his tone, as if he was saying something amazing. His companion's eyes widened. Defeated Knight Commander Yassine? Is that true? Of course it's true. I'm planning to watch the knight selection in a week, and I can see the Lord's son in person then. Take me with you. If you want to watch it, you'd better buy the arena tickets for that day as soon as possible. I heard that the tickets are almost sold out. As the two discussed, Lier raised his eyebrows, feeling like his idol in his previous life was having a concert. He just defeated Yassine, but these citizens were so surprised. It seems that Yassine has been improving his reputation in the fortress over the years. He shook his head, and continued to read the contents of the newspaper. They were all about the people's livelihood in the fortress. The carriage that exploded in front of him was also reported, and there was news that another adventurer had disappeared in the Decision Mountains. Seeing this, Lier paused slightly. He thought of the old dream of blood that Lillian had said was isolated in the Decision Mountains. Without staying too long on the report of the adventurer's disappearance, Lier continued to read down, and saw some news about houses for rent and sale in the corner. There were many news about houses for sale in the newspaper, and Lear chose one of the small villas in a remote location. There was a small flow of people, which was suitable for pagans to hide. According to the contact address left in the newspaper, Lear soon came to the place where the villa was located. The villa was at the junction of the West City District and the North City District of the fortress, almost reaching the border of the fortress. Lear glanced at the house number on the gate of the villa, number 9 Lake Street. He pressed the doorbell on the gate. After a few dozen seconds, the door was opened after a sound of footsteps. The man was a middle-aged fat man, dressed very ordinary. He looked at the handsome Lear outside the house, and was stunned for a moment. "What do you want?" the fat man asked in confusion. Lear picked up the newspaper in his hand, and pointed to the news of the house sale in the newspaper. "Do you have a house to sell?" Looking at the newspaper, the fat man took a while to react. "Are you here to buy a house?" The man was a little excited. It had been a month since he released the news, and no one had come to him. "Yes, so are you selling it?" Lear put down the newspaper in his hand, and asked with a smile. "Sell? Of course." The man nodded repeatedly. "Guest, please come in and take a look first. I promise that this villa will satisfy you." Knowing that Lear was here to buy a house, the man's attitude changed instantly, and he directly invited Lear into the house. The furnishings in the house were all good, and it could be seen that it had been carefully decorated. Lear looked around under the guidance of the man, and finally came to the room in the inner room. The fat man turned the light on the bookshelf, and the bookshelf slowly moved away, revealing a secret door. "There is also this hidden secret room in my villa, which can be convenient for you to hide some things or people to prevent your wife or something from finding out." The man's face showed a smile that all men understand. Lear's expression became a little strange, and he followed the man into the secret room and took a look. The space of the secret room was not large, about the size of a bedroom, and it was empty, and there was nothing inside. "Guest, what do you think?" the fat man said flatteringly, as if he was afraid that Lear would think the house was not good and turn around and leave. "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Lear asked. 800 gold coins, not 750. 750 gold coins will be enough." The fat man thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and cut the price before Lear bargained. 750 gold coins. In the city of Pharaoh Fortress, which is comparable to the royal city, the price is already low. Although the location of this house is remote, the decoration is not bad, and you can move in with a bag after buying some furniture. Lear felt a little strange. The man in front of him seemed to be eager to sell this house, and even willing to lose a little. "May I ask why you want to sell this house?" Lear asked. The fat man was stunned for a moment, then his expression became a little nervous. He pretended to be calm and said, "Because, I plan to leave Fort Pharaoh, and this house is useless, so I plan to sell it." The man's acting skills were very poor, and Lear saw that the other party was lying at a glance. He stared at the man for a long time before saying, "I think this house is very good, I am willing to buy it, but I hope you can tell me the real reason why you want to sell this villa." "I'm telling the truth, sir, it's just that I want to leave, so I plan to sell the house." The fat man had some cold sweat on his forehead, but he still pretended to be calm. Lear glanced at the man, didn't talk nonsense with him, and turned around and planned to leave. Seeing Lear leave so decisively, the fat man was completely anxious. "Wait a minute, sir, if you are willing to buy this house, I can give you another 50 gold coins." Lear ignored the man's words. 50 gold coins were nothing to him, a nouveau riche with a huge sum of 500,000 gold coins given by the Duke of Norton. Seeing that Lear was unmoved, the fat man gritted his teeth and had to tell the truth. "Okay, sir, I admit defeat. I will tell you everything." The man became a little depressed. Hearing this, Lear finally stopped and turned his head slightly. "I spent 800 gold coins to buy this house. Sir, you should know that in the fortress, the price of such a house is generally thousands of gold coins. When I bought it, I thought I had found a bargain, but later I found out that the original owner of this house died in the house." The man narrated slowly. Lear listened quietly without interrupting the man. "You may think that it is just a dead person, and it is a good deal to save several hundred gold coins, but later I went to find out." The fat man continued. His expression suddenly became horrified. Before the man died, his body twisted into a snake-like shape, and his limbs became short, as if he was cursed by the devil. He shouted. His whole face became a little hideous because of fear. Lear frowned. If the man's description is true, it may really be related to the curse. It is normal for the curse from the heretical law to have such a terrifying ability. In the previous life, He had seen many scenes in the game where people were cursed to death, or even turned into monsters, because they accidentally communicated with the gods of the heretical law. What about this man later? Has the cause of his death been investigated? Who handled this matter? Lear asked. The case was originally handled by the Tiger Knights, but later on, because no traces of homicide were found, and no enemies of the original owner of the house were found, the case was left unresolved. The fat man recovered from his fear and calmed down a little. Hearing the man's words, Lear's eyes narrowed. It was the Tiger Knights who handled this case, and he thought of someone. Sheila, the pharmacist of the Tiger Knights, is also the source of the blasphemous law. Then did you feel anything strange after living there for so long? Lear continued to ask. The fat man was silent for a while, and finally said helplessly, I had a nightmare. Chapter 129. Nightmare? Yes, I often dream of a giant black snake with a human face on its body. Every time it devours me, I wake up in shock. The fat man said tremblingly, as if he remembered the horrible dream. Lear was silent for a while, and after a few seconds, he asked again, Do you know the identity of the original owner who died? The fat man raised his head, with a trace of fear in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, I remember that he was a very good adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. He seemed to have reached the middle level. He had good talent, but he died in the end. It also caused a commotion in the Adventurers Guild. Some people said that he communicated with the heretical law and was cursed to death. A middle-level adventurer died inexplicably, and Lear remembered the news about the adventurer's disappearance in the newspaper. Is there any connection between them? Sir, I have told you everything I can tell you. I shouldn't hide it from you. This villa has been cursed. If you need a house, you should go somewhere else. The fat man has given up. He has already explained the villa so clearly. How can anyone buy this cursed villa? Maybe this villa should be sealed forever. He has been struggling with whether to sell this villa these days. After all, if there is a curse, it means persecution of others. 700 gold coins? Lear suddenly said. Hearing Lear's words, the fat man was stunned. Didn't you just say that you are willing to reduce the price by another 50 gold coins, and sell it to me at 700 gold coins? Lear said again. The fat man finally reacted and said in disbelief, Sir, this is a cursed house. I don't care about that. Lear smiled. If you want, sell it to me for 700 gold coins, and we can sign the contract now. Are you serious? The fat man still felt like he was dreaming. Of course, I won't joke about this. Lear smiled slightly. More than 10 minutes later, when Lear put a bag of gold coins and the contract in his hand, the fat man still felt unreal. Lear sent the man out of the villa and closed the door. He glanced at the dark villa, and his terrifying mental power instantly swept across the whole house. About 10 seconds later, Lear frowned. He didn't find anything unusual, but his intuition told him that there was indeed something strange in this villa. Lear walked around the villa again. First floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, and finally returned to the bedroom and walked into the secret room. Feeling the dark atmosphere in the secret room, Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. There are some things he can't see, but that doesn't mean he has no way. There is a god living in him. After a moment of silence, Lear whispered, My dear goddess Lillian, you should be able to feel my voice. Can you come out for a moment? A strong blood-red light emanated from his body, and the power of the blood law was trembling. As the blood-red light rang in the dark secret room, the surrounding environment seemed to have changed a little, and Lear saw that something seemed to be twisting in the air. Phantom snakes appeared in the air, wriggling constantly. Lear stared at the snakes, somewhat surprised. He had originally wanted Lillian to help him, but he had not expected that the snakes would appear just by emitting the power of the blood law. What is this? The snakes in the air kept approaching Lear, but Lear could not feel the entity, as if it was some kind of residual phantom. The snake opened its ferocious mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced on Lear. Lear did not sit still and wait for death, and directly took out the night rose and slashed at the snake. The moment the night rose touched the snake, the scene in front of him suddenly became illusory, and the original secret room disappeared, replaced by a rich blood color. Between the broken walls and ruins, there was a huge pool of blood in the center, in which a dark and ferocious figure kept wriggling. This was a ferocious big snake, covered with dark scales, and under the snake were a large number of arms. In the center of the snake's body, there is a human face, which looks particularly hideous and terrifying. The big snake seemed to feel the gaze, and suddenly raised its head from the blood pool. The hideous snake head spit out the snake tongue, and the human face on the snake body also opened his eyes, and stared at Lear in front of him. Another delicious food. The human face of the big snake uttered a greedy word. Lear looked at this scene with a solemn expression. At this time, the system panel jumped out in front of him. You have witnessed the projection of the blasphemy of the true spirit. You have been mentally polluted by the blasphemy of the true spirit. You are forced to make a will judgment. The judgment is successful. You are exempt from this mental pollution blasphemy of the true spirit. Lear's eyes stayed on a line of words on the system panel. The big snake in front of him was a god in charge of the blasphemy law. Sure enough, the death of the previous owner of this villa was related to the heresy law. Shira was the source carrier of the blasphemy law, which means that Shira's shadow was also involved in this matter. Lear was silent. He had never heard of the blasphemy law in his previous life, and he didn't understand what kind of power this law had. Just as Lear was thinking, the surrounding environment changed again, the vision became dark, and he saw the dark secret room again. What are you doing again? A pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Lillian, the Lord of Blood Source, floated in the air. Looking at the dense snake shadows around her, she frowned. She casually waved a blood light, and the dense snake shadows around were dispersed in an instant. Looking at the place where the snake shadows disappeared, Lillian suddenly focused her eyes. That's it, she said suddenly. Lear came back to his senses. What is it? It is this power that cuts off my old dream, Lillian said hurriedly, and she became angry as she spoke. No. Not only that, this damn god also occupied my old dream. Lil looked at Lillian's angry look, and roughly understood the situation in his heart. The blood pool scene just seen was probably Lillian's old dream, but now it was occupied by the true spirit that blasphemed the law. Is that blood pool just now your old dream? Lear asked. Yes, Lillian answered angrily. Is the big snake I saw an illusion? Lear asked again. It is an illusion left by the power of the law, but now I have exorcised it. Lillian nodded, her expression still a little angry. He can leave an illusion here, so his real body must be hidden in my old dream. In that mountain range. How could Lillian not be angry when her things were taken away by someone? Hearing Lillian's words, Lear raised his eyebrows. This was not good news. Originally, Lillian's mission was just to find the old dream. Now the old dream of blood was occupied by another god of heretical law, so the difficulty of the mission was greatly increased. That big snake looked difficult to deal with. It was more powerful than the corrupt true spirit. With his current strength, it would be difficult to kill the big snake. Before, the corrupt true spirit relied on the descent of the golden law goddess to let Sylvia become a thug, and finally everyone joined forces to kill it. My goddess, your old dream was occupied by another god. What should I do now? Lear asked helplessly. When Lillian heard what Lear said, she understood what Lear meant in just a moment. She said nonchalantly, just go find him. I have devoured the power of the corrupt true spirit, and now my strength has recovered a lot. I will give you more power to kill that god. No one can touch my things. That disgusting snake should be executed, Lillian said viciously. Just when Lear and Lillian were discussing how to deal with the blasphemous true spirit that occupied the old dream of blood, Sheila in the alchemy room of the War Tiger Knights trembled. She was dragged into the illusion and returned to the blood pool. The blasphemous snake was wriggling in the blood pool. Sheila reacted and knelt down quickly, saying respectfully, Lord God, what is the matter with you summoning me? The blasphemous snake stopped wriggling and raised the pale face on its body. A dark law magic gathered in the air to form a portrait of a person. Find this person, bring him here, and make him my food. The blasphemous snake made a terrifying sound. Sheila raised her head carefully, and she saw the portrait made of magic in the air, and her pupils shrank immediately. The figure on it was Lear. Why did the Lord God have a portrait of Lear? Sheila was a little confused, but before she could ask more questions, the illusion around her was shattered, and she returned to the alchemy room. There was a hint of burnt smell coming from the alchemy furnace in front of her. The herbs inside had been burnt, and the potion had failed to be refined. It's really strange, Sheila. You can also fail to refine the potion. Not far away, Yazan looked at Sheila and said jokingly. Since being threatened by Sheila last time, Yazan has become much more restrained. Thinking carefully, he still thinks that Sheila should be pretending to be with Lear. After all, Sheila wants him to kill Lear and bring the body back. Sheila must have a good impression of him, Yazan is convinced. Sheila came back to her senses, and was indifferent to Yazan's teasing. She was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, I remember that Masterly Air will be selecting knights in the fortress arena recently? The smile on Yazan's face froze, because of Sheila's words. Sheila was actually asking about the air? Yazan couldn't accept it. He asked with an ugly expression, Sheila, why are you asking this? When is the selection? I want to go and see. Sheila turned her head and saw Yazin's collapsed expression. Chapter 130. After confirming that there was no residual power of the blasphemy law in the villa, Lear left. The appearance of the blasphemy spirit made Lear more cautious. Although Lillian said that she could give him the power to kill the blasphemy spirit, the real situation still needs to be explored. Lear planned to complete the night selection first, and then go to the Decision Mountains to have a look. The Decision Mountains are very large and continuous, and Lear only regarded the Decision Mountains as a trial site in his previous life, and did not explore it carefully. However, before the night selection and the Decision Mountains, he had to transfer Ophelia and Adele to this new house. He also had to add some furniture and daily necessities to the villa. It took about a day for Lear to contact a furniture dealer and quickly set up the villa. As long as there is money, any work will become very efficient. In the afternoon, Lear came to the Kent Hotel. Ophanina and Adele were leaning on the bed together. As both women, the relationship between the two became much more harmonious during Lear's absence. Ophanina carefully glanced at the blood apostle on the other side. She had almost figured it out. This was just an incarnation of Lear. It had no self-awareness, unless Lear separated his mind to control it remotely. This incarnation was simply a puppet, with only set instructions to monitor and prevent her from escaping. Adele, are you willing to be Lear's servant like this? Ophanina looked at Adele and whispered, I know your identity. You are the daughter of the Duke of Norton. You are obviously the daughter of a noble duke, but you have become Lear's slave. Lear bullied you wantonly, leaving you here to look at me, and only came to see you when he was free. He just treated you as a tool. Ophanina kept talking, and Adele just listened quietly without expressing her opinion. Seeing that Adele didn't speak or refute herself, Ophanina thought that her nagging for so many days had worked, and she hurriedly continued, Are you going to be Lear's maid for the rest of your life? As long as you let me go, when I return to the Golden Church, we will bring Lear, the devil, to justice together. Ophanina did not hide her malice towards Lear. She was imprisoned by Lear for so many days. Except for not really violating her, Lear almost looked at her body. But these were not what scared Ophanina. What really scared her was her true thoughts. After being whipped by Lear for the first time, her body began to gradually adapt to Lear's blasphemy. Whether it was being sucked blood or being whipped, she fell in love with that feeling. Ophanina was horrified to find that she no longer rejected Lear's behavior towards her, and even liked him a little. This strange feeling made her panic. She was afraid that as she continued, she would become a slave controlled by Lear, and fall into Lear's atrocities against her. Ophanina thought about it for a long time, but found that she did not get a response from Adele. She raised her head, and saw Adele looking behind her, her face flushed. Master, you are here. Adele stood up and walked to Lear, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Lear pulled Adele into his arms, sniffed the girl's neck, and felt the wonderful smell of the girl. Ophelia was stunned. She turned her head stiffly, and saw Lear looking at her with a smile. I said that if you want to escape and I catch you, you will be punished. Lear said slowly, walked to the bed, and looked down at Ophelia. You, what do you want? Ophelia asked tremblingly. When we get to the new place, you will know. Now you should lie down obediently. Lear raised his eyebrows, went forward to hug Ophelia, and bit the girl's neck. The sweet blood flowed into his mouth, and Lear felt refreshed all over. Lear had tasted the blood of Ophanina, Milia, Eno and Adele, but only the blood of Ophanina and Milia made him feel special. Maybe this is the special feature of the carrier of the law source? Under Lear's biting, Ophanina's clothes quickly became messy, revealing a large area of Snow-White's skin. She could feel the magic power in her body being gradually devoured, and the bright red chains were also wrapped around her body, and her physical strength was also being rapidly devoured. Soon Ophanina fell on the bed powerlessly, panting, letting Lear ravage her body. Adele, who was watching this scene, blushed, and her hands and feet became tense. 10 minutes later, after Lear resisted the urge to possess Ophanina, Lear raised his head. He turned his head and pounced on Adele, who was standing aside, and threw the girl directly on the bed. Soon the girl's clothes were scattered all over the floor, and there were waves of lascivious sounds in the room. Ophelia lay on the bed weakly, secretly watching Lear and Adele. She bit her lips gently, and her cheeks were as red as a blooming rose. This was not the first time she saw Lear and Adele being intimate, which made her feel shy, but she couldn't resist the desire in her heart. It lasted for 2 hours before Lear and Adele paused, and Ophelia was finally freed from the torture. Get ready, we are leaving here. Lear patted Adele's smooth back and said softly, Leave? Adele, who was sorting clothes for Lear, was stunned for a moment. I bought a villa somewhere else. You and Ophelia can live there in the future. You don't have to stay in the hotel all the time. After all, it's not very convenient. Lear nodded. You can go to the city if you have nothing to do. I will lock Ophanina up, so you don't have to watch her all the time. Lear added. Hearing this, Adele's eyes lit up. She had been staying in the hotel watching Ophanina for the past few days, since she came to Fort Pharaoh. To be honest, it was a bit boring. She also wanted to see Lear's hometown, what kind of city Fort Pharaoh was. Thank you, master. Adele stood up and kissed Lear on the cheek. Lear was able to consider her and Ophanina's feelings, which showed that Lear took her to heart, and she was not just a tool as Ophanina said. Ophanina lay on the bed, listening to Lear's words without any ripples in her heart. For her, it was just a change of imprisonment. After waiting for Lear and Adele to finish, Lear once again knocked Ophanina unconscious, carried her on his back, and the three of them left the room. Arriving at the front desk on the first floor, the receptionist recognized Lear, a handsome gentleman with a generous hand. Good afternoon, sir. The maid smiled and greeted. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please check out for us. Lear smiled. Check out? The maid was stunned for a moment. Sir, you booked a month. Are you going to check out now? Yes. Lear nodded. The maid became a little embarrassed. If you check out after booking a room, a certain amount of room fee will be deducted. Just follow the hotel's rules and refund as much as you can. Lear smiled. Sir, according to the regulations, we will only refund half of the room fee if you check out early. Do you think it's okay? Yes. Lear nodded indifferently. The maid was relieved to hear that. Lear had only stayed for a few days. She was afraid that Lear would want to refund the room fee, but now it seems that this handsome gentleman doesn't care about that. The maid quickly calculated the room fee and refunded it to Lear. She watched Lear smile and leave with the money. There was a trace of admiration in the maid's eyes. Who wouldn't love such a generous and handsome gentleman? The three of them left the hotel and got on the carriage that Lear had prepared in advance, heading all the way to the villa. About half an hour later, the carriage drove to the location of the villa. This is it. Lear stretched out his hand and led Adele down the carriage. Ophanina also woke up at this time and was also carried down by Lear. Adele looked at the villa in front of her. It was a 4-story building with a backyard garden. Carrying Ophanina, Lear went straight to the 4th floor and walked into the bedroom with a secret room, intending to place Ophanina here. With a secret room, if someone comes, it is also convenient to hide Ophanina. Summoning the life-binding shackles, Lear tied Ophanina's ankles, leaving Ophanina only with the freedom to move around the room. You will stay here in the future. Adele will take care of you. Lear put Ophanina on the bed. Although Ophanina woke up now, she was still unable to move. I hope you can be a little better next time you come. Don't think about running away again. Adele won't listen to you. You just need to stay here obediently. Lear patted Ophanina's face, and finally left the bedroom in the humiliating eyes of the girl. After leaving the bedroom, Adele also chose a room, which was next to Ophanina. Master, will you come to see me often? Adele looked at Lear expectantly. Of course. Lear nodded. After all, Adele was a professional of the blood law, so he had to keep an eye on her, as well as Ophelia. Although Ophelia had moved to a new place, she still had to come here every day to suck blood and devour magic. It was a bit troublesome to say, if there was a way to ban Ophelia once and for all. Lear sighed and left the villa with Adele. Seeing Adele standing in front of the door and watching him leave reluctantly, Lear felt like he was hiding a mistress outside without telling his wife. He shook his head and returned to Stuart's mansion in the dark. Chapter 131. Time passed by little, and the news that Lear was about to conduct night selection in the fortress arena spread more and more widely. But Lear himself disappeared. In the knight's archives, Lear sat on a chair, with a mountain of public security files beside him. Most of the public security incidents that occurred in the Pharaoh fortress in recent years were recorded here, such as someone killed someone for profit, or someone died accidentally, committed suicide, etc. These incidents were handled by the 4 major knights. The death case of the owner of the villa that Lear bought was also recorded in it. Looking at the content of the information, Lear frowned. The information actually described that the original owner committed suicide by taking poison, which was completely different from what he heard from the landlord before. He continued to read down. There was not much recorded content, not even a photo, just a description of suicide by taking poison. The final case handler was Sheila. The record of the information was different from what the landlord said. Who was lying? He was silent and continued to look at the other information below. Looking through the materials, Lear found another problem. Among the cases handled by the War Tiger Knights, a large part of the victims were talented legal professionals, while the other 3 knights mostly dealt with ordinary citizens. The disappearance and death of adventurers were also almost always handled by the War Tiger Knights. Seeing this, Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. Thinking of the talented professional who died in the villa he bought, and the phantom of the blasphemous snake he saw, Lear had an idea in his mind. By the way, I want to ask, how are the bodies of these dead people handled? Lear raised his head, and suddenly asked the archivist beside him. The archive manager was a female knight with a pretty good appearance. She had been watching Lear carefully since he came to the archives room. She was startled by Lear's question. Feeling Lear's gaze, she blushed and said, "Usually, they are cremated. If the family of the deceased requests it, the body will be handed over to the family." "Who is responsible for the cremation?" Lear asked again. "It was the War Tiger Knights of Knight Commander Yazan. I remember that Miss Shira was in charge." The female knight thought for a while and answered. "It was Shira again." Lear nodded, not surprised. "It seems that Shira, the carrier of the source of blasphemy law, is deliberately collecting the bodies of some professionals with good talents. Those bodies may not be really cremated. Maybe they have become food for the blasphemous snake?" "I understand. Thank you, beautiful lady." Lear put down the file in his hand. He almost understood what he should know. After saying that, he turned and left the archives room. When he walked out of the archives room and came to the triumphal square, Lear saw the 4 major knights training as usual. His eyes swept across the direction of the War Tiger Knights, and saw Sheila and another lady standing side by side. It turned out to be Hannah. The two were talking and laughing, and seemed to be quite harmonious. Lear raised his eyebrows, and thought of his previous speculation. Sheila was deliberately collecting the bodies of talented professionals. And the bodies did not have to die naturally or accidentally, they could also be caused by humans. After thinking for a few seconds, Lear walked up. "Good afternoon, ladies." Lear walked up and greeted them. Shira and Hannah looked up, and were a little surprised when they saw Lear. The former had a strange light in his eyes, while the latter had a burning gaze. "Master Lear." Shira nodded. "Do you know each other?" Lear asked. "Of course I know. Hannah and I are very good sisters. Hannah is one of the few mid-level adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. Master Lear must seize the opportunity." Shira smiled slightly, and hugged Hannah in her arms. Hannah blushed and said to Shira unhappily, "Shira, what are you talking about? Haven't you signed up for Master Lear's knight selection?" Shira blinked and looked at Hannah with a smile. "That's right, but don't talk nonsense." Hannah slapped Shira helplessly, and glanced at Lear while speaking. "Master Lear, Shira is an excellent pharmacist in the fortress, so my adventurer team often comes to Hannah to buy medicine, and Hannah also asks me to go to the Decision Mountains to collect herbs." Hannah broke away from Shira's arms and explained. "Is that so?" Lear nodded. He walked forward, stretched out his hand, and patted Hannah on the shoulder. "I am looking forward to your performance in the knight selection," Lear said gently, and a barely visible red light flowed along his arm, and merged into Hannah's body, and no one noticed. After doing all this, Lear smiled at the 2 women and turned away. Hannah watched Lear leave until she was obsessed with Lear's back. "Shira, don't you think Master Lear is handsome?" "Very handsome, but I think Master Lear should not look down on us." Shira shrugged. Hannah's thoughts. As a woman, how could she not know? "Anyway, don't think about these things. Remember to bring me the herbs." She patted Hannah's shoulder again and reminded her. "Don't worry. It's just picking herbs. My adventurer team will be fine," Hannah answered confidently. Hannah returned to her adventurer's apartment, and was in a good mood. Today she met Lear. She liked this handsome son of the Lord even more. "I heard that Lear beat Yazan in front of the 4 major knights." Hannah also had a good impression of Yazan. He was handsome, and the leader of the War Tiger Knights, the first of the 4 major knights. But now Yazan was completely defeated by Lear in all aspects. "I'm back," Hannah greeted. Walton, who was training with a big axe in the backyard, turned his head when he heard the voice. "How is it, Miss Sheila? Are you satisfied with our herbs?" "Of course I am satisfied. This is a precious herb that we finally got from the Decision Mountains," Hannah said, as a matter of course, and there was a hint of pride in her tone. Walton smiled and said nothing. In the other room, the 3rd person of the adventurer team also came out. "By the way, Miss Sheila also gave me a task, hoping that we can find a herb called night dew flower within 3 days," Hannah said again. "Night dew flower?" Walton frowned. Within 3 days? In a few days, the Knights of the Young Lord Lear will be selected. Can't we look for it after the selection is over? I'm afraid not. Hannah shook her head. Miss Sheila seems very anxious. There must be some important potion to be refined. It doesn't matter. It's within 3 days. Miss Sheila told me the location of the herbs. It's near the rift, Hannah added. The rift? Are you sure? Walton's expression became more serious. Don't you know where the rift is? There are even high-level monsters there. Many powerful adventurers have died there. We are just on the edge. It should be fine. Seeing Walton's serious expression, Hannah also felt a little guilty. Hannah, this is not a question of whether it is on the edge or not. Our adventurer team can survive all the time because of caution and thorough preparation. Walton shook his head. He paused and continued. There are too many records of adventurers dying in the rift, and countless of them are missing. Even if we want to go, we must be well prepared. Miss Sheila asked us to get the herbs within 3 days. We don't have time to prepare. It's too dangerous to go to the rift rashly. Walton's tone was very stern. Although Hannah was the captain of their adventurer team, he was actually the one who made the plans behind the scenes. This is why they can become one of the best teams in the Adventurer Guild. Hannah was a little overwhelmed by what Walton said. After a while, she said awkwardly, What should we do? We can't give up this mission. I have already accepted the reward given by Miss Sheila in advance. Walton was silent for a while, and then said helplessly, Return the things to Miss Sheila. This mission is too risky. Hearing Walton's words, Hannah hesitated. Seeing Hannah's performance, Walton frowned. What's wrong? What did Miss Sheila give you? Hannah took out a bottle of potion from the backpack behind her. It was a bottle of azure blue potion, which looked particularly beautiful. The moment he saw the potion, Walton's pupils shrank sharply. This is it, the magic resonance potion, which can increase our magic training speed. Miss Sheila gave us a total of 3 bottles, just 1 bottle for each of us. Hannah whispered, By the way, Miss Sheila also said that this is just an advance payment. There will be other rewards when we get the herbs. Listening to Hannah's explanation, Walton was stunned, and then looked at the potion in Hannah's hand, and the whole person was a little excited. Magic Resonance Potion, this is Sheila's unique potion formula, and it is also the reason why Sheila is quite famous among the Fortress professionals. This potion can accelerate the magic training speed of professionals, and can also directly increase the level of professionals. A weaker beginner professional can upgrade 2 or 3 levels by taking the potion and practicing for 24 hours, while a mid-level professional can also upgrade by 1 level or so. The only drawback is that each professional can only use it once. It was with this potion that Sheila gained the status of a steward retainer. Although he is now affiliated with the War Tiger Knights, he will also provide potions for the steward family. Walton has been stuck at level 47 for a while. If he can get this magic resonance potion, he will definitely be able to break through. Walton? Walton! Hannah woke up the stunned Walton. Should I return the potion to Miss Sheila? No need. I think it shouldn't be too dangerous to just go to the rift to find some herbs. Walton quickly replied, his attitude changed 180 degrees. Chapter 132. In the steward mansion, Lear sat on a chair and closed his eyes. In his perception, a red dot kept moving in the fortress. That was the blood mark he had marked Hannah yesterday. It must be said that the blood mark is indeed a very useful skill. It can easily know the whereabouts of the marked target, and it seems difficult to be discovered, at least among the people Lear has marked. No one has shown any abnormality. He can even feel that there is a vague mark in the direction of the royal city in a farther place. Is it the Golden Bishop Gas or Jim? Lear shook his head and continued to focus on Hannah. Through the investigation in the archives yesterday, Lear almost confirmed that Shira, the source carrier of the blasphemous law, was collecting the bodies of powerful professionals. The death of professionals in the fortress and the disappearance of powerful adventurers in the Adventurers Guild may be related to Shira. Solely Air gave Hannah a blood mark. After all, Hannah's adventurer team was the best in the Adventurer Guild. Sierra and Hannah were together. It was hard not to suspect that Hannah was the next target chosen by Sierra. On the other side, Hannah was leading her adventurer team to purchase potions. They were about to go to the dangerous area of the Decision Mountains, and the potions and supplies must be prepared. Walton, Nicole, you guys walk faster. We still need to buy some magic recovery potions. Hannah walked in front. Walton and the third member of the team looked at Hannah walking in front, and they were a little helpless. The two quickly followed. Hannah had already bought a lot of recovery potions and amplification potions. These potions were not cheap. Even though they were the top team of the Adventurers Guild, they still felt a little pain. But there was nothing they could do. Who told them to spend the reward given by Sheila? After taking the magic resonance potion, the levels of the three people were improved to varying degrees. After about an hour of shopping in the shopping street, Hannah finally bought all the things that needed to be prepared. Next, we can set off. Hannah distributed the things in her hand to Walton and Nicole. If we set off now, we should be able to reach the rift at night. The night dew flowers will only bloom at night. If everything goes well, we can rush back tomorrow, and will not delay Master Le'Air's night selection. Walton and Nicole looked at each other and nodded. The three of them did not waste any more time, and walked straight to the fortress exit next to the triumphal square. Le'Air, who was far away in Stuart's mansion, also sensed Hannah's route of action. In the private villa, the incarnation of blood, which had been motionless, began to move, and his originally stiff eyes became lively. Decision Mountains. This is a mountain range covering a wide range. The outline of the continuous mountains is looming in the dim sky, extending to the end of the site, spanning the kingdom of Briefill and the kingdom of Nox. At the end of both sides of the mountain range is the endless ocean and glaciers, which are located on the border between Nox and Briefill respectively. And the Pharaoh Fortress is located in the middle of the mountain range. The peaks here are towering into the clouds, and the mountain body is shrouded in thick clouds and fog. It is difficult for sunlight to penetrate this natural barrier, making the interior of the mountain range in a dark and cold state all year round. The surface of the rock was covered with slippery mosses, which emitted a faint green light under the weak light, adding a touch of weirdness to this terrifying place. Le'Air controlled the incarnation of blood to hide in the mountains and forests, quietly following Hannah's adventurer team. He didn't know much about the Decision Mountains. In his previous life, he passed through the mountains to the advanced map in the territory of the Kingdom of Nox, and he knew even less about the Decision Mountains area near the Pharaoh Fortress. Hannah and the other two headed deep into the mountains, and from time to time, they would encounter some monsters that exuded black air. These monsters are the specialty of the Decision Mountains, and they are almost endless, but these monsters are not without benefits. The flesh and blood of monsters are more energetic than ordinary livestock, the meat is delicious, and it has the ability to quickly restore the physical strength of professionals. Some potions also use the flesh and blood of these monsters. The monsters outside the Judgment Mountains were not strong. Most of them were about the same level as the apprentices of the law profession, or the elementary and intermediate monsters were rare. With the cooperation of Hannah and the other two, they had no danger along the way. Le'Air followed behind, shuttled through the tall trees, released his mental power, and avoided most of the monsters. Hannah, the place in front is close to the rift, be alert. Walton pulled out the giant axe that chopped the body of the magic wolf. This magic wolf was a mid-level magic beast, and the first mid-level magic beast they met after entering the mountains. Nicole, who was standing by, took a dagger and scratched the body of the magic wolf. Soon, a crystal appeared in the head of the magic wolf. Magic crystal, this is something that only appears in the body of a magic beast with a very low probability. It looks crystal clear, like a gem, but in fact it is of little use. These magic crystals only emit fluorescence at night. Many professionals have tried to figure out the purpose of this magic crystal, but all failed. It's a magic crystal, Nicole said excitedly. Hannah and Walton, who were on guard, were also stunned for a moment. Looking at the magic crystal in Nicole's hand, they were also a little excited. Although the magic crystal is not known for what it is used for, its value in the fortress is not low. Many wealthy businessmen and knight lords will use magic crystals as decorations, just like jewelry. Scarcity makes things valuable. Adventurers can only see a few magic crystals produced by hunting monsters in a month, and most of them are magic crystals bred by primary monsters. The magic crystal in front of them is produced by a mid-level magic wolf. I remember that Miss Sheila also likes magic crystals. Every time there is a high-quality magic crystal, she will buy it at a high price. Miss Sheila should not miss this mid-level magic crystal, right? Nicole said happily. Put the magic crystal away. When we get back, we ask Miss Shira if she wants it. This mid-level magic crystal alone should be able to sell for 10 gold coins. Hannah also responded. 10 gold coins is almost the monthly income of their adventurer team, which is a pleasant surprise. The three packed up the spoils, and only took the teeth and fur of the magic wolf, which can be used to forge weapons and equipment. As for the flesh and blood. Although the flesh and blood of magic beasts have special effects, because there are too many magic beasts, even the flesh and blood of mid-level magic beasts is not very valuable, and their backpacks can't fit it. Continuing to move deeper into the mountains, the forest became quiet, and a thin mist rose around. The closer they got to the rift, the more Hannah could feel a chill. The three of them kept searching around. Now that it was dark, the Decision Mountains were undoubtedly more dangerous at night. The moonlight could not penetrate the thick clouds and branches. Only the lantern in their hands emitted a faint light. "Hannah, are you sure the night dew flower is near the rift?" Walton asked solemnly. If they continued to move forward, they would reach the rift, but now, he did not see the so-called night dew flower at all. It was dark all around. Walton's intuition told him that there were many monsters nearby staring at them. "It's here. Miss Sheila told me that the night dew flower will emit light at night, and it is easy to see." Hannah also became a little nervous, "and it's just outside the rift. We have come in for a distance, so we should be able to see it." The atmosphere became a little silent. The three of them had carefully explored along the way. If the night dew flower really emits light at night, it must be very conspicuous in this darkness. But they saw nothing. "Hannah, are you sure that Miss Sheila said it was near the rift?" Walton asked suddenly. Hannah recalled and said, "I remember Miss Sheila said it was at the edge of the rift. Aren't we at the edge of the rift now? Is it possible that the edge of the rift that Miss Sheila said was the real edge of the rift on the cliff?" Walton took a deep breath, his tone full of despair. Hannah was shocked by Walton's words. She thought about it carefully, and her face turned pale. If Sheila really meant the edge of the cliff of the rift, then it would be a big deal. Even at the outer edge of the rift, many powerful adventurers died here. It seems that no adventurer has ever come back alive after going to the real rift. Nicole on the side said tremblingly, "Why don't we leave? If we are really at the cliff of the rift, we may not be able to get this night dew flower." Hannah and Walton were silent. "Leave now? They have already taken Sheila's magic resonance potion. How can they explain to Sheila if they return empty-handed?" Walton looked at the darkness around him and felt a little annoyed. After seeing the potion Hannah took out yesterday, he was overwhelmed by his desire. Sheila can take out such a precious potion. How can this night dew flower be so easy to get? Just when the three of them were a little bit in a dilemma, a pair of shining eyes came over in the darkness around them. A hoarse roar sounded, and Hannah only felt a black shadow flashing in front of her eyes. She quickly raised her sword to block. Bang! The terrifying power made Hannah's mouth hurt. The power of this monster was so strong that she was a little shocked. She looked over and saw a dark and ferocious giant python in the mist, about 10 meters long, with its tongue spitting out and its tail wriggling constantly. The last time was when its tail whipped. Hannah was startled by the giant python in front of her. She had never seen such a terrifying monster before. Walton and Nicole on the other side were also attacked, but what they saw was not a monster, but a monster with a snake head and a human body. The monster held a dark spear in his hand, just like a human, with a pair of vertical pupils with a cold light. "What the hell is this?" The sudden appearance of the monster startled Walton. He had only heard of various powerful monsters in the Decision Mountains, but what was this thing with a snake head and a human body? The snake monster didn't waste time talking to Walton, and let out a low roar, and all three of them felt dizzy. Then, the snake man raised his spear and stabbed Walton. At the critical moment, Walton raised his axe to block in front of him. Bang! A violent metal collision sounded, and Walton was knocked back several steps by the huge force. He knelt on one knee to barely stabilize his body. Nicole on the other side couldn't resist it either. She was just a spy known for her agility. How could she stop the attack of the snake man? She resisted the dizziness in her head and dodged directly, speeding away towards the bushes on the other side. In the dark jungle, Lier looked at the snake man and the giant python that suddenly appeared, and his bright red eyes radiated light. The aura of these three creatures was the same as that in the villa before. Just when he was about to take a closer look, he felt the bushes in front of him shaking, and a petite figure crashed into his arms. Nicole, who was avoiding the snakeman's attack, only felt that she had hit a hard body and felt a pain, but this pain also dissipated a lot of the dizziness in her head. She looked up at a loss, and saw a hideous face in front of her. Nicole was stunned. This face with terrifying eyes emitting red light was obviously more terrifying than the previous snakeman. After staying still for a few seconds, she screamed, "Ah!" The scream was very deafening in the dark forest, and Hannah and Walton, who were still fighting not far away, were both startled. "Nicole!" the two said in unison. Lier was a little helpless. Looking at the girl in front of him, bright red shackles appeared out of thin air and tied the girl up directly. When Lier took action, another giant python crawled out of the forest behind him, looking at Lier with his back to him, and opened his bloody mouth to bite him. Nicole, who was hanging in the air, was so scared that she covered her eyes when she saw this scene, but the next second, a light red halo spread out, and the body of the giant python twisted violently. It let out a miserable roar, and fell to the ground before it bit Lear. The invisible knight rose and Lear's hand pierced the giant python's head without hesitation, passing through the 7-inch position. The sudden appearance of Lear startled the snake people, and Hannah, who were still fighting. When they saw Lear's face clearly, Hannah and Walton's expressions became even uglier. This creature doesn't look like a human at all. What kind of creature lives in the depths of the Judgment Mountains? Forget the snake man, what about the demon in front of him? A sense of despair rose in the hearts of the two. The snake man had already put them in a difficult battle. Now there is another demon that looks stronger. Can they still survive? Just when the two were still despairing about the appearance of the demon, the giant python and the snake man who were fighting with them stopped. The snake man stared at Lear. You are the food that the father wants. The words of the snake man aroused Lear's interest, and his eyes lit up with a charming red light. The father god you are talking about, is it that big snake? Bold. The posture of the father god is not something that a meat eater like you can arrange at will. Hearing Lear's words, the snake man was angry and raised his spear. The snake man and the giant python on the other side also pointed at Lear. Lear didn't care about the anger of the snake man. He continued to ask, is the father god you are talking about in this rift? The snake man didn't answer Lear's words, and attacked frantically. Lear shook his head helplessly. Even if the snake man in front of him didn't say anything, he almost understood it. He had seen this kind of alien creature in his previous life, such as humanoid aliens with insect structures, fishmen, dragon men, and so on. This kind of alien species generally believes in some kind of heretical gods, and then mutates after being given power by the heretical gods. They are collectively called heretic families. Some were humans in their previous lives, and there were also players who chose to accept the mutation of heretical laws and became aliens. These mutated aliens are generally stronger than normal humans, but the two snake men in front of him are only mid-level, and the giant python seems to have not had time to mutate yet, and is also mid-level. 3 mid-level creatures are completely no threat to Lear. It seems that the blasphemous true spirit is under this rift. The bloody demon whispered indifferently. Hearing this, the pupils of the attacking snake man suddenly contracted. He wanted to say something, but the knight rose and Lear's hand had already pierced him, and he didn't react at all. The knight rose pierced the snake man's body in an instant, and the snake man spit out a large mouthful of blood. Brother! The snake man behind him made a panicked sound. The blood demon's expression was cold. He pulled out the knight rose, and the snake man fell down, and the snake tail under him kept wriggling. The snake man was not dead yet. It can be seen that the mutant snake man has extremely strong vitality. While Lear was fighting with the snake man, Hannah and Walton were a little confused. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect these two waves of monsters to fight. The two looked at each other. Since the demon and the snake man were fighting, wasn't it the best time for them to escape? They nodded, and then looked at Nicole, who was hung in the air by the demon. The girl was hanging upside down pitifully, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. And the red chain was still devouring her physical strength, and soon she felt that her body was hollowed out. Hannah and Walton moved over carefully, intending to rescue Nicole, while the demon and the snake man were fighting. Just as the two reached out to pull the chain on Nicole, a giant python hit them not far away. The two sneaking around were shocked. The giant python was dying and crawling on the ground, with bloody holes all over its body. Hannah and Walton were terrified, but before they could calm down, another snake man was thrown over, rolling on the ground for several times before hitting the body of the giant python and stopping. Not far away, the demon held an invisible blade, and the dim blood-red light slightly illuminated the demon's figure. Hannah and Walton were silent. This demon was too powerful. The snake man that they could hardly resist was defeated in such a short time. Chapter 133. What kind of monster are you? The snakeman struggled to get up from the ground. Although he was no match for the demon in front of him, his eyes were still fierce. I am the food that the big snake wants, right? The blood demon walked towards the snakeman step by step, speaking casually. Hannah and Walton on the side did not dare to breathe. There is a god of heretical law hidden here. You are the followers of that god. You should have your own residence here, right? Lear lowered his head and said lightly. Looking at the snakeman in front of him, he didn't expect to get anything. When he left the blood mark on Hannah before, he also heard the conversation between Hannah and Shira. Shira asked Hannah to come to the Decision Mountains to collect herbs. It sounded normal. It was just a commission from a pharmacist, but after investigating Shira's abnormality, Lear felt that this commission might also have problems. So he followed. The snakeman in front of him is undoubtedly the family of the blasphemers, and there must be a gathering place for the Snakeman family here. And the big snake that blasphemed the true spirit must be here. Sierra asked Hannah and the other two to come here, and she must have planned to turn Hannah and the other two into food for the big snake. Could it be that Sierra is also a snakeman? But it is completely impossible to tell from the appearance. Take me to see where you live, Lier suddenly said, staring at the snakeman in front of him with a pair of red eyes. This snakeman is a woman, and the one called brother on the other side is a man. Both of them are wise. Lothar, you must not bring this person to the official residence, the snakeman lying on the ground said tremblingly. After being pierced in the chest by Lier, he had recovered some strength in just a few minutes. Lier turned his head to look at the male snake man, picked up the night rose, and stabbed the snake man again. The invisible night rose directly pierced the male snake man's arm, causing the snake man to scream, and the snake tail behind him was constantly flapping. Brother! Seeing the devil in front of him again attacking his brother, Lothar's face was full of worry and resentment. If you don't want your brother to be tortured again, take me to your gathering place, which is the official residence he mentioned. Lier ignored Lothar's resentful eyes, and still said calmly, Lothar, you can't, ah! The male snake man on the ground wanted to speak, but he screamed again halfway through. The invisible rapier in Lier's hand was like a terrifying torture device, leaving hideous blood holes on the snake man's body. I take you there. Lothar finally compromised. She gritted her teeth. Then lead the way. Lier smiled and summoned a bright red shackle to tie up the male snake man on the ground. After doing all this, he turned his head and looked at Hannah and the other two. The chains that bound Nicole were dissipated by him, and the girl fell from the air into Hannah's arms. Leave here? This is not the place for you to come, Lier warned, and ignored the three people who were a little confused, and followed Lothar into the depths of darkness. Until Lier left, Hannah and the other two had not come back to their senses. That terrifying demon didn't hurt them. Just let them leave. What is going on? Hannah muttered to herself. I don't know, but since he told us to leave, we'd better listen to him. Walton shook his head. They had heard the conversation between the demon and the snakeman just now. There is actually a god of heretical law here, and the snakeman is actually the god's family? No wonder so many powerful adventurers who entered the rift disappeared. Gods are not something that mid-level professionals like them can spy on. This matter must be reported to the Lord as soon as possible, Hannah said in a deep voice. Let's go. We will return to the city immediately. The night dew flower commissioned by Shira is no longer important. At most, she can pay according to the market price, and work hard for a few months to buy the 3 bottles of potion. Now that she can survive, Hannah is already very grateful. Lier didn't know what Hannah and others were thinking. He had followed Lhasa to the depths of this area called Rift. The fog around became thicker and thicker. After about half an hour, Lhasa paused. Lier also stopped, squinting his eyes, and saw a bottomless crack. The mountain seemed to be split in half by something, with a bottomless abyss in the middle, surrounded by thick fog, and the specific situation could not be seen at all. On the bulge of the cliff, there was a little light illuminating the darkness, and looking closely, it was a bunch of dark purple flowers. Below the abyss, Lier felt that the blood in his body was attracted, which was the power of the blood law. But this power was constantly weakening and replaced by another breath. Your gathering place is in this abyss? Lier asked, looking at Lothar who had stopped. That's right, damn demon, do you dare to go down with me? Lothar turned his head, his words full of anger and provocation. Lier shrugged. He was just an incarnation of blood now. Even if he died here, it didn't matter at all. Lead the way, he said calmly, completely ignoring Lothar's provocation. Lothar gritted his teeth, crawled on the ground, gathered his limbs, and crawled like a snake. Along the steep cliff, Lothar climbed down directly, his body squirming on the cliff, as if it was stuck on the cliff. She looked back at the demon, only to see Lier leap up and jump down directly. The invisible sharp blade in his hand pierced into the cliff, kept stable, and then continued to move up and down the bulge between the cliffs. Seeing this scene, Lothar, who originally wanted to see how this demon would get down to the chasm, lost her temper again. She could only continue to go down. One person and one snake moved between the cliffs of nearly 90 degrees. The further down they went, the more Lier could feel the power of the blood law, and at the same time, the power of the law that eroded the blood law. After falling for about 10 minutes, Lier looked at the still dark abyss and frowned. He took out a pin from the storage ring. It was something the player gave him for safekeeping before leaving. The law relic, the long-tailed cat pin, has a very strange effect. It can prevent damage when falling from a high place. Lier smiled, pinned the pin directly on his chest, and then jumped down directly under Lothar's incredulous eyes. "What are you doing?" Lothar shouted in shock. He was not worried about the demon, but his brother was still entangled in bright red chains, and was being held in the hands of the demon. Lear ignored Lothar's shouts. He could feel the sound of the whistling wind echoing in his ears. After falling for half a minute, Lear finally saw the ground below. He landed on the ground, as light as a swallow, and a strange force made him feel no impact at all. Looking up, the bottom of the abyss was also pitch black. Lear only saw corpses and debris all over the ground. The cliffs on both sides were towering, leaving a narrow road. Looking in the direction of the road, all the way to the end of the site, it was desolate land, nothing. "Where is your gathering place?" Lear asked the weak snake man on his shoulder. "I will never tell you even if I die." The snake man showed his sharp teeth and answered angrily. Lear raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry, and put the snake man on the ground. 10 minutes later, there was a whistling sound from above, and the snakeman Lothar appeared in Lyre's sight. She climbed down the cliff, like a real snake, and came to Lyre. Seeing that Lyre was safe and sound, her eyes were full of surprise. "Lead the way," Lyre said lightly. "Lothar." The male snakeman next to him spoke again, but as soon as he called Lothar's name, his mouth was entangled by a bright red chain. "You don't want your brother to die here, do you?" The blood demon's eyes flashed red. Lothar gritted his teeth, and could only continue to lead the way. Lear followed behind, and the male snakeman kept making woo sounds. The three of them walked forward and came to a statue, on which was carved a beautiful woman who looked extremely charming. Lear stared at the sculpture in front of him, and felt that it looked familiar. This sculpture was like an enlarged version of Lillian, the Lord of Blood. After arriving in front of the sculpture, the male snakeman struggled more violently, and Lothar was a little hesitant, but after looking at the hideous demon behind him, he still recited a strange spell. As the spell was recited, red light emanated from all around, and the statue in front also lit up and became vivid. The Blood King robe on Lear's body also radiated light, and Lillian, the Lord of Blood, floated out and quietly stared at the statue in front beside Lear. Lillian's appearance did not surprise Lear. This statue, and the power emanating from all around, were full of the breath of Bloodlaw. Obviously, this was the old dream that Lillian was looking for. "Is that statue you?" Lear pointed at the statue, and suddenly asked Lillian beside him. "It's me." Lillian nodded. "That's what I looked like before." "What I looked like before?" "My powers were all eliminated in the destruction, and now I can only maintain this." Lillian was a little frustrated. Lear raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It was not the first time he heard the word destruction. The corrupt true spirit in the past also said so. He had finally survived from destruction. Destruction, what exactly is it? Lear was a little curious. He looked at Lillian. The girl was still depressed. Looking at her ordinary body, it was completely different from the plumpness of the statue in front of her. "My dear goddess, you don't have to be sad at all. Even if you become what you are now, I will not dislike you. You are actually quite cute even if you are small," Lear said jokingly. Hearing Lear's words, Lillian was stunned for a moment, and it took a while for her to react. Lear was actually making fun of herself? Lillian's face gradually turned red. Just as she was about to say something, a dazzling red light flashed, and the next moment, the figures of everyone disappeared at the bottom of the dark rift and appeared in a magnificent building complex. "You entered the old dream. The Broken Blood Domain Royal City." The system prompt popped up in front of Lear. Lothar, who was standing in front, took a breath. Opening the door to the old dream still consumed a lot of her magic power. She turned around and was about to let Lear let go of her brother, but she saw a girl floating next to Lear. "Is this the place you are looking for?" Lear asked Lillian, changing the topic of making fun of the other party just now. Lillian glared at Lear, then looked at the bloody sky with a nostalgic expression. "This is the dynasty that once belonged to me. Since this is your dynasty, you should be very familiar with it." Lear asked again. "Of course, what's wrong?" Lillian looked at Lear in confusion. "Then these two Snakemen clans should not be needed, right?" Lear looked at Lothar. His eyes became cold. Lillian also looked at Lothar, also showing a disgusted expression. "These clans that occupied my old dream, all deserve to die." Lothar listened to what Lear and the white-haired girl said, and felt something was wrong. She stared at Lear. "What do you want to do? Are you going to break your promise?" "Promise?" Lear smiled. "What did I promise you? I just said that if you don't want your brother to be tortured, bring me here." He looked at the male snake man who was tied up by him. Lear took out the night rose, and pierced the snake man's head with a sword. After a violent tremor, the snake man fell to the ground and did not move. Now, your brother will not be tortured. Lier showed a devilish smile. Seeing her brother's tragic death, Lothar's eyes were bloodshot. You damn devil, she roared, but the next second, the sound stopped abruptly, and Lier's figure appeared behind Lothar, and the invisible night rose pierced a big hole in the snake man's chest. Since Lothar had brought him to the old dream, it was worthless. Lothar felt his body was losing consciousness quickly, and death was approaching. At this moment, Lier suddenly remembered something and asked quickly, "By the way, is Shira also a member of your snake tribe?" Hearing the word Shira, Lothar's eyes widened, but before he could speak, Lier saw a trace of disgust and hatred in the other's eyes. Lothar was dead, and Lier had no choice but to throw the body on the ground. Seeing Lier kill the two heretic members neatly, Lillian nodded with satisfaction. "What should we do next?" Lier asked Lillian. "Of course, it's to get back my former power," Lillian answered seriously. "The former power?" Lier raised his eyebrows. "Can you tell me in detail?" "Actually, it's the fragments of the origin of the blood law that I once scattered in the old dream," Lillian explained. "There are some things that I cannot tell you now due to the rules, but you have experienced the corruption of the true spirit, so you should have guessed something. The old dream is the domain ruled by the law gods, and each law god has his own old dream. But those gods who only have the old dream are weak gods, and the truly powerful gods have the divine domain transformed from the old dream." Lier listened quietly. What Lillian said was all unknown to him. As a player in his previous life, Lillian only regarded the old dream as a game copy. He suddenly interrupted and asked, "Then my goddess, you belong to?" "Of course I belong to the powerful one," Lillian said decisively. "I have my own divine domain, but it has been broken under the baptism of destruction. Only the core of the divine domain remains. The other areas of the divine domain have been broken into old dreams again and scattered to other places." "So this is a broken old dream of yours?" Lier understood what Lillian meant. Lillian also nodded. "If you can find and master the dream core here, you can completely master this old dream," Lillian said again. "You can understand this as a secret space. As long as you get the dream core, you can take the old dream here away, just like carrying a small world with you. And when you completely master the dream core, you can also set the rules in the old dream." Listening to Lillian's words, Lier's eyes lit up. If this is the case, then he can stuff Ophelia and others into the old dream? In this way, there is no need to worry about being discovered. Don't be too happy too soon. I can give you my old dream, but there is another god here. Lillian poured cold water on Lier. "Didn't you say you could lend me power so that I could kill the big snake?" Lier said in a daze. Lillian's expression became a little awkward. "I originally planned to do so, but after entering the old dream, I felt that the big snake might have recovered to the semi-saint level. If you want to defeat him, you must at least be promoted to the extraordinary level." "Semi-saint?" Listening to Lillian's words, Lier also frowned. The so-called semi-saint is an extraordinary professional who has reached level 100 and obtained some saint abilities. They are only one step away from the saint level. Yes, when you break through to the extraordinary level, merge the drop of corrupted god blood, and add my power blessing, it should be enough to kill the big snake. Lillian nodded. "So what should we do now?" Lier sighed helplessly. He originally thought that he would find the old dreamland directly, let Lillian's power bless him, and go directly to kill the blasphemous snake. Now his fantasy was shattered. You can explore the situation in the old dreamland. If it is not too badly damaged, I remember there are some law relics here, which should be able to improve your strength. Lillian pondered. Lier reacted too late. He almost forgot that this is the old dreamland. It is also the game copy of the previous life. The creatures here will be constantly refreshed over time, similar to the monsters in the Decision Mountains outside, but the monsters in the copy have experience points, which is also the best choice for players to quickly upgrade. Since it is necessary to upgrade to the extraordinary level to deal with the blasphemous snake, can't he just brush experience to the extraordinary level here? Chapter 134. The Blood God Realm Royal City in the old dream is larger than Lier imagined. It is called the Royal City, but in fact it includes a large number of areas outside the Royal City. After dealing with the Snake Man's body, Lier came to a peak. The front is endless, and a city can be seen standing in the farthest distance. Even though the city has become devastated and many places have collapsed into ruins, Lier can still feel the former glory of this city. Outside the city, there are vast plains, forests, and mountains, and all kinds of plants and animals that Lier has never seen are wandering. There are many fragments of architectural ruins floating in the sky, and I don't know what force is affecting them, and they are constantly moving. Lear was shocked by the scene in front of him. This is completely different from the old dream copy he had seen in his previous life. The old dream in the previous life was a game copy. Although the space range is not small, it is at most a mountain or a town. But the Blood God Realm Royal City in front of him seemed to be a new world isolated from the world. Lillian looked at the scene in front of her with a nostalgic look. The two fell from the mountain and headed towards the royal city in front. You said before that the old dreamland was the domain ruled by the gods. But why does it look like the outside world? Lear asked as he walked. What do you think the divine domain of the gods should be like? Lillian said unhappily, whether it is the divine domain or the old dreamland, it is just a place for the gods to live, where their followers and fanatics live. Are there your followers here too? Lear asked again. Lillian fell silent after hearing this. Even she herself could not resist destruction, and could only linger on. How could her family survive? Just as Lillian was silent, a violent wave of magic power suddenly came from the mountains not far away. This wave of magic power contained two completely different auras of power. Lil and Lillian both looked into the distance. They both sensed that one power came from the blood law, and the other power was exactly the same as the snake man before. It seems that this place is not completely occupied by the big snake. Lil's mouth curled up a smile. Lillian was a little surprised, but she didn't say much. She followed Lil, and rushed to the direction of the magic power fluctuation. In a ruin, two groups of people were fighting fiercely. One team was composed of snake people and huge pythons, and the other team looked like humans, but with pointed ears. You damn traitors! The goddess will come back one day. You abandoned blood to welcome such an ugly power, and you will be punished one day. The red-haired woman with pointed ears confronted the snake man, her words full of anger. Goddess? Seeing this, the leading snake man smiled disdainfully. The goddess has long abandoned us. She doesn't care about the lives of our clansmen at all. It was the blasphemy of the Father God that gave me strength, allowing me to go from a weak person despised by you to a strong person who can conquer you now. Irina, you used to be so high and mighty. Don't worry, when I catch you, I will definitely taste you well. The snake man's vertical pupils revealed a lustful and greedy color. The red-haired woman gritted her teeth. Her companions were constantly retreating. There were more snake men than them. With her strength, she could escape alone, but what about the others? These snake men would not let them go. The lucky ones would be transformed into new snake men. As for the others, especially women, they would only become reproductive tools for snake men and die in pain and torture. What are they? On the hillside not far away, Lear and Lillian had already arrived. Looking at the two warring parties, they asked with interest. He had seen snake men before, but the humans with pointed ears looked like elves in the story. Each of them looked quite handsome and beautiful. That was my former family. Lillian said excitedly, it's the Blood Elves. Blood Elves? Lear raised his eyebrows. Stop talking nonsense, go and save them. Lillian glared at Lear unhappily. The Blood Elves in front could no longer resist. Irina, go! Don't worry about us anymore. A male Blood Elf desperately resisted the attack of the snake man and the giant python. The head of the giant python had bitten on his shoulder, leaving a hideous wound. Irina looked at the tribesman in front of her with tears in her eyes. Goddess, where are you? Why did you let an ugly heretic spirit occupy your old dream? She prayed in her heart and questioned. They are the followers of the Lord of Blood Source. The power of the blood law flows in their bodies. Since they were born, they automatically changed their profession to the blood law. Since they can change their profession to the blood law, it means that the Lord of Blood Source is still alive. But now, where is the Lord of Blood? Just when Irina was wavering, a dark figure appeared in front of her. The man was wearing a luxurious black robe, with nothing in his hands, but he could feel the extreme sharpness. The most important thing was the man's head. The terrifying horns were exposed, and his face was hideous like a demon. The sudden appearance of the devil shocked everyone, and the snake man paused instantly, looking at the devil vigilantly. Who are you? Lear did not speak, but a flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and a layer of light red halo emanated. The blood resonance of the blood apostle. Lear has used it many times. For creatures with blood, it is an absolutely powerful control skill. The faces of the snake men around him twisted one by one, and the giant python fell to the ground and kept wriggling. Irina looked at the scene. She was not afraid at all. She recognized this hideous face. There is an identical demon image painted on the mural of the temple. Only the kings chosen by the goddess are qualified to wear it. The former queen of the Blood dynasty wore such a mask. Are you the queen? Irina stared blankly at the person in front of her. Lear was stunned for a moment. Queen? I'm not the queen you said. He shook his head, and the knight rose and his hand pierced the head of a snake man in front of him without hesitation. The blood resonance did not last long, and soon the snake man and the giant python broke free from the feeling of suffocation. They looked at the demon in front of them with horrified expressions. Hearing Lear's voice, Irina reacted. It was obviously a man's voice. She stood there at a loss. What on earth are you? The leading snakeman also recovered and asked with a fearful look. But what responded to him was an invisible sharp blade. Judging from the magic level of the snakeman in front of him, he was not as good as Lothar, who was killed by Lear just now. The only advantage was that there were many of them. Lear held the knight rose in his hand, and shuttled among the snake men quickly. Every time he flashed, a snakeman would fall down. Soon, only the leading snakeman was left in the ruins. The invisible rapier was in front of the snakeman. Although no trace could be seen, the snakeman could still feel the breath of death. You can't kill me! Father God will not let you go. The snakeman shouted in fear. The demon had a blank expression on his face, and turned a deaf ear to the snakeman's threat. The invisible sharp blade directly pierced the snakeman's head, leaving a hideous blood hole. All the snake men died in just a moment, and died cleanly. The blood elves on the side all looked at the demon in shock, especially Irina, who looked in reverence. Those who can wear the demon mask are all kings chosen by the goddess. Although the king in front of her is not the queen she imagined, it is enough for her to worship him. Irina slowly leaned down and bowed respectfully to Lear. Irina of the Blood Elf clan, meet the Blood King. The other Blood Elves on the side also bowed down one by one. Lord Blood King, did the goddess ask you to save us? After a short silence, Irina raised her head and looked at Lear with hope. Lear raised his eyebrows, and Lillian floated out from the Blood King's long clothes. The sudden appearance of the girl made Irina startled, but then she widened her eyes and looked at Lillian with great excitement. Are you the goddess? Irina said excitedly. The other Blood Elves beside her also widened their eyes when they heard this. They have lived in the old dream since they were young, listening to the legend of the Lord of Blood from the elders of the tribe. They believe in the Lord of Blood, but have never received a response from the gods, let alone seeing the gods themselves. Although they have never seen the goddess, when Lillian appeared, their blood trembled. They are the family born by the blood law. How could they not feel the specialness of Lillian? It's me, my family. Lillian's expression was a little complicated. When the destruction came, she did not choose to protect her family. After all, she could not protect herself. So these blood elves followed the fragments of the divine domain in the destruction, and were lost in the void. Lillian thought her family had all died in the destruction, but unexpectedly they survived. Goddess, I knew you would never abandon your family. After getting Lillian's response, Irina became even more excited. But hearing this, Lillian became even more embarrassed. To be honest, she was the one who abandoned her family, but these families still regarded her as a god. Lillian couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The atmosphere became a little strange. Lear, who was watching the scene, saw Lillian's embarrassment and interrupted the conversation between the two. Okay, Lee. Well, the goddess will certainly not abandon you, and we came here to bring you back into the embrace of blood. Lear said without blushing, that's why we saved you. Now tell us about the situation in this old dream. Hearing Lear's words, Irina turned her head, her expression became a little angry, and a little self-blaming. I'm sorry, goddess, because of our incompetence, your old dream was occupied by another god. Tell me in detail. Lear extended his hand to Irina, who was still kneeling on the ground. Irina was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lear with a blush, put her hand in Lear's hand, and stood up from the ground. Thank you, Lord Blood King, this is what happened. Irina began to explain with a blush on her cheeks. About 10 minutes later, Lear and Lillian finished listening to Irina's explanation. You mean, those snake men were originally members of the Blood Elves, but they were seduced by the big snake that blasphemed the law, so they became snake men? Lear said with some surprise. Yes. Irina nodded. Now we Blood Elves can only stay in the secret realm, where the Dream Spirit hides to avoid the pursuit of betrayers and snakes. Dream Spirit? Lear didn't quite understand what this meant. That is the core of this old dream, and it is called the Dream Spirit because it has spiritual intelligence. Lillian explained. Lear was a little surprised when he heard this. Lillian said that if he could master the Dream Core, he could take this old dream away, but now the Dream Core has spiritual intelligence. How can he get the Dream Core? Anyway, take us to the secret realm first, Lillian said in a deep voice. Since her family is still alive, she will naturally not abandon them again. She was not able to protect them before, but now this place is occupied by a half-saint level god. As long as Lier breaks through to the extraordinary level and merges the corrupted god blood, he will have a god who can compete with the blasphemous true spirit. This old dreamland that belongs to her can also become the base camp for the revival of the blood law. Facing Lillian's request, Irina naturally had no reason to refuse, and she led the rest of the Blood Elves directly to the secret realm of the Blood Elves. Originally we lived in the royal city, but after the big snake appeared, we had to leave the royal city, Irina said as she walked. The direction of walking was away from the direction of the royal city. After about half an hour, everyone came to a ruin, in front of which stood the statue of Lillian. When she came to the statue, Irina bit her finger and blood flowed out. She smeared the blood on the palm of the statue, and a blood-colored light curtain appeared in front of everyone. "This is it, goddess." Irina turned her head and said respectfully. Lil and Lillian looked at each other and walked in without hesitation. After passing the blood-colored light curtain, Lil only felt a flash of light, and the things in his sight changed. What appeared in front of him was a huge palace, with a layer of light red protective shield in the sky. In front of him stood a statue of Lillian, but it was even bigger than the statue outside. Many blood elves could be seen gathered in front of the statue. After sensing that someone had teleported, a group of blood elves cast their eyes over. When they saw Lier and Lillian, these blood elves were obviously stunned. Chapter 135. Blood Temple. Lillian said the name of the huge building in front of her. That was the temple that once worshipped her. It fell off from the divine domain, but it was unexpectedly preserved intact. The blood elves around were also excited after a brief silence. They all felt the breath of the gods from Lillian. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying energy burst out from the depths of the temple. Lier became alert, but Lillian showed a happy expression. From the depths of the temple, the energy wave rushed out quickly. It was a giant wolf with a red body. The hair on its body seemed to be stained red by blood, which looked particularly hideous and terrifying. The giant wolf stopped in front of the temple and roared when it saw Lillian. "Xiaohong." Lillian flew over happily. Lier looked at this scene and felt a little strange. "You call such a terrifying red wolf Xiaohong?" "Ms. Lillian." The red wolf also shouted with joy, and it was a female voice, but it sounded quite powerful. "Ms. Lillian, I knew you would come back." The red wolf named Xiaohong came to Lillian, paused, stuck out his tongue, and had tears in his eyes. It was more like a dog than a wolf. Lier walked forward and looked at Lillian and the red wolf with a deep love between master and servant, and asked, "Ms. Goddess, won't you introduce me?" Lier's words interrupted Lillian and the red wolf's reminiscence. The two turned their heads at the same time. The red wolf widened his eyes when he saw Lier and the bloody prisoner on Lier's head. "How do you have the blood prisoner mask? And the Blood King's long robe? These are obviously Queen Juliana's things." Listening to Red Wolf's words, Lier raised his eyebrows and heard a new name, which looked like the former Blood King or Blood Queen. Lillian, who was standing beside him, showed a little sadness on her face when she heard the name Juliana. "Okay, Xiaohong, he is the new Blood King I chose. This is Xiaohong, my former mount." Lillian introduced both sides. "New Blood King." Red Wolf was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something, then Queen Juliana. "Juliana is dead," Lillian answered in a low voice. Lier listened quietly to the conversation between Lillian and Red Wolf. Since entering this old dream of blood, his cognition has been constantly expanding. What destruction, the family of gods, etc. He could guess that these heretical gods were once very powerful, with their own old dreams and even divine domains, commanding a large number of believers and families. But in the end, they were all destroyed by the so-called destruction, and only a few survived. Whether it was the corrupt true spirit or the Lord of Blood, it was the same. What exactly is destruction? Liar, Xiaohong and I have something to talk about. I want Irina to take you around the temple. Lillian turned her head and said to Lier, then walked aside with Red Wolf. Lier shrugged. When old friends meet, there are many things to talk about. Lier can understand. Irina, who was standing aside, heard this and walked carefully to Lier. Lord Blood King, let me take you on a tour. Lier nodded and followed Irina. He was also very interested in this temple. The old dream in the previous life was just a copy. There were no intelligent creatures at all, let alone the gods and spirits. There were only copies that kept repeating. Players killed monsters in the copy and gained experience points. It was that simple. About half an hour later, Lier walked around the temple under Irina's guidance. The layout and structure of the temple gave Li'er a strong sense of déjà vu. It was a sense of déjà vu of the copy. Compared with the vast old dream world outside the temple in front of him was very similar to the copy that Li'er had conquered in his previous life. When Li'er and Irina came to Lillian's statue again, Lillian and Red Wolf were already standing there, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Liar, I introduced Xiaohong to you before. She was my mount, but now she has become the core of this old dream, Lillian said softly. She is the core of the old dream? Li'er was stunned. Yes. Lillian nodded. Let me explain. Red Wolf walked forward and looked at Li'er with a strange look. The king that Lillian had chosen was always a woman, but the person in front of him was a man. It was really strange. She stared at Li'er for a long time, and then said, After the god's domain was broken, I and some blood elves were lost in the void with the broken god's domain. The fragments of the god's domain gradually turned into a new old dream. We were trapped in the old dream, and spent a long time like this. Later, the blasphemy true spirit appeared. He broke into the old dream, and tried to devour us. In the end, I had to merge with the core of the dream, and then I gained the power to resist the blasphemy true spirit, but I could only protect the remaining blood elves here to survive. I heard from Lady Lillian that you want this old dream. Red Wolf said, paused, and then continued, I can give it to you, but the core of the dream that I merged is only a part, and the other part was taken away by the blasphemy true spirit. If you want to completely master this old dream, you must kill the blasphemy true spirit. Lear listened to Red Wolf's words, and it came down to one thing, killing the blasphemy true spirit. As long as the big snake was killed, he could not only have the old dream, but also help Lillian complete the origin of the blood law. To complete such a task, he had to break through to the extraordinary level. Triggering the mission, kill the true spirit that blasphemes the law, S level. You have entered the broken blood god domain, which has been occupied by another god. The Lord of Blood Source needs your help. Mission target, kill the blasphemous true spirit. Mission reward, 2 million experience points, Dream Core. Note, the strength of the blasphemous true spirit is far beyond your imagination. Although he is a semi-saint, he already has the realm of a saint. Because of the restrictions of the rules, he is at the level of a semi-saint. Please carefully consider the strategy. The system panel appeared in front of Li'er, and the mission was triggered, killing the blasphemous true spirit. He closed the system panel silently. Lillian looked at Li'er and said confidently, You don't have to worry about the blasphemy of the true spirit. I was a little worried at first, but now Xiaohong is here. As long as you can break through to the extraordinary level and fuse the corrupted divine blood, we can definitely kill the blasphemy of the true spirit. Lillian looked at Red Wolf again. Xiaohong, you have now merged with the Dream Core. You should have some authority in the old dream. Let Li'er do the dream trial. The dream trial can quickly improve his strength. Dream trial? Lear's eyes lit up when he heard the words Lillian said. Dream trial is what the players in the previous life called the dungeon, and dream trial is the full name. You will know in a moment. Lillian nodded. Come with me. Red Wolf did not hesitate. She would not refuse any request from Lillian. The three of them soon came to a room deep in the temple. Xiaohong walked in first, followed by Lear and Lillian. This is a very large room, but the room is empty, with only some mysterious murals on the wall. Lear saw a person wearing a blood prisoner mask. In the center of the room, there is a huge platform, with complex ritual arrays outlined on the ground, which looks like an altar. Red Wolf lightly jumped onto the altar, and looked up at the dome. Lear then noticed that there was a crystal clear red diamond crystal on the dome. As Red Wolf jumped into the altar, the crystal emitted a bright red light. The only dream trial sites I can open now are the temple and the blood plains. The royal city and the blood pool abyss have been taken away by the blasphemous true spirit. The voice of the Red Wolf came from the altar. So the only dream trials you can choose are the blood temple and the blood plains. The former is a little more difficult, while the latter is relatively simple. Red Wolf continued, dream trials are places between illusion and reality that are constructed using external energy absorbed by old dreams. Various mysterious creatures will appear in them. Killing them will give you pure magic power, and accumulating it to a certain level will increase your level. In the dream trial, you will not be in any danger of life. Even if you are killed by the creatures inside, it is not true death. Although you won't really die, every time you die and resurrect, the old dream will devour a certain amount of your magic to replenish itself. Red Wolf briefly introduced the rules of the dream trial, and Lear nodded obediently. When he heard that he would not die, he pretended to be surprised. This information is almost exactly the same as the copy of the dream trial in his previous life. In his previous life, he thought that the copy was just a copy, but now it seems that these copies are controlled by the dream core. Maybe there is a god watching behind each copy. The old dream he entered in his previous life was not the real old dream at all, but just a fictional dream trial place. Lear raised his eyebrows. This is the limitation of being a player. Even if he became a legendary professional in his previous life, he still didn't know the secret of the old dream. That's all I can tell you. Which one do you choose, the Blood Temple or the Blood Plane? Red Wolf's voice sounded in Lear's ears again. The system prompt also appeared in front of Lear. Dream trial opened. Blood Temple, entry requirements, level 60 or above. Blood Planes, entry requirements, level 10 or above. Lear immediately chose the Blood Temple dream trial. The dungeons above level 60 correspond to high-level professionals, and this is already a high-level dungeon. As for Blood Planes, the level requirement is only level 10, which is the most common dungeon. I choose the Blood Temple. Lear made the choice without hesitation. The level 10 dungeon was almost no improvement for him. His level was 60, so he naturally chose the Blood Temple. Red Wolf didn't say much. A bright red light flashed, and Lear felt that all his perceptions had changed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lillian's statue, and he came to the entrance of the temple. At the entrance of the temple, many blood elves patrolled back and forth, with weapons in hand. Judging from their momentum, these blood elves had reached a high level. Lear was a little surprised. A high-level copy that required level 60 actually had high-level professionals at the beginning. If ordinary players came to play, wouldn't they be killed? Obviously this is a multiplayer copy, but there is no prompt at all. This is a tricky point in the game copy of law. No matter how many levels the copy is, there will be no prompt for the number of people. All of them are figured out by the players themselves. If a single player enters a multiplayer copy, he can only be demoted. Outside the trial space, Lillian and Red Wolf looked at Lear in the light curtain. Lord Lillian, the king you chose has just entered the high level. The Blood Temple is a high-level 10-man dungeon. Is it really okay for you to let him in without telling him? Red Wolf said with some concern. Don't worry. Lilith smiled slightly. A 10-man dungeon will not be difficult for the king I chose. Lil didn't know the conversation between Lillian and Red Wolf. He looked at the blood elves in front of him and showed an eager expression. Since it is a high-level dungeon for multiple people, it means a richer reward than a single-player dungeon. You know, there is more than just experience points in the dungeon. Lil took out the Night Rose, and even blessed it with the blood swirl, and it turned into a blood rose directly. Then he rushed to the blood elves in front. Who dares to trespass into the Blood Temple? The guarding blood elves immediately took a fighting stance. These blood elves are all professionals of the blood law. Most of them are high-level blood hunters, and there are a few blood knights. In just a moment, Lear felt a lot of negative effects on himself. You are marked by the blood mark of the blood hunter profession, and the blood hunter's damage to you is slightly increased. You are cursed by the blood plague of the blood hunter profession, and a physical judgment is made. The judgment is successful. You are exempt from the curse and immune to the blood plague curse within 1 minute. The skills of the two blood hunters are still on Lear, both of which are familiar skills. After the blood law source quality is increased to 10%, Lear can learn the skills of other blood law professions. But because learning other professional skills under the same law requires some special props, he has not learned the skills of other professions until now. But even so, he was familiar with the skills of the blood hunter and blood knight professions. Lear waved his hand, and the same blood mark was thrown on the head of the blood elf in front of him, and then a blood-colored halo spread out. Blood resonance was activated. The blood elf in front paused for a moment. As a high level, the effect of blood resonance was not outstanding, but it was enough. Lear's figure disappeared instantly, and the blood-colored rose in his hand became a butcher knife for his life. Chapter 136. In front of the Blood Temple, Lear's figure shuttled among the many blood elves guards. With the blood rose, there was no problem in killing these blood elves with thick blood. Relying on the extreme amplification speed of the Nightingale swordsmanship, Lear could easily escape from the blood elves' blockade. The Aslan royal swordsmanship should be saved for the end. Based on Lear's understanding of the dungeon, the final guarding boss of the high-level dungeon for 10 people must be a supernatural creature. You killed the blood elf blood hunter. You gained 5,879 experience points. You killed the blood elf blood knight. You gained 6,487 experience points. System prompts kept appearing in front of Lear. Every blood elf could provide Lear with rich experience points. He hadn't brushed a dungeon like this for a long time. According to the current experience points of these blood elves, each of them is 5 or 6,000. According to common sense, he can get 300,000 to 500,000 experience points after brushing such a dungeon. The CD of high-level dungeon strategy is usually 12 hours. If you do it twice a day, Lier can get nearly 1 million experience points. At most 1 month, he can get enough experience points to be promoted to the extraordinary level. Lier felt the game experience of being the Force Scourge again. This kind of framed level increase does not require completing tasks or practicing hard like before in the Royal City. This is the treatment that a traverser should have. Outside the trial space, Red Wolf watched Lier easily kill the blood elves guarding the gate one by one, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. Especially when she saw the power that did not belong to the blood law emanating from Lier, she was completely stunned. Lord Lillian, why would the king use the power of other laws? Red Wolf asked in disbelief. You shouldn't ask me this. Lillian shook her head. Sometimes she also felt strange. To use any law power, you must obtain the approval of the gods. But neither the arcane law nor the law of war disappeared after Lier obtained her blood law. Under normal circumstances, when obtaining other law powers, you will get a reminder of the law and can only choose one law to keep, but Lier does not seem to have such a choice. It seems that the gods behind the arcane law and the law of war do not care about sharing Lier as a believer. When Lillian and Red Wolf were talking, Lier had already entered the temple. As soon as he entered the door, he felt his body suppressed. You have entered the blood temple. You are cursed by blood. Your health cannot be restored in any way. The system prompt popped up, and Lier raised his eyebrows. He could not restore his health in the temple. Any way meant that whether it was taking medicine, the recovery skills of the prayer, or the blood-sucking skills, they were all invalid. This undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of the dungeon. Originally, you could still suck blood through the characteristics of the bloody rose, but now you have to be more careful. Lier walked towards the inside of the temple, past the empty hall, and just walked to the corridor. He saw a dark red eye above his head. Bats flew down from the sky, dark like a cloud. Seeing this, Lier was not in a hurry. His eyes were emitting red light, and the light red halos spread out. The bats flying over seemed to be cast with a fixed body spell. After a short pause, they let out a piercing scream and fell from the air one by one. This small and weak monster was no threat to Lier at all. One blood resonance could kill them all. When all the bats fell to the ground, Lier finished them off one by one. Although the bats were weak, they were also mid-level monsters with a lot of experience points. Lier continued to move forward. With rich dungeon experience in his previous life, the structure of the blood temple was not difficult for Lier at all. The red runes on the wall would emit red light when passing by, which had the same effect as blood resonance, stopping the blood flow of people and making them suffocate and unable to move. There were big bats hidden on the other side of the red runes, waiting to give a painful blow to the attacker after being controlled. Lier tried out traps like these one by one, and the red wolf outside widened his eyes. If Lier was strong enough to kill monsters in the dungeon, the red wolf could understand it, but she couldn't accept that none of the traps could trap Lier. Lier continued to move forward and killed the last elite blood elf. He finally came to the end of the temple, where he was undergoing the dream trial. Pushing open the dusty door, the hall was pitch black, with only the altar in the center emitting a faint red light. Lier walked straight in, and the moment he entered the hall, the door behind him slammed shut. In the sky above his head, on the red crystal, a rich blood color flickered, and gradually the blood color continued to spread, as if it had turned into blood and flowed down from the crystal. The red blood gathered in the middle of the altar, and finally gradually took shape, turning into the appearance of a red wolf. Lillian's red wolf, superb commander, looking at the red wolf in front of him, Lier was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be a superb boss of the commander template. You have to know that he is only an elite level template now. The blasphemer who broke into the blood temple, only death can wash away your disrespect. The red wolf spoke, his tone full of murderous intent and coldness. Lier shrugged and raised the bloody rose. The next second, the red wolf attacked him, so fast that only a trace of afterimage was left. In just a moment, the red wolf came to Lier and grabbed it fiercely with its claws. Lier quickly blocked it with the bloody rose, and a huge force made him retreat several meters until he stopped in front of the closed door. His expression gradually became a little solemn. The speed and strength of the red wolf in front of him far exceeded his imagination. It was a tough nut to crack. A high-level multiplayer dungeon was not that easy. Instead, Lier had a desire to fight. This was the first time he had ever met a real boss that made him want to fight. After the red wolf struck, it leaped back, looking at Lier with a pair of bright red eyes. Suddenly, A series of bright red magic circles rose up beside the red wolf. In the magic circles, a blood-colored spear shot out and pointed directly at Lear. Seeing this, Lear dodged quickly. The blood-colored spear brushed past him and shot into the stone wall behind him. It pierced directly into it, and a trace of charred corrosion was left on the place where it was pierced. The blood-colored spear was like a hail of bullets. Lear's figure passed through the gap between the spears. The speed bonus provided by Nightingale's swordsmanship was already a bit behind. After all, his agility attribute was only 42 points, which was completely incomparable to the Red Wolf, who had undergone an extraordinary qualitative change. Lear immediately used the Aslan Royal swordsmanship. With his own attributes added to his agility, his speed instantly increased a lot. While dodging the attack of the bloody spear, Lear rushed towards the Red Wolf. While he was running, he also cut a scar on his arm. The flowing blood scattered all over the hall with Lear's movements. At the same time, a faint blood mist emanated from Lear's body, and blood seeds spread in the hall. With the blessing of Aslan Royal swordsmanship, Lear's speed was basically the same as that of the Red Wolf. In an instant, he came to the Red Wolf and stabbed it fiercely with the bloody rose in his hand. Roar! A painful and angry roar came out of the Red Wolf's mouth. The characteristics attached to the bloody rose magnified the pain felt by the Red Wolf many times. Although it was just a dream trial, the creatures in the trial also had pain. When the Red Wolf was angry because of the pain, Lear seized the opportunity, and the blood-red rose in his hand emitted a terrifying red light, turning into a ferocious blood-red spear and throwing it at the Red Wolf fiercely. At this time, the Red Wolf had just recovered from the pain, and when he saw the blood-red spear shooting at him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In front of her, a blood-red light curtain appeared out of thin air, and the blood-red rose directly pierced the light curtain. The powerful energy fluctuations shattered the pillars of the hall around. The blood-red light became dazzling, and the shield released by the Red Wolf only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered, and then the blood-red rose pierced into the Red Wolf's body behind the light curtain. The Red Wolf wailed again, and the extreme pain made him roll on the ground continuously, and the long blood bar on his head also dropped a lot. Lear looked at this scene. His expression was not too happy. A flash of blood passed, and the blood rose returned to his hand. This attack only knocked off 1/5 of the Red Wolf's health. This was his strongest attack, and he had to wait 10 minutes before using it again. And if you want to maximize the power of this attack, you need to charge up, and it is also important to grasp the timing. Lear suddenly realized a problem. His attack methods are so lacking. The various skills of the Blood Apostle are very powerful, but most of them are not powerful attack effects, but strange and powerful abilities. He has up to 90% of the war law profession, but he does not have the professional skills of the war law. The ability of the mage is still at the middle level. If he wants to improve, it feels like a long way off. There is no spell book in the Pharaoh Fortress that allows him to improve the affinity of the arcane law. In most of the previous battles, Lear relied on swordsmanship to win. In simple terms, it is a flat attack. As a Traverser Heretic boss, how could he not have powerful and gorgeous attack skills? Roar! Just as Lear was thinking, Red Wolf had recovered, and looked at Lear with anger in his eyes. Damn intruder, I will cut you into pieces. Red Wolf was angry, and in her bloody mouth, bright red light gathered, and finally condensed into the shape of a long knife. The wolf held a long knife in its mouth, and this scene was very strange no matter how you looked at it. But the terrifying magic fluctuations released by the long knife made Lear feel the breath of death. Xiao Hong, why did you even take out the blood blade? Lillian, who was watching from the outside of the trial space, saw the blade in Red Wolf's mouth and said helplessly. Red Wolf blinked his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Lord Lillian, this is generated by the dream trial copy itself. It has nothing to do with me. Lillian glared at Red Wolf with an expression that said, I don't believe you. The controller of the Dream Core can invade the dream trial and control the bodies of the creatures in it to conduct the trial simultaneously. Just now, Lillian saw that Red Wolf's expression was a little ferocious. As early as the beginning, Red Wolf took over the control of Red Wolf in the trial, so the extreme pain brought by Lear's bloody rose was also bestowed on Red Wolf. If Lillian hadn't been next to him, Red Wolf would have cried out in pain. Looking at Lear in the trial space, Red Wolf turned his back to Lillian, his eyes full of anger. She originally just wanted to test the strength of Lear, the chosen king, but she didn't expect to be tricked once, no, twice. Lear actually has a weapon that can greatly amplify pain. How can a king be so cruel? Lear didn't know what happened outside the trial space, and his battle with Red Wolf became tense. Continuing the Aslan royal swordsmanship, his magic power has been consumed a lot. If he continues to drag it out, he will only be killed by Red Wolf after his magic power is exhausted. The bloody blade kept slashing at Lear, and Lear relied on the Aslan royal swordsmanship to keep resisting, while the space was constantly leaving wounds on Red Wolf. With the blessing of Aslan royal swordsmanship, Lear's speed can barely compete with Red Wolf, but Lear's swordsmanship is more than one level better than Red Wolf's long sword with his mouth. The blood bar above the Red Wolf's head was constantly decreasing. Outside the trial space, the Red Wolf gritted her teeth. She had turned off the shared sense, so she could not feel the pain brought by the bloody rose. But because of this, her control accuracy of the Red Wolf dropped a level. Lear kept reducing the Red Wolf's health. With the extreme speed, he could stab several times a second. The Red Wolf's health was constantly decreasing. At this rate, it would not take long for the Red Wolf to be worn down. Seeing that his magic power was about to run out, Lear dodged and backed away. In a flash, he drank the potion in the blue secret dewdrop bottle. He gave himself another 60 seconds. And using other skills within 60 seconds does not consume magic power. The two sides started a tug-of-war again. Every attribute conversion and dancing on the tip of the knife made Lear feel nervous. The light red blood mist also continued to merge into the Red Wolf's body during the battle. But the Red Wolf did not notice it at all. Lear also felt a little strange. The movements of the Red Wolf in front of him were not as sensitive and accurate as before. Just when Lear was wondering, the Red Wolf suddenly jumped onto the altar and howled with his head raised. The crystal on the dome emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding scene seemed to have changed. A red moon appeared in the sky, and then countless blood-colored lightsabers fell like rain. Outside the trial space, Xiaohan smiled. This was her last killer move, a large-scale attack with no dead angles. She didn't believe that Lear could still resist it. Just as she was waiting for Lear to fail in the challenge of the copy, Lear's body crossed a beautiful arc. The Red Wolf opened his eyes wide. This was the signature sword skill of the Blood Dynasty. She knew that it could not be selected for 1 second, but what was the use of only 1 second? But the next second, she saw blood-colored roses blooming on the Red Wolf she controlled. The large number of blood seeds that were parasitic on the body, that were not perceived because of the shielding of pain, all exploded in the Red Wolf's body. Chapter 137. The blood roses continued to bloom from the Red Wolf, gradually covering the whole body of the Red Wolf. The blood bar on the Red Wolf's head was finally cleared in the explosion of blood seeds. You killed the Dream Trial boss, Lillian's Red Wolf, and you gained 150,000 experience points. The system prompt popped up in front of Lear, and at the same time, the effect of his Dynasty Sword skills ended. The blood-colored lightsaber falling from the sky hung above Lear's head, and disappeared at the moment it was about to hit him. The body of the Red Wolf stood upright, and the bright red roses blooming all over his body looked particularly strange and beautiful. Just as Lear was watching, 2 rays of light fell from the Red Wolf's body. Lear picked up the fallen things without hesitation. The dream trial of the Blood Temple has ended. You have obtained the skill book, Blood Moon Coming, Skill Source Crystal. After a period of illusory distortion, Lear withdrew from the dream trial and returned to the hall. Red Wolf and Lillian both looked at him. The former had a hint of annoyance in his eyes, while Lillian had a very satisfied expression. Lear didn't care about the gazes of the two. He stared at the item in his hand with a little excitement. In addition to a large amount of experience points, the rewards of the dream trial are skill books and skill source crystals. The former are skills that players can learn, and the latter are what players need to learn skills that are not their professions. Most skills in law do not have learning profession requirements, but only law affinity requirements and attribute requirements. For example, the War Knight can learn the skills of the Spy and the Berserker, who are also war law professions. Even learning the skills of a mage is possible, but the prerequisite is that you have to have the law affinity of the arcane law. Because players can only choose a single law, there is no ability to obtain multiple law skills, like Lear. However, professional skills under the same law can indeed be learned from each other, and the props required for learning are skill source crystals. According to the skill level learned, the number of skill source crystals consumed for learning skills is also different. This dream trial only gave 1 skill source crystal, which was only enough to learn other professional skills at the apprentice level, but Lear was already very satisfied. The explosion rate of skill source crystals is extremely low. In the previous life, even if there was only 1, it could be auctioned at a sky-high price. Putting away the skill source crystal, Lear looked at the skill book that exploded. Extraordinary skill, Blood Moon arrives. Introduction. The signature skill from the Blood Red Wolf, The bloody full moon symbolizes the Lord of Blood source. Effect: summon the bloody red moon. Under the moonlight, the power of the blood law will be blessed. You can gather the power of blood to attack the enemy with a bloody sword rain, or gather the power of blood to form a blood moon sword to give the enemy a fatal blow. The skill effect is affected by the mysterious attribute, consumes 500 magic power, and has a cooling time of 3 hours. Learning requirements: Blood Law Affinity 50%, Mysterious Attribute 80. Looking at the skill book in his hand, Lière's eyes lit up. This is an extraordinary skill of the Blood Law profession. This skill is similar to the swordsmanship skills he learned. They are all general skills. They do not belong to other professions, and do not require skill source crystals. They can be learned directly. I think it should be the last skill released by Red Wolf during the trial just now. It can attack in groups, attack powerfully on a single target, and assist. Such skill books are more precious than skill source crystals. Except for the skill books of the mage profession, other general skill books in the game are very rare, and those with powerful effects are even rarer. Lière chose to study without hesitation, and Lillian and Red Wolf also came up. "How do you feel?" Lillian asked. "Not bad." Lière nodded. This time, he got a full 400,000 experience points and 2 rare items. Lière was very satisfied. Lillian also nodded. Xiaohong could open a high-level dream trial like the Blood Temple twice a day. Anyway, this is just your blood incarnation. Just stay here to improve your strength. The matter of the Pharaoh Fortress will be left to your main body. Okay. Of course, no problem. Lière agreed immediately. Red Wolf didn't say anything, just looked at Lière and snorted. On the other side, Pharaoh Fortress. When Hannah and the other two returned to the fortress, the sky had already brightened. The three did not stop at the Adventurers Guild, but walked directly to the Triumph Square. When they arrived at the Triumph Square, the 4 major knights were training as usual. "Knight Commander Yazan, is Miss Shira here?" Hannah walked to Yazan in front of the team and asked. Yazan turned around and looked at Hannah and the other two, who were exhausted, and was stunned for a moment, then pointed to the lounge next to them. "Shira is in the lounge. Do you have anything to do with Shira?" "About the commission for collecting herbs." Hannah answered awkwardly, thanked Yazan, and walked to the lounge not far away. Pushing open the door of the lounge, Sheila was refining the potion with her back to them, and she did not stop even when she heard the door open. There was a strange smell in the medicine furnace, and Sheila kept throwing the herbs next to it into it. The originally light yellow potion slowly merged with the herbs, and finally turned light blue. Sheila took a deep breath, sniffed the smell in the medicine furnace, and finally nodded with satisfaction. She covered the medicine furnace, and finally said in a bad mood, "Yazan, I have said many times, don't disturb me when I am refining medicine. What if I fail?" As she said, she turned her head, and looked at the person who broke in behind her. When she saw the 3 figures behind her clearly, the expression on her face froze, as if she saw something that shouldn't exist. Why did Hannah, and the other 2 who were supposed to have died in the Decision Mountains come back? Didn't they go to the Decision Mountains? Shira was silent. The atmosphere in the lounge became a little weird. After a while, Hannah said awkwardly, "Shira?" "Hannah." Shira reacted and smiled quickly, asking, "Hannah, didn't you help me pick the night dew flowers? Have you picked them?" Hearing Shira's words, Hannah, who was already a little embarrassed, became even more embarrassed. She and her adventurer team members looked at each other, and said helplessly, "Sorry, Shira, we didn't pick the night dew flowers." "Aw? What happened?" Shira asked, pretending to be surprised. "This is what happened." Hannah hesitated and talked about what happened in the Decision Mountains. Shira listened quietly, and frowned when she heard Hannah say that a demon killed the Snake Man and let them leave. "You mean a demon saved you from the Snake Man?" Shira said in a deep voice. "Yes." Hannah nodded. "If it weren't for that demon, we would have died there." "The demon finally took the Snake Man hostage to the rift?" Shira asked again. "Yes." Hannah nodded. Shira stopped talking. Her face was expressionless, but her heart was stirred. Letting adventurers go to the rift, then letting the Snake Man kill the adventurers, and finally giving them to the blasphemous true spirit to devour, is what she has been doing, and she has never failed. But now Hannah and the other 2 have come back alive. Before the adventurers disappeared, everyone just thought that they were killed by monsters because they ventured deep into the Decision Mountains. But now Hannah and the other 2 have really seen the Snake Man. Snake men are different from monsters. If the Stewart family knew about it, they would definitely regard the Snake Man as a threat. After all, monsters without intelligence and snake men who hunt and kill adventurers are 2 different things. "Sheila, I'm sorry that we can't complete your commission." The rift is too dangerous. With our current strength, we can't pick the night dew flower. But we have already used your potion. We will buy your potion at the market price, okay? Hannah said a little embarrassedly. Sheila looked at Hannah, smiled after a short silence, and said, "Of course, my potion is also for sale. Since there is a dangerous situation in the rift, I will naturally not let you take risks again. We will raise money for the potion as soon as possible," Hannah said gratefully. Using money to make up for Sheila's potion is actually a bargain for them, because the magic resonance potion is very rare, and once it is taken out, it will be snatched up, and it can be said that it is priceless. After exchanging a few words with Sheila, Hannah left with her adventurer team. Looking at Hannah's back, Sheila's expression became a little gloomy. Things have exceeded her expectations. Whether it is Hannah's return alive or the devil, she feels a sense of crisis. What exactly is that devil? Will the other party enter the old dream after holding the snake man hostage? Sheila fell into deep thought. As time passed, Hannah spread what happened in the rift. The rumors about the snake man and the devil spread among the adventurers. As the top adventurer team of the Adventurer Guild, even Hannah and the other three almost died in the rift, which made many adventurers fear the rift. However, the matter of the snake man and the demon did not attract much attention, because Lear's night selection was about to begin. In the Stewart mansion, Lear sat on a recliner, and Miria lay in his arms. The two had been together like this for the past few days. Lear had not gone out these days. His blood incarnation had been undergoing a dream trial, which consumed a lot of his mind. After all, the blood incarnation was also controlled by part of his spirit. This kept his mind in a highly concentrated state, but the harvest was still good. Not only did he gain a lot of experience points, but he also got an extra skill source crystal. In addition to the skill source crystals he got at the beginning, he now has 2, but it is only enough for him to learn an elementary skill. So Lear just put away the skill source crystals, preparing to save some more to directly learn the high-level blood hunter skills, or wait until he breaks through to the extraordinary level and learn extraordinary skills. "Master, the carriage is ready." The little maid Ino walked in from the door, and said respectfully, "I be there right away." Lear nodded. Today is the day he selects knights. I heard that many people came, not just adventurers, even the war church sent knights, and some of the original 4 major knight groups withdrew. "I want to go with you too." Milia took Lear's hand, and shook Lear's sleeves like a spoiled child. "Of course, it's my honor, my princess." Lear smiled, hugged Milia in his arms, and kissed Milia's cheek. The two held hands and went out together. The coachman was ready, and Lear and Milia took Ino to the carriage. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the fortress arena. There were many people outside the arena. All of them came to watch the excitement. When they saw the carriage with the Stewart Lion family emblem, they made way for it. "Is that Lord Albert's son? He's so handsome. I heard that this Master Lear is a mage." "Your information is out of date. Master Lear is an unprecedented dual law professional. Not only can he use the power of a mage, but he can also use the power of the law of war. He even defeated Knight Commander Arson in a duel before." There was a lot of discussion around, and Lear didn't stay too long. He handed the carriage to the arena staff, and Lear took Milia and Ino into the arena. "Master Lear, please follow me." A person who seemed to be the manager of the arena bowed slightly to Lear, and then pointed to the inside of the arena. "Who are you?" "I am the manager of the arena, and a member of the Mad Lion Knights." "Master Lear, just call me Hank." The manager smiled. "You are also a member of the Mad Lion Knights?" Lear was a little surprised. "Yes, in fact, the fortress arena is also the property of the Stewart family. The manager behind it is the leader of the 3rd Legion of the Mad Lion Knights, Lord Eric Carizo," Hank explained. Lear raised his eyebrows. "The Adventurers Guild is backed by the Mad Lion Knights, and so is the fortress arena. It seems that many places in the fortress are secretly controlled by the Stewart family. No wonder the fortress is peaceful, and there is almost no voice of dissatisfaction with Stewart. It seems that his father still has some means." Following Hank all the way, Lear came to the VIP stand that had been arranged. At this time, there were already many people in the arena waiting for the selection. There were several hundred people. Among them, the lowest level professionals were also beginners, and there were also a few intermediate professionals. In addition to Hannah and the other 2, there were 2 intermediate professionals from the Adventurer Guild, 1 from the War Church, and 2 who withdrew from the 4 major knight groups to participate in this election. Lear came to the center of the stand, and picked up the documents on the table. These documents recorded the information of those who signed up for the selection. Lear looked at the 8 intermediate professionals, especially the two who withdrew from the 4 major knight groups. Both of them were from the War Tiger Knights of Yazan. Seeing this, Lier raised his eyebrows. Chapter 138. Father! I've already said that I don't want to participate in this knight selection. There was a noisy quarrel not far away, and Lier put down the documents in his hand and looked over. The president of the Adventurers Guild was pulling a tall woman over. The woman had a soft look, and her chestnut curly hair added a touch of gorgeous beauty to her. No matter what, you must participate in Master Lier's knight selection this time. How long has it been since you had formal knight training? What future do you have if you keep fooling around with those rich girls? Farouk cursed angrily. Lier listened to the conversation between the two, and his expression became a little strange. Is this your daughter, President Farouk? Lier stood up and asked with a gentle smile. Farouk turned around, also with a smile. Yes, Master Lier, this is my daughter Charlene. She is a mid-level knight, and will definitely meet the requirements of your knights, Master Lier. Whether she meets the requirements or not, we will know when we select her later. Lier smiled. Farouk nodded. He originally planned to let Charlene join Lier's knights through the back door, but now it seems that Lier has no intention of opening this back door for him. Charlene looked at Lier, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes examined the man in front of her. This young master of the Stewart family gave her a feeling of familiarity and strangeness. Compared with the Lier Stewart she saw, it can be said that except for the appearance, other aspects are completely different. After looking at Lier for a while, Charlene was silent for a few seconds, and then said aggressively, "You don't want me to join your knights." The girl's sudden words startled both Lier and Farouk. "I'm telling you, I like women. If you let me join your knights, the girls and the knights will." Charlene completely ignored her father, and spoke to herself. While she was talking, she even pretended to look at Ino and Miria next to Lier. She looked over and frowned when she saw Miria. What a beautiful girl, and she looked familiar. After a few seconds of silence, Charlene's eyes widened. "Is this Princess Miria?" "Charlene, what are you talking about?" Farouk was a little exasperated. He had been hiding the fact that his daughter liked women, but Charlene actually took the initiative to say it. Will Master Lier accept a woman with this quirk? Farouk looked at Charlene helplessly. His daughter was fine when she was a child, but she became a little strange after she turned 16 and stopped interacting with people. He had planned to let Charlene marry Yazan before, but in the end, Charlene got a reputation for liking women, and finally nothing happened. Being stared at by Charlene, Miria hid behind Lier shyly. Lier looked at Charlene with a strange expression. It was rare for a woman to like women, but from the look Charlene gave Miria, Lier did not feel the emotion of liking or admiring. On the contrary, he saw shock from it. This shock was not for Miria's beauty, but a shock like seeing someone he shouldn't see. "You really?" Lier came to Charlene, and gently lifted the girl's chin in the shocked eyes of the girl. "Do you really like women?" he said meaningfully, and Charlene was completely stunned. It took her a while to react. She quickly stepped back several steps, and her face suddenly turned red. A person's hobbies are not based on words. Seeing Charlene's reaction, Lier instantly understood that she was just a naive girl pretending to be innocent. With his keen sense of smell, he felt the blood of a pure girl from Charlene. A woman who likes women and talks about it openly will not be like a virgin, blushing with shame when teased by a man. "You? What are you doing?" Charlene stared at Lier with shame and anger. No man had ever done such an intimate thing to her. "Nothing, I just think it's a pity for a cute girl like you to like women." Lier pretended to smile with regret. Charlene didn't expect Lier to say such a thing. Since she pretended to like women, no man has talked to her like this for a long time. Farouk, who was standing by, was also stunned when he saw this scene. He was not angry because Lier flirted with Charlene, but a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Lier did not reject Charlene just because she liked women, and even praised her appearance. If Charlene could have a relationship with Lier, even if she was a lover, he would not have to worry about his daughter. The lover of the heir of Stewart was much more important than the wife of Knight Yazan. "Okay, I won't discriminate against you because of your hobby. The knight selection will start soon. If you want to join my knights, go downstairs and prepare." Lier smiled at Charlene, then returned to the stands, and picked up the documents again. Xiao Lin's expression became a little complicated. Under the pull of her father, she had to go down to prepare. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and this was the time when the selection officially began. Lier jumped down from the stands, and the originally noisy crowd quieted down. Looking at the hundreds of professionals in front of him, Lier originally planned to try out the strength of these professionals himself, but now there are so many people, he can't take care of them. I'm glad that you can come to participate in my night's selection. Li Er glanced at the people present. To be honest, I didn't expect there would be so many people, but this also shows your recognition of me. However, I only plan to select 5 people this time, so I will only select 5 excellent knights from you to join my knight's order. As Li Er's voice fell, the crowd began to discuss. They all knew this, but only 5 people were needed, and there were more than 5 mid-level professionals on the scene. Doesn't that mean that all the beginners have no chance? As if he had seen through everyone's thoughts, Li Er smiled and said, my selection this time is not just based on magic power, but also talent and on-the-spot combat ability. So I will divide you into 10 groups of 20 people each, and have a big melee. No matter how you fight, the 10 people left will enter the next round of selection, and I will personally select them. As soon as these words came out, many beginners showed a glimmer of hope. The selection was not a one-on-one battle, but a big melee, which meant that even mid-level professionals could be eliminated by a group attack. There are 10 groups, but there are only 8 intermediate professionals, which means that at least 2 groups will be composed of all beginner professionals. This gives the beginner professionals a chance to enter the second round of assessment. Many beginner professionals are eager to try, but the 8 intermediate professionals on the field are a little uncomfortable. Next, let's start the group draw. Li Er smiled, and Ino took a large box and put it on the ground beside. Everyone came forward one by one to get the number plate, and soon everyone had received the number plate, and the 10 groups were also divided. Each of the first 8 groups has a middle-level professional, and the last 2 groups are all composed of beginner professionals. It is hard not to think that Li Er deliberately arranged it. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Li Er kept smiling. Among these 8 intermediate professionals, except for Hannah and the other 3, and Xiao Lin and another man from the Adventurer Guild, Li Er didn't really want the other 3. One was from the War Church, and he didn't want to have believers of the War Church in his knights, and 2 had quit the War Tiger Knights. If they quit the War Tiger Knights to curry favor with him, the young master of Stuart, Lear would not look down on such a sycophant. If they were sent by Yazan to find out about him, he would be even less likely to accept them. After the grouping was over, the big melee started directly. Starting from the first group, Lear returned to the stands. The first match was Charlene. When she was about to go on stage, Farouk solemnly warned her, "Smelly girl, you'd better pass the selection, otherwise you have to earn your pocket money yourself in the future." Charlene curled her lips and didn't care. She glanced at Lear on the stands and nodded for some reason. A total of 20 people stood on the ring. The rules of the competition did not allow malicious killings, and leaving the ring would be considered elimination. As soon as Xiao Lin came on the stage, the eyes of the other professionals were cast over. The only mid-level professional in the first group, and such a beautiful woman, it was hard not to attract attention. "Are we going to attack Miss Xiao Lin?" An adventurer who knew Xiao Lin's identity said hesitantly. "What are you afraid of? This is a selection held by Masterly Heir. Even if Miss Xiao Lin is the daughter of the president, she has no privileges." Another adventurer said nonchalantly. A total of 19 beginner professionals directly surrounded Xiao Lin. The beginners had no chance of winning against the high level. If they wanted to get a place in the qualifying round, they had to eliminate Xiao Lin first, so that they would have a chance. The 19 professionals were all professionals of the law of war. They took out their weapons and attacked Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin looked at the professionals in front of her with some disdain. She hadn't taken action for too long, and these people had forgotten her former name. The thorn flower of the Adventurers Guild is not to be trifled with. The girl took out her weapon from the storage item, and she used a rapier like Li Er. The moment Xiao Lin drew out the rapier, her figure rushed forward quickly. A war knight charged at Xiao Lin, but the gap between the beginner and the intermediate level was huge, and Xiao Lin used a rapier, which obviously took a smart route. The girl's figure shuttled through the crowd like a butterfly, and a storm thrust shook 2 beginner professionals out of the ring and eliminated them directly. Xiao Lin knew very well that she had no chance of winning against 19 people under normal circumstances, but this was not a life-and-death battle, but a duel. Leaving the ring means losing, so Xiao Lin has a lot of room for maneuver. 2 people were eliminated directly, and the remaining professionals all changed their faces and became more cautious. They also saw that with Xiao Lin's speed, it was not difficult to defeat them one by one. For a while, except for a few rookies, many professionals became cautious. But this decision was exactly what Xiao Lin wanted. If the remaining people united, she would really be a little troubled, but since they became timid, that was her chance. The storm roared around Xiao Lin. The war knights calling storm will exert different powers in the hands of different professionals. Some people pursue powerful destructive power, just like Yazan before, who used a lot of magic to evoke a huge storm and give people a thunderous blow, but some people will use the speed generated by the storm to bless themselves. At the same time, they will enchant the storm for close-range attacks. Liar in the stands widened his eyes at Charlene's actions. Such skill should not appear on an NPC. This is a skill that players in the previous life figured out. It was not developed until the players came. Why did Charlene do it? The storm swirled around Charlene, making the girl's speed reach an astonishing level. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Charlene was like a gust of wind, and the storm turned into a wind blade and flew around. Charlene herself also shuttled through the crowd. In just a short while, 7 or 8 professionals were eliminated. The audience in the stands were also impressed by Charlene's strength, and a warm cheer rang out in the arena. The remaining professionals were caught off guard by Charlene's sudden power, and it was too late to unite when they wanted to. Looking at the panicked professionals, Xiao Lin showed a contemptuous smile. These professionals were just a pile of loose sand, and they were all competitors on the stage. It was impossible for them to truly unite. It was time to end it. Xiao Lin stood in place, and the storm around her became more and more intense. The real storm erupted, the wind was howling, and the storm formed a hurricane around Xiao Lin, just like the storm that Yazin had cast before. The remaining professionals all showed panic expressions, but it was too late. Xiao Lin waved her hand, and the storm around her swept directly towards the other professionals. The violent hurricane swept the entire stage. Amid a burst of scattered screams, all the remaining professionals were lifted into the sky and fell outside the stage one by one. The arena fell into a brief silence, followed by even more enthusiastic cheers. Under normal circumstances, there would be no mid-level professionals fighting in the arena, only apprentices or beginners. Now the audience was really amazed. Charlene enjoyed the cheers and felt a little proud, but she didn't see that in the stands, Lier was looking at her like a prey. This Charlene, there's something wrong. Whether it was her previous reaction to Miria or her application of the storm just now, it was too strange. Lier's eyes became deep, and it seemed necessary to find an opportunity to interrogate her properly. Chapter 139. The first group of selections ended with Charlene's victory. In the stands, many people were surprised by Charlene's performance. Especially for the members of the 4 major knights. Any mid-level war knight would have this skill, but it was really shocking to be able to master it like Charlene and use it in a different way. Even Albert, who was standing high up, showed a hint of surprise. The selection continued, and the remaining 9 groups also completed the selection amid the audience's enthusiastic expectations. Among the 8 mid-level professionals, except for a new mid-level professional from the Adventurers Guild, who was defeated because of his lack of skills, the remaining 7 mid-level professionals all advanced. With Charlene's previous experience, these mid-level professionals were very cautious. In addition, 3 beginner professionals stood out. These 3 were just a little bit away from breaking through to the mid-level, and their strength should not be underestimated. The eliminated professionals left the arena one after another, and only 10 people were left in the arena. Lier put down the documents in his hand and walked down from the stands. He glanced at the people in front of him and smiled. You are all excellent professionals who can survive in the melee, but I will only select 5 of you. Hearing Lier's words, the faces of the 10 people were stern, and only 5 of them could be left. Next, I will personally test you. Lier said lightly, in this test, I will observe your overall quality. Even beginners have the opportunity to become members of my knights. He took a closer look at the 3 beginners standing on the edge. Except for the lower magic level, these 3 professionals are not inferior to the other 7 mid-level professionals in other aspects, and are even stronger in some aspects. The final test is very simple. You 10 people form a team, and your task is to defeat me. Lier said the final test content. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. Not only the 10 candidates standing in the arena, but also the audience in the stands all widened their eyes. Master Lier, you want to fight 10 of us alone? A mid-level professional asked in disbelief. Yes. Lier nodded and said nonchalantly, from now on, you are members of a team. All you have to do is unite, and then defeat me. After Lier's confirmation, the 10 professionals looked at each other, and all 10 of them saw a hint of hesitation in the eyes of others. Lier claimed to be a mid-level professional. Although he was a dual professional of arcane law and ward law, was it a bit arrogant to fight 10 people alone? In the stands, Albert watched Lier, and had no reaction to Lier's decision. Although he didn't know how strong Lier was, based on the swordsmanship that Lier had shown in the previous battle with him, it should be no problem for him to deal with 10 mid-level and beginner professionals. Sir Albert, he is worthy of being your son. His confidence is not much less than yours back then. A knight in armor stood next to Albert, looking at Lear below the arena, and said with a smile, "Sid, don't you think Lear's decision is arrogant?" Albert turned his head and looked at the sturdy knight beside him. "I can still tell whether it is arrogance or confidence." The knight named Sid smiled, and he looked at the young man below with a strange color in his eyes. Fighting 10 with 1 is indeed an arrogant act, but he also felt the real confidence from Lear's tone, not arrogance, but confidence, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "Haha, then you can see it. I called you back from the fiefdom just to let you see Lear, my son, the next Duke of Stuart." Albert laughed. "The stronger Lear behaves, the more he will be recognized by these canonized knights. In the future, Lear will inherit the title of Duke of Stuart, which will be more stable." The members of the 4 knights on the other side were also shocked after hearing Lear's words. They have seen Lear's strength, but fighting 10 with 1, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? The 4 knights' leaders have different expressions. Yazan gritted his teeth. He admitted that Lear was very strong, but he didn't believe that Lear could fight 10 with 1. Shiro on the side had a deep look. "If you are ready, then the test will begin." Lear said no more nonsense and took out the knight rose from the storage ring. The gorgeous rapier attracted Xiao Lin's attention as soon as it appeared. She was a little surprised that Lear used a rapier like her. Generally speaking, only women would choose a rapier, and it was just for decoration. There are very few people who really use rapiers as weapons. It has neither the powerful killing power of a heavy sword nor the ease of use of a straight sword. The only advantage of a rapier seems to be its lightness. Remember, now you are a team, a whole. I hope to see you can cooperate and defeat me, instead of being like a pile of loose sand," Lear said again. 10 candidates drew their weapons, and their expressions became serious. The battle was about to start. Charlene rushed to Lear first. She wanted to see what kind of strength this young master Lear had. Both of them were very fast, and they collided with each other in an instant. The 2 rapiers collided with each other, making a harsh sound, but Charlene obviously felt that Lear's strength was much stronger than hers. She couldn't understand it. Lear's speed was not worse than hers, but why was his strength so much stronger than hers? After a few rapiers collided, Charlene fell into a disadvantage. At this time, others also rushed up, and Lear's body was lit up with arcane light. To be honest, he rarely used the power of arcane law. Compared with the sword in his hand, spells were more convenient and did not have much advantage, but now, when there were many people, frost spells were very useful. Frost nova spread directly in the arena, and the cold air covered the ground. Lear did not use his full strength, as that would consume too much magic power. He only used frost to freeze the calves of these professionals, so that they could not unite to attack him. After performing Frost Nova, Lear turned around and faced Charlene again. At this time, the power of the storm had already emerged from Charlene's body. The girl's speed was further increased, but Lear's speed was also further increased. The 2 fought, as if they were evenly matched. But Sid in the stands had a serious expression. Using the evoked storm for other purposes was already the limit of Charlene, but Lear seemed to have only used some kind of swordsmanship to match Charlene in speed. The 2 seemed to be fighting back and forth, but Charlene was being played by Lear step by step. This was the difference in swordsmanship. Lear crushed Charlene in swordsmanship. Sid felt a little incredible. Lear was only 20 years old, but his swordsmanship was like a swordsmanship master who had experienced hundreds of battles. Every move of Lear was an art, without any unnecessary moves. Every sword was easy to use, playing with Charlene. Charlene gradually changed from attacking to defending. She didn't understand what happened. It was obvious that Lear's strength and speed were not stronger than hers, but gradually she lost the initiative. "Besides the storm enchantment, do you have any other trump cards?" Lear asked while suppressing Charlene. Like a superior's pity for the weak, the calm tone made Xiao Lin's heart rise with anger. In the entire young generation of the Pharaoh Fortress, she has never regarded anyone else as an opponent, even Yazan, the knight commander, who is known as the first person of the young generation, but Lear seems to have completely ignored her. Xiao Lin gritted her teeth and opened her mouth to let out a roar. This is the roar of war. Lear felt that his speed had slowed down a lot, but it was not over yet. The storm around Xiao Lin continued to gather towards the blade of the rapier, and the power of the storm finally turned into a blue light. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Lin used the initial skill of the War Knight, Storm Stab. Lear looked at this scene, and his eyes became a little weird. Concentrating the power of the storm on the weapon, and then blessing the Storm Stab, this is also a skill developed by players in the previous life. The fusion of the power of the intermediate storm and the initial skill Storm Stab can reach a strength close to the high level. There really is something wrong with Charlene. Lear raised his eyebrows, and in the face of the girl's attack, he activated the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. The attributes were focused on strength, and Lear did not dodge, but chose to fight Charlene head-on. Seeing Lear's choice, Charlene smiled, but the next second the smile on her face solidified, and the two rapiers collided with each other, and the blade of the rapier was bent to a terrifying degree. On Lear's rapier, Charlene felt a steady power like a mountain. The storm was howling, but it could not shake the mountain at all. When Charlene was shocked, the rapier in her hand reached its limit. Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound sounded, and the rapier in Charlene's hand broke directly. The powerful impact made Charlene's body unstable and flew backwards. The broken rapier drew an arc in the air, then fell to the ground and stabbed into the ground fiercely. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The originally favored Charlene was defeated just like this. Lord Albert, what was that just now? Sid was shocked. Although Lear's performance was mediocre, he was keenly aware of the power of the law of war that erupted at that moment. That power was even stronger than his. Don't be surprised. This is the gift of the law of war that Lear received. Albert made a pretense. He knew that it was the power of Lear's previous life, but how could he tell others about this? The gift of the law of war? Sid was stunned for a moment, and his expression became more and more shocked. On the field, Charlene fell to the ground, with a look of disbelief on her face, but she was defeated, and there were still 9 people left. Lear turned around, and everyone broke free from his frost nova. Looking at the remaining 9 people, Lear smiled slightly. Except for Xiao Lin, he could see the strength of these 9 people clearly. They were just ordinary professionals. He had already selected the candidates when he watched the melee just now. This assessment can be over. The 9 people rushed towards Lear together. Lear stood still. Purple arcane glow gathered on his body. Lear's arcane cannon took shape in an instant. Although it was not as powerful as the staff, it was enough to give these professionals a pot of water. The arcane cannon rushed towards everyone with terrifying energy fluctuations. The 9 people were not fools. They also felt the danger from the arcane shells. The 3 Hannah stood together tacitly, and Walton took out a large shield and skillfully blocked the 3 people. The professional of the War Church took out a scroll and tore it open, revealing a light shield. As for the other 2 mid-level professionals of the War Tiger Knights, they grabbed the 2 junior professionals beside them and blocked them in front of them. They actually planned to use the 2 junior professionals as human shields. This scene stunned everyone. Lear did not expect that the 2 would be so decisive and ruthless. The audience in the stands was quiet for a while, but then there was a burst of curses. The arcane shells exploded in the air before they hit everyone. The powerful impact even rushed Walton several meters away with a shield, and the believers of the War Church could only rely on the scroll to block the attack. 2 beginners, who were used as human shields, were blown away, and the intermediate professionals behind them were not feeling well either, retreating more than 10 meters. Another beginner had left early, standing in the distance, looking at this scene with a stunned look on his face. Is this the power of a mage? Even the audience in the stands were shocked. A spell made 9 professionals so embarrassed. But the next scene shocked them even more, seeing Lear's figure like a ghost. In the blink of an eye he came to the professionals, who were still able to move, and the rapier in his hand turned into a light and shadow, and stabbed straight. The shield was pierced directly, and then the 3 were kicked out by Lear one by one. Next came the 2 people from the War Tiger Knights on the other side, and Lear pierced their arms with 2 swords without hesitation. The 2 screamed in pain, and Lear drew out the rapier expressionlessly, and then kicked them one by one. Then it was the believer of the War Church. Before he could react, Lear had already appeared behind him, and hit the believer on the neck with a knife, causing the believer to faint. In the end, only a weak, pitiful and helpless beginner was left in the arena. He looked at Lear, and fell straight to the ground. The whole arena became silent. This was too unbelievable. Lear actually defeated 10 professionals by himself. The terrifying speed at the end made everyone a little incomprehensible. Is this a human or a ghost? Chapter 140. After taking back the Night Rose, Lear quietly looked at the professionals lying on the ground, and he also saw the performance of the audience around him. Albert asked him to establish the Knights just to establish prestige. Instead of making a name for himself in the subsequent Knights confrontation, it is undoubtedly faster and more direct to show his strong strength now. He has been away from the Pharaoh Fortress for more than 10 years, and almost no citizens here have heard of him, but now they will definitely know that Stuart's heir is back, and so powerful. After a short silence, the arena was boiling. 1 against 10, and winning overwhelmingly, This is even more ridiculous than the story made up by the bard. In the stands, Albert nodded. He was very satisfied with Lear's performance. Sid on the side was shocked again. In just a few minutes, he was shocked several times by this young master who had not seen him for a long time. Recalling Lear's movements and strength during the battle just now, if he faced Lear, would he have a chance of winning? After thinking for a while, Sid found helplessly that he didn't seem to have the absolute certainty of defeating Lear. Lord Albert, Master Lear is worthy of being your son. His strength is really amazing. Sid flattered Albert. Ha, of course, you don't even look at whose son he is. Albert laughed and seemed very pleased. The 4 knights on the other side were also stunned by Lear's performance, especially Arson, who couldn't believe his eyes at all. Although he was directly defeated by Lear, he didn't think Lear was much stronger than him. But now the fact slapped him in the face. In the previous duel between him and Lear didn't even use magic. Why is Lear so strong? Yasin gnashed his teeth. In the arena, Lear walked to Charlene, the only one who was still awake, and stretched out his hand to the girl. Charlene was stunned for a moment, then put her hand on Lear's palm with a complicated expression, and slowly stood up. You passed the test. Lear interrupted Charlene and announced the result. There is no doubt that you are the strongest among these 10 people. Welcome to join my knights. Charlene bit her lip and listened to Lear's words. Although she passed the test, she didn't feel very happy. After Lear and Charlene finished talking, they looked at the others. The staff of the arena had already treated the remaining 9 people. In addition to the 2 intermediate professionals from the Yasin Knights, there were also 2 primary professionals, who were used as meat shields to resist arcane shells. No one else was seriously injured. At Lear's instruction, the 2 beginners were given healing potions, and they recovered. The 10 people stood in a row again. Lear glanced at the 10 people and said lightly, "My second round of selection is over, and I have selected candidates from you." The 10 people were a little nervous when they heard this. They knew the result of the battle just now. Lear defeated them easily, which made them feel very frustrated. The gap was too big. Charlene, Hannah, Nicole, Walton, congratulations on the 4 of you joining my knights. After a short silence, Lear said the candidates, originally I wanted to select 5 from you, but your performance really disappointed me, so I only selected 4 people. Lear's tone was very calm. 4 people were enough for him. He had originally taken a fancy to the beginner, but the other party fell to the ground and pretended to be dead when facing him, so Lear passed him directly. Just a selection is so cowardly and afraid of death. If such a person were to experience a real battle, who knows how cowardly he would be. Hearing the result announced by Lear, Hannah, and the other 2 showed surprise, and the rest of the people had different expressions. The 2 intermediate professionals who withdrew from the War Tiger Knights looked at Hannah and the other 2 and said indignantly, "Master Lear, how do you evaluate the selection? Are we not better than these 3 adventurers?" They were convinced that Xiao Ling could be selected, but Hannah and the other 2. "You are indeed not as good as them," Lear said bluntly. The 2 were even more dissatisfied after hearing this, and wanted to argue, but Lear did not give them the opportunity to continue speaking. "I've said it from the beginning. You 10 people form a team to fight me. You are a whole, not a pile of loose sand." Lear said in a deep voice, "But how did you do it? You used the other 2 teammates as human shields to resist my attack. You can do such a thing in public. If you are allowed to join my knights when performing missions, will you care about the lives of your knights?" Lear's tone was very stern. The 2 looked ugly, but they were powerless to refute. "I don't need knights who will squander other people's lives at will," Lear said again. The 2 gritted their teeth and could only swallow their anger even if they were dissatisfied. "Master Lear." A believer from the War Church on the other side stepped forward. "Master Lear, it was actually the bishop's intention that I participated in the selection this time." Lear looked at the believer. From the beginning, he knew that this believer from the War Church did not really want to join his knights. "Your strength is shocking, Master Lear." The believer saluted Lear respectfully. "You have received the gift of the law of war. Please be sure to come to the War Church. The bishop will be waiting for you there." After saying this, the believer smiled slightly, then turned around and left. Looking at the believer's back as he left, Lear raised his eyebrows and didn't say much. The selection of the knights was officially over. Lear asked Charlene and the other 4 to leave first. Once the knight apprentices were recruited from the reserve knight camp, the knights could be officially established. The eliminated people left with disappointment, especially the 2 members of the War Tiger Knights, who looked at Lear before leaving. Albert and Sid also left quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Yasin was in a heavy mood. He didn't know how to deal with Lear. Now Lear showed his strength, and was stronger than him in every aspect. His face was gloomy. He thought of what Sheila had said to him. If he killed Lear and brought Lear's body here, he could replace Lear and become the heir of Stuart. Yazin's eyes became crazy. He looked in the direction of Sheila, but found that Sheila had disappeared. In the VIP channel of the arena, Lear, Milia, and Ina were about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a person standing in front of him. Sheila stood at the exit, and seemed to have been waiting for Lear for a long time. Miss Sheila. Lear raised his eyebrows, and smiled at Sheila. Master Lear, you really opened my eyes today. Sheila showed a charming smile, and Milia frowned at the side. The little princess hugged Lear's arm, and swore her sovereignty. Lear patted Milia's little hand, and then said to Sheila, Miss Sheila, what's the matter? Master Lear, does your night group need a pharmacist? Sheila asked directly. Lear was stunned. He stared at the woman in front of him, and after a while, he said strangely, Miss Sheila, aren't you the pharmacist of the War Tiger Knights? Before, if Master Lear is willing to accept me, then I can also be the pharmacist of your night group. Sheila looked at Lear with burning eyes, not hiding her purpose. Are you willing to quit the Tiger Knights? Of course, Master Lear, you are much better than Yazin, and you are the heir of Lord Albert. Following you is much more promising than following Yazin. Sheila answered as a matter of course. Lear was surprised by Sheila's direct words. As long as Master Lear is willing to accept me, I can become yours now. Sheila extended her hand, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Milia on the side was about to raise her eyebrows. Lear thought for a few seconds, and in the face of Milia's dissatisfied expression, he also extended his hand and shook hands with Sheila. If Miss Sheila really wants to join my knights sincerely, I will certainly welcome it. The two held hands together. At that moment, a dark light flashed in Sheila's eyes, and then Lear felt as if his body was electrocuted. A system warning popped up in front of him. You are affected by the law-stealing skill of the law thief, and are forced to make a mysterious judgment. The judgment is successful. You are immune to the influence of law-stealing, and successfully cause backlash to the target. The sudden appearance of the system prompt made Lear's eyelids jump. Law thief? Law stealing? The skill information about law stealing appeared on the system panel. Law stealing, a skill exclusive to the law thief. You can steal and copy all the law abilities of the opponent through physical contact. After stealing successfully, you will obtain all the abilities of the opponent. Stealing the law from multiple targets will save the stolen and copied abilities. The initial saved ability is 1. For each level upgrade, the saved ability increases by 1. Only one ability can be used at the same time. The cooldown time for switching abilities is 7 days. Note, for targets whose law affinity is higher than their own blasphemous law affinity, there is a chance that they will be discovered, resulting in a failure of stealing and backlash. Looking at the information in front of him, Lear was silent. Stealing all the law abilities of the target, there is such a profession and skill. He had never heard of such an ability, and there was no profession of law thief in his previous life. Just when Lear was shocked, Sheila, who was shaking hands with Lear, turned pale, and she looked at Lear with a trace of disbelief in her eyes. She decided to steal the law from Lear after seeing how powerful Lear was. The law thief is a special profession. No matter what level she is promoted to, she only has one skill, that is, law stealing. By stealing from professionals of the same realm as oneself, one can obtain the same abilities as the other party, and generally will not be discovered. Sheila is now a professional template of a mid-level spy. Seeing Lear's powerful power, she will naturally not let it go. Even if she doesn't need to keep it, it's good. Moreover, Lear is a legendary dual law professional, and she also wants to see what will happen after stealing her abilities. But she didn't expect that she would suffer a backlash. She was chosen by the blasphemy law, and her blasphemy law affinity was as high as 80%, but she still failed? What kind of monster is in front of her? Sheila racked her brains, and couldn't think that Lear's affinity for the war law and the blood law had reached 90%. She glanced at Lear, and a heavy tingling sensation came from her head. Sheila regretted her decision very much. The theft of the law was obviously known to Lear. She struggled to steady herself, but the backlash was beyond her ability to resist. After shaking for a while, Sheila closed her eyes unwillingly, and fell into Lear's arms. Seeing Sheila rushing into Lear's arms, Milia couldn't stand it anymore. Just when the little princess was about to say something, she saw Sheila fainted with a pale face. Milia was stunned, and asked after a while, "What's wrong with her?" Lear smiled. She wanted to do something bad just now, and was backlashed. Milia tilted her head, not understanding what Lear meant. "Milia, actually Sheila is the same as you," Lear said deeply. She and you are both professionals of heretical law. What? Milia covered her mouth. I explain more to you when we get back. Anyway, I have one more person imprisoned. A strange smile appeared on Lear's face. You want to arrest Sheila? Milia was a little unhappy. She had just listened to the conversation between Sheila and Lear. This woman obviously had bad intentions. Are you still not sure about me? Lear saw Milia's little thoughts. The little princess's possessiveness towards him was getting stronger and stronger, but Lear thought it was good. I didn't even do anything to Ophelia, so how could I do anything to Sheila? Lear comforted. Milia thought about it. Ophelia had been captured by Lear for a long time. Every day, Lear sucked blood from Ophelia and took advantage of her, but he didn't go to the last step. Although Sheila's appearance was also very beautiful, she was completely inferior to Ophelia. Thinking of this, Milia was relieved. Okay then. Milia compromised. She still believed in Lear. Lear smiled and took out a sack from his storage ring. It was the sack that contained Ophelia before. Lear still had it with him. The bright red life-binding shackles were summoned. While Sheila was unconscious, Lear tied her up without hesitation and put her into the sack. After doing all this, Lear carried the sack on his shoulders. At this moment, a figure hurriedly walked past the other end of the VIP channel. Yazan walked to the VIP channel. He was looking for Sheila's whereabouts all the way, but he didn't see anyone. He looked up at the other side of the VIP channel and saw Lear standing with two beautiful women, holding a sack in his hand. After looking at Lear, Yazan turned his head expressionlessly and left. Just seeing Lear's face, a trace of jealousy and anger rose in his heart for no reason. Chapter 141. Lear first sent Milia and Eno back to the Stewart mansion, and then quietly brought Sheila to the villa. In the villa, Adele, who was cleaning, saw Lear push the door in, and her face showed joy. She was about to step forward, but she saw the sack on Lear's shoulder. A strong sense of déjà vu surged into Adele's heart. Lear had put Ophelia in the sack in the same posture before. You can ask the cleaner to clean the villa regularly. There is no need to do it all by yourself. Lear walked into the villa, closed the door, put the sack on the ground, and then said to Adele, Master Lear, these are what I, a servant, should do. Adele smiled. She looked at the sack that Lear put down. Master, what is this? This is the new prisoner. Lear opened the sack, revealing Sheila inside. Adele looked at the person in the sack, a little curious. Who on earth would make Master Lear interested in tying him up? She already knew some things about Lear. Imprisoning women seemed to be Lear's personal hobby. Currently, Princess Miria and Saint Ophanina had been imprisoned. The former seemed to have reconciled, and now only the saint was left. It can be seen that the identities of the women imprisoned by Lear were not simple. Who is the third prisoner now? Her name is Sheila, and she is a believer of another heretical law. Lear said Sheila's identity. Adele's eyes widened. Another believer of a heretical law? When did heresy become so common? Lear did not continue to talk to Adele, and carried Sheila to the top floor. He came to Ophelina's room. Her Highness the Saint was sitting in front of the window, bathing in the sun, looking particularly holy and noble. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ophelina turned her head. It seems that you have adapted to life here. Lear smiled, and threw Sheila on the bed beside him. Ophelina stared at Lear, not wanting to argue with Lear, but looked at the woman on the bed. Who is she? Your new woman? Ophelina said with a mocking tone. She looked at the woman on the bed. Compared with her beauty, she was far inferior to herself, not even as good as Adele, and she looked quite old. When did this devil change his taste? I have a beautiful woman like the Saint Lady. Why should I go out to find other women? Lear walked to Ophelina, leaned down, and lowered his head to Ophelina's neck, sniffing the fragrance of the girl. Feeling the strong masculine set close at hand, Ophelia's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not hide. She had been locked up here for a while, and she knew that resisting Lear would only make Lear more excited. Ophelia turned her head away, and suppressed her special feeling for Lear. As time passed, she began to find that she seemed not to reject Lear as much as before, which was not a good sign. Your Highness, can't you see the specialness of this woman? Lear reached out and pulled Ophelia up, holding her in his arms, and then sat on the chair where Ophelia had just sat, letting Ophelia sit on his lap. Ophelia struggled for a while, and after a few seconds, she sighed helplessly. She looked at the woman thrown on the bed, and after careful observation, her expression changed. She is a believer of the heretic law? It seems that you can still tell. Lear patted Ophelia's thigh. Ophelia's expression became solemn, and she didn't care about Lear's flirting with her. She asked in a deep voice, What do you want to do by bringing this heretic woman here? Of course, the same as you. Lear smiled slightly. The same as me? Ophelia was stunned for a moment. She is not an ordinary heretic believer. Lear stood up and put Ophelia down from his legs. She is a person who has been blessed by the gods like you. Bringing her back is naturally imprisoned. Well? Shira on the bed suddenly made an uncomfortable sound, and then woke up faintly. She opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar scene in front of her. She didn't understand what was going on until she saw the man standing in front of her. That was the food that the Father God wanted. Shira thought to herself, and after a few seconds, her eyes widened suddenly, and she remembered what happened before. She used the law of stealing on Lear, but it backfired. Sheila struggled to stand up, but found that she was bound by a bright red chain, and the chain was still consuming her physical strength. Sheila's expression became ugly. Even if she was stupid, she understood what happened. She was caught by Lear. She looked at Lear with fierce eyes. Judging from the situation, she was probably exposed as a heretic. Sheila immediately wanted to mobilize her magic power. As a law thief, although she was only a mid-level spy on the surface, the fact was that she had already reached a high level. Among the law profession she stole and saved, there was still a high-level profession. Although she didn't know why the theft of Lear's law failed, she thought it would be easy to deal with a mid-level professional as long as she switched her profession to a high-level one. Sheila began to mobilize her magic power, but after a while she found that her magic power had been exhausted. The feeling of exhaustion from the exhaustion of magic power surged in her heart at this time, and Sheila's expression became a little depressed. "What did you do to me?" Sheila said weakly. Lear smiled. "Shouldn't it be Miss Sheila? What are you going to do to me?" "Law stealing, what a powerful force. Is this the power that blasphemy law brings you?" Hearing Lear say the word blasphemy law, Sheila's pupils shrank suddenly, and she stared at Lear. "How do you know blasphemy law?" Sheila's shock could no longer be expressed in words. She only used law stealing once, which could at most make Lear sense that it was not the power of the three major orthodox laws. But why did Lear know blasphemy law? "Not only do I know blasphemy law, I also know that you accepted the mission of the big snake and wanted to give me as food to the blasphemy spirit," Lear said quietly. "I know you secretly killed some talented professionals and sent their bodies to the blasphemy true spirit. The same is true for the adventurers who disappeared. They were all killed by the blasphemy families in the rift. And Hannah and the other three. You sent them to the rift before just to make them food for the big snake." Lear said word by word, and with every word, Sheila's expression became more shocked. The blasphemy law source material carrier is afraid, and the shock emotion fluctuation value reaches 97%. You have gained 2% of the blasphemy law affinity. The system prompt appeared in front of Lear. Lear looked at Sheila in front of him. Another tool person who brushed attribute points appeared. Sheila opened her mouth. She was so shocked by Lear that she couldn't speak. Lear had already told her secrets. What else could she say? Seeing that Sheila didn't speak, Lear directly lifted Sheila up from the bed. Sheila, who was extremely weak, had no ability to resist at all. "What do you want to do to me?" Sheila said weakly. Lear didn't respond. He opened the secret room in the house and carried Sheila in. There was also a bed in the secret room. Lear threw Sheila directly on it. "Tell me about the big snake," Lear asked lightly. A heretic god lurked in the rift near the Pharaoh fortress. This was a huge threat. He had to find out what the snake was going to do. Listening to Lear's words, Sheila raised her head, but stubbornly said nothing. The secret room became quiet. Ophelia stood carefully behind, watching Lear's interrogation of Sheila. She felt a sense of excitement. Lear had done the same to her before. The heretic in front of him will also be humiliated by Lear. Athenina felt a sense of gloating for no reason. Looking at the silent Sheila, Lear sighed, and asked him to be a villain again. He walked in front of Sheila, raised Sheila's chin with his hand, and let Sheila look at him. "I advise you to tell me, so that I can save time to torture you." Sheila still didn't speak. She turned her head away, with no expression on her face. Lear raised his eyebrows. He had said everything he should say. Since Sheila was indifferent, he couldn't be blamed. He took out the night rose, and the dark purple thorn sword appeared, which made Sheila's eyes jump, but she still pretended to be calm and didn't speak. But the next scene made Sheila stunned. A blood-colored vortex wrapped around the rapier in Lear's hand, and then the originally gorgeous rapier turned into a ferocious heavy rapier. The bright red heavy rapier had a hint of blood, but that was not the point. The point was that it was the power of the heretical law. Lear was actually using the power of the heretical law. Sheila was about to say something, But the blood-colored rose in Lear's hand pierced Sheila's thigh without any hesitation. Blood flowed down Sheila's thigh, and the pain made Sheila unbearable. Her already pale face became even paler, and drops of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. Sheila trembled all over. She couldn't understand. The rapier in Lear's hand only pierced a little bit, but she felt like she had experienced some kind of torture. My bloody rose can greatly amplify the pain you feel. This is just the beginning. I don't want to do such a cruel thing to a lady. If you say something about blaspheming the true spirit, I can stop. Lear's voice rang in Sheila's ears. Sheila tilted her head, and the anger in her eyes seemed to burn Lear to ashes, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't speak. The carrier of the blasphemy law source is painful, and the anger mood fluctuation value reaches 97%. You have gained 2% of the affinity for blasphemy law. The system prompt popped up in front of Lear again. Sure enough, newcomers are prone to gold coins. Both Ophelina and Miria are not increasing their law affinity much now, and each time it increases by a few tenths. The rapier in his hand fell again, constantly stabbing Sheila's arms and thighs. The structure of the bloody rose is spiral, and the wounds are very hideous. At first, Sheila could still hold on, but the pain gradually intensified, and Sheila cried out in pain. Ophelina watched from the side. As a woman, even though Sheila was a heretic, she felt sorry for her. But Lear had no expression on his face. The system prompts kept popping up in front of him, and the affinity of the blasphemy law was almost 10% in a short while. The affinity of the blasphemy law gained by torturing people like this is really fast. Pain is a feeling that is simply unbearable. It comes from the flesh. As long as it is a mortal body, the pain will not disappear. Then the pain will bring negative emotions of pain, which cannot be stopped at all. Before, whether it was Milia or Ophelina, Lear was very restrained and gentlemanly. After all, the two women were innocent, and had not done anything to hurt him. It was just that Lear unilaterally imprisoned the other party. But Sheila was different. This believer of blasphemy law wanted to do something to him, and offer him to the blasphemy spirit as food. Stop torturing me. Sheila finally couldn't stand it anymore, tears in her eyes, and the bed was full of blood. Following Sheila's voice, the bloody rose that was about to be stabbed stopped in midair. What do you want to know? I tell you. Sheila compromised. If it was just ordinary torture, she could endure it, but every time the red rapier fell, she felt like she was being tortured by 1,000 knives. Lear chuckled. Wouldn't you have said this earlier so that you wouldn't have to be tortured by me? As he said this, he pulled Ophelia, who was watching carefully, into his arms, and kissed Ophelia's lips fiercely in Ophelia's shocked eyes. There are still people watching. Ophelia screamed in shame and anger in her heart. She didn't understand why Lear kissed her while torturing others, but the next second, she felt a surge of magic power flowing into her body. Lear didn't input much magic power into Ophelia. After a short kiss, Lear let go of Ophelia. Heal her, Lear said with a smile. Ophelia was stunned. He injected magic power into her just to let her heal this heretic. She thought Lear had a change of heart, and planned to relax his vigilance against her. After all, the feeling of magic power deficit was not comfortable. Ophelia was a little annoyed, but she responded to Lear's words, and released the golden healing technique to Sheila. The glow of the sacred golden law enveloped Sheila. Sheila opened her eyes wide, and couldn't believe what she saw. The woman in front of me is actually a believer of the golden law. A believer of the golden law is actually mixed with a pagan, and they seem to have a close relationship. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? The shocking emotional fluctuation value of the source of the blasphemous law carrier has reached 93%, and you have gained 1% of the affinity of the blasphemous law. Your affinity of the blasphemous law has reached 10%, and you have gained a mysterious plus 10 as Sheila was shocked. The system prompt popped up in front of Lear again, and the affinity of the blasphemous law easily reached 10%. Chapter 142. In just a dozen minutes, he gained 10 points of mysterious attribute value. Lear became cheerful. Most of his blood apostle skills were linked to mysterious attributes, including the blood moon coming skill he had obtained in the dream trial. The requirement was 80 points of mysterious attribute. His previous mysterious attribute was 76 points. For a professional like him, who had just entered the advanced level, such mysterious attribute was extremely amazing, but it was still not enough to learn blood moon coming. In the end, he spent 4 free attribute points to increase the attribute value to the required 80 points. Unexpectedly, the affinity of the blasphemous law also increased his mysterious attribute by 10 points. With these 10 points, Lear's mysterious attribute has now reached 90 points, and the next point is 100 points. This is a limit. When a certain attribute of a professional reaches 100 points, he will gain power beyond the limit. Li'er's eyes became a little deep. Even as a legendary professional in his previous life, he only had one attribute that broke through the limit of 100. Now he is only at the intermediate level, and is almost reaching the height of his previous life. Although Aslan Royal Swordsmanship can temporarily make his attribute value exceed 100 points, it is just a simple attribute stacking, which is completely incomparable with the power after surpassing the limit. He still has 13 free attribute points left. As long as he allocates 10 points to the mysterious attribute, he can reach the limit of 100 points. His physical attribute also has 88 points, and he can also choose to increase the physical attribute to 100 points. Li'er pondered and finally sighed. The attribute limit of 100 points cannot be reached by adding points. It is also necessary to carry out the task of breaking the limit. This task is extremely difficult. Once failed, you will be punished by permanent attribute value deduction. In his previous life, Li'er also completed the task after reaching the saint level. Now is not the time yet, at least wait until you break through to the extraordinary level. Li'er thought to himself. At this time, Ophelina had almost healed Sheila with healing magic. Although Sheila's wounds looked terrible, they were actually just some superficial injuries. Ophelina took a deep breath, and there was not much magic left in her body. The magic power that Li'er lost to her was only enough for her to perform healing magic. Feeling the emptiness in her mind caused by the lack of magic power, Ophelina had a little resentment for no reason. She was the saint of the Golden Church, and Li'er took advantage of her every day, and now she had to be used as a tool for treatment. Healed. Ophelina turned around with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Li'er nodded, not noticing the saint lady's little mood. He walked to Sheila and asked, "I just said that you were collecting food for the big snake, right?" Sheila nodded, looking at Li'er with some fear. "Did you lure those professionals into the abyss?" Li'er asked again. Sheila nodded again. She was a little strange. "Don't you already know? Why are you asking me?" As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. Could it be that what Li'er said before was the other party's guess? "I just confirmed it." Li'er smiled. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Why do you offer the bodies of those talented professionals to the blasphemous true spirit as food?" Father God needs to rely on devouring other law powers to restore his strength. Sheila hesitated for a while, and finally answered. Li'er raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was similar to Lillian swallowing the corrupt true spirit. "Tell me in detail about your profession, and the power of blasphemy law." Li'er asked again. "My profession is a law thief. I can obtain the power of other laws by stealing and copying the power of other law professionals." Sheila continued to answer, "The power of blasphemy law is like this. It can be restored and strengthened by swallowing and stealing the power of other laws." No wonder the blasphemous true spirit occupied Lillian's old dream. Li'er nodded secretly. "What is your relationship with the snake people in the rift?" "The snake people are the followers who have obtained the power of the Father God. I am the chosen one chosen by the Father God and manage those followers. You should be able to communicate with the blasphemous true spirit." Li'er asked again. Hearing this, Sheila suddenly became a little nervous, and her eyes subconsciously glanced at the pendant on her chest. This is a black gem pendant with a vertical pupil like an eye in the center of the pendant. Just as Li'er was looking at the pendant, it suddenly emitted a black light, and the gem seemed to have gained life, and the vertical pupil in the center blinked. "The one chosen by gold." A hoarse voice sounded in the room, and the eyes in the gem looked at Ophelia beside him, and then looked at Li'er. "Your breath is the same as in the old dream. Are you the apostle of blood?" "Two people chosen by the gods. Really delicious food. As long as I devour you, I will definitely break through the restrictions of the rules." The hoarse voice kept echoing in the room. This is the sound of blasphemy against the true spirit. Even though it was just the sound of the blasphemous spirit, it made Li'er and Ophelia feel extremely strange and dangerous. The dark magic power continued to emerge from the gem, wrapping Sheila, and Sheila's eyes also changed into vertical pupils, like snakes. Sheila slowly got off the bed, and the life-binding shackles on her body also broke. She licked her lips, as if she had changed into a different person. Li'er's expression became a little solemn. As a former legendary professional, he saw Sheila's situation at a glance. The blasphemous spirit possessed. He suddenly raised the bloody rose, and at this moment, the Blood King's long robe on his body suddenly lit up, and Lillian's figure appeared in the room. With Lillian's appearance, the atmosphere in the whole room became heavy. The blasphemous spirit possessed Sheila's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lord of the blood source?" the blasphemous spirit said in a deep voice. When he devoured the origin of the blood law, he also learned a lot of information about Lillian. This is an extremely ancient god. In his heyday, he was not a god of law like him who could fight against him. However, no matter how strong he is, he can only survive in the face of destruction. Both sides are now in a state of powerlessness, and the blasphemy true spirit is not particularly afraid of Lillian. Damn bug, who gave you the courage to occupy my divine domain fragment? Lillian's eyes were cold, and her tone was even more terrifying with murderous intent. Hee, Lord of Blood, I just occupied your divine domain fragment, so what? The blasphemy true spirit said fearlessly, the more powerful the god is, the more severe the blow will be when destruction comes. A god like you who owns the divine domain, I'm afraid your body is still seriously injured and sleeping now, right? You are just an illusion. Do you think you can do anything to me with this illusion? Or do you plan to let the king you chose kill me? The tone of the blasphemy true spirit was full of sarcasm, which made Lillian furious. Just when Lillian was about to fight, Lier spoke. It doesn't take the goddess to kill a poor bug like you, Lier said lightly. The blasphemy true spirit was stunned, and Lillian nodded with satisfaction. This should be the momentum of the king she chose. Just you? The blasphemy true spirit was amused by Lier. A high-level professional also wanted to kill him. Lier said contemptuously, of course, you just hide in the old dream and wash your neck and wait. He has absolute confidence. After breaking through the extraordinary, plus Lillian's blessing, he is just a half-saint with a domain, not invincible. And if it really doesn't work, then use the free attribute points to break through the limit of both the physical and mysterious attributes to 100 points, and spend some time to complete the task of breaking through the limit. Ha. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. Blasphemy true spirit laughed. Lier did not explain anything. It was useless to say more. Let blasphemy true spirit live for a while. When his incarnation accumulates enough experience points in the dream trial in a month, it will be the death of blasphemy true spirit. I will make you my food. Blasphemy true spirit laughed for a while, and then quieted down. He looked at Lier, and said in a cold tone, for Lillian, as a god, he can accept the insults from the other party, but a high-level mortals who dare to insult God should be severely punished. Lillian watched from the side, disdaining the blasphemy spirit. She also had absolute confidence in Lier. The bright red power of the law lit up in the room. A phantom could not solve the blasphemy spirit's body, but it was more than enough to deal with this possession. The power of the blood law instantly enveloped the possessed Sheila. The blasphemy spirit was startled and wanted to say something, but the next second the terrifying power invaded Sheila's body. Lillian's phantom sank into Sheila's body. The blasphemy law essence hidden in Sheila's body was wrapped by the power of the blood law. Stop! The blasphemy spirit roared. He saw the intention of the Lord of the Blood Source. The other party actually planned to devour his blasphemy law essence. The law essence was separated from the law origin, especially used to give power to mortal clans. In order to make Sheila work better for him, the blasphemy spirit gave Sheila a little law essence. Lillian smiled. Since the blasphemous spirit wanted to devour the blood law essence she left in the old dream, she would take it back with interest. This law essence was the interest. The dark mist spread over Sheila, and there was a bright red light around. This was the confrontation between the two gods. Gradually, the red blood law power devoured the black mist. After all, this was just the possession of the blasphemous spirit, and it had no advantage over Lillian. Under the gaze of Lier and Afanina, Sheila's body gradually changed. She was about 30 years old and gradually became younger and more delicate and beautiful. Her hair turned red, her ears became pointed, and finally she looked like a blood elf. Looking at Sheila, whose appearance had changed drastically, Lier suddenly felt familiar. He looked at her and found that Sheila's face overlapped with a blood elf in his impression. It was Irina. Sheila actually looked about 70% similar to Irina, Lord of the Blood Source. When the last black mist was swallowed by the blood-colored light, the blasphemy true spirit roared. Lillian's figure floated out of Sheila's body. When she came out, she had a satisfied expression on her face. She licked her lips, which were full of seductive flavor. What did you do? Lier asked with a bad feeling. I swallowed the blasphemy law essence in her body. How can my family be dominated by other law powers? Lillian said casually, but Lier was struck by lightning when he heard it. Lillian swallowed the blasphemous law essence in Sheila's body? Then can he still gain the affinity of blasphemous law through the golden finger? Lillian didn't notice Lier's expression. She looked at Ophelina beside her. The aura of the golden law essence on Ophelina's body was more than one level stronger than that of Sheila. Her expression became a little dangerous. She looked at Ophelina as if she was looking at some kind of prey. Why don't you let me swallow the law essence in this little girl's body? so that she will lose the power of the golden law, and then you can give her a blood ceremony, so that you don't have to worry about this little girl running away. She can only be your slave for the rest of her life," Lillian suddenly suggested. Ophelina listened to Lillian's words, and showed a horrified expression. She knew from the previous conversation that the girl floating in the air in front of her was a god. Now this god wants to force her to change her beliefs? Ophelina couldn't accept it. She had always been a believer of gold. The goddess gave her a gift. How could she betray the goddess? You can't do this." Ophelina stepped back. "Little girl, what's good about the golden law? Isn't it good to believe in blood with my king? As long as you become my believer, Lear will no longer reject and imprison you, and you don't have to be locked up in this small room all the time." Lil approached Ophelina little by little, with a hint of bewitching in her tone. Ophelina had been forced into a corner. She bit her lip, and looked at Lear on the side, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lear looked at this scene, walked to Ophelina, and stopped Lillian's behavior. "My dear goddess, don't think of devouring people with the source of law when you see them," Lear said helplessly. Lillian looked at Lear with some dissatisfaction. She was always turning her elbow outward. "Before, you didn't let me eat the Dark Star Goddess, and now you don't let me eat this little girl either," Lillian said angrily, with a hint of grievance in her tone. "Lillian, Ophelia is the one chosen by the Golden Law Goddess. The Golden Law Goddess knows that Ophelia is with me. If you want to forcibly devour Ophelia's Golden Law essence, do you think the Golden Law Goddess will not know?" Lear sighed. Before, when he was fighting against the corrupted True Spirit, he had angered the Golden Law Goddess. If he let Lillian devour Ophelia, he was really afraid that the Golden Law Goddess would directly beat him to death. Chapter 143. In addition to worrying about the direct descent of the Golden Law Goddess, Lear also had a little selfishness of his own. These law source carriers are extremely rare. He originally wanted to imprison Shira to brush up the affinity of the blasphemy law, but now Shira's blasphemy law source has been swallowed by Lillian. He lost a tool person to brush attribute points, and now he can't let Ophelina be swallowed up no matter what. Lillian frowned and pondered. She did feel a little troubled when she mentioned the Golden Law Goddess. She stared at Ophelina for a while, and then she nodded unwillingly. "Well, let's let this little girl go for the time being," Lillian snorted. Hearing this, Lear and Ophelina were relieved. Ophelina grabbed Lear's sleeve, and she didn't even notice that she was now relying on Lear. Lear turned his head, and glanced at the saint, who was holding him tightly. It was the first time that Ophelina showed such a little woman's attitude. In the past, even if he humiliated her wantonly, Ophelina was very tough. Feeling Lear's strange gaze, Ophelina was stunned for a few seconds, and then reacted, and quickly took back the hand holding Lear, and her face became unnaturally ruddy. Lear smiled, but did not laugh at Ophelina. He looked at Shira lying on the bed. Shira, who was swallowed by the source of blasphemous law, slowly woke up, and Lear also felt that there was some connection between him and Shira. The Blood Elves are Lillian's family, and he is the king chosen by Lillian. He has a certain degree of restraint on every Blood Elf. Now Sheila has regained her status as a member of the Blood family. The Blood Elf opened her eyes, a little confused, and she saw Lear and Lillian. After a short silence, Sheila widened her eyes. "Sheila greets the goddess." Sheila jumped off the bed and knelt in front of Lillian. Lillian glanced at Sheila and said casually, "I have cleared the blasphemous law source in your body. You are free. If you have anything else, you can talk to Lear. He is the king I chose, and the king of the Blood Elves." Lear listened to Lillian's words, and his mouth twitched. He had obviously swallowed the blasphemous law source in Sheila's body, but he said it so high-soundingly. As if sensing Lear's emotions, Lillian glared at Lear, and then turned into a red light, and merged into the Blood King's long robe. Sheila did not doubt Lillian's words at all, and her face was full of gratitude. Only Lear and the other two were left in the room. They stared at each other for a while before Lear said, "You were in disguise before?" "Yes, Lord Blood King," Sheila said respectfully, changing her previous attitude. "Just call me Lear." Lear pondered, feeling a little strange. "You should have been a member of the Snake's family before, right? But why didn't you become a snakeman?" Irina in the old dream had told him that the captured Blood Elves would be transformed into snake men by the blasphemy True Spirit, but Sheila still looked like a Blood Elf. "The blasphemy True Spirit wanted me to come to the Pharaoh fortress to offer him a sacrifice, so he kept my Blood Elf appearance and gave me this law relic so that I can hide the characteristics of a Blood Elf," Sheila explained, and she picked up the pendant around her neck. The pendant was broken at this time, and the vertical pupil in the middle disappeared. Name: Broken Blasphemy Eye. Category: Law Relic. Introduction: a gemstone that contains a trace of the spirituality of the blasphemy spirit. Effect: it can disguise its own appearance to a small extent and communicate with the blasphemy spirit. Note: because the power was swallowed, this law relic has lost its effect. Looking at the broken pendant in Sheila's hand, Lier nodded. It seems that Sheila did not lie. He was silent for a while, and then asked, "What are you going to do next? You have already escaped from the control of the blasphemy spirit, and there is no need to continue to work for the blasphemy spirit," Lier said, waiting for Sheila's response. Sheila thought for a while, then looked at Lier. "I am a blood elf family, and I should be loyal to the goddess and the blood king. Don't you hate me for torturing you just now? It was you and the goddess who freed me from the hands of the blasphemous true spirit. How could I hate you?" Sheila answered seriously, and there was no false emotion in her bright red eyes. Lier looked at Sheila, and through the connection between the two, he did not feel that the other party had any emotional abnormality. "In this case, then you stay here with Ophelina for the time being," Lier said lightly. For the sake of caution, he did not intend to let Sheila leave, at least before killing the blasphemous true spirit. "Yes." Sheila nodded obediently. "What is your relationship with Irina?" Lier asked again. "Irina is my sister." "What is your relationship with Yazan?" Lier continued to ask. Hearing Yazan's name, Sheila showed a look of disgust on her face. "Yazan is the puppet I chose. I originally planned to train him to be the heir of the Pharaoh Fortress. As long as Albert is killed, the entire Pharaoh Fortress can be turned into a granary for blasphemous true spirits, but then you appeared. So this plan has been temporarily changed. I let Yazan kill you. As long as I get your body, I can also use the power of the blasphemous law to let Yazan obtain your blood and power." Sheila told all the secrets without hiding anything. "Does the blasphemy law have such power?" Lier frowned. "Is this also the ability of the law thief?" "No." Sheila shook her head. The law thief has only one skill of stealing laws, and all other abilities rely on stealing other law professionals. It takes the blasphemy spirit to let Yazan obtain your blood and power. The people who tried to assassinate you before were devoured by the blasphemy spirit. They were reshaped and covered on other humans. Lier listened quietly to Sheila's explanation and had a new understanding of the blasphemy law. There is no doubt that the blasphemy law is an extremely evil law power. To some extent, Lier feels that it is more terrifying than the previous corrupt law. Nodding slightly, Lier got the information he wanted, and he stopped asking questions and looked at Ophelina on the side. "You will be the one to watch her from now on." "Me?" Ophelina was stunned for a moment and raised her head in surprise. "You are the saint of the Golden Church. Guarding the believers of heretical laws is your job, isn't it?" Lier said casually. It has been a while since Ophelina was imprisoned. Lier has also seen the changes in Ophelina. This saint has begun to be assimilated by him. Giving Ophelina some power can further dissolve Ophelina's barriers. After coming to the Pharaoh Fortress for such a long time, Lier realized that it is not okay to have all the professions of war maniacs. Even if there are healing potions, it is only a bad idea. It is very important to have a loyal priest in the team. He wants Ophelina to fall in love with him, just like Miria, and become his own person completely. Hera on the side widened her eyes when she heard Lier's words. The saint of the Golden Church? She hadn't noticed the woman next to Lier just now. Is this person a saint? Hera, although the source of blasphemous law in your body has been swallowed, well eliminated, I still can't let you leave. Lier looked at Hera on the side again. Scylla didn't say anything after hearing this. She understood what Lier meant. She didn't get full trust now, which was normal. After all, more than 10 minutes ago, she was still a minion of the blasphemous spirit. Ophelina's expression was a little complicated. She looked at Lier and nodded after a long while. Seeing Ophelina nod, Lier smiled. He approached Ophelina and held the girl in his arms. "I will leave you some magic power in the future, so that you won't feel uncomfortable about the lack of magic power again, but don't think about running away. If you are caught by me, I will punish you," he said, and kissed Ophelina on the lips in front of Scylla. After being kissed again, Ophelina still didn't react. She widened her eyes, and felt a surge of magic power into her body just as she was about to struggle. The magic power that flowed in was not much, probably only enough for her to release a basic spell, but the feeling of magic emptiness in her mind disappeared. For a long time, Ophelina has been in a state of magic deficit. It takes more time to recover after the magic deficit. Ophelina may only feel comfortable after recovering a little magic for 1 or 2 hours every day. After inputting magic power into Ophelina, Lier opened his mouth. Her Highness the Saint was panting heavily, her face was ruddy and tender, and Sheila, who was watching from the side, had a strange expression, but before she could watch for long, she saw Lier turn his head and looked at her. Lier let go of Ophelina, walked to Sheila, and bit Sheila's neck in Sheila's shocked eyes. The confrontation between Lillian and the blasphemous true spirit just now allowed Sheila to recover a lot of magic power, and Lier absorbed all of this magic power into his body without hesitation. When the magic power in her body was devoured, Sheila finally reacted. "Lord Blood King," Sheila said at a loss. "I said, I can't let you leave, so I will come to devour the magic power in your body once a day," Lier said lightly. "Without magic power, she can't escape." Sheila understood what Lier meant. She didn't feel angry, but felt a little weird. When Lier bit her neck just now, she felt like she was electrocuted. After dealing with Sheila's matter, Lier didn't stay in the villa for too long. He returned directly to Stuart's mansion. The next step is to complete the formation of the knights, and let the incarnation in the old dream work hard to brush experience. This time, after swallowing up Sheila's blasphemous law essence, the blasphemous true spirit will definitely not give up, and it is necessary to guard against the revenge of the blasphemous true spirit. When Lier returned to the mansion, Milia seemed to have been waiting for him. When she saw Lier, she jumped to his side. Albert, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the two of them, smiled, and then said, "Tomorrow, all the Lord Knights of other fiefdoms will arrive at the Pharaoh Fortress. I will introduce you to them." Lier nodded when he heard this. Albert had said before that some members of the Knights, who had been following Albert, and made great contributions were canonized as Lord Knights and given territories. They are all high-level professionals, and the backbone of the Stuart family. You are my heir, and the next Duke of Stuart. They should be loyal to you, but you must also show your strength as the next Lord," Albert warned. "Don't worry, father, I won't let them down," Lier shrugged. Old dream of blood. In the red blood abyss, a big snake angrily slapped the blood in the blood pool. "Damn Lord of Blood. I will definitely eat you. Your followers, and the king you chose, all of them will become my food," the blasphemy true spirit roared madly. It has always been him who devoured the power of other gods. When has a god been able to devour his blasphemous law essence? His authority was challenged. The blasphemy true spirit's snake pupils revealed a cold light, and then opened its bloody mouth and roared, "Costadin! Roll over here." Above the abyss, on the surface of the old Dreamland's royal city, a tall snakeman with a red body was listening to the report of his tribe. "Are you saying that Lothar and the others never came back after leaving the old Dreamland to receive the sacrifice?" A dangerous light flashed in the red snakeman's vertical eyes. "Have you sent people to the outside world to check?" he asked again. "We went to check, and didn't see Lothar and the others, but the snake pets they took out were all dead, and there were traces of fighting around," the snakeman on the side said respectfully. "I guess Lothar and the others may have encountered a powerful adventurer maybe." The snakeman didn't continue, but everyone heard the meaning of his words. The red snakeman narrowed his eyes slightly. The snake pet was dead, and Lothar and the others were probably in danger. Someone saw their snakeman tribe and left, and might have taken the bodies of Lothar and the others with them. If they return to the Pharaoh Fortress, it might attract the attention of the humans there. If they are noticed by Lord Stuart, it will be bad. Just when the red snakeman was getting a little irritated, another snakeman broke into the house. "It's bad, Lord Costadin. The Olay team that went out to capture blood elves are all dead," the snakeman said breathlessly. "What did you say?" The red snakeman Costadin's eyes suddenly became fierce. "We found Olay's body in the ruins on the plain, and all his team members died there." The snakeman felt Costadin's anger, and said timidly, "The masters of the blood elves have obviously been captured by us, except for the red wolf that can't leave the secret realm. How could they wipe out Olay's team?" Costadin roared. Chapter 144. The room became silent, and all the snakemen dared not speak anymore. It took Costadin a while to suppress his anger. "Costadin! Come here!" Just when everyone fell into silence, a cold voice sounded in the room. Everyone was startled by the voice, and then showed panic and fear. In the center of the room, the originally calm snake statue trembled, and the stone snake pupils lit up with black light. "Father God!" Costadin knelt down first, and the other snake men around him also knelt on the ground in fear. "Come to the blood abyss." The snake statue flashed with light, and made another voice. "Yes!" Costadin answered immediately. He knelt on the ground and waited until the light on the snake statue disappeared before standing up. "You continue to investigate the matter of Lhasa and Alish," Costadin ordered, and then left the room. Along the ruins of the royal city, we walked inward until we came to the abandoned statue of the Lord of Blood. Lillian's statue had been damaged, with only half of the body left. Costigan pressed on the base of the statue, and with a buzzing sound, the statue gradually moved away, revealing a bottomless hole. The vast blood pool was buried deep underground, and Costigan walked along the blood pool to the deepest part. When he was a blood elf, he was born here. The blood elves are generally born through the blood pool, and there are very few blood elves born naturally. Since the blasphemous true spirit occupied the blood pool, no blood elves have been born here. After about 10 minutes, Costigan came to the end of the blood pool. The blood below was shining bright red. A ferocious snake was entrenched in the center of the blood pool. It felt someone coming, and poked its head out of the blood. The ferocious snake head looked down at Costigan. Father God. Costigan knelt down respectfully. Sheila betrayed? The blasphemy true spirit didn't waste time talking to Costigan, and directly told him the information he had obtained. The blasphemy law essence in Sheila was swallowed by the Lord of Blood source, which was Sheila's betrayal to some extent. Costigan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe what he heard. All the snake men were eroded and controlled by the blasphemy true spirit. Although Sheila still maintained the appearance of a blood elf, Sheila was the most seriously controlled. Now Sheila actually betrayed? How is this possible? The Lord of Blood source helped Sheila break free from my control. The blasphemy true spirit continued. Costigan's pupil shrank suddenly because of the 4 words Lord of the Blood source. The blood elves have been in this broken old dream for a long time, but the Lord of the Blood source has never appeared. Many blood elves thought that the Lord of the Blood source was dead. But now the Lord of the Blood source is back. It was he who split the blood elves and led many of them into the arms of the blasphemy true spirit. It was because of his betrayal that the blood elves were driven out of the royal city. Otherwise, with the red wolf that is merged with the core of the dream, the blasphemy true spirit may not be the opponent of the blood elves. Father God, is the Lord of the Blood source really still alive? Costigan's expression became a little ugly. He knew the power of the Lord of Blood origin. The gods who possessed the divine domain were not comparable to the big snake of blasphemy true spirit. He rebelled because he thought the Lord of Blood origin was dead. If the Lord of Blood origin came back, what would happen to him? Of course she is still alive, in that fortress. Blasphemy true spirit said in a hoarse voice, and while speaking, the hideous head stared at Costigan. Are you afraid? Or are you regretting? The blasphemy true spirit saw Costigan's thoughts at a glance. No god would spare a betrayer. Once the Lord of Blood origin returned to the old dream, Costigan would only be waiting for death. The dark abyss of the blood pool became silent, with only the sound of boiling blood in the blood pool. It lasted for a long time before Costigan took a deep breath and said, Father God, you told me this not just for talk, right? Of course not. Blasphemy true spirit nodded. I have fought against the Lord of Blood source, and now the Lord of Blood source is too weak to be my opponent at all. What you have to do now is to completely kill the Lord of Blood source, as well as those blood elves, and the king chosen by the Lord of Blood source. King? Costigan was stunned. That's right, the lost spirit can only choose one king, and if the chosen king is killed, the spirit will also be backlashed. Blasphemy true spirit said grimly. What should I do? Costigan gritted his teeth. He could only follow the blasphemy true spirit to the end. Let's start the beast tide again. Blasphemy true spirit said lightly. This time, we have to completely occupy that fortress. Lear didn't know about the blasphemy true spirit's plan. At the Steward mansion, Lear was preparing for the next banquet. All the canonized lords and knights had returned to the Pharaoh fortress. Albert had also invited many important figures in the fortress to formally introduce him as the heir of Steward. Master, it's done, Eno said with a smile behind him. Lear stood up and looked at himself in front of the mirror. He was very confident about his appearance, but clothes make the man, and after a simple grooming, his temperament was even better. Let's go! Lear smiled. The two left the dressing room and walked towards the banquet hall. Many people had already come to the banquet hall, and Lear felt a lot of powerful auras. These lords and knights were not simple. Although they were high-level professionals, it was obvious that most of them were close to extraordinary. But extraordinary and high-level are two completely different levels, and it is not so easy to cross. The fact that there is only Albert, a professional of extraordinary level, in the entire Steward territory is enough to explain the problem. With Lear's arrival, the eyes in the hall shifted to him, with curiosity, admiration, and of course jealousy and resentment. Lear glanced at Arson in the corner, and then looked away. He came to Albert, smiling from beginning to end. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce you to Lear Steward, my son, and the future Duke of Stuart," Albert said loudly to everyone in the banquet hall. With Albert's voice, there was a warm applause in the hall, which made Lear feel a little uncomfortable, but on the surface, he still maintained an elegant smile. Lear has studied in the Arcane Academy of the Royal City for a long time. He is now a mid-level mage. At the same time, he has also won the favor of the Law of War, and has become a dual law professional. Albert continued to introduce. Most people here have heard of Lear, the heir, but the news of the dual law professional was only heard when they first came to the Pharaoh Fortress. It was a rumor in the fortress. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lear showed his strength according to Albert's meaning. The cold chill rippled around Lear. This was the power of the arcane, and at the same time, the strong rhythm of the Law of War was released. The faces of the Lord Knights around him changed, when they felt the breath of the Law of War on Lear. They are all believers of the Law of War, and don't know much about the arcane law, but the breath of the Law of War released by Lear is enough for them to pay attention. Then, did you go to see Master Lear's knight selection? What do you think? In the crowd, a burly middle-aged man looked at Lear in the center, and asked in a deep voice. Very strong. Finn scratched his head. He was convinced by Lear's strength. As the knight leader of one of the 4 major knight orders, Finn thought he was no match for Arsene, but Arsene was defeated by Lear without even using any magic. If Lear had used the same magic as when he was selected as a knight, Arsene would probably have been defeated even faster. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, I remember you and Arsene have a good relationship, right? Yes, father, what's wrong? Finn asked with some doubt. Don't get too close to Arsene in the future. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Why? Finn was stunned for a moment, not knowing what his father meant. You don't need to know the reason, just do it. The middle-aged man shook his head. They, the Lord Knights, had heard about what Yazan had done in the Pharaoh Fortress. Albert didn't care, so they didn't say anything, but now Lear is back. Come with me to say hello to Lord Albert. The middle-aged man said again, and led Finn to Albert and Lear. Lord. The middle-aged man walked to Lear and Albert, and saluted respectfully. Dawid, I've said it many times, just call me Albert, we are all knights who survived the war together, there is no need to be so formal. Albert smiled. He introduced to Lear, who was standing beside him. Lear, this is Knight Dawid, who was once my most capable subordinate. He saved me several times on the battlefield. Knight Dawid. Lear greeted with a smile. Dawid raised his head, and looked at Lear, with a little surprise in his eyes. Such a brilliant air was really enviable. This look of being indifferent to fame and fortune was totally incomparable to someone like Yasin. He smiled, and then said apologetically, Master Lear, just call me Dawid. I hope Master Lear doesn't mind that Finn offended you before. Dawid said, motioning Finn behind him to come forward. Finn was stunned for a moment, and soon understood what his father was talking about. When Lear first came to the fortress, he encountered an explosion, and he almost arrested Lear. Thinking of this, Finn showed an ugly smile, and apologized to Lear. Albert, who was standing by, looked at this scene strangely. He had no idea that there was a conflict between Lear and Finn. Is there anything going on between you? Albert asked. Nothing, just a small matter. Lear shrugged and told about the explosion. After listening to Lear's description, Albert frowned immediately. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that this was a planned assassination. He immediately remembered that Lear had said that he had also been assassinated before coming to Fort Pharaoh, and Albert's eyes became cold. The only person he could think of was Arsene. He could tolerate some of Arsene's small actions, but there was a limit. When Lear said that Arsene sent someone to assassinate him, he wanted to attack Arsene, but was stopped by Lear later. Albert looked up at Lear, and saw that Lear looked indifferent. He was a little confused about Lear's thoughts. Lear tasted the wine at the banquet carelessly. If Dud hadn't mentioned this, he would have almost forgotten it. Now that Shira has been controlled by him, he knows everything that Yazan has done. Now Yazan is no longer valuable, and can indeed be eliminated. Just as Lear was looking at Yazan not far away, Yazan and a man walked towards him. Master Lear, I am Frodo Goraz. The man said with a smile, I am Yazan's uncle. Lear raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Uncle Yazan in front of him and smiled. Nice to meet you, Knight Frodo. Master Lear, and Lord Albert, I also want to apologize to you for Arsene's previous offense. Frodo said seriously, with a hint of apology in his tone. He looked at Arsene not far away. The child Arsene has regarded Lord Albert as his idol since he was a child, so he regards you as his father in his heart. I beg Lord Albert to forgive Arsene's rudeness. Frodo said, his tone was very sincere, but Lear narrowed his eyes. Arsene's uncle in front of him only said that Arsene regarded Albert as his father, but avoided the fact that Arsene spread that he would become the next Duke of Stuart. An outsider coveting the title of a noble is a capital crime in any noble territory. Although Albert did not punish Arsene because of his father, it was wrong after all. Frodo only said that Arsene regarded Albert as his father. If Albert accepted Frodo's apology, in a sense, with a little guidance, it would mean that he accepted that Arsene regarded him as his father. This Frodo seemed to be apologizing, but he was setting a trap for Albert. Lear turned his head and glanced at Albert. With Albert's sentimental temperament, he would probably accept the apology directly. In this way, Arsene was recognized as an adopted son by Albert. Is an adopted son also a son? Lear chuckled in his heart. This Frodo was Arsene's uncle. It seemed that the two had a good relationship, and he seemed to be interested in Stuart's title. I wonder if this Frodo was involved in spreading rumors in the fortress before? Albert listened to Frodo's words. He still valued his feelings for his former subordinates. Just when he was about to accept Frodo's apology, Lear spoke. You are right, this is indeed very rude. Chapter 145. My father adopted Arsene as compensation, but in any case, Arsene is just a minister of the Stuart family, and he should not have unrealistic fantasies. Lear said in a calm tone, but gave people an unquestionable momentum. I know what Arsene is thinking. He turned his head and looked at Arsene on the other side. I have been away from the fortress for more than 10 years, and he thinks he can replace me. The entire banquet hall became silent, and Frodo's pupils shrank slightly. He did not expect Lear to directly make Arsene's affairs public. Many people stared at this scene blankly. They did not know about the internal affairs of Arsene and Stuart, but those Lord Knights were different. Although they were conferred and left the fortress, they were not completely ignorant of some things in the fortress. In the crowd, Dud looked at Lear in the center. Arsene's affairs could actually be big or small, depending on what the heir of Stuart planned to do. Master Lear. Frodo turned around. There are some rumors about Arsene now. One is that Arsene regards Albert as his father. The second is that Arsene will become the next Duke of Stuart. The first point is nothing, but if the second point is considered to be a rumor spread by Arsene himself, then he is guilty. Frodo can't let this happen, which will disrupt his plan. He wants to stop Lear from telling the truth, but is interrupted by Lear. You have always said to the outside world that you regard my father as your father, which is nothing. There are many people who want to recognize my father as their father, not just you. Lear said with a casual smile, and such funny remarks caused many guests in the hall to laugh. The next second, Lear changed his tone, but you are not satisfied, and continue to spread rumors that my father intends to train you to be the next Stuart heir. As Lear finished speaking, the hall fell silent again, and the guests around him finally understood why Lear's attitude was so serious. So the rumor that Lord Albert intends to make Knight Arsene his heir was spread by Knight Arsene himself? Why did Knight Arsene do this? I thought it was true before. After a short silence, a few whispers came from the hall. The guests here have heard rumors about Arsene. Arsene stood there in a daze, a little at a loss. Master Lear, is there any misunderstanding here? Frodo on the side said hurriedly. What misunderstanding? Lear smiled. How could those rumors be spread by Arsene? This is not good for him. Frodo retorted. Really? As far as I know, after learning the news, many outstanding knights joined Yazin's Tiger Knights, and many of his knights took the news as fact. Lear said lightly. Frodo was stunned by what he said and stood there. After a long silence, Frodo said stubbornly, even if that's the case, this rumor is definitely not spread by Yazin. Whether it is true or not is not up to you. Lear shook his head and looked at Yazin again. I remember you were looking for Sheila recently. Hearing the word Sheila, Yazin, who was originally at a loss, suddenly raised his head. Sheila has been missing for several days. Yazin has been looking for Sheila's whereabouts, but has not found anything. You took Sheila away? Yazin roared with a ferocious face. Lear nodded and shook his head. You can think so. She, a pharmacist, actually wanted to harm me, so I took her away. She is really tough. I interrogated her for a long time before I got some things out of her. She told me everything, including your spreading rumors and assassinating me twice. And now you still want to kill me. She seems to have promised you that if you get my body, you can replace me and become the heir of Stuart? Lear said word by word. With every word, Yazin's expression became paler, and even Frodo's face became ugly. Frodo had heard of the name Sheila. Yazin mentioned it to him. This is a powerful pharmacist. Many of Yazin's decisions were made by Sheila. It can be said that Sheila contributed greatly to the Battle Tiger Knights becoming the leader of the 4 major knights. But Frodo could not imagine that Arsene had actually assassinated Lear. This matter could not be admitted in any way, and all the charges of assassination could only be pinned on Sheila. Just as Frodo was about to speak, Arson spoke in advance. "What did you do to Sheila?" Arson roared. "I will not let go of anyone who wants to assassinate me." Lear smiled indifferently. "Master Lear, this must be the conspiracy of the man named Sheila." Frodo stepped forward and grabbed Arson, who was a little out of control. It can be seen that Arson has a special feeling for Sheila, but since Sheila has been caught and tried, it is necessary to stop the loss in time. Lear smiled at Frodo's words, and took out the previously frozen assassin's head from the storage ring. The head with ice was thrown on the ground. When Frodo saw the frozen face, his pupil shrank suddenly. "This man intercepted and assassinated me when I returned to the Pharaoh fortress. He is Arson's uncle." Lear said lightly, "My father said that Arson's uncle had died a long time ago, but now he is resurrected and came to assassinate me." The whole banquet hall was quiet now, and the eyes looking at Arson also changed. A dead person came back to life and assassinated the Lord's heir. It is hard not to think that it was a long-planned fake death to accumulate strength. Arson's behavior was a rebellion from below. No one doubted what Lear said. This was Stuart's territory. Lear had no need to frame a family night, and Albert on the side had not spoken. This means acquiescence. Albert has always been very close to Arson, but the fact that he did not stand up to speak for Arson now is telling. "Master Lear." Frodo's expression was even uglier than crying, but he still forced a smile. "You don't have to say anything more." Lear interrupted Frodo. "If Arson was willing to give up his unrealistic idea, I would not pursue this matter for my father's sake, but it is obvious that he still wants to kill me. My father raised Arson for more than 10 years, but he did not learn to be grateful." Buzz. A crisp buzzing sound sounded, and Lear took out the night rose. The dark gorgeous rapier made everyone present change their faces. "I give you a chance. If you can survive my blow, let Knight Frodo take you away. You will be banned from entering the Pharaoh fortress in the future. You can survive." Lear pointed the rapier in his hand at Yazan. Lear looked at Yazan. When he was in the royal city before, it was not his home ground, so he needed to be careful, but in the Pharaoh fortress, he was the master here. There was no need to stay with a bug in a dark sewer. "I didn't attack Yazan before because I wanted to find out Yazan's situation. Now Shira has explained all the information." There was silence all around, and there was a new understanding of Lear, the heir, who was tough and decisive. Albert looked at this scene, and didn't say anything. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. He still admired Yazan a little, but Yazan shouldn't touch his bottom line. "Lord Albert." Frodo looked at Albert hastily. "That's it. If Arson survives, you can take him back to your fiefdom," Albert said in a deep voice, deciding Arson's fate. Because of Albert's words, all the lords, knights and guests became lively after a brief silence. Originally thought it was just a banquet to welcome Lear, who would have thought it would develop to this point. On one side is the most popular knight, and on the other side is the returning heir of Stuart. Many people have seen Lear's strength in the fortress arena. He is very powerful, but Arson is not weak either. Albert was also a little confused about Lear's idea. Lear was very strong, but with just one strike, could Lear really kill Arson? Or was it just a formality to expel Arson? "Just one strike? You want to kill me?" Arson roared. He felt insulted. After all, he was a mid-level war knight. Lear wanted to kill him with one strike. What did he think of him? A pig to be slaughtered at will. Let's go outside to avoid destroying the house." Lear didn't even look at Arson, and walked out of the banquet hall with a rapier. The guests in the hall also came out one after another, and Lear and Arson stood on both sides of the square. Frodo looked at the two people who were ready to go. Originally, he just wanted Arson to wear the title of Albert's adopted son, so that Arson would have a chance to replace Lear, but he didn't expect it to develop to this point. When Arson said he wanted to replace Lear as Stuart's successor, he thought it was a joke, but later, as Arson became more famous in Pharaoh Fortress, he had different ideas in his mind. So he has been financially supporting Arson over the years, and those rumors were spread with his help. And Arson's knights, the potions and herbs made by Sheila were also funded by him to ensure the advantage of the War Tiger Knights. But now, all the plans are over. Frodo sighed, at least Arson can survive, and go to his territory. Just as Frodo sighed, the battle between Lear and Arson had begun. Lear held the Night Rose in his hand. If possible, he really wanted to turn the Night Rose into a Blood Rose and pierce, and kill Arson directly. But that was the power of the Blood Law, and he could not use it openly. His decent fighting methods were still somewhat barren. Lear shook his head, and casually held the Night Rose in his hand. Yazan took out his giant sword and was ready. After pausing for a few seconds, Lier raised the night rose in his hand and held the hilt of the sword. He did not rush towards Yazan, but pointed the sword at Yazan, and then launched the Aslan royal swordsmanship. The physical and dexterity attributes were all added to the strength, and a terrifying sense of oppression instantly swept the entire square. Lier had not added all the attributes to one attribute for a long time. Even in the previous night's selection, he only converted a little bit of his attribute power. The terrifying war law fluctuations echoed in the square, and the bishop of the war church in the crowd looked at this scene with wide eyes. He had never seen such a strong war law even on the Pope. The rest of the audience also showed horror. Frodo looked at Lear in disbelief. Did Lear really intend to kill Arson with one blow? He was answered by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The night rose turned into a dark purple stream of light, and flew directly towards Arson. Liar didn't even move his feet, just threw the night rose out. The terrifying speed made Arson unable to react at all. He just subconsciously blocked the giant sword in his hand in front of him. Buzz! A sharp collision sounded, and the next moment, the giant sword in Arson's hand was directly pierced, and the night rose pierced into Arson's head like a poisonous snake in the dark. Arson's giant sword and body flew backwards, and only made a loud noise when they hit the wall in the distance. The wall collapsed, and the rubble fragments flew everywhere, raising a large amount of dust. The square under the night sky fell into a dead silence. Lear just stood there, quietly looking at the ruins of the wall. You killed the intermediate war knight Arson, and you gained 5,000 experience points. A system prompt appeared in front of Lear, and Lear lowered his eyebrows, and had no expression. A mid-level knight, he didn't even need to use combat skills, just relying on the extreme attributes converted to crush the opponent. Of course, this was also due to the night rose. As an extraordinary weapon, the strength of the night rose was not comparable to that of Arson's mid-level giant sword, and the night rose also had the dark erosion ability of piercing protection. Arson! The first one to react was Frodo, who rushed to the ruins not far away. When the smoke and dust cleared, Frodo searched in the ruins, and finally found Arson, who was buried under the ruins. Seeing Arson's appearance, Frodo's eyes turned red. The night rose was inserted straight into Arson's forehead, and nailed to the ground. Arson's eyes were wide open, his face full of horror and disbelief. Arson was dead, and he didn't even know what happened before he died. Arson! Frodo let out a painful whine. He was Arson's uncle, and Arson could have had a bright future. At this time, the guests also saw the tragic death of Arson, and they took a breath of cold air one by one, and their eyes turned to Lear with awe. Under the attention of everyone, Lear walked to Arson, and pulled out the night rose in public. I gave him a chance, he said, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Chapter 146. The leader of the Tiger Knights, the leader of the 4 major knight orders, Arson, died just like that, without any resistance. The original banquet became a little heavy because of Arson's death. Everyone was silent when they saw Arson being held in Frodo's arms, especially the other knight leaders of the 4 major knight orders, who all felt like they were dreaming. They also had a new understanding of Lear, who was still standing next to Arson's body. He was powerful and tough. After killing Arson in public, Lear acted calmly. Although Arson's death was his own fault, they still felt a little creepy when their old friend was killed in front of them. After a short silence, Lear raised his head and looked at Lisha not far away. The leader of the Red Eagle Knights also covered his mouth in shock at this time. Captain Lisha, can you do me a favor? Lear said to Lisha with a smile. Ah? Letitia was startled and stood up straight quickly. Oh, of course, no problem. Master Lier, what can I do for you? Please notify the other members of the War Tiger Knights for me. Lier said casually, Yazan is dead. I will recruit the War Tiger Knights. Those who are willing to stay will gather at the Triumphal Square in 3 days, and those who don't want to stay can leave on their own. Speaking of this, Lier paused. Well, of course, if anyone has any questions about Yazan's death, they can also let him come to me. Letitia listened to Lier's words quietly, and nodded vigorously. I will definitely inform the War Tiger Knights. That's troublesome. Lier smiled slightly, put away the night rose, and returned to Albert. The guests looked at each other, and Albert spoke up. I'm sorry about Yazan. I've always had high hopes for him, but there are some things that cannot be touched. Lear was assassinated on the way back to the fortress, and after arriving at the fortress, he was attacked by a carriage full of explosives. I can't believe Yazan dared to do such a thing, but that's the fact. I'm sorry to let you watch a farce. I hope I didn't spoil your fun. Albert raised his glass, and shook his head helplessly. The originally heavy atmosphere returned to normal under Albert's narration, and the guests all smiled and started talking with Albert, and also looked at Lear. This is the Pharaoh Fortress. Arson was once a popular figure, but now he is dead. A dead person has no value, not to mention that Arson committed the serious crime of assassinating the Lord's heir. Maybe Albert instructed Lear to do this? To enhance Lear's prestige, and show the strength of the Stuart family? No one knows the real reason, but after tonight, the name Lear Stuart will be deeply engraved in the hearts of these guests. Arson died just like that? Finn still found it difficult to accept such a fact. When Arson had those thoughts that he shouldn't have, his fate was already doomed. Finn's father said lightly, looking at Lear in front of him. In the future, you should stay with Master Lear. His strength is stronger than you think. I feel that the attack just now was not his full strength. Father, are you kidding? Finn also looked at Lear. The magic fluctuations emitted from Master Lear just now don't seem to be at the level of a mid-level professional. Dud said lightly. Father, do you mean that Master Lear has reached a high level? Finn's eyes widened. Maybe, Master Lear is a dual law professional, but although I can feel the strong ward law fluctuations from Master Lear, I can't see Master Lear using any ward law professional skills. Dud muttered to himself. The banquet ended with laughter and joy. Lear and the canonized Lord Knights all met, a total of 4 people, just corresponding to the 4 major knights. Except for Yazan, the leaders of the 4 major knights are all descendants of these Lord Knights. These people did not have a gap with Lear because of Lear's strong killing of Yazan, but respected Lear more. This is how believers of the law of war are. As long as you are right, the tougher you are, the more respected you will be. When everyone left, the Bishop of the War Church was the only one left in the banquet hall. The Bishop of War came to Lear with a helpless smile on his face. Master Lear, can you come to the War Church when you have time? Lear was stunned for a moment. This sounded familiar. Someone had invited him to the War Church more than once. The Bishop of War had invited him once before, and during the night selection, a believer of the War Church had also invited him. Why was the Bishop of War so persistent in getting him to go to the War Church? Lear felt a little strange. As if seeing Lear's doubts, the War Bishop smiled. Master Lear, please rest assured. It is not a bad thing to invite you to the War Church. You will know when you come. Lear looked at the mysterious look of the War Bishop, pondered for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Okay, I will go after I recruit the War Tiger Knights. I will wait for your visit, Master Lear. The War Bishop smiled, and his words were honorific from beginning to end. Watching the War Bishop turn and leave, Lear shrugged and didn't say much. What happened at the banquet soon spread in the fortress, and the things about Yazan were also exposed. For a while, the adventurers and citizens in the fortress were talking about it, and most people were shocked by Yazan's death. The same is true for Hannah and the other 2, but what really concerns them is not Yazan's death, but that Sheila was arrested and tried by Lear. Does this mean that they don't need to pay Sheila back? 3 bottles of magic resonance potion for free. The 3 of them all felt strange. You said Master Lear wants to recruit the Knights of the Tiger Wars, so can we still join Master Lear's Knights? Hannah said with some worry. In addition to Yazan's death, another piece of news was spread that Lear would not re-establish the Knights, but recruit the original Knights of the Tiger Wars. The Knights of the Tiger Wars were already very powerful, and there were many leading knights in it. If Lear recruited the Knights of the Tiger Wars, would these selected knights still count? Hannah's worry did not last too long. 3 days later, they received an order from Lear to summon them. In Triumph Square, the 4 major knight orders were training as usual, but the once strongest War Tiger Knights seemed a little anxious. The leader of their knight order died, and now the entire knight order was leaderless. There were 2 mid-level professionals in the crowd maintaining order. If Lear was here, he would definitely see that these 2 people were the 2 who participated in his knight selection before. Captain Nathan, will Master Lear really accept us? A knight in the crowd said a little uneasy. As he asked this question, the other knights around also looked over. This is what they all want to know. Yazan is dead, and he was killed by Lear himself for committing a serious crime. As members of the Knight Order under Yazan, how can they not worry? If Lear thinks that they are in collusion with Yazan, then their fate will probably be the same as Yazan. The knight named Nathan had some sweat on his forehead. He didn't know if there were any problems with other knights, but he was very close to Yazan. As Yazan's confidant, he did a lot of shameful things for Yazan. It was Yazan who arranged for Lear to participate in the knight selection. He turned his head and looked at another person beside him. Miha. He was also Yazan's confidant. At this time, the 2 of them were more panicked than other knights. Just when the War Tiger Knights were in a panic, Lear walked over slowly, with the 4 selected knights and avian. With Lear's appearance, the 4 major knights stopped their training and cast their eyes over. Almost all of them were in awe. Lear nodded to the 3 knights, including Letitia, and then walked to where the tiger knights were. The noisy crowd quieted down because of Lear's arrival. Lear's eyes swept over, and most of the knights lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eye. "Raise your heads," Lear said in a deep voice. The serious voice startled the members of the Tiger Knights, but they all obeyed Lear's orders and raised their heads. "I heard that you are the best of the 4 major knights, but what I saw today disappointed me." Lear's eyes swept over the knights again. "What are you anxious about? What are you afraid of?" Lear continued, "I should have informed you long ago that the Tiger Knights would be incorporated. Those who are willing to stay will gather here, and those who are unwilling can leave on their own. Since you are staying, what are you worried about?" Lear's voice was loud, making the Tiger Knights present silent. At first, the members of the Tiger Knights thought that Lear might be angry with them because of arson, but the fact was completely different. "You are knights of the Stewart family. You are loyal to the Stewart family, not arson." After a short silence, Lear continued, "I will not persecute any knight who is loyal to the Stewart family." The knights present heard Lear's words, and their originally anxious hearts gradually calmed down, but Lear's next words made their hearts rise again. "But in the same way, I will not let go of any knight who has a different heart from the Stewart family." As Lear spoke, he looked at the 2 knights in the lead, who were the 2 who participated in his knight selection. "Do you want me to catch you personally, or do you want to come out on your own?" Lear said lightly. Following Lear's words, the other knights looked at the 2 people in front of them in surprise. Under the gaze of everyone, Nathan and Miha's faces became ugly. Nathan took a deep breath and showed an innocent smile. "Master Lear, what are you talking about? I heard that Yazan promised to confer you the title of Lord Knight?" Lear said with a smile on his face, looking at Nathan, and then looked at Miha. "You too, Yazan also said that he would give you a large fiefdom?" Nathan and Miha's faces became even uglier because of Lear's words. These words were all said by Yazan to them in private. If Arson inherited Stewart's title, they could also rise to the top in one step. But why did Lear know? Wasn't Arson killed by Lear on the spot? Lear looked at the 2 silent people. These news were told to him by Sheila. Before he came to recruit the War Tiger Knights, he got a lot of useful information from Sheila. Although the rumors about Arson were circulated throughout the War Tiger Knights, the only people who were truly trusted by Arson were the 2 people in front of him and Sheila. These 2 people had a good relationship with Arson since childhood. After being silent for a long time, Nathan and Miha raised their heads and said in a humble tone, "Master Lear, that was what Arson said to us. Do we have any ulterior motives towards the Stewart family?" "That's right. We really have no ulterior motives. When Arson wanted to spread rumors before, we refused." Miha on the side also echoed. The 2 sang the same tune, trying to get Lear's forgiveness, but Lear was unmoved and his expression remained indifferent. Seeing this, the 2 gritted their teeth and finally struggled to ask, "Master Lear, do you have to catch us? We can atone for our sins." Lear shook his head. "Once a person hates you, he will not be grateful to you for letting him go. He will only bury this hatred in his heart, and then burst out to bite you at a certain moment." He deeply understood this truth. Nathan and Miha were a little desperate about Lear's tough attitude. After a few seconds, Nathan gritted his teeth and drew the long sword from his waist. Surrounded by the 4 major knights, they could not escape at all. In this case, even if he died, he wanted to drag Lear to the back. Nathan roared and rushed towards Lear. Hannah and the other 2 behind Lear were all shocked and instantly entered a fighting state, but before they could do anything, a bone-chilling chill emanated. Nathan, who rushed towards Lear, was frozen into an ice sculpture before he could run 2 steps. Lear stood there, motionless. Miha, who was behind him, knelt on the ground with a dejected look. "Tie them up," Lear said lightly. Walton walked out from behind Lear and knocked the ice layer that froze Nathan with the axe in his hand. The hard feeling shocked him a little. Walton hesitated holding the axe. He couldn't break the ice layer without hard knocking, and he was afraid that Nathan inside would be killed if he used hard knocking. At this moment, Lear waved his hand. The ice layer that froze Nathan slowly thawed, and Nathan and the ice layer fell down in a charging posture, trembling all over. After doing all this, Lear rushed to look at the remaining members of the War Tiger Knights. "Now, the termites of the knights have been eliminated. You are all excellent knights, and will become a new knights. It is also a knights that belongs to me." Chapter 147. After dealing with the 2 captains Nathan and Miha, Lear successfully took over the entire War Tiger Knights. Originally, Lier thought he would encounter some obstacles, but it turned out that Yazin's position in the War Tiger Knights was not irreplaceable. For these knights, anyone can be the leader of this knight group, as long as they are convinced by their strength. After all, most knights know that they are loyal to the Stuart family, not the leader of the knight group. Except for some knights, who left because of fear, there are less than 100 people left in the War Tiger Knights. Lier appointed Hannah and the other 4 as the new captains of the knight group, and each of them was assigned more than 20 people on average, and his sister Avian was the deputy leader. With the future heir of the Stuart family as the leader and the eldest daughter of the family as the deputy leader, it can be foreseen that this new knight group will be superior to the other 3 knight groups. The other members of the knight group, who were training not far away, showed envious eyes. Lier glanced at the remaining 90 people. This new knight group was only established according to Albert's wishes in order to enhance his prestige in the fortress. However, after the knight selection in the fortress arena and the killing of Yazin, Lier felt that he no longer needed to borrow this knight group to enhance his prestige. So he did not plan to spend too much time on this new knight group. He planned to hand over the knight group to Avian after training for a while. As the future heir of the Stuart family, he planned to govern all the 4 major knight groups instead of spending his attention on only one knight group. From today on, you are no longer the Tiger Knights, but the Blood Alliance Knights. When I am not here, Avian will be in charge of all your affairs, Lier said in a deep voice, which was considered to be the decision of the knights. In the following time, Lier did not teach any combat skills to the knights of these knights, but took out the training methods of the army in the previous life. The game background of law is close to the Middle Ages. Most armies and knights do not have strong discipline, and Lier first needs this new knights to be able to obey orders. Only a disciplined army can exert a strong force. Lier does not expect these knights to be able to achieve the level of the army in the previous life, but absolute compliance with orders is a must. This strange training method aroused the curiosity of the other 3 knights. They just kept marching and standing at attention. Is this kind of training effective? Curious, Lisha and others did not ask, but continued their own training. Sister, their training will be handed over to you first. I will leave first. Lier walked to Avian and said, "Ah? You're leaving right after you took over the knights?" Avian was stunned. The war bishop invited me to the war church. It's been delayed for many days. Lier shrugged. When he heard that it was about the war church, Avian nodded in understanding. Okay, I will train them well. Lier smiled at Avian and turned away. The war church is located in the south of the fortress. Further south of the fortress is Puton, a border city of the Nox kingdom. Due to the relationship between the Stuart family and the war church, the relationship between the Pharaoh fortress and Puton city is also very good, and the 2 sides have trade exchanges. When a beast tide occurs in the Decision Mountains, both sides will support each other, but the overall strength of Puton city is not as strong as that of the Pharaoh fortress. When I arrived at the war church, the surroundings were in good order, and there were many believers of the war church patrolling on the streets. Seeing Lier's appearance, the patrolling war believer came over. "Excuse me, are you Master Lier?" "It's me." Lier nodded. "The bishop has already informed me. Please follow me." The war believer saluted respectfully, then turned sideways and pointed in a direction. Lier raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything, and followed the believers into the war church. Compared with the solemn and luxurious decoration of the golden church, the war church seemed very rough. Lier also saw a weapon rack next to the church, with various weapons placed on it casually. Every distance on both sides, there was a statue wearing armor, holding various weapons in his hands. All the way to the depths of the cathedral, Lier saw a huge statue. A woman holding a long sword and a shield stood, with a firm and beautiful expression. The goddess of war. Lier looked at the statue in front of him quietly. As a believer of the law of war in his previous life, he knew the goddess of war very well. There was a kind of wild and heroic beauty. Lier missed his past self. Although he was very strong now, most of his abilities were concentrated on the profession of the Blood Apostle, which was not visible. In addition to the skills of the Blood Apostle, he only had the skills of the mage and some swordsmanship, which led to his lack of attack methods when he did not use the skills of the Blood Apostle. It would be great if he could regain the profession of the War Knight. Lier thought a little greedily, but soon he threw this unrealistic idea behind his mind. The Blood Apostle profession was given to him by Lillian, and he was not familiar with the Goddess of War. Shaking his head slightly, Lier had already walked to the statue of the Goddess of War, and the War Bishop was also standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Bishop Luca," Lier greeted politely. War Bishop Luca turned around and smiled when he saw Lier. "Master Lier, you are finally here. Mr. Bishop, is there anything you want to see me for? Lear asked directly. He was still a little curious about Luca's repeated invitations. War Bishop smiled when he heard it, and glanced at the believers next to him. The believers turned around and left the church. He waited until the believers left, and closed the door before the War Bishop looked at Lear again. Master Lear, I don't have anything to do with you. The one who really wants to see you is the goddess. Luca pointed to the statue of the goddess of war next to him. Goddess? Lear was stunned. Yes, let the goddess tell you what's next. Luca nodded, and then left the church through the side door in Lear's puzzled eyes. When the War Bishop left, Lear was the only one left in the church. Lear looked at the door closed by Luca with some surprise. The goddess of war was looking for him. He thought he hadn't done anything special, and he didn't catch Greta, who was the carrier of the source of war law, to increase her affinity. It shouldn't attract the attention of the goddess of war, right? Just when Lear was puzzled, the statue of the goddess of war on the side lit up, and in a wild energy fluctuation, a tall girl walked out of the light. The girl had long black hair, wore gorgeous armor, and her black eyes were full of wildness. This was the first time Lear saw the real body of the goddess of war. Before, he had only seen statues and portraits. He looked at the goddess of war, and then at the statue beside him, and was silent for a while. Is this a person? The goddess of war on the statue was tall, giving Lear the feeling of a strong woman, but the goddess of war in front of him was very similar in momentum, but this height. It just reached Lear's shoulder, and it was estimated that it was only 1.6 meters tall. What are you looking at? A crisp and pleasant voice came out of the mouth of the girl in front of him. The goddess of war frowned. She saw Lear looking at the top of his head, and then at Lear's own shoulders. After thinking for a moment, the goddess of war's face flushed slightly. This was a blush caused by anger. Are you looking at my height? Almost gritting her teeth, the goddess of war said viciously. Lear's body froze. He felt an extremely terrifying pressure shrouding him. After a while, he said firmly, How could it be? Goddess, I am just attracted by your beauty. Hearing Lear's words, the goddess of war's flushed face subsided a little, but there was still a trace of annoyance in her eyes. It's better this way, she said, and at the same time, she was a little frustrated. Her body has been fixed since the moment she became a god, so she looks so petite. She doesn't want to be like this. Although she can use divine power to make herself look more powerful, it is not herself after all. As the ruler of the law of war, she hates that kind of false things. What's wrong with being petite? She is a god. Strength is everything to her. Goddess, what do you want to talk to me about? Lear smiled flatteringly, trying to change the subject. Nothing, I just want to see what's so special about the person who was reincarnated by Croto. The goddess of war snorted and said casually. Hearing the words of the goddess of war, Lear, who was originally smiling, was stunned for a moment. The goddess of war meant that he was reincarnated into the world of law by a person named Croto. Lear narrowed his eyes slightly. He still remembered that he was reincarnated inexplicably, and was sealed for 20 years. Goddess, who is Croto you are talking about? Lear asked inconspicuously. Why are you asking this? The goddess of war frowned. Just a little curious. Lear's face was covered with a harmless smile again. Croto is the god who controls the law of death. That woman is mysterious all day long, and I don't know much about her. The goddess of war said subconsciously, and she reacted as she spoke. Are you trying to trick me? She raised her eyebrows. I'm just asking. After all, you said she made me reincarnate. It's normal for me to be curious. Lear spread his hands innocently. His expression did not change, but he remembered the name Croto in his heart. The god who arbitrarily controlled his life and made him reincarnate should be this Croto, holding the law of death. Lear fell into deep thought. Death, this word is heavy in any novel story, and the god who holds death must be an absolutely powerful god. Okay, I won't mention that gloomy woman to you. Now let's talk about you. Your affinity for the law of war has reached 90%, and you even have the source of the law of blood, and so many other messy laws. This was originally impossible, but it happened to you. The goddess of war looked Lear up and down. Listening to the words of the goddess of war quietly, Lear kept a harmless smile. He knew that players could not improve other law affinities after taking office, but he did not know why. Normally, you cannot improve other law affinities after taking office. You have obtained the source of blood law, which means that you have been chosen by the Lord of Blood Source, and you cannot improve the affinity of laws other than blood law. But not long ago, I felt that your affinity for war law increased a little, reaching the upper limit of mortals. Why is that? The goddess of war stared at Lear as if she was looking at an interesting toy. How can I know something that even you, the goddess, don't know? Lear replied, pretending to be at a loss. His affinity for various laws was increased because of the golden finger. Now it seems that the goddess of war cannot sense that he has such a golden finger. After looking at Lear for a while, the goddess of war snorted, "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't care anyway, and I'm not looking for you to explore your secrets. Well, your affinity for the law of war has reached 90% of the upper limit. I see that your previous soul is my war believer. Are you interested in working for me?" Lear was stunned for a moment, and then asked in shock, "What did you say?" I said, "Are you interested in working for me?" The goddess of war repeated it again. Lear was silent. Is the goddess of war recruiting him? At this moment, another angry voice sounded, "Goddess of war. What do you want to do?" Lillian suddenly emerged from Lear's Blood King robe, staring at the goddess of war in front of her. The sudden appearance of Lillian made Lear and the goddess of war stunned. The goddess of war showed a curious expression on her face. "Are you the Lord of Blood Source, who controls the blood law?" "Humph." Lillian did not answer after hearing this, but just snorted coldly, "You know that Lear is the king I chose, and you still want to snatch him from me?" Lillian stared at the goddess of war, feeling a little nervous. This was not the first time that Lear was robbed, and the previous corrupt true spirit was also, but that was just a weak guy. But the goddess of war in front of her was different. Lear's affinity for the law of war was as high as 90%, and Lear was once a believer in the law of war. Lillian was really worried that Lear would abandon him and choose the law of war. Lillian turned her head and looked at Lear with a pair of trembling red eyes again. As the king chosen by Lillian, Lear felt Lillian's emotions at this time, which were anxiety and fear. This was the first time Lear felt such emotions from Lillian. After a few seconds of silence, Lear reached out and grabbed Lillian. "My lord Lillian, I am not a treacherous person. I am the king you chose, and I will always be your king." Hearing Lear's words, Lillian's mood suddenly became much calmer, and her eyes became softer. Chapter 148. What are you talking about? I just want this guy to join the war church and become a special executive of the church. This should not affect your relationship. The goddess of war frowned. Don't you want Lear to be the king you choose? Lillian was stunned. King? Hearing this, the goddess of war glanced at Lear. I admit that he is very good, but you and I are different. You need a king to stabilize your own laws, but I don't need it. He is far from enough to become my king. Hearing the answer of the goddess of war, Lillian finally put her mind at ease. She said stubbornly, "Why should Lear join your war church? He is a member of my blood cult. He has my war laws, and is also my believer. As for your blood cult?" The goddess of war showed a trace of disdain on her face. "Your blood cult has only a few people, and you can call it a sect? You?" Lillian was angry. "Don't be unconvinced. I know you were very strong in the past, even stronger than me, but that was in the past. Now you are just a downtrodden god who has lost his divine domain." The goddess of war interrupted Lillian's rebuttal. Her eyes turned deep. "You have to understand that this is no longer your era. Many gods are watching you. You should be glad that I am not one of those gods who have ill will towards you. I let Lear join the Church of War just because I am optimistic about his potential. To some extent, it is also a protection for Lear. If your identity is exposed, with the background of the Church of War, you will not become the target of public criticism." The goddess of war continued. Lillian was silent. She was very angry and unwilling. The king she chose had to join the church of other gods to keep himself safe. This was cruel, but it was also true. Many gods were coveting the power of these downtrodden gods. Although she and Lear seemed safe now, and there would be no danger as long as they did not reveal their identities, it was all because of the restrictions of the rules. The rules restricted the power of the gods of their old times, and also restricted the power of the gods now. Lear listened to the words of the goddess of war, and showed a thoughtful expression. The orthodox laws of the world of law were far more than war, gold and arcane. After the opening of the late map, there were 8 other law forces, but there were very few who were truly tolerant of heretical laws. Okay, anyway, do you want to join the Church of War? If you are willing to join the Church of War, I will announce your identity to the public, and let you regain the professional power of the law of war. The goddess of war looked at Lear expressionlessly. Lear hesitated for a few seconds until he felt Lillian tighten his hand. Lillian raised her head and nodded to Lear. Seeing this, Lear raised his eyebrows and looked at the goddess of war. I join? A wise choice. The goddess of war smiled. She waved her hand, and a powerful force gathered in her hand. The whole church was occupied by the rhythm of war, And then the light sank into Li'er's body. The system panel began to jump wildly. You have received the gift of the goddess of war, and you have obtained 1% of the source of war law. You have obtained professional information, war knight, berserker, spy. You can awaken the affinity of war law for others and transfer to the war law profession, and you can consume skill source crystals to learn other war law professional skills. You have obtained a new career choice. The 3 major career options of war law appeared in front of him, and Li'er chose the war knight without hesitation. As Li'er made his choice, a terrifying aura burst out from Li'er. Li'er opened his eyes wide, and the roar of war echoed in his ears. He seemed to have returned to his previous life and became a war knight again. You changed your job to the war law profession, war knight. You gained strength +4, constitution +3, and dexterity +3. You gained war knight skills, knight's oath, charge, storm stab, storm shield, war roar, evoke storm, knight's determination, war trampling. Due to the change of your character panel, your character template is upgraded to the commander level. Your template bonus is increased to 500% life and 200% magic. You gain the commander template expertise, commander. Commander, when you are attacked by more than 2 targets, all damage received is reduced by 20%. When your health drops to 30%, all attributes are increased by 20%. When the last information appeared on the panel, Li'er's aura was suddenly raised. This is the aura of a high-level war knight. Although he had reached the high level before, he only had the power of the blood apostle. Under Li'er's concealment, he only showed the strength of the middle level. Now he has obtained the power of the war knight, and can appear as a high-level professional. Feeling the power in his body, Li'er was a little excited, and wanted to find someone to fight immediately. How do you feel? The goddess of war looked at the excited Li'er and smiled. When Li'er heard this, he was about to speak, but he felt a resentful look. Lillian stared at him. Her expression was very aggrieved and pitiful. Very strong, but I still prefer the power of blood, Li'er said tactfully. The goddess of war curled her lips when she heard this, and said nothing. Humph. That's it. I will send down an oracle to inform other people in the war church about your matter. So what do I need to do as a special executive? Li'er asked with a smile. Well, facing Lear's question, the goddess of war fell into deep thought, and it seemed that she had not thought about the duties of Li'er as a special executive. After a long time, she said, "You are responsible for supervising the church personnel and punishing those who do evil in the name of the church." Ah? Li'er was stunned. Supervising the church personnel can be a big or small power. If it is just supervising some low-level members of the church, it is nothing, but if it includes the high-level members of the church, it is too exaggerated. Who to supervise? Li'er asked tentatively. Everyone. The goddess of war replied. Everyone. Li'er widened his eyes. Yes, everyone. A cunning flashed in the eyes of the goddess of war. Do you think I have such ability? Li'er's mouth twitched slightly. The duty that the goddess of war mentioned was like the Genu in his previous life, but he was just an outsider who had just joined the war church. The sudden appearance of a sword hanging over everyone's head would definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people. It doesn't matter whether you have the ability or not. It's just a title. Do you understand? The goddess of war said indifferently, it just gives you a higher status in the church. As for whether you want to exercise your power, it depends on you. Li'er was speechless. He almost understood what the goddess of war meant. She just gave him a noble status, but how much power this status had depended on his own ability. If Li'er didn't want to be too ostentatious in the church, he could be a transparent person with a noble status. I understand. Li'er nodded. After a long time, he felt as if he was favored by a big boss, given strength and status, like a pie in the sky. Just because he was optimistic about his potential, the goddess of war seemed to be a little too good to him. Li'er thought to himself. Since you know it, so be it. The goddess of war waved her hand. Work hard, don't let me down. After saying that, she gave Li'er a mysterious look, and the goddess of war disappeared into a stream of light. Until the goddess of war left, Li'er was still a little confused. Humph. A delicate snort came from the side. Li'er turned his head, and saw Lillian looking at him angrily like a bullied little wife. My goddess? You still know that I am your goddess? Lillian said angrily with a pout. Looking at Lillian's cute appearance, Li'er was a little amused. After knowing Lillian for a long time, his impression of Lillian changed again and again. At first, he thought that the Lord of Blood was an evil and terrifying god, but later he found out that it was a little white-haired lowly, and now Lillian showed a proud look again. Maybe the god is just a little girl. Okay, I promise, I will never betray you. Li'er patted Lillian's head gently, as if coaxing a child. Feeling the warmth of Li'er's palm, Lillian's anger dissipated a lot. Humph! This is what you should do. I will make you understand that the power of blood is stronger than war, she said in a very serious tone. Li'er smiled slightly when he heard this. The power of the blood law is indeed stronger than the war law. At least from the professional skills of the blood apostle, and the war knight, the blood apostle one. Not to mention that Li'er has also experienced the extraordinary level of blood apostle skills, which shocked him. Master Li'er, can I come in? The bishop's voice suddenly came from outside the church. Hearing this, Lillian returned directly to Li'er's clothes. Please come in, Li'er said loudly until Lillian disappeared. The door of the church was opened, and Bishop Luca walked in. When he saw Li'er, he showed a trace of shock on his face. He felt a more obvious breath of the war law from Li'er than before, and the magic level seemed to have reached a high level. Master Li'er. Maybe I should call you Officer Li'er, Bishop Luca said respectfully. This is all the gift of the goddess. Bishop, just continue to call me Li'er. We will be colleagues in the future, Li'er said with a smile. He didn't expect that the war bishop knew about him just after the goddess of war left. Really fast. Li'er praised the goddess of war in his heart. Executive Officer Li'er, since the goddess appointed you to supervise the church, I can't go beyond that. Bishop Luca shook his head with a serious expression. Unexpectedly, this war bishop is still a stubborn person. Li'er complained in his heart, but he still smiled on the surface. After chatting for a while, Li'er said goodbye to Bishop Luca. He didn't want to care about the church executive officer now. It was fine to just put a title on it. What he really cared about now was the blasphemous true spirit in the old dream. Nox Kingdom, Royal City Soros. As one of the three kingdoms, the kingdom of Nox is completely different from the kingdom of Briefil. In the kingdom of Nox, the king is also the pope of the church, and the ruler of the entire kingdom of Nox is the war church. In the Soros Pope's hall, Greta stood in front of a burly middle-aged man and said like a spoiled child, Father, please believe me. Li'er is really suitable to be my Lionheart Knight. Greta, when I asked you to leave before, I just said that you can choose Albert's daughter as the Lionheart Knight. I have heard of that kid Li'er. He left the Pharaoh Fortress and went to the royal city of Briefil to become a mage. Greta's father Dival Cardanus shook his head and didn't believe Greta's words at all. In his opinion, his daughter must have been deceived by that brat named Li'er. She must have been attracted by Li'er's appearance. Dival knew Li'er a little bit. He was known as the most handsome man in the city of Briefil. It was entirely possible that he used his appearance to attract Greta. Father! I have said it before. Li'er has obtained the gift of the law of war, and is a dual law professional. He is not just a mage, Greta said angrily. She had told her father many times, but her father never believed it. Dival was a little helpless when he heard this. What dual law professional? There is no one in this world who can obtain two kinds of law power at the same time. Greta must have been deceived by that brat Li'er. How could such an upright man like Albert give birth to such a bastard? Dival could not help but feel a little angry. Just when he wanted to continue talking to Greta, a solemn voice sounded in his heart. Appoint Li'er Stewart as the special executive of the Church of War, supervising all church personnel, including the major priests and the Pope. The voice echoed in Dival's heart for a long time, and the statue of the goddess of war beside him also lit up. Dival, who was about to speak, was stunned. After a short silence, his eyes widened. Is this the oracle of the goddess of war? How long has the church not received the oracle of the goddess? And what does this oracle say? Appoint Li'er Stewart as the special executive of the Church of War, supervising all church personnel, including the Pope? Doesn't this mean that a sword is hanging over the Pope's head? Greta, there should be only one person named Li'er in the Stewart family, right? Dival asked hurriedly. Greta looked at her father in confusion. Isn't it that only Uncle Albert's son is called Li'er? You just said you wanted Li'er to be your Lionheart Knight? Yes, father, I said. He is the most suitable candidate for me. Greta complained. I agree. He really has a strong love for the law of war. Greta continued to try to convince her father, but she froze halfway. Father, what did you say just now? I said I agree. Duval smiled. Chapter 149. Soros Pope Hall, Conference Room. The three Archon families of the War Church gathered together, and Dival sat at the head of the Pope. You should have received the oracle of the goddess, right? He said lightly. The other three Archon families looked at each other. Yes, your holiness. Do you know the name Li'er Stewart? I remember that the surname Stewart is related to the Cardanus family. A burly man said in a deep voice. In addition to the burly man, another Archon priest also looked at Dival, a tall woman. The three Archon families of the War Church are the Cardenas family representing the War Knights, the Moreno family representing the Berserkers, and the Hoffman family representing the Spies. My Lionheart Knight Albert is from the Stuart family, and is the current Duke of Stuart. Dival nodded and replied. Is this little Stuart from the Lionheart Knight family under the Pope? Asked the Archpriest Sharon Hoffman. Yes, he is Albert's son. Duval smiled. Hearing this, except for the Archpriest, who was from the Cardenas family like Duval, the other two Archpriests all changed their expressions. The Oracle said that this special executive had the power to supervise church personnel, and this power of supervision even included their Archpriest and the Pope. This has never happened before. In the War Church, the three Archon families are absolute authority. Every 5 years, the three Archon families will conduct war trials, and finally select the person who can become the Pope. The Pope and the Archon family lead the entire War Church and the Kingdom of Nox, but now someone is standing above them. If this person is fair, it's fine, but the other party is actually the son of Dival Lionheart Knight, Shalon, and the Berserker High Priest Rigid Moreno on the other side frowned. A new war trial will begin in a while, and the Pope will be re-elected. Now there is a moth. This special executive is obviously on the same side as Dival. If it affects the war trial, it is not what they want to see. Anyway, I will deal with the matter of Executive Liar, you don't have to worry. Dival said seriously, well, during this period of time, I will take time to go to the Pharaoh Fortress on the border of Briefville to meet with the executive. By the way, Greta also wants Liar to be his Lionheart Knight, so it's just right to conclude a contract at the same time. Dival's tone is very normal, but both Rigid and Sharon can hear Dival's pride. The new special executive officer is a close person, and they are planning to let their daughter sign a contract with him. Doesn't this mean that they want this special executive officer to become a member of the Cardenas family? The two of them hated Duval's words. After a long silence, Sharon said, since His Holiness the Pope wants to meet the executive officer, the Hoffman family should go together. Richard on the side was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, he reacted and said quickly, the same goes for our Moreno family. Who will be in charge of the church if you all go? Duval frowned and objected. Why not just hand it over to Rafar? Rafar is your brother, and also the high priest of the church. It is enough for him to handle the affairs. Sharon said immediately. The last high priest, who had not spoken, raised his head, and saw the serious eyes of Sharon and Rigid. He said helplessly, then I will stay? Hearing his brother's words, Dival sighed. Pharaoh Fortress, Triumph Square. It has been 3 days since he regained the power of the War Knight. Lier is very excited. He stood in the center of the square. In front of him were the leaders of the other 3 knight groups, plus him, Hannah and 4 others, and Avian. There were a total of 8 mid-level professionals, 1 more than during the night selection. Master Lier, do you really want to fight 8 of us alone? Lisha asked, biting her lip. Not only Lisha, but the expressions of the other 2 knight group leaders were not very good. Although it was amazing that Lier fought 10 people alone in the night selection, those were just adventurers, and they were Stuart's elite knights. Lier still wanted to fight 8 people alone, which was naked contempt. I'm not looking down on you. My strength is different from yours. Lier said lightly, and a strong magic wave spread out. Feeling this magic wave, the originally angry Lisha widened her eyes. Master Lier, have you been promoted to a higher level? She asked in disbelief. Yes, I went to the War Church and received the gift of the Goddess of War. I gained some new power, so I plan to let you try it. Lier nodded. I don't mean to look down on you, but I'm afraid that you alone can't let me test the new power I have obtained. Hearing this, everyone's expression improved a little, but they were still shocked. As a high-level professional in his early 20s, and a dual law professional, they dared not imagine how strong Lier was. This time, I will not use the power of the arcane law, only the power of the war law, Lier added. Everyone was silent after hearing this. If it was a high-level professional fighting against them, it would be another matter. Lytia and others raised their fighting spirit. If Lier had just been promoted to a high level, the 8 of them would not have no chance to defeat Lier. Then let's start. Lier drew out the night rose, and the whole person was ready to go. The magic power filled with the strong breath of the war law rippled around him, and the surrounding knights stood far away. It was still Charlene who took the lead in launching the attack. Since she was easily defeated by Lier last time, she seemed very unconvinced. The previous rapier was broken, and Xiao Lin replaced it with a more powerful rapier. Lier and Xiao Lin fought together, and the 2 rapiers collided with each other. Almost at the same time, the whistling sound of the storm broke out around them. The speed suddenly increased at this moment, And another use of the storm was summoned, enchanting the storm to oneself in exchange for faster speed and more precise destructive power. Xiao Lin looked at Li Er's actions in disbelief. After showing another use of summoning the storm in this election competition, some people came to ask her for advice, but she ignored them. Why did Li Er also know it, still so skilled? The other 7 people were also stunned when they saw Li Er's actions. This was the first time they saw Li Er use the skills of the War Knight. Before, Li Er completely relied on that terrifying swordsmanship to crush them. Lytia and others became more serious. The 7 people surrounded Li Er and Charlene. They couldn't intervene in the extreme speed of Charlene and Li Er. If they were not careful, they might accidentally hurt Charlene. The war law professionals who specialize in speed are generally only spies. War knights like Charlene who specialize in speed are extremely rare. They looked at Charlene and then at Li Er. Charlene specializes in speed, so her strength is not very strong, but Li Er has no shortcomings in strength and speed. Is this the gift of the goddess of war? Do you know? In addition to normal use and enchantment, there is a third use for summoning storms. Li Er said with a smile while fighting with Charlene. What? Charlene was stunned. Her hand movements were a beat slower, and she was knocked out by Li Er's sword. After rolling in the air, Charlene finally landed and managed to stabilize herself. Watch this. Lear glanced at Charlene calmly, and the howling wind gathered on the rapier in his hand, forming a whirlwind around the sword. Charlene frowned as she watched the scene. This was the power of condensing and summoning the storm, which was used to bless the storm thrust. She had used it on Lear before during the night selection, so it was not a new use. As she thought about it, she found that the whirlwind on Lear's sword was getting bigger and bigger, and finally formed a terrifying hurricane. The hurricane was howling above the triumphal square, and the rapier in Lear's hand was completely covered by the hurricane, and the magic power in his body was consumed in large quantities. This is the third use of the evoked storm. When the storm is enchanted, the storm thrust can be added to reach a power close to the high level. However, if the storm cyclone is stabilized and magic power is continuously input, the hurricane can be added to the sword body, just like holding a storm sword that is tens of meters long. Unlike the ordinary evoked storm, which directly condenses the hurricane and sweeps out, the storm on the sword body can be controlled at will, and the power has reached the high level. It's like Lear is holding a weapon in his hand that will withstand the ravages of the high-level storm as long as it touches. This weapon is tens of meters long and can be driven at will. Feeling the whistling storm, everyone was shocked. The violent power made many knight apprentices around shaky, and they might be blown away if they were not careful. Lear maintained the state of the storm sword. This is the third use of the evoked storm. Only when it reaches the high level will there be enough magic power to cast. Xiao Lin was stunned by the scene in front of her, and she was a little unbelievable. Li Er paused for a few seconds, no longer showing his strength, and directly swung the storm sword. The more than 10-meter-long sword swept the 8 people around him 360 degrees. Xiao Lin and others reacted and tried to dodge, but the storm sword produced a strong suction force, which almost sucked them in. Except for Xiao Lin, Avian, and Letitia, who escaped from the storm in time, the rest of them were swept up into the sky by the storm. Amid a series of scattered shouts, it took a long time before they fell from the sky. Hannah and the other 3 members of the original adventurer team had fainted, and the other 2 knight leaders barely stood up from the ground. The storm gradually subsided, and the night rose showed its edge again. The storm sword was indeed very powerful, but Lear didn't use it much in his previous life. After all, he was agile, and such a large-scale destructive skill that was like a live target didn't fit his style. He used it purely to show off. The only 5 people left looked at Lear, and they were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses from the shock. The battle was not over yet. The 5 people regrouped and rushed towards Lear again. Charlene's eyes had changed when she looked at Lear. The Lear in front of her was completely different from the Lear she saw, and a certain belief in her heart suddenly wavered. "I'm sorry, Master Lear." Not far away, Leisha rushed towards Lear. "Stinky brother. What skills do you have that you hide from your sister?" Avian was also a little annoyed. She thought Lear was a mage before. Although he had obtained the gift of the Law of War, he might not know much about the skills of the War Knight. But now it seems that he is not unfamiliar with it. He is even more skilled than her. Lear can use the storm rays that Charlene used before. He certainly did not learn it after seeing Charlene use it. Facing the 2 women rushing over, Lear's mouth twitched slightly, but he still raised the Night Rose and rushed up to fight with the 2 women. With Lear's legendary rapier expertise, it is more than enough to fight against Avian and the 2 women. While fighting, he also talked about the shortcomings of the two people's swordsmanship. The other two knights leaders not far away also joined the battle, and the swordsmanship guidance battle changed from a 1-on-2 swordsmanship guidance battle to a 1-on-4 swordsmanship guidance battle. This time, Li'er did not use powerful magic to crush them, but simply used swordsmanship skills to fight, which made Avian and the other four even more shocked. Avian was so angry that her teeth itched. Her stinky brother even had such superb swordsmanship skills. It was obvious that he had practiced for many years. She thought Li'er was obsessed with magic and had wasted his talent. It turned out that I was the clown? Li'er did not notice Avian's little emotions. After guiding them for a while, he easily defeated the four people and made them lose with conviction. In the end, Avian glared at Li'er and retreated to the side, leaving only Charlene, who was still in a daze. How about it? Do you still want to fight me? Li'er asked. Charlene, who was not far away, reacted and raised her head quickly, and saw that everyone was looking at her. No more fighting. Charlene waved her hand quickly, her face a little red. Li'er put away the night rose in his hand, walked to Charlene's side, and looked down at the girl in front of him. Charlene looked at Li'er in a state of bewilderment. Where did you learn the storm enchantment technique from? Li'er suddenly asked. Charlene was stunned for a moment. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and then she stammered, "It was me. I figured it out myself." "Oh, really?" Li'er smiled, lowered his head, and approached Charlene, getting very close to the girl. "It's true." Charlene stepped back in a panic, not daring to look directly at Li'er's eyes, as she always felt that Li'er's eyes could see through her thoughts. "You are very talented, and I look forward to your performance in the future." Li'er stopped teasing the girl in front of him, patted Charlene's shoulder, and then walked towards the knights on the side. Chapter 150. Old Dream, Blood God Realm Royal City. Li'er once again came out of the dream trial. More than half a month had passed. He had challenged the Blood Temple trial dozens of times, and accumulated a lot of experience points. In another week, Li'er was confident that he could directly upgrade his level to level 80, and reach the extraordinary level. I just don't know what the task of advancing to the extraordinary level is. Li'er thought for a while. At the exit of the trial room, Irina saw Li'er coming out and greeted him respectfully. "Lord Li'er," Irina said carefully, while secretly looking at Li'er's appearance. The blood prisoner mask had been taken off by Li'er. Now Li'er was his original appearance. In the past half a month, he had become familiar with the blood elves, except for the Red Wolf. The Red Wolf never liked him very much. "What's the matter?" Li'er glanced at Irina. "Lord Amber wants you to go to the hall," Irina said quickly. Amber is the name of the Red Wolf. Hearing this, Li'er raised his eyebrows. "I know." He nodded and followed Irina to the hall of the temple. Not long after, Li'er came to the hall of the temple. Seeing Li'er appear, the Red Wolf Amber snorted. Amber still felt bad about Li'er embarrassing her in front of Lillian. During the first dream trial, she wanted to show her strength in front of her former master, but she was defeated by Li'er. "What happened?" Li'er asked. "Your incarnation really doesn't care about the outside world at all," Amber said coldly. "What happened outside?" Li'er didn't get angry with Amber, and continued to ask. "The group of traitors are planning to attack your fortress." "What do you mean?" Li'er frowned. "The blasphemous and treacherous snake people are planning to start a beast tide again." Amber's expression became serious. "Beast tide?" Li'er was stunned. He had heard this term many times when he came to the Pharaoh fortress, but he had never understood it. "That's right. The blasphemy spirit will trigger a beast tide every 5 years, allowing the snake people to drive the monsters in the mountains to attack the fortress and secretly collect the bodies of the dead law professionals." Amber continued, "The last beast tide was 3 years ago, and now the blasphemy spirit has triggered the beast tide in advance." After listening to Amber's narration, Li'er finally understood the situation. The beast tide that was supposed to come 2 years later came earlier. Perhaps it was because Lillian swallowed the blasphemy law essence in Sheila's body, and made the blasphemy spirit angry? Tell your main body to pay attention. Every time there is a beast tide, your human fortress will suffer heavy losses. This time, the beast tide is ahead of schedule. I'm afraid it's not that simple," Amber reminded. Li'er smiled when he heard it. Amber called him over to remind him to pay attention to the beast tide. "Xiaohong, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my affairs." Li'er looked at Amber with a smile and said. Listening to Li'er's words, Amber was stunned for a while, and then widened her eyes for a long time. "What did you call me?" "Xiaohong. Isn't that what Lillian calls me?" "Who allowed you to call me Xiaohong?" "That's a name that only Lillian can say," Amber yelled in anger. I am the king chosen by Lillian. You are Lillian's mount, so you can also be considered my mount. It is reasonable to call you Xiaohong. Li Er said seriously with a smile on his face. Who is your mount? I will always be Lillian's mount. Don't even think about me being your mount. Amber's hair stood up after what Li Er said. He had only heard that cats would stand up, but it was the first time that Li Er saw wolves stand up. If Amber was a human now, she would probably be angry with Li Er. Just as the two of them were staring at each other, Irina walked in from outside the door. Seeing the two of them, the girl held her forehead slightly. This was not the first time that Li Er and Amber had a conflict. In the more than half a month that Li Er was here, the man and the wolf would quarrel for no reason. Irina was no longer surprised. Lord Amber, Lord Li Er, those snake people are here again. Irina interrupted the quarrel helplessly. After hearing this, Li Er and Amber paused for a moment. After a short silence, Amber glared at Li Er fiercely, and then asked Irina, how many people came? There are about 100 people this time, and there are many mid-level professionals. Irina answered with some worry. Are those snake men coming again? Li Er smiled. When he stayed in the Blood Temple to gain experience, there were often snake men outside to search for the whereabouts of the Blood Elves. Li Er would go out to hunt those snake men while waiting for the copy CD. Although the number is not large, even a small amount is still experience value. Before, there were only 30 or 40 snake men at most each time, but now there are hundreds of them. This is a lot of experience points. Let me go! It's just that I haven't fought with those snake men for a few days. Li Er took the initiative to stand up. Before Amber and Irina could speak, Li Er had already left the hall. After leaving the hall, Li Er walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Not long after, Irina also ran out of the hall and followed Li Er's pace. A wolf howl came from the room behind him. Lord Li Er, there are hundreds of snake men this time. Do you still want to go alone? Irina walked to Li Er and asked carefully. It's just 100 snake men. Li Er waved his hand casually. These are all experience points. Li Er will not let others share. Outside the secret realm, in the dark forest, a large number of snake men shuttled through the bushes. Li Er had come out of the secret realm of the Blood Temple, and was hiding in the dark watching all this. This group of snake men often come to the forest to search for the whereabouts of the Blood Elves. In fact, they don't want to find the secret realm, but to lure out Amber hidden in the secret realm. The blasphemy true spirit knew from the beginning that the secret realm was here, but it couldn't enter the secret realm. That's why these snake men were sent to lure out Amber. As long as Amber appears, the blasphemy true spirit can immediately lock it, and then follow the traces to enter the Blood Temple. There are not many supplies in the secret realm of the Blood Temple, and the plants planted are not enough for hundreds of Blood Elves to survive, so every once in a while, Irina will lead the team to the forest and plains outside to get food. The first time Li Er met Irina, she led the team out to collect food and supplies. The snake men will intercept the Blood Elf team, brutally kill them or capture them, and take them back, and transform them into snake men clansmen by blaspheming the true spirits, so as to gradually expand the snake men clansmen and weaken the power of the Blood Elves. When Lear and Lillian found the Blood Temple, the Blood Elves were almost unable to hold on. There were only more than 100 members left, which was completely incomparable to the snake men clansmen with thousands of people. And they were also far inferior in strength. The strongest combat power among the Blood Elves was only Irina, who was only close to the high level, while there were several high-level professionals in the Snake Men clan, and even some extraordinary professionals. In the case that Amber could not leave the temple, the Blood Elves could only hide like mice. Be careful. I heard that a high-level professional appeared in the Blood Elves, and many of the previous members were killed. The captain of the searching Snake Men warned the Snake Men, who were about to disperse around. On the dark branch, Lear also looked at the captain of the Snake Men. Judging from his aura, he had reached a high level. Most of the other Snake Men were also mid-level professionals. Lord Costigan said that the purpose of assembling the team this time is to capture the high-level Blood Elf. The leading Snakeman continued, the Blood Elf can break through to a high level in such a barren environment. He must be a highly talented professional. He must be dedicated to the Father God, and let him become a member of our Snakeman clan. So this group of Snake Men came for me? Lear in the dark raised his eyebrows. Spread out, form a team of 10, and send a signal immediately once the target is found. The captain of the Snake Men issued an order. The Snake Men around formed teams, and spread out in all directions. The leader of the Snake Men also led 2 armored and elite Snake Men to explore in one direction. Looking at the scattered Snake Men, Lear thought for a while, and chose to follow the leader of the Snake Men. The forest where the secret realm is located is very large. The spread of hundreds of snake men is just like spilling a basin of water. These snake men often spend a long time searching in the forest, because they don't know when the blood elves will go out, so they will ensure that there are snake men teams stationed outside at all times. Lier carefully followed the leader of the snake men. After hunting and observing for these days, he also understood the walking routes of these snake men. The range of the snake men's search is within a radius of 10 kilometers of the hidden Lillian statue. They will only patrol back and forth in this circle. After following the snake men team to an open woodland, which is also a distance away from other snake men teams, Lier finally took action. A light red ripple spread out, and the 3 snake men below instantly felt something was wrong. The high-level snakeman captain felt a suffocating feeling rising from the bottom of his heart, and the blood seemed to stop flowing, but he quickly reacted, and the powerful magic instantly isolated the power that affected his blood. But the remaining 2 mid-level professional elites did not have such a good result. Their bodies twitched directly, and the snake tails behind them kept twisting. Just when the snakeman captain recovered, before he could say anything, a spear-emitting blood-red light pierced his chest directly. Not only the captain of the snake men, but also the other 2 snake men were strung up and nailed to a tree not far away with the spear. The huge noise caused the birds and beasts in the forest to fly away. Lier watched this scene quietly. With his current strength and the bloody rose of the holy weapon level, even high-level professionals can only be killed instantly. The only disadvantage is that the magic power consumption is a bit high, but after obtaining the commander template, Lier's magic power has increased a lot, which makes up for this disadvantage. The system panel popped up a prompt to gain experience points by killing. Lier waved his hand, and the bloody rose turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. He looked in other directions. The hunt is about to begin. If hundreds of snake men professionals rush up, Lier will probably be embarrassed even if he can win, but it will be very easy to defeat them one by one. Ah! You devil! Screams rang out in the forest. A blood shadow passed through the air, so fast that people could not see the figure clearly. The blood rose drew a graceful arc and pierced the last snakeman. Lier stopped and the blood color around his body gradually faded. This is a new skill he learned with skill source crystals. After brushing the dungeon for more than half a month, in addition to the skill book obtained in the first pass, Lier only obtained 4 skill source crystals, and the drop rate was touching. A total of 5 skill source crystals are only enough for Lier to learn 1 intermediate skill of other professions. Lier chose the intermediate skill of the blood hunter profession, the blood burst step. Consume blood to increase your own speed. The more you consume, the more you increase. It does not consume magic power, and has no cooldown time. Lier immediately fell in love with this skill. His physique was ridiculously high due to his affinity with the law, and his blood volume was thicker than that of a tank. This blood burst speed-up skill seemed to be tailor-made for him. Moreover, the blood rose also has the ability to absorb blood, so he can continue to use the skill. The most important thing is that it does not consume magic power, so Lier can maintain a terrifying speed even when he is not using the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship. The excess magic power can be used to release other skills. If the blood burst pace and the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship are superimposed, his speed can be further improved, which is truly incredible. Hundreds of snake men did not even have time to see who was hunting them before they all died in the northwest. Just as Lier's blood incarnation was happily hunting snake men, Lier's body was called to Stuart's meeting room. When he walked into the hall, Lier saw the 3 Night Lords at the banquet before, as well as the president of the Adventurer Association and some other unfamiliar faces. As expected, the magic fluctuations of these people were very strong, and they were all high-level professionals. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Lier came to the empty seat next to Albert and sat down. Seeing Lier sitting down, Albert nodded, and then glanced at everyone present. This time, I asked you to come because the spy from the Decision Mountain sent a message. Albert said in a deep voice, the monsters in the mountains have begun to gather. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at each other, only Lier had a blank expression. He guessed it when he entered the meeting room. He had just received the news that the beast tide was coming from the incarnation, but he didn't expect Albert to notice it too. Lord Albert, are you saying that the beast tide is coming again? Someone asked with a frown. That's right. Albert sighed, although I don't want to admit it, it seems to be the case. Chapter 151. It's only been 3 years since the last beast tide. Did the spy see it wrong? There was a lot of discussion in the conference room, and Albert said in a deep voice, silence. This news was brought by Sergei. He monitors the situation in the Decision Mountains at all times, and has never made any mistakes. Albert looked at a man in a hooded robe sitting not far away. The man raised his head and glanced at everyone present. I assure you that the monsters are gathering, which is exactly the same as the signs before the beast tide in previous years. According to the previous rules, the beast tide will completely break out in no more than a week. Before that, there will be continuous low-level monsters attacking the fortress. As the man spoke, the conference room became quiet again, and everyone's expression became heavy again. I also hope that the coming of the beast tide is a misjudgment of Sergei, but I can't gamble with the lives of the residents of the fortress, so everyone should get ready. Albert sighed, then looked at the president of the Adventurers Guild on the side. Farouk, you spread the news of the coming of the beast tide, and those adventurers must be mobilized. Yes, Lord Albert. Farouk nodded respectfully. Eric, reconvene the Wild Lion Knights, and they must always be in a state of readiness. Albert looked at a burly man on the other side. Eric, Lier has heard of this name. He is the manager of the fortress arena, and the leader of the 3rd Legion of the Wild Lion Knights. I know. The leader of the 3rd Legion named Eric nodded. After explaining these things, Albert looked at Lier again. Lier, I heard that you have been promoted to a high level? Yes, father. Lier nodded, and as he spoke, he released the war magic in his body. Everyone in the conference room looked over, each with a look of surprise and shock. Although there were rumors that Lier had been promoted to a high level before, it was still amazing to see them now. This group of knights had wasted half their lives, and now they were only at the high level, while Lier had reached the high level in his early 20s, which was simply terrifying. Feeling the magic emanating from Lier's body, Albert was also a little shocked. Is this the talent of the reincarnated? He sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he just smiled. Very good. Since you have been promoted to a high level, it is not appropriate for you to continue to serve as the leader of the Blood Alliance Knights. Well, you will lead all the 4 major knight groups in the future, and let Avian become the new leader of the Blood Alliance Knights. Albert made a decision. Lier didn't say anything after hearing this, but just nodded. This was also his idea. You lead the 4 knights to station outside the Arc de Triomphe. If something happens, report it immediately. Albert ordered again. I know. Lier nodded. After Albert arranged Lier, he finally looked at the other 3 knights, who were canonized. Sid, you should send a message to your territory as soon as possible, and let the garrison knights start to march towards the fortress in case of emergency. Regarding the arrangements for the beast tide, Albert quickly gave orders, and everyone quickly prepared. Lier also left the meeting room. Not long after he left, he met Milia, who was walking in the mansion. What happened? Milia asked with some concern. She had just seen many people leaving in a hurry. The beast tide is coming. I'm afraid the fortress will be in chaos, Lier said helplessly. Hearing this, Milia was stunned for a moment. She had been in the Pharaoh fortress for so long, and she also learned about some of the fortress's conditions. She knew what the beast tide represented. What are you going to do next? Milia asked. Of course, I will guard the fortress and clean up those monsters, Lier answered as a matter of course. Is there anything I can help you with? Milia reached out and grabbed Lier's sleeve. The little princess looked expectant, but Lier shook his head helplessly. You should stay in the mansion with Her Majesty the Queen. Although you can use the Star Scepter, it is the power of the heretic law. Even if there is no golden church in the Pharaoh fortress, you will still be in danger if you are exposed, Lier explained. Milia's eyes gradually dimmed, and she knew that what Lier said was true. Looking at Milia's appearance, Lier sighed in his heart. After all, the golden church was a mountain pressing on their heads. If he wanted to truly get rid of the shackles of the golden church, he would have to wait until he was promoted to the extraordinary. If the power after the fusion of the corrupted divine blood is strong enough, Lier will have the confidence to fight against the golden church, and the Albert Stewart family will have 2 extraordinary professionals. Moreover, he joined the war church not long ago, so he can be regarded as a person with background. Adding these 3 together, even the golden church has to think twice. Another point is that the public beta is not far away. By then, various heretical sects will emerge, and with the appearance of players, the Empire and the 3 kingdoms will become chaotic, and the Golden Church will be unable to take care of itself. In the Blood King city, Kostadin listened to the report from his subordinates, and his whole body was trembling with anger. Are you saying that the hundreds of followers sent to the Blood Elf secret realm are all dead? Yes. Yes, sir. When we went to Rodate, we only saw the body of Lord Sparrow. The snakeman next to him replied tremblingly. A Blood Elf, who has just been promoted to a high level, killed hundreds of our followers? Are those followers, who are searching for the whereabouts of the Blood Elves, all pigs? Kostadin roared, and the terrifying magic power directly shook the reporting snakeman away and smashed him against the wall. The snakeman spat out a mouthful of blood, and it took a while for him to get up from the ground. My lord, it must be that high-level blood elf who led the entire blood elf clan to ambush Lord Spharo. Even so, hundreds of snakemen can't escape if they can't defeat them? Kostadin was still angry. The snakeman beside him was silent after hearing this. He couldn't understand why hundreds of snakemen, including the high-level snakemen, didn't survive. Seeing that his subordinates didn't speak, Kostadin forced himself to calm down. He suddenly thought of the return of the Lord of Blood Source mentioned by the blasphemy true spirit. Could it be that the Lord of Blood Source has returned to the old dream? If so, then Spharo's death is not surprising. You go down first. Kostadin waved his hand at his subordinates beside him. Seeing this, the subordinate bowed his head and respectfully left the hall. Until the subordinate left, Kostadin touched the gem pendant on his chest. If Lier was here, he would definitely recognize it. It was the same gem as Shira. In the black gem, a vertical pupil slowly opened. Didn't I say that there is no need to disturb me? A violent voice suddenly sounded. In the hall, a giant snake appeared. I'm sorry, Father God, but the family members I sent to the secret realm of blood elves were killed. I suspect that the Lord of Blood Source has come to the old dream. Kostadin bowed his head respectfully. Lord of Blood? Hearing Kostadin's words, the blasphemy true spirit was stunned for a moment, but soon made a mocking sound. She can't come to the old dream. This dream has been blocked by me. Only my family can enter and exit freely. If she wants to come in, she can't hide it from me. But Kostadin was a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the Lord of Blood, he really couldn't imagine how hundreds of snake people died. No, but your current task is to attack the fortress. I can feel that the power of blood is still in the fortress. Apart from that, you can put aside everything else. The blasphemy true spirit interrupted Kostadin unceremoniously. Don't worry about the remaining blood elves in the old dream. Once we occupy the fortress, we will have plenty of time to deal with them. I am already devouring the dream origin of blood. As long as I succeed in devouring it, I can leave this old dream in my true body. You just need to disrupt the fortress before that. Even if you can't capture it, when I finish devouring it and my true body comes, no one can stop me. After saying the last sentence, the phantom of the snake disappeared directly, leaving Kostadin alone. Looking at the place where the blasphemous true spirit disappeared, Kostadin sighed helplessly, put down the pendant in his hand, turned around and left the hall. Pharaoh Fortress, Triumphal Square. The four major knights gathered together neatly. It was not long since Lier trained the Blood Alliance knights, but in just these few days, the overall quality of the Blood Alliance knights has improved a lot compared to the other three major knights. Lier stood in front of the knights. The matter of the Beast Tide had been explained. Now the four major knights needed to take turns guarding the Arc de Triomphe day and night. This was a very hard job, but no one complained. Pharaoh Fortress was their home, and everyone would spontaneously contribute to the fortress, which was completely different from the profit-seeking nobles in the royal city of Briefil. Lier and the leaders of the four knights stood on the high walls on both sides of the Arc de Triomphe. In the distance, the dark beasts had gathered at the edge of the Decision Mountains. Looking far away, Lier also saw some strange figures among the group of monsters. They stood among the monsters, their bodies hidden in the shadows, as if they did not exist, but under Lier's strong mental perception, Lier still saw them. There were snake tails swinging in the darkness. They were snake men. If you don't have strong mental power, you probably won't be able to find them. These snake men exude a breath of blasphemy against the law, and this breath is affecting the monsters around them. Lier frowned. Red Wolf had said before that snake men would set off a beast tide, which means that snake men have the ability to control monsters. But what exactly is that ability? While Lier was still thinking, the dense beasts in the mountains had already rushed over. Most of them were apprentice-level beasts, such as wolves and pigs, with a few primary-level beasts, and a few intermediate-level beasts in between. This was just the beginning of the beast tide, which was considered an appetizer. Everyone be alert. Lier ordered loudly when he saw this. The members of the four major knight groups picked up their weapons and shields one by one, and many adventurers on the city wall also joined them. With the strength of adventurers, the current primary beast tide is the time for them to show their skills. When the large-scale beast tide comes later, adventurers will not be able to deal with it. The Arc de Triomphe was closed, and a large number of spies gathered on the city wall, shooting at the monster wave with bows and arrows. The remaining knights and adventurers rushed down the tower after a rain of arrows to prevent the monsters from destroying the city wall. Lier also jumped off the tower, holding the knight rose and shuttled among the monsters. A casual sword could tear a monster into pieces. Arcane waves rippled around Lear, and a huge arcane cannon quickly formed and was thrown towards the group of monsters. At this moment, the advantage of the mage was reflected. The power of the mage was particularly obvious in large-scale wars. The terrifying arcane shells exploded in the group of monsters, directly killing all the monsters in the range. The other knights on the side were all stunned. In the Pharaoh Fortress, there were almost no other law professionals except the law of war, and they had never seen the power of the mage. Lear did not care about the reaction of the knights around him. The terrifying coldness broke out with him as the center of the circle, and all the monsters within a radius of 100 meters were frozen. Many knights who were struggling to resist the monsters suddenly felt less stressed, and they looked at Lear with a hint of admiration. The maximum range of Frost Nova is 100 meters. Lear rarely uses it at full strength because it consumes too much magic power. However, since he was promoted to the commander template, his magic power reserves have reached a terrifying level. The power of multi-law professionals is unquestionable. Since he claims to be a dual law professional, Lear will not give up this advantage. His mage class is still a bit low. Lear did not forget that there is a mage skill book in his storage ring. The thank you gift from Erwin was from the same source as the Blood Demon. As long as he has enough affinity with the arcane law, he can learn it, and replace the magic value by consuming blood. As long as he learns it, the duration of his Aslan royal swordsmanship can be improved again. Maybe he should take some time to go to the kingdom of Kalia? Or see if he can find the source of the arcane law. Lear thought to himself, but his steps did not stop. He stepped on the frozen monsters, and rushed towards the snake men hiding in the shadows in the mountains. Seeing Lear rushing over, the snake men's eyes showed a trace of panic. They were exposed. They felt Lear's magic fluctuations. That was far beyond the magic fluctuations of the mid-level professionals, and there was a strong mental power. In the past Beast Tides, even the extraordinary war knight would find it difficult to find them. After all, the professionals of the war law were not very intelligent, which meant that their mental power was not high, but the man in front of him was obviously different. The snake people began to retreat. They took out their magic wands, which emitted a black light. The remaining monsters around them had purple light in their eyes, and roared as they rushed towards Lear. Lear waved his rapier and directly dispersed the beasts at a terrifying speed, and in an instant he arrived in front of the snake people. Chapter 152. Lear's speed far exceeded the snake man's imagination. Just when Lear came in front of the snake man, the magic wand in the snake man's hand lit up again. The dark red light burst out instantly, illuminating Lear's figure. You are affected by the soul-sucking skill Soul-Sucking Heart, and are forced to make a mysterious confrontation judgment. The judgment is successful. You are exempt from the influence of Soul-Sucking Heart, and successfully counter the effect to the caster. The system panel popped up in front of him, and Lear paused for a moment. He did not feel any discomfort. Instead, the snake man holding the magic wand in front of him had white eyes and lost consciousness. The snake men around saw Lear stop, and their eyes flashed with joy. They thought Lear was controlled. Just when they were about to control the monster to tear Lear into pieces, they found that Lear raised his head. He is not controlled. Hurry. The snake man closest to Lear discovered Lear's situation and shouted hurriedly. The snakeman was talking, but he was forced to interrupt halfway. The cold frost directly froze the snakeman into an ice sculpture, and the other snakemen were not spared. As the snakeman was frozen, the monsters that had been desperately rushing towards the fortress wall began to tremble one by one. In the shocked eyes of the adventurers and the knights of the knights, the monsters actually began to flee. Except for the monsters frozen by Lear, most of the monsters fled madly towards the interior of the Decision Mountains. It was not until the battlefield in front of the fortress was left with only the corpses of the monsters that everyone reacted. Those who had experienced the Beast Tide in the past showed an unbelievable expression. The monsters in the Beast Tide would actually escape. While everyone was shocked, Lear dragged a few frozen snake men to the front of the Arc de Triomphe. The gate was opened, and Lear dragged the snakemen back to the fortress. Not far away, Albert and other high-level professionals, who had been watching in secret, also came out. Lord! The knights and adventurers around were all surprised and saluted respectfully. Well done, I am very pleased to see you so brave. Albert praised the professionals around him, and then looked at the snakeman dragged by Lear. When he saw the appearance of the snakeman, he frowned slightly. Is this a monster? Everyone looked at the snakeman dragged by Lear, and their expressions were a little weird. The frozen monster was wearing a black robe, with a snake head and a human body and a long snake tail. Many people present saw this strange creature for the first time. Hannah and the other two also saw the frozen snakeman, and she immediately widened her eyes. This is the snakeman clan in the rift. Hannah couldn't help but say out loud. Her voice attracted everyone's attention. Albert looked at Hannah. Do you know this creature? Everyone looked at Hannah. With so many people's attention, Hannah became a little nervous. Seeing this, Walton stood up helplessly. It's like this, Lord. I went to the rift with Hannah before. Walton told what happened in the rift. Many adventurers knew about this. When they came back, they talked about it in the Adventurers Guild, but it didn't give much attention. Albert listened to Walton's story quietly. When he heard the hideous demon, he seemed to think of something and glanced at Lear. What Walton described was obviously the Blood Apostle, who had appeared in the royal city. But now the Blood Apostle appeared in the Decision Mountains. Albert knew that Lear was related to the Blood Apostle. He pondered for a moment and said to Walton, Do you mean that there is a god of heretical law hidden under the rift? And these snake people are the followers of that god? Yes, that's how the demon talked to the snake people. Walton nodded. Everyone looked at each other. What Walton said was too magical, and the onlookers around started to talk. So there are gods of heretical laws in the rift? No wonder so many adventurers who went to the rift didn't come back. Are the beast tides that so many fortresses have been experiencing related to the god of heretical laws? Albert pondered for a moment and said, The news you mentioned is very important. I will send someone to the rift to investigate. He waved his hand and looked at Lear. Lear, come with me. Lear shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. He knew what Albert wanted him to do. He handed the snake men to Leisha on the side. Lock these snake men up, and don't get close. They are still alive. These snake men have the ability to control minds. Don't get too close to these snake men. I will come to deal with them later. After Lear finished speaking, he followed Albert away. The two went directly back to Stuart's mansion and came to the room. The demon Walton mentioned is the Blood Apostle? Albert said straight to the point after closing the door. Yes, Lear answered casually. Is it true that there are heretical law gods under the rift? Albert asked. It's true. Under the rift, there are not only heretical law gods, but also their followers, which are the snake men just now. Lear said seriously. Telling Albert some things can also make Albert prepared. From the information I got, the beast tide that occurs every 5 years in the fortress is caused by blasphemy of the true spirit. Blasphemy of the true spirit? Is this the god? Albert frowned. Yes, the other party controls the blasphemy of the law, and can steal the power of other laws to improve himself, so he will set off the beast tide, collect the bodies of those dead law professionals through the beast tide, and devour their bodies to restore his own strength. Lear explained slowly. Albert took a deep breath. He has been stationed in the Pharaoh fortress for decades, and has experienced nearly 10 beast tides, but he has never known the existence of blasphemy of the true spirit. The Blood Apostle told you all this? What is his purpose? Albert raised his head. Lear thought for a few seconds. Albert knew that he had a connection with the Blood Apostle. Albert did not know the Blood Apostle, so it was normal for him to be afraid of the Blood Apostle. After a short silence, Lear had a flash of inspiration. The Blood Apostle's purpose is to let the Lord of Blood Source devour other heretical law gods. Devour other gods? Albert was a little shocked. Yes, just like the corrupt true spirits in the royal city, and the blasphemous true spirits now. Lear nodded. Father, you don't have to worry about the Blood Apostle at all. He is only interested in the gods of heretical laws. Lear fooled Albert, and Albert didn't seem to suspect that he was the Blood Apostle, and Lear would not take the initiative to say it. Albert listened to Lear's words, and was silent. If what Lear said was true, it could be said that the fortress of Pharaoh had been standing on the edge of a cliff all these years. A god of heretical law was right next to him. Albert still remembered the corrupt true spirit that descended on the royal city of Brayful. If it weren't for the goddess of the golden law who sent down the divine gift and joined forces with the Blood Apostle and the queen's final ban, I'm afraid the entire royal city would have become hell now. If the blasphemous true spirit in the rift had the same strength as the corrupt true spirit, how would the fortress of Pharaoh resist it? Since you said that the Blood Apostle intended to let the Lord of the Blood Source devour the blasphemous true spirit, does that mean that the Blood Apostle can defeat the god? Albert asked suddenly. Lear was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. I don't know about that. Where is the Blood Apostle now? Can he come to see me? Albert asked again. Ah? Lear was stunned. Since the Blood Apostles intend to deal with the gods in the rift, then our goals are the same. If we solve the god fortress, we will not suffer from the beast tide again. We can cooperate. Albert thought seriously. And this beast tide came 2 years earlier. Could it be related to the Blood Apostles? Albert thought of another question. This I'm not too sure about this. Lier shook his head awkwardly. He was basically sure that the beast tide came earlier because Lillian swallowed the blasphemous law source in Sheila's body, but he couldn't tell Albert. Usually, the blood apostle comes to me on his own initiative. If you want to cooperate, I will explain it to him the next time the blood apostle comes. Lier changed the topic of the beast tide. Then let's do it. Albert nodded. He originally planned to go to the rift to see the situation, but now he just threw this idea away. There is a god and his followers. He can't guarantee the safety of sending high-level spies there. If the spies die in the rift, it will be a loss. After talking with Albert, Lier went out again. He went to the villa where he had Affanina and Sheila. Arriving at the bedroom on the 4th floor of the villa, Affanina and Sheila were reading books. As a golden saint, Affanina instinctively hated the heretic law. Although the blasphemous law source in Sheila had been swallowed, the blood law was restored again. Feeling the breath of blood law on Sheila, Affanina could think of Lier, who blasphemed her, which made her extremely unstable. What are you reading? A deep voice sounded in Affanina's ears. Affanina was stunned for a moment, then turned her head, and saw the face that made her hate but not hate. Lier was looking at the book in Affanina's hand with a strange expression. Act 2, Imprisoned Nun looking at the content in the book, Lier raised his eyebrows. Affanina reacted, the whole person was startled, and hurriedly stood up, and the book in her hand was accidentally thrown out and covered on the ground. The red leather cover of the book was exposed. Pagans and nuns, this is the name of the book. Ah! Don't read it. After realizing what happened, Affanina's cheeks instantly turned red. She quickly bent down to pick up the book, but was picked up by Lier. So you have been reading books like this? Lier whispered to Affanina's ear. Let me go! Affanina struggled, and the magic power in her body flowed. Now Lier would leave her some magic power enough to cast elementary spells every day. Affanina struggled for a while, but Lier held her tightly like an iron clamp. Be good, since you like to read such books, you can tell me what you want me to do to you, and I will fulfill your wish. Lier said with a chuckle, biting Affanina's neck. The numb touch instantly spread from Affanina's body, and the saint collapsed in Lier's arms, and stopped struggling. She bit her lips, and didn't dare to look at Lier's eyes. After absorbing the magic power in Affanina's body, only a little was left. Lier carried Affanina to the bed, and then walked towards Sheila. Seeing Lier walking towards her, Sheila's cheeks were slightly rosy, and she obediently let Lier bite her neck until Lier absorbed all the magic power. Lier absorbed a lot of the magic power of the two women. After doing all this, Lier asked Sheila, Do you know the mesmerist? Sheila fell into Lier's arms obediently. When she heard the word mesmerist, she blinked her eyes. Lord Lier, the mesmerist is a legal profession given by the blasphemous true spirit. The beast tide in the Judgment Mountains is controlled by the mesmerist in the Snake Clan. Lier asked again. Yes, there are several high-level soul-confusing masters in the clan, and one soul-confusing master who is close to the extraordinary level. Shira answered without hesitation. How do soul-confusing masters control monsters? There are blasphemous crystals given by blasphemous true spirits in their heads, which can affect the thinking of other creatures. How are the professions distributed in the Snakeman clan? Most of them are law thieves, and there are only a few soul-confusing masters. Lier asked about the information about the Snakeman clan and soul-confusing masters bit by bit, and Shira answered quietly. This is also the purpose of his coming here. Soul-confusing masters and law thieves are both professions under the blasphemous law, and they have one thing in common with law thieves. Neither has much lethality. Law thieves steal the power of other law professionals, while soul-confusing masters control other law professionals, and have no other abilities. Lier raised his eyebrows. Both professions are a bit weird, but in fact, their abilities are very powerful. According to Sheila, most of the snake men are thieves. They have retained the previous blood elf professions, and many of them are blood hunters and blood knights. It is worth mentioning that many humans who disappeared in the beast tide were also transformed into snake men, so there are also many thieves who have stolen the war law profession in the snake men. The number of soul-spelling masters is very small. So as long as the soul-spelling master's head is blown up, those driven monsters will return to normal? Lier asked the last question. Yes, this is the fastest way. Sheila panted and looked at Lier with a charming face. Wrapped in the strong masculine aura of Lier, her body was also a little moved. She didn't mind letting Lier get her. She is a blood elf, and Lier is the king chosen by Lillian. If she is favored by Lier, it is her honor. Unfortunately, Lier didn't seem to have any intention of having a passionate affair with her. Lier stood up and saw Ophelia, who was sitting on the bed, with a resentful expression on her face. Chapter 153. Lear stood on the tower, looking at the Decision Mountains in the distance. Since repelling the beast tide 3 days ago, the Pharaoh fortress has not been attacked again. This is very strange. There has never been such a break in the beast tide in the past. I have said it before, the beast tide occurs every 5 years. The previous monsters were probably just an accident. There have been monsters before, right? The monster riot in the Decision Mountains. This time there are just a little more monsters. It is not a beast tide at all. The garrison knight yawned and complained to the knight companion beside him. The knight companion beside him was about to say something when he saw Lear walking not far away. He quickly winked at the knight who was speaking. "What are you doing?" the knight asked with some surprise. "Master Lear." The knight on the other side ignored the other's words, straightened his back and saluted. "I told you, call me the commander in the knights." Lear glanced at the knight, and then his eyes fell on the knight who had just complained. "Do you think the beast tide is fake?" "No, I just think." The knight looked at Lear nervously. "I can tell you clearly that the beast tide is real. I know that the calmness of the past 3 days has made you slack, but I still hope you can be more serious." Lear scolded lightly. "The fortress is behind you. Once the Arc de Triomphe is lost, the entire fortress will fall into disaster." The knight opened his mouth, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. Lear didn't say anything more, waved his hand, continued patrolling. The 2 knights bowed and left quickly as if they had been pardoned. Looking at the backs of the 2 knights, Lear did not stay any longer and walked towards the underground prison. The 3 days of calm did not mean the end of the beast tide. According to the information obtained from Sheila before, the beast tide was controlled by the soul bewitching masters in the Snakeman clan. The number of soul bewitching masters was rare, and Lear caught 4 of them, which probably made the Snakeman clan alert. In the previous beast tide, the soul bewitching masters were hidden in the beast herd, and even Albert could not find them, but now Lear can sense them. Lear thought to himself, and soon he came to the prison where the Snakemen were imprisoned. The 4 Snakemen were tied up, and their robes were stripped off to reveal their hideous bodies. Seeing Lear appear, the 4 Snakemen showed angry eyes. "Damn mortals! Do you know who we are?" one of the Snakemen suddenly said angrily. Lear did not speak, but just looked at the Snakemen who spoke quietly. "We are the followers of the gods. If you dare to capture us, you will die a miserable death when the Father God arrives." The Snakeman spoke again. "Just for lying on that big snake." Lear finally spoke. He chuckled and said, "If that big snake dares to come, I would like to try the taste of killing the gods again." "How dare you blaspheme the Father God?" Hearing Lear's words, the other 3 Snakemen also opened their eyes wide with anger. Lear shook his head. These Snakemen's followers have been domesticated into true fanatics by the blasphemy law. There is no point in talking nonsense with them. He walked up to the Snakeman with a cold look in his eyes. Lear raised his hand and grabbed the Snakeman's head directly. "Damn mortal! What do you want to do?" The captured Snakeman struggled. "I heard that you Snakeman soul crushers rely on the crystal in your head to control the monsters?" Lear said in a flat tone. Hearing Lear's words, the captured Snakeman's eyes widened instantly. "How do you know the secret of the soul crusher?" the Snakeman said in disbelief. The other 3 Snakemen next to him were also stunned. Lear showed a terrifying smile. He did not answer the Snakeman's question, but increased the strength of his right hand. The Snakeman whose head was caught felt the pain from the top of his head, and his body twisted. "What do you want to do?" "What?" Lear continued the action in his hand, and his tone did not change at all, of course, "to see what the crystal given to you by the big snake is." As he said, the Snakeman was completely panicked. "You can't do this. Father God will not let you go." The Snakeman roared madly, but the pain from the top of his head became clearer and clearer. He felt the scales on his head being pushed away, and the blood bar of the Snakeman kept dropping in Lear's sight. As Lear exerted force, the long blood bar was cleared in an instant, and red and white brain matter gushed out. Lear had anticipated the release of the magic shield in front of him. After a shrill scream, the Snakeman shook violently, and then there was no movement. Lear's hand fumbled in the Snakeman's brain for a while, touched a hard crystal, and took it out directly. This is a black diamond crystal, with a thing in the center that looks like a snake-eye pupil, and it is still rotating. It is similar to the black gem pendant on Sheila before, but the magic fluctuation in it is stronger. Lear looked closely, and the information of the crystal popped up in the form of a system panel. Name: Blasphemy Eye Crystal. Category: Law Relic. Introduction: a crystal that contains the power of the blasphemy law profession. Effect: By integrating the crystal into the brain, you can awaken the blasphemy law affinity and obtain the law profession soul master. Fusion requirements, Mystery 10. Note: once the crystal is integrated, the original law profession, law affinity, and magic level will be cleared, and you will unconditionally pledge allegiance to the blasphemy law and be controlled by the blasphemy law. Liar raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a job transfer item for the law profession. This is a good thing. He shook off the blood and flesh residue on his hand and put the crystal away. It's nothing to Lear, but he can reward it to players in the future. I just don't know if this job transfer item can still be used if the blasphemy true spirit is killed. In the previous life, there were many job transfer items condensed by heretical laws. Some would lose their effects due to the death of the law true spirit. Players who have already changed their jobs would also lose their power, and their levels would be directly reset to 0. However, there are some props that will not become invalid due to the death of the law spirit. Lear is not very clear about the rules. He looked at the remaining 3 soul enchanters again. After feeling Lear's gaze, the 3 snakemen trembled. You devil! You can't do this to us? The snakemen shouted desperately, but Lear remained expressionless. There were bursts of screams in the prison, which lasted for several minutes before they stopped. After a while, Lear walked out expressionlessly, holding 4 crystals in his hands. Time passed little by little, and the next 2 days were still calm. Although Lear had warned them not to relax, the knights stationed at the Arc de Triomphe still became lazy. At night, the Decision Mountains were pitch black, and the soldiers on the Arc de Triomphe patrolled casually. It seems that Commander Lear is too cautious. It has been 5 days. If the beast tide had come again, it would have come again. The knight, who had been scolded by Lear before, complained. Don't say it. Be careful that Commander Lear hears it again. We just need to patrol with peace of mind. The knight on the side said unhappily. I'm afraid Commander Lear is asleep now. How could he hear it? The knight curled his lips indifferently. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw 2 dark shadows climbing up the tower. Under the weak light, the knight widened his eyes. The ferocious snake head and swinging snake tail, plus the bright red scales, were more terrifying than the snake man Lear caught 5 days ago. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the snakeman swung his claws and knocked his knight companion to the ground, without even a scream. 2 snakemen came towards him little by little, one red and one black, both tall. The knight finally reacted, and was about to pick up the horn at his waist to blow it, but the snakeman's sharp claws grabbed his neck directly. The knight was caught directly, his feet left the ground, and he struggled painfully. The horn in his hand slipped to the ground, and the red snakeman crushed the horn with 1 foot. Move faster, don't get caught. The red snakeman let out a low roar, and the black snakeman beside him nodded, emitting a strange red light all over his body. In the knight's unbelievable eyes, the snakeman turned into a pool of bloody flesh and gradually wrapped the knight, who fainted on the ground. Soon, the flesh and blood completely merged into the knight's body. The body of the knight, who was originally unconscious, trembled on the ground, and then he staggered to his feet. He twisted his neck and looked very strange. This body is too weak. The knight made a low voice. On the knight's face, a snake-face phantom appeared from time to time, and it was fixed on the knight's original face after a moment. My name is Armand Hodge, and I am a junior war knight of the Ice Crusher Knights. The knight suddenly said something strange. Seeing this scene, the red snake man nodded, and then looked at the knight he caught in the air. 10 minutes later, the red snake man disappeared, and a knight sat on the ground, raised his head, and a red light flashed in his eyes. I am Seymour Britannia, a junior spy, he said in a low voice with his lips slightly opened. The next day, Lear woke up from his sleep. Miria was lying on him, looking at him with big eyes. Lear pinched Miria's cheek, picked up the little princess, and smiled. My princess, what are you thinking about? Maria let Lear hold her, nestled in Lear's arms, and replied with a rosy face, I'm thinking, it would be great if we could stay like this forever. We're together every day, there's no danger in the fortress, you can always be with me. The little princess raised her head, and looked at Lear again. Lear felt warm in his heart, stroking Miria's long hair, and he also hoped that such days could continue. These days, Lear has been with Miria, and sometimes he takes Miria to the wall of the Arc de Triomphe to have a look. It has been 6 days since the last beast tide, and it has been calm, as if the previous beast tide was just an emergency. But Lear knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The blood incarnation in the old dream saw that many snake people were ready to go. They seemed to be waiting for something. Lear thought to himself, still smiling on the surface, we will always be together. He patted Milia's head and said, "It's time to get up, my princess." Milia nodded and stood up from Lear's arms obediently. He helped Milia comb her hair, and the two of them left the room after washing up. "Are you going to the Arc de Triomphe today?" Milia asked as they walked side by side. "Yes." Lear nodded. "It has been 6 days since the monsters appeared. Will the beast tide really come again?" Milia asked, a little depressed. "If the beast tide comes again, Lear will go to the battlefield. She doesn't want this to happen, as it will put Lear in danger. Although Lear is very powerful, Miria knows that the power of blood cannot be used openly, just like her mother and herself. The law of the star can only be hidden, and the same is true for the law of blood." Lear lowered his head and looked at Miria. He seemed to have a telepathic connection with her. He saw what Miria was thinking at a glance. "Don't worry about me. Even if the god appears in person, I will be fine," he said, with unparalleled confidence in his words. The blood incarnation in the old dream has almost accumulated all the experience points for promotion to extraordinary. At most, he can reach level 80 in 3 days. At that time, he can be promoted to extraordinary as long as he completes the professional advancement task. Lear was looking forward to what kind of power he would gain by fusing the corrupted divine blood. The two walked and talked. After eating the breakfast sent by Eno, Lear went to the Arc de Triomphe, while Milia and Eno were going to stroll around the commercial street of the fortress. Milia and Eno were walking on the streets of the fortress, accompanied by Hannah, a former adventurer, as a night guard. This was arranged by Lear. This was not the first time that Milia went shopping with Eno. Hannah was the guide, and the three women chatted harmoniously. While the three women were strolling, 2 knights in armor were also patrolling the streets not far away. The 2 knights walked into a shadow, and one of them said, "Lord Costadin, we have been sneaking into the Pharaoh fortress for a long time. Since we already know that it was the heir of the Stuart family who found and captured the mesmer, why don't we just kill him? He is a dual professional of a mage and the law of war. He can sense the hidden mesmer. Only by killing him can the beast tide be launched more safely." Hearing this, the other knight shook his head. The kid named Lear is a high-level professional and has dual laws. The Father God also ordered to devour him before, so it is best to catch him alive. The knight named Bis nodded after hearing this. The two did not say anything else. Just as they were about to continue patrolling, Costadin saw Milia and the other two in the shop next to him. The moment he saw Milia, his eyes shrank slightly. What a strong wall aura this is! Costadin was amazed in his heart. As a professional who blasphemed the law, they were very sensitive to the aura of other laws. He felt an unprecedented law aura in Milia. This is an absolutely excellent talent. And it is a heretical law like them. Chapter 154. Not just Milia, Costadin looked at the maid next to Milia again, and the power of blood made him miss it. Believers of the law of blood, the Lord of Blood is indeed in this fortress. Costadin's heart was trembling, with fear and excitement. It was the fear of the Lord of Blood, and the excitement of killing the believer of the law of blood. "Lord Costadin?" Bis said puzzledly. He followed Costadin's gaze, and looked forward. When he saw Milia, his expression twisted. "Bis, do you remember what I told you we came to the fortress of Pharaoh?" Costadin said faintly. "Find the missing soul master, secretly assassinate the professional power of the fortress of Pharaoh, and prepare for the Father God to completely occupy this city." Bis replied subconsciously. Now, the target has changed. Costadin stared at Milia and Eno. You see, they are 2 believers of the heretical law, and one of them is a believer of the blood law. The Lord of Blood is in this fortress. All the believers of the blood law here should be dedicated to the Father God. Costadin showed a somewhat morbid smile, and Bis was also infected by Costadin's attitude, licking his lips at the 2 girls in front of him. Milia and Eno had no idea that they had been targeted, and they followed Hannah and continued to stroll in the commercial street. They found a restaurant to eat at noon, and then strolled until the evening. The 3 women planned to return to Stuart's mansion. Not far away, Costadin and Bis, hiding in the shadows, quietly watched the 3 women sitting in the carriage. "Have you heard the news?" Costadin asked. "Yes." Bis nodded, his tone somewhat excited. "Those 2 believers of the heretic law are from the Stuart mansion, and they seem to have a close relationship with the boy named Lear. As for the guard next to him, he is a captain of the Blood Alliance Knights. Oh, since they are from the Stuart family, arrest them all," Costadin said grimly. Bis on the side also showed an excited expression on his face. The 2 carefully followed the carriage. When they came to an open place, they walked out of the shadows. Hannah, who was driving the carriage, looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of her, frowned slightly, and looked at the armor on the two people. This is the clothing of the Ice Crusher Knights. Are you from the Ice Crusher Knights? What's the matter? Hannah asked. Millia and Eno in the carriage also heard the sound outside, and stuck their heads out of the window. As soon as the two of them stuck their heads out, they saw that the normal heads of the two knights in front of them had turned into snake heads. The knight's body was shattered inch by inch, and then the bodies of the two snake men emerged from the blood and flesh fragments. Kostadin and Biss revealed their original appearance. This is the high-level skill of the blood hunter, flesh and blood parasitism, which can parasitize other organisms. You can choose to parasitize without injury, or you can choose to plunder all of them forcefully. The former will not cause harm to the parasite, and the latter will kill the target at the moment of parasitism. After plundering all of them, you will obtain the target's memory and some law abilities. This is the power of the blood law. It is terrifying and cruel. Hannah's pupil shrank suddenly when she saw this. She knew this kind of snake people too well. Are you from the Snake People clan? Hannah said in a panic. She forced herself to stay calm. The two snake people in front of her exuded powerful magic fluctuations, far higher than her level, especially the red snake person, whose aura was so strong that Hannah had only felt it on Albert. Kostadin and Biss ignored Hannah's words. They stared at Millia and Eno, and the next second, bright red light burst out from their bodies. If Lear was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the bloodthirsty step he had just learned not long ago. The speed of the two snake people suddenly increased, especially the red snake person. Hannah didn't react at all, and felt a heavy blow to the chest, and then her eyes went black and she fainted. Millia and Eno became even more panicked when they saw this. How could a pampered princess and a little maid who had hardly fought be a match for the snake man? She was knocked unconscious by the snake man in just a moment. Don't kill them. They are all excellent ingredients. Father God will like them, Kostadin warned. Biss understood, and was a little gentler. The two of them directly carried Millia and Eno off the carriage, and then carried Hannah and Shancho up. In the horrified eyes of the scattered vendors and pedestrians around, they jumped onto the roof and disappeared into the night. It was not until the two left that the pedestrians and vendors reacted. That was the snake man just now, right? Someone said tremblingly. I remember that Master Lier caught a few snake men not long ago. I heard that they were monsters in the rift. Now they have all sneaked into the fortress. Another person said in panic. Everyone present was trembling with fear. After looking at each other, they dispersed. They all knew that such a thing must be told to the Lord, and only the Lord could handle it. In Stuart's mansion, Lear sat on the sofa, looking at the dim sky outside, feeling a little strange. Millia has not come back yet, and neither has Eno. This is very abnormal. He inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He frowned. There should be no danger in the fortress. Besides, he asked Hannah to guard her. A mid-level professional was enough. Slightly closing his eyes, Lear began to sense the blood mark on Hannah before. In his mind, a red dot kept moving, heading towards the direction of the Decision Mountains, and moving quickly. Lear opened his eyes. There was a problem. Hannah was obviously guarding Millia. Why did she move towards the Decision Mountains? Just as Lear was thinking, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the house. Queen Philia rushed into the hall, and saw Lear's anxious face. Your Highness. It's bad. Millia was taken away, Queen Philia said hurriedly. What? Lear frowned and stood up. I saw it. The Queen walked up to Lear. It was the Snake Man. I saw the Snake Man took Millia away. Lear's expression finally changed. The Queen was an astrologer, and had the ability to predict the future. It seemed that it was the Queen who saw Millia being taken away. Feeling the red dot in his mind that was close to the edge of the fortress, Lear's face became gloomy. I know, I will bring Millia back, Lear said seriously. Do you know where Millia is? The Queen asked in shock. Of course, Millia is my wife. How could I not keep some tricks? Lear smiled. Then I go first. Lear didn't explain much. Judging from the direction of the red dot, the Snake Man might want to take Millia to the Decision Mountains. If they enter the mountains, it will be troublesome. On the other side, at the edge of the fortress, Biss and Kostadin moved forward quickly. Lord Kostadin, are we going to leave directly? That kid named Liar. Biss asked hesitantly. Didn't you notice? This woman has the blood mark of the blood hunter on her body. It's probably left by the Lord of Blood or the King. If she continues to stay in the fortress, the Lord of Blood will come to her. Kostadin said lightly, if the Lord of Blood comes to her, we can't deal with it. The most important thing is to bring them back to the old dream, and dedicate them to the Father God," he said, looking at the girl on his shoulder, her long silver hair shining in the moonlight. Kostadin had a hunch that this girl was definitely not a simple heretic law believer. At such a close distance, just feeling the heretic law breath on the girl, his body was trembling slightly. The two continued to run towards the edge of the fortress, and did not hesitate when they came to the Arc de Triomphe. It is not easy to attack and occupy a heavily guarded fortress head-on. Kostadin and Biss only sneaked in with the blood and flesh parasitic skills of the high-level blood hunter. But if you want to leave the fortress, it would be too easy. Those guarding knights simply couldn't stop them. The knights stationed at the Arc de Triomphe widened their eyes when they saw the two ferocious snakemen rushing out of the fortress. Enemy attack. A roar resounded through the sky. The horn sounded in the night. Thin and his knights stationed here instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Thin drew his sword and saw the three women carried on the shoulders of the snake men. He knew Milia and Ino, who were Lear's fiancée and maid, and Hannah, the captain of the New Blood Alliance Knights. Now they were all captured without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Thin's expression became serious, but before he could speak, blood burst out from Kostadin and Biss. In the shocked eyes of the knights, he rushed out of the encirclement, rushed directly out of the wall of the Arc de Triomphe, and jumped down. Thin and the knights were stunned for a while, and then Thin showed an ugly expression. That was Lear's fiancée. She was captured by the snake man, and he didn't stop her. How could he explain to Lear? Thin rushed to the top of the tower. In the night, two blood-colored lights and shadows had dawned far away. That speed was not something he could catch up with. Just when Thin was a little at a loss, another blood-colored light and shadow rushed out of the fortress. In the night, the moonlight illuminated the face of the figure. Wearing a luxurious robe, his face was hideous, like a demon. If the snake man just now gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling, then the demon in front of him was full of majesty and hideous. Thin was shocked by this glimpse. It's okay that there are snake men in the fortress, and now there is another demon, and they, the knights guarding the city, are not aware of it at all. In the night sky, Lear was at full speed. With the double blessing of Oslin's royal swordsmanship and violent blood steps, his speed reached an unprecedented height. Looking at the two red spots in front of him, Lear's eyes had already seen the three girls of Milia being carried. His expression became cold, and a bloody vortex appeared in his hand, entwined on the invisible night rose, and turned into a hideous bloody rose. The bright red light gathered on the bloody rose, and Lear's figure suddenly paused, leaning forward, and all the attributes were transformed into power. The bloody rose turned into a bloody spear, and with the double blessing of speed and power, it suddenly shot towards the snake man in front. Kostadin, who was running all the way, instantly felt a breath of death. He turned his head suddenly, and saw a bloody lightning rushing towards him. The strong breath of blood loss startled Kostadin, and the blow made all the scales on his body stand up. Kostadin wanted to dodge, but even if he developed the blood-violating steps to the extreme, he couldn't dodge the speed, and every time he moved his body, the blood-colored lightning seemed to move with him. In a flash, Kostadin threw Milia and Hannah on his shoulders into the air, took out two scimitars from the storage items, and crossed them in front of his chest. Boom! The blood-colored spear hit the crossed scimitars, and in Kostadin's shocked eyes, the scimitars were directly shattered. The fragments of the scimitar flew everywhere. This is an extraordinary weapon. It was an item he brought out from the Blood Elves, but it couldn't withstand the spear? Kostadin was shocked, and before he could be shocked for too long, the spear pierced his chest, and took Kostadin out for dozens of meters, and finally nailed him to a stone wall. Seeing this, Lear kept his eyes on Milia in the air, and caught Milia with a flash, and also grabbed Hannah. On the other side, Biss, who was carrying Ino, looked at Kostadin, who was knocked out, and his body trembled. Lear fell from the air, holding Milia in one hand and Hannah in the other, and looked at Biss. The bloody rose nailed to Kostadin not far away turned into a bloody light, and returned to Lear's hand. The ferocious heavy thorn sword was inserted into the ground with Kostadin's blood. Biss looked at the spiral thorn sword stained with blood, swallowed his saliva, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Do you give her back to me, or do I kill you myself? Lear's eyes were cold, and his tone was full of endless murderous intent. Biss gritted his teeth. He was not a fool. He knew that these were just words to humiliate him. Even Kostadin was beaten to death. How could the devil in front of him let him go? In an instant, a bright red light emanated from Biss. He threw the girl in his hand far away, and then his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. Another high-level skill of the Blood Hunter, similar to the forced detachment of the spy, flash displacement skill. When Biss appeared on the other side, the bloody step was activated, and he rushed madly towards the direction of the Decision Mountains. Liar dodged and caught Eno thrown by Biss, and then raised the bloody rose again. The death thorn piercing was still cooling, but with a distance of only a few hundred meters, Biss could not escape at all. Aslan royal swordsmanship was activated again. Liar's eyes became sharp, and the heavy piercing sword in his hand was thrown out. Chapter 155. The blood-red rose flew towards the snakeman in the distance, with a fierce momentum. Biss, who was running for his life, only heard a loud explosion, and then felt an irresistible force coming from his back, accompanied by severe pain. The blood-red rose hit Biss accurately, passed through Biss's chest, and nailed Biss's body to the stone wall in the direction of Kostadin. You killed the Snakeman family, high level, and gained 8,000 experience points. The system prompt of Biss's death appeared in front of Lear. Lear stretched out his hand, and the night rose turned into a blood light, and returned to his hand again. Lear looked at Biss's body. In the rubble ruins, a long blood bar can be seen. Kostadin was not dead. The previous attack only knocked off 1/3 of his blood. The bright red blood mist filled the rubble. Damn blood believers! A roar resounded in the night sky, and the terrifying energy wave instantly broke through the rubble, and Kostadin rushed out. The red snake man opened his eyes wide, and his pair of red vertical pupils stared at Lear not far away, and the terrifying murderous intent was not concealed at all. On the other side, the Arc de Triomphe Tower. Albert rushed over with Queen Philia, and saw the somewhat messy scene and the bewildered knights, and asked seriously, "What happened? Have you seen the snake man?" Seeing Albert's arrival, the knights came back to their senses, and stood in line again. "My lord, just now 2 snake men carried Miss Milia, Hannah, and a maid and rushed out." Finn said quickly, and as he spoke, he thought of the demon that he had seen for a moment. "Well, there is another demon, just like the demon that Hannah had described in the rift." "Demon?" Albert was stunned for a moment, and just as he opened his mouth to ask something, he heard a hysterical roar in the night sky. Damn blood believers! The voice reached the ears of every knight present, and almost everyone was stunned for a moment. Only Albert and Queen Philia had slightly different expressions. When the queen heard this, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. The blood believer mentioned in the roar should be Lear. After talking to Lear about Myria just now, Lear rushed out alone. The queen knew that Lear was very strong, but she still had some worries in her heart. The snake man she saw gave her an extremely evil feeling. The queen sighed. Today's astrology had been used, and now she couldn't see Lear's future. "Then, take a team of knights with me to see what's going on. The rest of you should stay alert." Albert made a decision. The knights stationed in the triumphal square immediately took action. Soon, a team of about 10 knights had assembled. "Philia, you stay in the fortress." Albert turned to the queen and said, "I go with you." Philia said seriously, "I'm not a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken." Albert was stunned by what Philia said. Indeed, the queen was a high-level Chinching law professional, but Chinching law was not allowed to be seen in public. After a moment of silence, Albert shook his head. "Okay, but you have to listen to me in everything." "Nothing will happen to me." Philia smiled. Finn, who was standing by, looked at the two of them with a strange expression. He knew Philia. She was the woman Albert brought back from the royal city of Brayful. She moved directly into the Steward mansion. As Albert's wife, Sophia did not stop him. Finn took a look and then retracted his gaze. The Lord's affairs were not something he could interfere with. In the dark night, the snake man and the demon were fighting. Lear held the bloody rose, and Kostadin took out a scimitar again, which was still an extraordinary weapon. The blade was burning with bright red flames. Although it was not as good as the double swords that Lear had broken before, it was precious enough. The extraordinary blood hunter was indeed powerful. No, it should be the extraordinary thief. The blood hunter was just the power stolen by the snake man in front of him. The rapier in his hand collided with Kostadin's scimitar. Lear was somewhat impressed by the power of the thief. As long as you steal and copy the power of other professions, you can become a multi-law professional. Although there is a 7-day switching cooldown, it is still very powerful. However, it is still a little worse than him, a real multi-law professional. After all, the law thief cannot use the power of 2 laws at the same time, and he has no restrictions. Damn blood believer, are you the king chosen by the Lord of Blood? A high-level professional? Kostadin attacked the air frantically. When he was hit by the blood-colored lightning just now, Kostadin felt the pain that went deep into his bones, and almost fainted for a while. He felt ashamed. He abandoned blood and chose the power of blasphemous law, but now, he was beaten so badly by the blood law believer he once abandoned. And this believer of blood is only a high-level professional. Kostadin couldn't accept it. How could the law he had abandoned be so strong? Both sides used the blood-blasting pace. Lear was just barely resisting Kostadin. He had activated the Aslan Royal Swordsmanship when he was tracking all the way. If it weren't for the 1-minute non-consumption of magic power by the blue secret dewdrop, his magic power should have been exhausted by now. Now Lear's magic power is not much left, and Kostadin in front of him obviously hasn't used his full strength. Lear has read the description of the extraordinary skills of the Blood Hunter. It is an extremely powerful ability, stronger than the professions under the 3 orthodox laws. Is this your only level? Kostadin felt the weakness of the demon in front of him. It is surprising that a high-level profession can fight with an extraordinary professional like him for so long. Now this demon has obviously ended from the explosive power. A small high-level professional dared to hurt me. You are a believer of blood. I will kill you with the power of blood. Kostadin knocked Lear back with one blow and shook the scimitar in his hand. Lear also dodged to the side and saw the snake man raised his head, with blood flowing from his eyes. A bloody crescent moon suddenly rose in the sky, and the moonlight shone on the snake man's body, forming a cloak, and then fell from the sky and imprinted on the snake man's eyebrows. Moon escape blood sacrifice. The extraordinary skill of the blood hunter. Under the shining of the bloody crescent moon, all attributes are increased by 50%, movement speed and attack speed are increased by an additional 20%, and the blood moon gauze is obtained, which can resist a fatal attack. In terms of attribute bonus, it is similar to the Blood Apostle's blood source release without blood fusion, and it has the effect of resisting a fatal attack. Even the extraordinary skill of the War Knight, the Wrath of the Goddess of War, which was recognized as a powerful War Knight in the previous life, only enhances the strength, dexterity, and physical attributes by 50%, and adds 60 seconds of hegemony time. The duration of the Wrath of the Goddess of War is only 10 minutes, and the hegemony time is 60 seconds. But the Moon Escape blood sacrifice lasts for 30 minutes. Kostadin's momentum rose in an instant, and the snake tongue spit out of his mouth, looking at the demon in front of him as if he was looking at a prey. Lear's expression became a little serious. His magic value was only 30%, and the activation of Aslan Royal Swordsman could only last for 30 seconds. To kill the extraordinary snake man blessed with the Moon Escape blood sacrifice within 30 seconds, and the Blood Moon Veil gave Kostadin a chance to avoid injury. It seems that there is no solution? The only thing to do seems to be to take Milia and Eno and escape. Lear was somewhat helpless. At this moment, a sound of footsteps sounded in the darkness not far away. In the darkness, Albert rushed over first, followed by more than 10 knights and the queen. When he saw Milia and the other two lying on the ground, Albert's face changed. The queen had already run up and came to Milia and the other two. She felt that the 3 women were not seriously injured, so she breathed a sigh of relief. In the darkness, the snake man and the demon confronted each other. Albert also led a group of knights to block the queen and Milia and the other 2 women behind. Albert's appearance made the snake man frown, but Lear breathed a sigh of relief. We meet again, Duke. The demon turned around and spoke to Albert as if he was treating an old friend. Blood Apostle. Albert said in a deep voice, what exactly do you want to do? Hasn't someone told you what I want to do? The blood demon said lightly, without saying much about this matter. The demon looked at the snake man on the other side. This snake man caught your son's fiancée, but I helped you rescue her. How do you want to thank me? The demon said again. Albert heard this, and turned his gaze to the snake man on the side. Feeling the violent energy of the snake man, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. A heretic law family of the extraordinary class, he had no idea for so many years. The fact that a heretic god and his family were hidden under the rift was completely confirmed. Kostadin looked at the familiar demon and Albert, and his expression became a little ugly. Albert is an extraordinary war knight. He is not afraid of the opponent in a single fight, but now his magic power is consumed greatly, and there is a demon watching him. If he continues to attack the demon, he will be at a 1-on-2 situation. Kostadin ignored the other knights around him. I have consumed most of the magic power of this snake man. Let's join forces and kill him together. The demon suddenly said, staring at the snake man with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Kostadin's heart sank, and the worst plan appeared. After killing him, I have something to talk to you about. Albert nodded after a moment of silence. Damn human! Kostadin roared angrily. Albert looked at the snake men. The beast tides over the years were actually controlled by people. There were countless people who died in the beast tides in the Pharaoh fortress, all because of these snake men. His eyes became sharp. As the Lord of Stewart, He had the obligation to protect the subjects of the territory. These snake men must know that even if they cooperate with the blood of heretics, they will not hesitate. The huge heavy sword was taken out by Albert from the storage props, and the power of the law of war raged in the dark night. The phantom of the Mad Lion appeared behind Albert, and Albert's momentum instantly increased again. This was a rare close observation of the phantom of the Mad Lion behind Albert by Lear. It was the symbol of the Lionheart Knight. As a Lionheart Knight, Albert can use some of the power of the contractor. The Mad Lion brings Albert an absolutely domineering power. Even Costigan can only temporarily avoid the edge of that terrifying momentum. He looked at the devil and the knight with a gloomy face. He was really unwilling to leave like this. Facing Costigan, it was not easy for Albert, as a war knight of the power system, to hit the blood hunter of the dexterity system. He swung the giant sword, and the manic storm raged around him. The extraordinary war knights were completely different from the high-level war knights. The storm would exert its true power in the hands of the extraordinary war knights. The terrifying hurricane roared like a natural disaster, and the strong suction made Lear and Costigan a little unstable. Albert swung the giant sword, and hurricane swept towards Costigan, and the strong suction seriously affected Costigan's movements. Seeing this, Albert roared, and his aura rose again. The shadow of the goddess of war flashed by, and his body emitted a green light. A storm stab rushed towards Costigan at a very fast speed with the power of the hurricane. Although this speed is not as fast as Lear and Costigan, it is amazing enough. This is also the advantage of the War Knight. Even the power-based War Knight can use the power of the storm to reach an amazing speed. Seeing this, Costigan quickly started the blood-bursting step, and a red light flashed on his body. The high-level displacement skill of the Blood Hunter, Blood Shadow Flash. Costigan's figure escaped from the hurricane in an instant. He was thinking about the decision, but at this moment, a bright red full moon appeared in the sky. The whole sky turned bloody, and Costigan's eyes widened. As a former Blood Elf warrior, how could he not know what this was? This is the signature skill of Red Wolf Amber. The blood moon is coming. The demon jumped high, and the rapier in his hand emitted a terrifying light. Aslan's royal swordsmanship was also brought to the extreme. The blood light in the sky condensed into a great sword. Lear waved his hand, and the great sword rushed towards Costigan as fast as a rocket. Albert on the side was not idle either, and the hurricane entangled Costigan again. Facing the bloody great sword, Costigan did not dare to be careless at all, and hurried to dodge. But at this time the rapier in Lear's hand had turned into a spear. The cooling time of the death thorn piercing has expired. The bloody spear, carrying the breath of death, was thrown out by Lear like lightning. The breath of death lingered in Costigan's heart. He gritted his teeth and fled towards the Decision Mountains without looking back. The blood-red sword was avoided, and the storm was also shaken off, but the blood-red spear that was sure to hit pierced the center of Costigan's back. The blood-red gauze dress was shattered, the blood-red spear was also bounced away, and Costigan was also blown away by the huge force. Chapter 156. The bloody rose turned into a stream of light, and returned to Lear's hand. Blood believers. And damn mortals, I will definitely flatten the entire fortress and kill all of you. The furious roar of the snake man came from afar. Lear looked at the snake man disappearing rapidly in the night, and had no intention of chasing him. His magic power was almost consumed. Albert wanted to chase him, but it was impossible to catch up with the snake man at his speed. He looked at the demon beside him, and saw the blood apostle put away his weapon. Albert frowned, but soon he felt something was wrong. The demon in front of him had little magic power. Does the Duke want to cross the river and destroy the bridge? Lear looked up at Albert meaningfully. He didn't have much magic power left now. If Albert attacked him, there would be a chance to keep him. Hearing Lear's words, Albert shook his head. I have never been a person who would kick someone when he is down. You saved Milia and the others. As long as you don't endanger the fortress, I won't do anything to you. Lear shrugged his shoulders. Albert's words were within his expectations. After all, believers of the law of war and believers of the golden law are completely different. The Duke just said he wanted to talk to me. What is it about? Lear asked. Well, I heard that your goal is the god under the rift. Albert said straight to the point. Yes. Lear nodded. What is your plan? Albert asked again. Plan? Lear was stunned for a moment. He thought for a moment. What he said to Albert before seemed to have been misunderstood by Albert. He would indeed help Lillian kill the blasphemy spirit, but he had no plans of his own, just waiting to break through to the extraordinary level. Now, after hearing Albert's reminder, he realized that even if he broke through to the extraordinary level and Lillian's power could defeat the blasphemy spirit, there were still thousands of serpentine clans in the Blood King city of the old dream. Those clans were not easy to deal with. You don't have a plan yet, do you? Albert's expression became a little weird. Lier looked a little uncomfortable, but under the cover of the blood prison mask, Albert didn't see anything. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, I don't need a plan. Since the Serpentine clan is interested in your fortress, and it has been exposed now, they will not hide it anymore. They will probably come directly next time. I just need to wait for the blasphemy spirit to appear. Lier said quietly, and he could almost guess the reason why the blasphemy spirit launched the beast tide in advance. The blasphemous law essence in Shira was devoured, and the blasphemous spirit probably thought that Lillian was going to accumulate strength in the fortress to compete with him. Lillian's appearance made the blasphemous spirit feel a sense of crisis, so the blasphemous spirit wanted to attack the fortress, occupy the fortress to devour the professionals to continue to improve their strength, and see if Lillian could be dealt with. By the way, if this is true, Lier just needs to wait for the blasphemous spirit to bring people. Albert's face became a little ugly because of Lier's words. If that god really descended to the Pharaoh fortress, could he resist it? Don't worry, if the blasphemous spirit really appears, I will deal with it, but those snake people will have to rely on you. Lier reminded him subtly that some news should be told to Albert. There are thousands of snake men under the rift, and the lowest is a beginner. There are two professions under the blasphemous law, one is the soul bewitching master, and the other is the law thief. The soul bewitching master has no attacking ability, but can control the magic beasts. The beast tide was set off by them. As for the law thief, they can steal the power of other laws. They can become any other profession, including the profession of war law and my blood law profession. He said word by word, and Albert was stunned. Such precious information, the blood apostle just gave him? Why did you tell me this information? Albert took a deep breath. Of course, I want you to hold back the snake men. Lier waved his hand pretentiously. I am only one person, and I can't deal with those thousands of snake men. Lier's words sounded like he was using the power of the Pharaoh fortress, but Albert always felt that the blood apostle in front of him was helping him. All this should be due to Lier's relationship. It seems that the connection between Lier and the blood apostle is deeper than he thought. Thank you for your information. Albert looked deeply at the blood apostle in front of him. I'm just using you. The blood demon chuckled and said nothing more to Albert. He disappeared into the night. Looking at the disappearing back of the blood apostle, Albert shook his head, turned around and waved to the knights beside him. Everyone, go back. The knights who were watching the show stood up straight. What happened tonight really shocked them. The demons and snake men were obviously professionals of the heretic law, and they were both very powerful. They were probably at the same level as their lord. The battle just now opened their eyes. Extraordinary level battles are rare. But these are not the main points. The main point is that the Lord seems to know the heretic demon, heresy is evil. Although the Pharaoh fortress believes in the law of war, and has no dogma for judging heresy, such ideas are generally conveyed in the human kingdom. This is the influence of the Golden Church. None of the knights spoke. Ideas are ideas, but believers of war have always believed in the truth they see. Whether Albert is evil or not, they all have their own judgment. Albert called on the knights to bring back the body of another high-level snakeman killed by Lier. Everyone returned to the Pharaoh fortress soon. The knights on the tower of the Arc de Triomphe were all happy to see the people returning and quickly opened the door. Albert and Philia carried Milia and the other two girls into the fortress. At this time, not far away, Lier ran out in a hurry. Seeing Lier appear, Albert always felt something was wrong, but he didn't say anything, just handed Milia and Eno to Lier. Smelly boy, where have you been? Albert scolded with a smile. Lier smiled and said casually, Of course, I went to ask for help. Father should have seen it, right? Although he had guessed that the blood apostle was called by Lier, Albert was still a little surprised. It was so late, and the blood apostle was willing to take the risk to help Lier save Milia. The relationship between the two might be more complicated than he thought. Seeing Lier's secretive look, Albert didn't ask any more questions. He didn't want to ask any more questions about his reincarnated son. Reincarnated people are rare, so it's normal to have secrets. Albert glared at Lier unhappily, and waved his hand to signal Lier and Philia to take Milia and Eno away. Walton and Nicole also got the news and rushed over. When they didn't see Hannah coming back, they realized that something was wrong. After seeing that Hannah was fine, but just unconscious, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Lier held Eno and Milia, followed Queen Philia, and left the triumphal square, and the four of them got on the carriage. Your acting skills are really good. Queen Philia didn't look at Lier until they got on the carriage. Obviously, she was a blood apostle, but she kept Albert in the dark. That innocent look made Philia feel very funny. Your Highness, you know that we heretics are all shady. Lear shrugged. As he spoke, he held Milia and Eno in his arms, and a bright red light sank into the bodies of the two women. Watching this scene, Queen Philia raised her eyebrows. What are you doing? I put a mark on them. If they are in danger next time, I can directly feel their location. Lear explained. This time Milia and Eno were kidnapped, because the snake people also kidnapped Hannah. Lear had hung a blood mark on Hannah a long time ago. Listening to Lear's words, the queen nodded without comment, and she continued, Are you going to keep your identity a secret from Albert? At least I won't tell my father now. Lear shrugged. It will be safer if my father doesn't know. When I have enough strength to fight against the Golden Church, I will no longer hide my strength. Fight against the Golden Church? The queen was shocked by Lear's words. What is the Golden Church? It is the head of the 3 major Orthodox churches, but there are 4 extraordinary professionals in the open, and there is also a retired high priest. No one knows whether they are still alive. Such a powerful force. Lear actually wants to fight against the Golden Church. Yes. Lear nodded confidently. As a former player, he knew how strong the Golden Church was better than anyone else. In addition to the extraordinary professionals in the open, there are also some hidden extraordinary professionals, but these are not important. There is also a gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary. With his current high-level strength, he can already compete with the extraordinary Snake Man. When he is promoted to the extraordinary, it is not impossible to fight the Pope. The Pope is the strongest person in the Golden Church. As long as a half-saint can compete with the Pope, the Golden Church will basically not attack him. Just like nuclear weapons, everyone has the strongest power, but once a fight breaks out, both sides will suffer. Perhaps Lear is not a match for so many extraordinary professionals who unite, but he can escape. At that time, the Golden Church will be nervous. A strong man who is at the same level as the Pope hiding in the dark is enough to make the Golden Church restless. Your Majesty, the real Golden Church is not what you see on the surface. Lear suddenly said meaningfully. What do you mean? Queen Philia asked in confusion. Lear smiled, but did not speak again. The next day, the news of the Snake Man quickly spread in the fortress. The scene where the Snake Man kidnapped Milia and the other 2 girls was also surrounded, and the bodies of the 2 knights on the ground were shocking. They could no longer be called corpses. Their heads had long been broken, and their bodies had turned into mincemeat. Their identities could only be confirmed through the missing knights list. In Stuart's mansion, Lear stayed alone in the room. Milia and Eno lay on the 2 beds in the room. Neither of the 2 girls was seriously injured, but they were only slightly injured. At this time, the 2 girls had woken up, but they were still a little frightened and their faces were a little pale. Lear, do you think I'm useless? Milia asked with some sadness and fear. How could it be? Lear denied it quickly. He looked at Milia. The little princess's mentality had indeed changed recently. No one wanted to be a vase, but Milia's identity destined her to be a canary in the Pharaoh fortress. Lear suddenly thought of what the Dark Star Goddess had said before. If Milia wanted to awaken the law of the Morning Star, she had to be greatly stimulated. This method was neither difficult nor simple. Lear pondered for a moment. He did have a way to stimulate Milia, but... Lear sighed, and suppressed the crazy idea in his mind. That idea was too extreme. He didn't say anything else. He picked up the breakfast beside him, and fed it to Milia bit by bit. Under the old dreamland royal city, the blood abyss. Constantine came to the blasphemy true spirit with injuries all over his body. The blood in the air condensed into a blood cocoon, which wrapped up the blasphemy true spirit, leaving only the human face on the snake exposed. Father God. Constantine curled up in the blood pool, and with the energy injected into the blood pool, the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. Constantine, didn't I tell you not to disturb me if it's not important? The human face of the blasphemy true spirit opened his eyes, with anger in his dark eyes. Father God, the king chosen by the Lord of Blood Source has united with the humans of the Pharaoh fortress. Constantine took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice. The blasphemy true spirit was stunned for a moment, and soon showed a cruel smile. Is that so? Sir, do we still want to attack the fortress? Constantine asked hesitantly. I went to the Pharaoh fortress. The Blood Apostle and the War Knight joined forces. I was no match for the 2 extraordinary level combat powers. Also, the Blood Apostle can sense the mesmer. If he is discovered, it will be difficult for the bees tied together. Several mesmers have been killed. Constantine continued. Although he had said harsh words to Lear and Albert before leaving, his confidence in attacking the Pharaoh fortress dropped significantly after the battle with the 2. He was the only extraordinary professional in the Serpent Man clan. He was no match for the combined forces of Lear and Albert. As for the other Serpent Man clan, there were only 1,000 of them. Over the years, Costigan had also investigated the Pharaoh Fortress and the famous Mad Lion Knights. He also knew that if there was no Beast Tide, it would be impossible for his Serpent Man clan to compete with the Pharaoh Fortress alone. But the Blood Apostle can sense the hidden Mesmer. If the Mesmer is eliminated, the Beast Tide will collapse. Chapter 157. For Costigan's doubts, Blasphemy True Spirit didn't care. He said calmly, "The Soul Master is a profession I created. Although it is mainly the ability to control the mind, it also has the passive ability to hide itself and reduce its presence. The Blood Apostle was able to detect the existence of the Soul Master only because his mental power is too strong." Costigan listened to the words of Blasphemy True Spirit. He didn't know much about the Soul Master. He used to be a blood hunter. After joining Blasphemy True Spirit, he changed his job to a law thief and stole and copied his original blood law profession. For him, the ability of the Soul Master is too weak. He has no self-protection ability at all. He relies entirely on the controlled monsters or other professions. He is not as strong as the law thief. I remember there is a Mesmer in the clan who is close to transcendence. Blasphemy True Spirit suddenly said, "Let him come over, I will let him be promoted to transcendence." Costigan was stunned for a moment. Promoted to transcendence? The spiritual power of a Mesmer at the transcendent level is strong enough, and it can also gather the spiritual power of other low-level Mesmers, enhance the ability to control the mind to a greater extent, and conceal the detection of other law professionals, so that the Blood Apostle will not be able to find the trace of the Mesmer. Blasphemy True Spirit said casually, as if in his eyes, "Transcendent professionals are all ants." Costigan opened his mouth. What he wanted to ask was not how powerful the Mesmer, who was promoted to transcendence, was, but that Blasphemy True Spirit could casually say that a high-level professional could be promoted? He couldn't help but feel a little unbalanced. When he was in the Blood Elves, it took him hundreds of years to be promoted to the transcendent realm. Now Blasphemy True Spirit can make people promoted to transcendence with just one sentence? Father God. Costigan was silent for a moment, then continued, "It's not just about the Soul Crusher. There is a War Knight of extraordinary level in the Pharaoh Fortress, and there are Blood Apostles to help. Even if Sinji is promoted to extraordinary, he still has to control the Beast Tide. I am alone." He stopped talking, and did not continue, pretending to be embarrassed. The Blasphemous True Spirit's eyes fell on Costigan. He certainly knew what Costigan was thinking. "Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. I was able to come to this old dreamland because of you," the Blasphemous True Spirit said lightly, and the bloody cocoon in the air cracked open, and the hideous snake head stretched out from it. An arm also broke out of the blood cocoon and stretched directly into the snake's mouth. The snake's mouth was huge, and on the long snake, a deep red light extended out of the snake's mouth as the arm twitched. Under Costigan's horrified gaze, a terrifying sword was drawn out, with densely packed tiny arms and snake heads entwined on it, just like a former holy sword covered with filth and dirt. "This is my relic of the law, the Blasphemy Holy Sword." Blasphemy True Spirit said lightly, "He has devoured a lot of law power, and now it should be at the level of a holy weapon." Holy weapon. Costigan's eyes widened. He had only heard of holy weapons in the legends of the Blood Elves. Above the extraordinary is the saint, but holy weapons are much rarer than saints. According to the records of the Blood Elves, there were originally holy weapons in the Blood King's city, but under the erosion of destruction, the power of the holy weapons was exhausted and turned into ordinary things. The scimitar he had found before was also a supernatural weapon that he could use. "I give you this holy weapon for the time being. I hope you won't let me down," Blasphemy True Spirit said in a deep voice. "Yes, Father God. I will definitely give you the fortress in its entirety." Costigan took the Blasphemy Holy Sword and leaned down with great excitement. He once again felt that it was right for him to betray the Blood Elves. Not only did he obtain the powerful profession of a thief, but now he even has a holy weapon. "If you have nothing to do, you can go down and let the near supernatural Soul Master come to me." Blasphemy True Spirit issued an order to expel him. Costigan nodded, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave the blood pool. Looking at Costigan's back as he left, Blasphemy True Spirit put his arm and snake head back into the blood cocoon, with a strange light in his eyes. In the blood temple, Lier stood in the space of the dream trial. The blood moon in the sky turned into a big sword and stabbed straight at the red wolf, directly clearing the red wolf's health bar. The system prompt that the trial was oversounded in Lier's ears, and a smile appeared on his face. The experience points for promotion to extraordinary were finally gathered. The dream trial space in front of him disappeared and turned into the appearance of a hall again. Seeing the red wolf Amber beside him, Lier did not speak and sat down cross-legged directly. Opening the character panel, he directly added all the experience points. Your level is upgraded to level 80. You gain 2,000 health points, 200 mana points, and 20 free attribute points. Your level has reached the current class limit and cannot be upgraded. According to your profession and law affinity, you have triggered the Blood Apostle Profession Extraordinary Advancement Task. Task: Blood Apostles Professional Trial. Task Goal: Kill a law professional who is no less than extraordinary. Task Reward: Blood Apostle Professional Class Upgrade, Extraordinary Blood Apostle Professional Skills. As the system panel appeared in front of him, a beautiful figure emerged from the Blood King's long robe on his body. You are going to be promoted to the Extraordinary? Lillian said quickly. Looking at Lillian, who suddenly appeared, Lier nodded. He looked at Lillian and asked curiously, "You know so soon?" "Of course I know. Your extraordinary career promotion task is still prepared by me before." Lillian was in a good mood and turned around Lier. "You issued the task?" Lier was stunned for a moment. "Of course, I am a god. Isn't it normal to issue tasks?" Lillian said, as a matter of course, and then her expression became a little disgusted. "The game system created by the gods of this era is really difficult to use, you know? All kinds of restrictions. It's really annoying." Lillian complained unhappily, and that cute look was seen by Lier. It is difficult to connect Lillian with the name of the god of the blood source. Lier complained in his heart. "You said that the game system was also created by the gods?" Lier asked inconspicuously. "Yes," Lillian replied. "Why do they do this?" Lier asked again. "Why?" Lillian showed a hint of sarcasm on her face. "Maybe they want to rely on external forces to fight against destruction. You have seen those immortals before, right? The gods created the game system in the hope of introducing them to fight against destruction. It's ridiculous. If destruction is really so easy to fight, how could I become like this now? Rashly introducing other worlds will only bring destruction to the other world." Lillian continued, seeming to be extremely disdainful of those gods. Lier listened quietly. Although he had known for a long time that this world was not a game, he still felt a little emotional when he heard that the game system was all the work of the gods. The gods are high above the kingdom of God, and mortals and players are just chess pieces. He is also just a chess piece. His own journey through time is the work of the gods. Lier is a little helpless, but at least he is a higher-level chess piece. Now he is the king chosen by Lillian, so why can't he become a chess player in the future? My mission to be promoted to extraordinary is to kill a professional who is not lower than the extraordinary class. Lier pondered for a moment, then looked at Lillian with a look of expectation and said, "Since the tasks are all issued by you, can you make this task simpler?" He stated his purpose. Killing an extraordinary professional. Such a task is undoubtedly much more difficult than the promotion task of the war knight in the previous life. Killing an extraordinary professional with high-level strength is almost impossible for ordinary professionals. Although Lier is confident of killing an extraordinary professional, who to kill is also a problem. Extraordinary professionals are rare species. In the Pharaoh Fortress, he only knows his father, and the snake man who escaped before. Other than that, Lier's eyes fell on the red wolf Amber. This is also an extraordinary creature, so it should be considered one, right? What are you looking at? Feeling Lier's gaze, Amber narrowed her eyes. Nothing, I just think you look quite majestic. Lier smiled. Well, it's not bad to be my mount. Amber listened to this. It was a compliment, and she was in a good mood, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, the whole wolf was furious again. Who wants to be your mount? Amber roared in exasperation. Lier shrugged. With Lillian present, Amber would not dare to attack him even if she was angry. Lillian looked at the man and the wolf, and glared at Lier unhappily. Don't be angry with Seohong. I'm not angry with her. Pretending to be innocent, Lier directly changed the subject and said, So my goddess, can my professional mission be changed? Hearing Lier's address, Lillian's cheeks turned slightly red, but she shook her head. This is already the simplest mission I have seen in the mission objectives, she said helplessly. Lier was stunned. Killing a professional of extraordinary level is the simplest mission? The professional trial mission is determined according to the strength and professional strength of the promoted person. It is not something that can be changed at will as you think, Lillian explained. Hearing this, Lier sighed helplessly. If this is the rule, then it makes sense. The strength of the blood apostle profession far exceeds that of the 3 orthodox law professions, and his own strength is even more abnormal. Since it cannot be changed, then it can only be accepted. He knows that there are 3 extraordinary professionals plus Red Wolf, and there is only one choice. Lear's eyes became a little sharp. Stewart Mansion. Lear stood in the morgue. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and he also knew the task that the blood incarnation received. You mean that high-level blood hunters have the ability to parasitize other people and replace them? Albert said in shock. It was already afternoon, and the incident of the snake man breaking into the fortress last night attracted his great attention. He actually didn't know anything, so he called Lear to ask about the situation. Blood hunter. Albert muttered the name of this profession, which was related to blood. This is a profession from the Blood Apostle, which was stolen by the spell thief. Lear explained directly. As he had already told Albert all the information about the spell thief in the image of the Blood Apostle, the profession of the blood hunter was easy to explain. Father, you don't have to worry about the invasion of the snake people. High-level blood hunters are also rare in the snake people's clan. One died yesterday. The snake people's clan should not risk continuing to lose troops and send people. Lear said again, and when he spoke, he also glanced at another snake body next to him. This is the dead high-level spell thief. Listening to Lear's words, Albert nodded and said nothing more. The two of them left the morgue one after another. Lear returned to the bedroom. Milia had almost recovered. He hugged Milia and thought about how to complete the promotion task of the extraordinary profession. Sneak into the Blood King city alone to kill the extraordinary professional? This is a bit unrealistic and too dangerous. The other way is to wait for the Snake Man to attack the fortress with magic beasts and snake army. But Lear didn't know when the Snake Man would attack after the battle last night, and whether the blasphemous true spirit would appear. These are all problems. At night, Lear and his group, who were preparing to have dinner, saw Queen Philia, who hurried over. The queen's expression was a little solemn, and she said directly, I saw it. Everyone was a little surprised. Only Lear and Albert looked at each other. They all knew that the queen was an astrologer of the star law and could predict the future. Philia, sit down first. What did you see? Albert asked. I saw the group of snake people attacking, and the monsters all over the mountains were crashing into the city walls. Philia took a deep breath. There is also a big snake, a terrifying big snake. It has a human face, and holds a terrifying big sword. Everyone looked at each other. Only Lear knew what a big snake was. This is the future that the queen saw. The blasphemous true spirit is really coming. Lear's expression is a little heavy. He has not completed the extraordinary professional promotion task. If the blasphemous true spirit really appears, no one in the Pharaoh fortress will be the opponent of the blasphemous true spirit. Your Majesty, when did the blasphemous true spirit appear? Have you seen a snake man of extraordinary level? Lear continued to ask. I saw it. You killed the red snake man, and then the big snake appeared. Philia thought for a moment and said, she looked at Lear with some hesitation. In front of everyone, she took Lear's hand and walked out of the restaurant directly. Lear looked at the queen, who was holding him with some astonishment. The queen turned around only when the two of them left the sight of everyone. I saw that you were dead, she said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Chapter 158. You're dead. The queen's voice lingered in Lear's ears. Lear's eyes became a little deep, but he was not panicked by the queen's words. He raised his head and smiled. Your Highness, how did I die? The queen was a little confused about Lear's attitude. She saw Lear die, death, nothing else. I saw that big snake wanted to attack Milia. You stood in front of Milia, and was killed by the big snake. The queen replied in a deep voice. What happened next? Lear asked again. I only saw this. The queen shook her head. Hearing this, Lear did not continue to ask. Is that so? I know. He smiled casually. Aren't you afraid at all? The queen looked at Lear puzzled. Lear's attitude was really different from what she imagined. Normal people would panic when they knew they would die, but Lear acted as if the person who died was not him. Lear smiled, did not answer the queen, turned around and returned to the dining room. Come and eat. Seeing Lear coming back, Albert, who had already sat on the chair, said softly. He did not follow to listen to the conversation between Philia and Lear, nor did he ask what Lear and Philia said. Since Philia avoided him, it was obvious that she did not want him to know. The queen also returned to the dining room, and everyone started dinner. The atmosphere was a bit strange, but no one spoke. When dinner was over, Lear and Milia returned to the room. After closing the door of the room, the two prepared to wash and rest. Looking at Lear, Milia couldn't help asking, What did the mother say to you? Lear paused for a moment while holding the towel, then smiled and said, Your Majesty has seen the future, your star law may be awakened. Really? Miria walked to Lier with some surprise. She always felt that she was too weak, and could not help Lier at all. If it could be awakened, she could gain strength. Of course, I will never lie to you. Lier put down the towel, walked to Miria, and patted the little princess's head gently. After experiencing strong mental stimulation, the star-in-law will awaken. If he died in front of Miria. A strange color flashed in Lier's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. The next day, the entire Pharaoh fortress was under martial law, and in the distance of the Arc de Triomphe, dense monsters gathered again. The beast tide is finally coming, and this time it is not a test like last time, but a real beast tide. Damn it, the beast tide is real. Can we hold on to so many monsters? The knights on the tower were all very nervous, and many of the 4 knights were facing the beast tide for the first time. As for the knights who had experienced the beast tide, their expressions became solemn. They understood the real horror of the beast tide. Those monsters were fearless, and would not retreat even if they exchanged their lives for theirs. They were like a group of killing machines. Just when the knights were getting nervous about the gathering of monsters, a group of dark figures in armor walked out from the inside of the fortress. The armor on these knights was engraved with lion patterns, and each of them had a strong aura, which was a temperament that could only be honed after experiencing life and death, and was completely different from the 4 knights on the triumphal square. At the front of the team was Albert, and beside him were a group of high-level professionals in the fortress. Lier stood on the tower, looking at the dark mass of knights below, and he couldn't count them at a glance. He had seen such a scene in his previous life, when the Golden Church encircled the Stuart family. Nearly 10,000 knights of the Mad Lion Knights. Although he had seen it before, it was still a bit shocking to see it again now. In his previous life, he stood on the opposite side of these mighty knights, but now they have become comrades in arms. Lier chuckled, and Albert had already walked up and said loudly, "You young knights, retreat, and the next war will be taken over by us old guys." Hearing Albert's words, the young knights on the tower looked at each other. Most of them were apprentice-level professionals, and they really couldn't play much role in the beast tide, but they were unwilling to just shrink back. Albert glanced at the young knights on the tower and laughed, saying, "I know what you are thinking. I am not humiliating you by asking you to retreat. You are the best among the young knights in the fortress. You are the future of the fortress. The fortress will be guarded by you in the future. When we old guys can still move, we will ensure your safety. Lord, we can also do our part." Someone couldn't help but say. Albert turned his head, with a hint of relief in his eyes. "I didn't deprive you of the right to defend your homeland. You can clean up the fish that slipped through the net in the rear. The real battlefield should be left to us old guys." Hearing this, the young knight on the tower smiled. As a knight of Stuart, no one wanted to hide behind and be a coward. The 4 major knights retreated from the tower, the triumphal arch opened, and the black mass of the Mad Lion Knights poured out. Some professionals, holding bows and arrows, walked up to the tower and dispersed. Albert walked to Lier, and the leaders of the 4 major knights and some mid-level professionals also stayed. "Lier, the Blood Apostle said before that the magic beasts are controlled by the Soul Masters, which are the ones you caught last time. Since you can catch those Soul Masters, the hidden Soul Masters are handed over to you," Albert said to Lier. Lier nodded. Only his mental power level can find the traces of the Soul Masters here. The rest are big and strong believers of the law of war, and their intelligence attributes are generally not high. Inside the Judgment Mountains, in a cave, Costidan stood in front of a group of snake men, next to a huge magic circle, and invisible ripples spread out from the magic circle. More than a dozen snake men in robes in the magic circle held up magic staffs, and the aura of the snakeman in the center was particularly strong. "Sinji, with this magic circle covering, no one can find the traces of your soul-bewitching masters?" Costidan asked in a deep voice. "Of course, Costidan, this is the ability of the soul-bewitching master after being promoted to the extraordinary class. The magic circle will block all perceptions. As long as the mental power is not as strong as mine, it is impossible to detect us," the snakeman named Sinji said confidently. "It's better this way, Sinji. You know what this war means today. Father God helped you to be promoted to the extraordinary, but if it fails because of you, you know what the consequences will be." Costidan's tone was a hint of warning and severity. Sinj glanced at Costidan, his eyes became a little gloomy, but he didn't say much, just nodded. He returned to the magic circle and controlled it again. The invisible ripples spread out in all directions. The monsters that were originally standing still moved and showed their sharp teeth and claws. The next moment, the monsters rushed towards the Pharaoh fortress like a tide. Seeing this, the archers on the city wall raised their longbows, and the storm gathered on the longbows. The storm power of the War Knight can not only be enchanted on melee weapons, but also on bows and arrows, achieving a longer and more powerful range. The arrows with the power of the storm flew towards the monsters in the distance like raindrops, and a large number of monsters were killed immediately, but for the dark group of monsters, this loss was nothing at all. Those monsters that survived the rain of arrows met the fully armed Mad Lion Knights, and the war was about to break out. The other knights on the city wall also rushed up. They are all knights of the 4 major knight orders, and their strength is enough to deal with some fish that slipped through the net. Albert stood on the tower. The extraordinary level of snake men had not appeared yet, and he did not go on the field. He needed to save his strength and wait for the appearance of the extraordinary snake men. As for the other high-level professionals, they were not idle and joined the battlefield. The most driven monsters were only mid-level, and no high-level monsters were seen. Just like the previous beast tides, only one high-level monster appeared in each beast tide, and it only appeared at the end. In terms of high-end power, the beast tide is not as good as the Pharaoh Fortress, but the number is too large. It is not a casual saying that ants can kill elephants. Just as a group of high-level professionals were killing people on the battlefield, a deafening roar sounded from not far away. In the dark Decision Mountains, a terrifying black tiger came out. It was 2 meters high on all fours and 5 meters long. Such a huge tiger immediately attracted everyone's attention. Judging from the aura it exuded, the tiger in front of them was actually a high-level monster. The high-level professionals who were fighting in the monster group all changed their faces. The beast tide had just begun, and high-level monsters had already appeared. This was completely different from the previous situation. But before everyone could be surprised for too long, on the other side, another huge gray wolf jumped out, and the aura on its body also reached a high level. 2 high-level monsters. Now even Albert, who was still standing on the tower, frowned. Lear also looked at the monsters, a flash of red light in his eyes. His mental power had already explored, but he did not find any traces of the soul-bewitching master. This was completely different from the previous situation. Something had concealed the traces of the soul-bewitching master. Lear thought in his heart, and killed a mid-level monster with a sword. He looked at the 2 high-level monsters on the other side, and felt a trace of connection from these 2 monsters, floating towards the interior of the Decision Mountains. Lear narrowed his eyes, and in a flash, he came within 20 meters of the high-level monsters, and the feeling became more obvious. Whether it was the giant wolf or the giant tiger, there was a weak mental wave on their bodies that spread to the interior of the Decision Mountains. After thinking for a moment, Lear followed the mental waves of the 2 high-level monsters in a corner where no one was paying attention, and entered the interior of the mountains. The figure danced among the trees. The surrounding monsters were still paying attention to him, but when Lear released the breath of blood law, these monsters became calm. These monsters seemed to be ordered not to attack people with the breath of blood law. Lear raised his eyebrows. It should be to prevent the monsters from accidentally hurting the snake men. After all, most of the snake men were transformed from blood elves, and they retained the previous blood law professional power after becoming law thieves. Lear continued to move forward, and the weak breath of blood law on his body continued to be released. There were no knights in the fortress here, and no one could feel his blood law, so there was no need to worry about his identity being exposed. Walking all the way to an empty water beach, Lear finally saw the figure of the snakeman. The red snakeman before was standing in the center, surrounded by a large number of snake men, which seemed to be nearly 1,000 people. The snake men seemed to be all out. Lear looked at the snake men below, and did not feel the spiritual connection among them. The faint spiritual ripples extended to a farther place. After thinking for a few seconds, Lear took out the night rose and pricked his finger. Blood seeped out. He waved his hand casually, and the blood flew out, away from the snake men. After doing all this, he walked deeper into the mountains again. Costed and below did not notice that a figure was crossing his head on the crown of a large tree not far away. Lear successfully passed through the gathering place of the snake men. Most of these snake men exuded the power of the blood law, so Lear also released the breath of the blood law, and only then did he pass through without any danger. He went deeper into the Decision Mountains, and was close to the location of the previous rift. He saw a cave next to a cliff, which was emitting a dark light. The ripples of mental power extended to here. Seeing this scene, Lear did not hesitate and walked in carefully. The structure of the cave was not complicated. There was only one passage. At the end of the passage, a huge magic circle was suspended in the air. More than a dozen snake men in robes stood in the magic circle, and the magic wands in their hands emitted light. Lear's eyes fell on the snakeman in the center. Even he felt a little pressure from the aura of the snakeman. This is a super-level snakeman. He was a little surprised. According to the information of the Blood Elves, there should be only one super-level professional in the Snakeman clan, but why did another one appear now? He thought about it, and the mental power fluctuations around him even made his head feel a little dizzy. Shaking his head, Lier shook his head. No matter why another snakeman appeared, he just had to destroy the magic circle. He looked at the center of the magic circle. In addition to the extraordinary snakeman who presided over the magic circle, there was also a diamond-shaped crystal, just like the crystal he had taken out of the snakeman Soul Crusher's head before. All the magic power of the magic circle was gathered on the crystal. Staring at the crystal, Lier narrowed his eyes, and the blood-colored vortex condensed in his hands, wrapping up the night rose, and finally turned into a blood-colored rose. Without the slightest hesitation, the bright red light gathered on the blood-colored rose, and finally turned into a blood-colored spear. Aiming at the crystal, Lier threw it out. Chapter 159. On the battlefield in front of the fortress, many high-level professionals surrounded two high-level magic beasts. There is a gap between magic beasts and law professionals of the same level. Although the magic power of high-level magic beasts is only at the high-level level, their physical quality is far superior to that of ordinary law professionals. These two high-level magic beasts are enough to make everyone pay attention, and various attacks fell on the magic beasts. The giant tiger and the giant wolf roared, and the low-level magic beasts around them also moved towards them. A terrifying magic power fluctuation broke out around the magic beasts. The flames rose, and the low-level magic beasts around them roared one by one, and their momentum suddenly rose. These two magic beasts can actually improve the strength level of low-level magic beasts. The knights on the battlefield were caught off guard and casualties occurred immediately. The high-level professionals around were also besieged. Albert watched all this on the city wall. This kind of flame can enhance the strength of low-level monsters, and at the same time can cause a lot of damage to law professionals. This is the horror of the beast tide. High-level monsters can increase the strength of low-level monsters. Coupled with the almost endless monster groups, the Pharaoh Fortress will suffer heavy losses every time. His eyes patrolled the war. These monsters were controlled by Snakeman soul-confusing masters. Lier had gone to deal with the soul-confusing masters, but now they disappeared. There is only one possibility. Lier entered the Decision Mountains. There was a trace of worry in his eyes, but it became serious after just a few seconds. No matter where Lier went, he could only trust Lier now. Albert looked at the two giant monsters in the distance again. It was time for him to take action. He took out the giant sword from the storage item, and was about to jump off the tower, but at this moment, two high-level monsters roared in pain. The flames burning around began to gradually subside, and the strange light in the eyes of the two high-level monsters began to dim. They stopped attacking and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Only Albert on the tower narrowed his eyes. He looked beyond the monsters, and looked into the depths of the Dark Judgment Mountains. There, a terrifying wave of magic power spread out. Deep in the mountains, Lier held a bloody rose. The magic circle in the air had been broken, and the crystal in the center of the magic circle was also shattered. The extraordinary snakeman who presided over the magic circle made a painful sound, and the whole person knelt on the ground, and the snake tail behind him twisted wildly. Lier looked at the snakeman on the ground. This was a snakeman of the extraordinary class, and was a target that met the requirements for the promotion of the Blood Apostle profession. Originally, his target was the red snakeman outside, but now it was no longer necessary. Who? The other snake men in the cave began to stir. They looked at the strange figure at the entrance of the cave passage. Damn human, how dare you destroy the magic circle? Lier glanced at the snake men in the cave. The magic fluctuations generated by the broken magic circle had spread out, and he also felt a strong breath outside approaching rapidly. He narrowed his eyes. Time was running out, and he had to act immediately. A bright red light emanated from his body, and at the same time, Aslan's royal swordsmanship was instantly activated. Lier rushed directly towards the extraordinary snakeman lying on the ground. The terrifying speed directly knocked the snakeman in front of him away, and in just a blink of an eye he arrived in front of the extraordinary snakeman. The snakeman on the ground, who was in great pain, seemed to have sensed the omen of death. He gathered his magic power forcibly, and the snakeman closest to him stood in front of him desperately. The bloody rose pierced the snakeman's chest, and blood gushed out. Lier looked at the snakeman, who was pierced by the heavy sword, with some surprise. The other party actually controlled other snakemen to block the gun. He was so cruel to his own people. Who is it? A roar came from behind, and someone had already arrived. No matter who you are, if you dare to destroy the magic circle, you will die here. The extraordinary snakeman showed a ferocious expression, and looked at Lier with hatred, as if he had the hatred of killing his father and taking his wife. The crystal of the magic circle was the crystallization of his magic power, which was condensed after he was promoted to extraordinary. Now that it was broken, his class was reduced to high level again. This was a gift from the Father God. He had only enjoyed the treatment of a super professional for a few days, but it was destroyed just like that. How could he not hate it? Lier didn't know what the snake man in front of him was thinking. He smiled. Maybe I will die, but you won't be able to see it. As he spoke, Lier raised the bloody rose again, and the figure of Kostadin appeared behind him. He rushed in with a ferocious sword, which exuded an evil aura and burned with bloody flames. Stop! Kostadin roared, and the next second he flashed behind the invader. The blasphemous holy sword slashed horizontally, but the invader in front of him seemed to have turned into a phantom. Lier held the night rose in his hand, and his whole body crossed an elegant arc, completely ignoring Kostadin's attack. The Blood Rose's own special skill, Dynasty Sword skill, has a 1-second unselectable effect. His figure came to the snake man on the ground like an elegant dancer, and in the other's horrified eyes, the heavy sword directly pierced the snake man's head. It felt like it hit something hard, and then broke it, and pierced the snake man's head. The blood bar above the snake man's head was emptied in an instant, a fatal blow. You killed a high-level soul-crushing master and gained 9,000 experience points. The system prompt appeared in front of him, and Lier took a look. The promotion task was completed. He thought in his heart, but when he looked at the content on the panel, he was suddenly stunned. High-level soul-crushing master? The snake man in front of him clearly had extraordinary magic fluctuations. How could he be a high-level soul-crushing master? Lier was a little confused, but Kostadin behind him did not give him a chance to think. Damn blood apostle. Kostadin's eyes were bloodshot. Although Lier had his back to him, he recognized the heavy thorn sword, which was used by the blood apostle before. Sinji was promoted to the extraordinary level with great difficulty by blaspheming the true spirit. When he reached the extraordinary level, he could enslave extraordinary level monsters. Although Sinji had not succeeded due to time constraints, he also increased the number of enslaved high-level monsters from 1 to 2. As long as Sinji was given enough time, he could enslave more monsters, but now Sinji was dead. Kostadin's body trembled slightly. If Sinji died, what would happen to the 2 high-level monsters outside? Facing the anger of the red snake man, Lier had a blank expression on his face. He was more concerned about why the snake man in front of him became a high-level professional. He sighed helplessly. He originally thought that he could complete the career promotion task in this way, but he didn't expect that there would be a mistake here. He glanced at Kostadin behind him. It was extremely unwise to fight with the opponent in such a small space, and Lier also felt that more and more powerful auras were coming from outside the cave. He took out the blood prisoner mask calmly, and Lier put the prisoner mask on his head with his back to the red snake man, in order not to be discovered. Kostadin had already attacked angrily, and the terrifying speed made Lier have to pay attention, but he could still deal with it without using the Blood Hunter's extraordinary skill Moon Escape Blood Sacrifice. With a violent blood step, he dodged Kostadin's attack, and Lier took away the life of another soul-bewitching master. As long as the crystal in the soul-bewitching master's head is shattered, the soul-bewitching master can be killed with one blow. Feeling the increasingly powerful aura outside, Lier did not intend to continue to entangle with Kostadin. You can't stop me, Lier said with a chuckle. His eyes unconsciously fell on the terrifying sword in Kostadin's hand. An inexplicable familiar feeling surged into his heart. After looking at it for a few seconds, he suddenly widened his eyes. Blasphemy Holy Sword? Lier said the name of this great sword in his heart in shock. This is a very famous weapon-type law relic in the previous life, belonging to a legendary heretic law professional at that time. That was an extremely mysterious player, usually showing himself as a ward law profession, but some people said that he possessed the power of multiple law professions. Lier had never seen it, and this matter had not been confirmed. At that time, Lier thought it was just some player's nonsense. Now it seems that the player is a thief of law who blasphemes the law. Thinking in his heart, Kostadin launched another attack. Lier raised the blood rose, and collided with the blasphemy sword. The evil breath, and the disgusting appearance close at hand made Lier confirm the fact. This is indeed the blasphemy sword, but it is not as strong as the rumors in the previous life. It feels almost the same as the blood rose. Lier narrowed his eyes under the blood prisoner mask. It seems that the blasphemy true spirit in the previous life may have lived until the late game. While thinking, Lier resisted Kostadin's attack. A high-level snake man had already broken into the passage of the cave. Lier shook his head, A bright red light flashed in his eyes, and the next second, the whole person turned into a blood light and disappeared. Kostadin waved the blasphemy sword and chopped directly on the open space where Lear disappeared. The terrifying force smashed a big hole in the ground. The sudden disappearance of the Blood Apostle made Kostadin stunned. He didn't feel how Lear disappeared at all. Blood Hunter's Blood Shadow Flash? The only displacement skill of the Blood Law profession he could think of was Blood Shadow Flash. But Blood Shadow Flash did not have the ability to directly move through thick walls. Kostadin's face became a little ugly, and he quickly turned around and rushed out of the cave. Outside the cave, the snake men had gathered. "Have you seen other people appear here?" Kostadin asked in a deep voice. "Others?" A high-level professional outside was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Lord Kostadin, there are no other people here." Listening to his subordinate's words, Kostadin's face became even uglier. How did the Blood Apostle leave? In the forest 1 kilometer away from the cave, a figure appeared out of thin air. In a flash of blood, Lear appeared at the place where blood was shed before. The Blood Apostle's skill, Blood Echo, can shuttle and move in places where his own blood exists. The distance is very far, far exceeding the Blood Hunter's Blood Shadow Flash, and there is no cooldown time, but the consumption of magic power will increase as the distance increases, and the blood spilled also has a time limit. Only blood spilled within an hour can serve as a medium for Blood Echo. Lear shook his head, took off the blood prison mask, glanced at the Snake Men clansmen gathering towards the cave behind him, and returned to the direction of the fortress. Next, these Snake Men may launch a general attack. He killed many soul masters in the cave. Although there are still some left, it is obvious that the beast tide can no longer maintain a huge scale. Lear can already see many monsters escaping towards the Decision Mountains, and some monsters have been freed from control. On the beast tide battlefield, 2 high-level monsters had already regained consciousness when Lear killed the Snakeman Soul Crusher. Looking at the human professional in front of him, he turned around and rushed back to the Decision Mountain range. The knights around him looked at each other in bewilderment. Not only the high-level monsters, but most of the other monsters also began to flee in all directions, and the pressure on the Mad Lion Knights was greatly reduced. Albert looked at this scene and showed a happy expression. The monsters escaped, which meant that Lear succeeded. Although there were still many monsters on the battlefield, it was much easier than the previous beast tides. In the beast tide, it didn't take long for Albert to see a figure walking out of the Decision Mountain range against the disintegrating beast tide. Lear joined the battlefield, and the terrifying cold air spread instantly, freezing a large number of monsters. He did not use his full strength to cast spells. Lear knew that the next battle would be a big battle. He just shuttled among the beasts while recovering the magic power he had just consumed. Inside the Pharaoh Fortress, many citizens set up sheds near the Triumphal Square to treat the wounded, and many pharmacists were refining potions on the spot. The knights guarded the fortress, and the citizens in the fortress were also of one mind with the knights, which was completely different from the nobles in the royal city of Brayful, who had their own ulterior motives. In the crowd, Queen Philia and Milia were helping to treat the wounded. Originally, the queen did not plan to bring Milia out. In the future she saw, Lear died in front of Milia. But Lear did not care at all. She could not understand Lear's thoughts at all. Mother, do you think we can survive this beast tide?" Milia asked while washing the herbs. The queen hesitated for a moment, then smiled, of course. "I wonder if Lear will be hurt." Milia showed a worried expression again, and the queen's face became even more uncomfortable. She could see Milia's feelings for Lear. Philia took a deep breath. She could only pray that Lear could change his fate, just like Lear changed her fate. The queen looked at the tower of the Arc de Triomphe, and saw Lear returning to Albert. Milia, who was standing by, also saw this scene, and showed a happy expression. Chapter 160. It seems you succeeded. Albert looked at Lear, who had returned to the tower with a smile on his face. "I guess so." Lear nodded, but his expression was a little serious. "But father, now is not the time to be happy." "What?" Albert was stunned for a moment. "The group of snake men are coming." Lear looked into the depths of the Decision Mountains. After the beast tide could not pose a fatal threat to the Pharaoh Fortress, the snake men would definitely attack the Pharaoh Fortress personally. This must be the reason why so many snake men gathered together. Just as Lear's voice fell, a group of burly snake men rushed out of the mountains not far away. Knight Stewart, who was cleaning up the remaining monsters, was on alert again, staring at the snake men rushing out of the mountains, and each of them showed a look of horror. Most knights had never really seen a creature like a snakeman. Now seeing it with their own eyes, the evil aura made everyone feel pressured. Kostadin, the leader, rushed into the herd, and the surrounding monsters were directly dispersed. "Damn human, where's the Blood Apostle?" He stared at Albert on the tower and roared. Shinji was dead, killed by the Blood Apostle, and the Blood Apostle disappeared without a trace. Kostadin could only think of the fortress where the Blood Apostle escaped to. He was angry and jealous in his heart. The Blood Apostle used a power he had never seen before, which also came from the blood law he was familiar with. This power belongs neither to the Blood Hunter nor the Blood Knight, but to a new power. This must be the gift of the Lord of Blood Source. For so many years, the Lord of Blood Source has never contacted their old dream clan, and now he is willing to give new power to a newcomer. Albert was a little surprised by the Snake Man's words. He didn't know what the Blood Apostle did to make the Snake Man so angry. Taking out the giant sword from the storage item, Albert jumped down from the tower. "Heretical Snake Man. I don't know what the Blood Apostle you are talking about. Leave here immediately," Albert said coldly. He naturally would not admit that he had any relationship with the Blood Apostle in public. He continued, "You are now stepping into Stuart's territory. Any intruder will be judged." Hearing Albert's words, Kostadin laughed in anger. Judgment? Ridiculous mortal. He had lost his patience. Shinji was dead, but the beast tide also caused great damage to the Mad Lion Knights of the Stuart family. Facing this group of injured knights, the Snake Man clan was no longer afraid. Every Snakeman is an elite warrior, and was once a professional with outstanding talents. Only such professionals will be granted the honor of being transformed into a Snakeman clan by the Father God. "Since you don't say it, I will search it myself after I occupy this city," Kostadin said grimly. The reason why the blasphemy true spirit asked him to attack the city was for the Blood Apostle and the Lord of Blood. It was enough for him to ensure that the Lord of Blood was still here. When the Father God came, no one would be spared. The war started again, and Albert fought directly with Kostadin. The battle between the two extraordinary professionals instantly made the battlefield a mess. The rest of the high-level knights also joined the battlefield and fought with the high-level professionals of the Snakeman clan. Lear stood on the tower of the Arc de Triomphe, and was about to join the battlefield when he saw the Queen and Milia walking up carefully from the tower. "Lear." Milia came to Lear, and saw the ferocious Snake Man below at a glance. "Milia." Lear paused. "Are you going to fight?" Milia asked worriedly. She had been a little uneasy these days, and always felt that something bad was going to happen. "I am the heir of Stuart, so I have to protect the fortress." Lear nodded as a matter of course. Milia bit her lip, and was silent for a long time before hugging Lear. "Be careful." "Of course." Lear also hugged Milia, but his eyes showed a different emotion unnaturally. The Queen on the side saw this scene, and opened her mouth, but said nothing. After waving to Milia, Lear looked at the Queen next to him again, and then jumped off the tower directly. The Mad Lion Knights were caught in a tough battle on the battlefield. The Snake Men were tall and mighty, and their physical fitness was much better than that of human knights. In addition, most of the thieves chose the profession of blood law. It must be said that both blood hunters and blood knights were stronger than the three major professions under the law of war. The difference in the strength of the two sides was not small, but the Mad Lion Knights far exceeded the Snake Men in number, and the battle situation was tense for a while. The air shuttled between the monsters and the Snake Men, and layers of frost covered the earth and eroded the bodies of the Snake Men. After he joined the battlefield, the Mad Lion Knights obviously felt a lot less pressure. Although I don't want to admit it, spells are indeed a big killer in war. At least before being promoted to extraordinary, mages have much more advantages than other professions. Many Snake Men noticed Li'air's situation, and two high-level Snake Men surrounded Li'air. Li'air glanced at the two Snake Men indifferently. The air around him was filled with various wars, arcane and blood law fluctuations. The breath of multiple laws intertwined together, which seemed particularly chaotic. In this situation, as long as he was careful to use the power of blood law, he would hardly be discovered. Two high-level professionals rushed to his side, a blood hunter and a blood knight. The two Snake Men carried an extremely strong breath of blood law and locked Li'air in an instant. Blood rage step, blood flame blade, blood roar, blood chaos. The power of blood law was fully exerted. Li'air looked at the two Snake Men attacking, and a faint red light flashed in his eyes. Blood resonance was activated. The Snake Men who were still attacking Li'air fiercely paused for a moment. The next second, the night rose pierced through the heads of the two Snake Men with the power of the storm, so fast that people could not see their figures clearly. Storm piercing. A fatal blow. In the duel between the strong, even a moment of inattention is fatal. The two Snake Men did not expect Li'air to use the power of the blood law. The two men had unbelievable expressions, and then they fell to the ground without saying anything. The system prompt appeared in Lear's eyes. The two high-level snake men were killed so easily, everything happened in a flash, and no one expected such a result. Albert, who was originally a little worried about Lear, was also shocked. Kostadin, who also noticed this, had a gloomy face and roared, "Damn human!" Lear ignored it, and continued to kill the rest of the snake men. While killing the snake men, Lear observed Kostadin. His career promotion task has not been completed yet. Now Kostadin is the only target left. He must find an opportunity to make a fatal blow to Kostadin. After seeing Lear's weird and unreasonable speed and attack strength, the remaining high-level snake men became cautious and did not give Lear an easy chance to kill. Lear did not rashly start the Aslan royal swordsmanship again. His magic power needed to be reserved for Kostadin. Albert and Kostadin were still fighting, but as the battle progressed, Albert's mood became heavy. Every time he collided with the great sword in Kostadin's hand, he could feel that a lot of the power in his body was absorbed, while Kostadin's pressure on him was getting greater and greater. This terrifying and ferocious-looking great sword has a strange power. Albert thought of the profession of the thief under the blasphemous law, stealing the power of other laws, and this sword was devouring his power to improve Kostadin. Bang! The giant sword and the blasphemous holy sword collided again, and Albert's figure retreated a few steps. He took a deep breath, and couldn't drag it on. If he continued, he would only be devoured by this strange big sword and die slowly. Albert's eyes became sharp, and he had to kill the snake man in front of him with a thunderbolt. He roared, and the shadow of the mad lion appeared behind him, and the shadow of the goddess of war also appeared at the same time. The power of the storm raged around him, and the knights and snake men around him retreated to the distance. Seeing this, Koster did not hesitate to use the moon escape blood sacrifice, and a bright red crescent moon was imprinted on his forehead. At this moment, the two extraordinary warriors showed their strongest power. Everyone was attracted by the battle between the two powerful warriors. Looking at the shadow of the mad lion behind Albert, Lear raised his eyebrows. It must be said that the Lionheart Knight is indeed powerful. In terms of professional strength, the War Knight is not as good as the Blood Hunter, but the Lionheart Knight is evenly matched with the Snake Man holding the blasphemy holy sword. Lear's eyes kept sweeping over the two people fighting. In the end, Kostadin had the upper hand. The power of the blasphemy holy sword was too evil, and Albert's power was being devoured all the time. "Mortal, I admit that you are very powerful, but I am a descendant of the gods. Humans can never compete with the power of the gods." Kostadin laughed wildly. Albert was silent. He could feel his own power being devoured bit by bit. The snake man in front of him was a speed-oriented professional, which just restrained him. He was somewhat helpless, and his eyes inadvertently swept across other places. Where is the Blood Apostle now? The Blood Apostle's target is the gods behind the snake people. If the Pharaoh fortress falls, will the Blood Apostle have to deal with the gods and the snake people alone? Just as Albert was struggling to resist the attack of the snake people, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded not far away. It was a sound that reached the extreme speed, and even the air trembled. Lear used the Aslan royal swordsmanship to the extreme, and when Kostadin relaxed his guard and suppressed Albert wantonly, he took action. The storm gathered in Lear's hand, and the power condensed at the tip of the sword. At the moment when the sonic boom sounded, his figure had already arrived in front of Kostadin. Kostadin didn't react at all. He just wanted to dodge, but a thick layer of ice under his feet blocked his movement. The ice layer broke under Kostadin's power, but it also blocked Kostadin for a moment. At this moment, the rapier in Lear's hand had stabbed Kostadin's right eye. But at this moment, Kostadin's blood moon gauze lit up. The blood moon gauze of the moon escape blood sacrifice can withstand a fatal blow. The blood moon gauze was shattered by Lear's blow. Kostadin was so frightened by the rapier in front of him that his soul almost flew out. The blood moon gauze was broken, which meant that if Lear's previous blow had hit him, he would have been dead now. "Get out of my way!" Kostadin roared, and the terrifying magic power directly shocked Lear back. Lear dodged and was blocked by Kostadin. He expected this attack. He was very familiar with the skills of the Blood Hunter. He stood in the distance, his right hand lowered, and a look of shock and regret appeared on his face, as if he was upset for not killing Kostadin. Seeing Lear's expression, Kostadin's fear of death slowly subsided. He took a deep breath and said, "A high-level professional can burst out such a powerful force. I have to admit that you are very powerful. I really felt a sense of death coming just now." Lear remained silent about Kostadin's words, his right hand lowered, and he turned sideways to block the night rose. In a place that Kostadin couldn't see, The night rose turned into an invisible state. You won't have another chance. Costigan stared at Lear. He was almost killed, and he would not take Lear lightly again. Albert walked to Lear's side, shocked by Lear's fighting power just now, but his expression was still solemn. Father, please continue to entangle this snake man, Lear whispered. Albert was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became deep. Of course, I won't let this snake man step into the Pharaoh fortress, he said, and attacked the snake man again. The two fought together again, and this time Costigan was still on guard against Lear on the side. The storm raged on the battlefield. Lear felt the breath of the wind, and the laws of war were ringing around him. The next second, his breath disappeared in the storm. Costigan's pupils suddenly shrank while fighting with Albert. He could not feel Lear's breath. In the strong wind, Lear's magic fluctuations disappeared. Albert, holding the giant sword, seemed to feel something, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. As a war knight, and a war knight of extraordinary level, he could feel that Lear was nearby. The war knight controlled the power of the storm, and synchronized the power of the storm with his own power. Lear was now like being integrated into the storm, becoming the storm. In addition to the terrifying speed, Costigan could not sense it because of the cover of the storm. Such a superb skill was really shocking. Albert sighed in his heart, and continued to attack Costigan. Lear danced in the storm, and no one saw him. This is the ability developed by the war knights, who followed the dexterity system in the previous life. Only the top war knights, who followed the dexterity system, can master this skill. Storm hiding, Costigan became more and more irritated because of Lear's disappearance, as if a sickle of the god of death was placed on his shoulder. Albert pressed forward step by step. Although he was devoured by the blasphemy holy sword, he was still a strong man of the extraordinary level. Costigan did not dare to be careless at all. Just when he was trembling with fear, a premonition of death suddenly came to his heart. He widened his eyes. Although he didn't see anything, he felt a fierce stinging sensation in his right eye. In an instant, the blood bar above Costigan's head dropped a lot. This was a fatal blow, but Costigan did not die. Extraordinary professionals are not so easy to kill. The so-called extraordinary has transcended mortals. Even if they are hit in the vitals, they will not die immediately. As long as there is enough magic power, they can maintain their lives for a period of time. Costigan burst out the magic power in his body, and the blasphemous holy sword in his hand danced wildly, trying to knock out the invisible god of death. Damn human! I must kill you! Costigan roared angrily, but his heart was more afraid of death. The next second, the invisible rapier came again, this time aiming at Costigan's left eye. Swish! The sound of the rapier sinking into the head sounded, and Costigan, who was wielding the blasphemous holy sword, trembled violently, and the blood bar on his head was finally cleared under this blow. Costigan's body fell straight to the ground, and Lear's figure also appeared in the storm. You killed the spell thief Costigan, superb, and you gained 400,000 experience points. You completed the superb Blood Apostle career advancement task. Your level cap has been lifted, and you have gained the superb Blood Apostle skills. You have reached the superb transformation requirements. Do you want to undergo the superb transformation immediately? The system prompt appeared in front of Lear, and Lear immediately clicked no. Now is not the time for the superb transformation. After seeing Costigan being killed, the snake men around him showed panic expressions, began to disintegrate, and fled towards the Decision Mountains. Many knights stared at Lear in front of the snakeman's corpse, completely speechless. Albert also looked at Lear with a shocked face. For the first time, he truly felt Lear's power. He was silent for a long time. Just when he wanted to say something to Lear, the blasphemous holy sword on the ground suddenly floated up, and the hideous snake head and arms on it continued to extend and enlarge, and finally formed the appearance of a big snake. Under Albert's shocked and angry gaze, the big snake bit Lear directly on the head. The gushing blood splashed all over Albert, and then in the eyes of everyone, the snake swallowed Lear into its stomach,